deception. Did you drive your car to Mars? Do yourself fake space? Hiding behind Tesla's name, afraid the sheep will wake. Will you save us from our sins? Will you help us to begin to feel the place we can't call home? The Mars colony of our own. Playing a game with all the souls who don't know deception is your name. Oh, belong.
And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
All right, thanks for joining. It is Witches Night, April the 30th, 2021. Tomorrow being May Day. I'm looking at a few different things tonight. One of the things that I was just looking at over at the Discord server is the trampling deaths, supposed trampling deaths of 44 people at a religious ceremony. And so I'm looking at this thing because it could be a number of things. Maybe this is a blood sacrifice and they just know how to instigate a tragedy. Maybe it's a true accident, or maybe it's a hoax. Maybe it's just a drill. So I looked into this thing very closely, and my opinion of it is that it's fake. So anyway, that's just my starting point for it. I've looked at the pictures. I'm going to go through some of them, but as of right now, it looks like a Vegas Harvest Festival level psyop with all of the drama and the photography and the optics. So I'm not buying into it. And I recommend that it's up to you. You know, some people like the ups and downs, but I recommend not giving the mass media the benefit of the doubt and just assuming that if it's fakeable, it's fake unless they provide enough evidence to back it being real. There is this fakeability scale, though, that we have to take into account. This is like an important question to ask. Is something fakeable? Because even if you don't think it is, you at least have to be aware of, is it possible that such a thing could be simulated? Because if you're not open or aware of the possibilities, you could easily be deceived. And that's just kind of one of the things that we're doing here, is we're just critically analyzing the media. Going through some comments. Oh, by the way, phones are open, 833-311-1984. And yes, so tonight, and this is according to, let me see, if you want to celebrate it, I think Antifa probably got started early. Witches Night 2021, guidelines for celebrating the fiery evening. I believe this would be the anniversary of the Church of Satan's founding. Anybody here, any Satanists out there celebrating tonight? Let's take a look and see. April 30th, 1966. So what does this mean? All right, so it says the health ministry and police have confirmed their stance on this year's celebrations. This is in the Czech Republic. Effigies of witches are burned in bonfires to mark the end of the cold weather. See, that doesn't sound so bad. They're actually burning the witches. So it's not witches burning victims. It's the other way around. It says the event is known as Witches' Night, and Americans, it says, in recent years has become something like the Americans' Halloween celebrations, with children dressing up in costumes and adults enjoying fire-cooked sausages and beer. So it's the opposite side of the year as Halloween, and I believe it's a bigger holiday, and yeah, fire plays a role. We could go ahead and go through some comments here. Jordan says 44 killed, 100 injured. Right. Well, it wasn't called a stampede. They actually called it I believe they said it was a progressive crowd collapse. A progressive crowd collapse. And there's a description here that someone used that kind of made me question the whole thing even further. Because, well, a couple of things. One, whenever we look at drills, what you often note is that the witnesses tend to speak as though they're at a drill. Like they're very, well, versed in the lexicon of, the first responders. They use the right language. They talk about triage. And it's like, wait a minute. I thought you were just a random victim. So crowd crush, better understood as progressive crowd collapses, begin at densities of about 6 or 7 people per square meter. Now, every single PSYOP we examine has a problem attached. It's a problem, but then there's the reaction that they get, and then there's a solution. So there's usually an agenda. And so I'm like, well, what is the agenda here? The agenda has to do with COVID, I think, and social distancing. How now that people are done with COVID, they want to go back into crowded places, and so they want to make sure you know it's not safe. That people can kill you, even if they're not sick. And it also suggests that this would have been prevented by, 6 feet of separation. A crowd crush refers to a situation in which individuals die of compressive asphyxia inside a densely packed crowd. Now, I don't think this is unbelievable, but I do think it's 100% fakeable. Now, why would they fake this on a holiday like this? I think it's probably, again, it's a pushback against the urge to be free, which people are going out to go experience that again. Notice the spate of mass shootings. It's like all of a sudden people are out and about getting their shots at the King Soopers, and they get shot with an AR-15. They're driving around, going to clubs again, shootings after shootings. So they're trying to inculcate you with what? Agoraphobia. So if the virus doesn't get you, the bullets will. If the bullets don't get you, the space junk and the asteroids will. And that's coming too. Ready or Not says the Wicker Man is all about the Beltane and Burning Man and has a 9/11 reference because it was the same ritual. Fascinating. There's a few things about the Wicker Man movie probably worth discussing here. There's a movie by Spike Lee called Summer of Sam about the shooter Dave Berkowitz, a serial killer, I guess you'd call him. But that summer, 1977, was when that movie was being screened again, the movie Wicker Man. And the writer Michael Hoffman made some interesting connections, the way that we do, between that movie, The Wicker Man, and the killings of the Son of Sam. He made a pretty compelling case here. And in Son of Sam's own words, he was part of a satanic cult doing their dirty work. Maybe a patsy. Assuming it's all real and that it's not just crisis acting. That was Mr. 44. That's what they actually called him. And that was during the blackouts of 77 that started in, was it July 13th? You had the blackouts that were repeated exactly 42 years later. But no, Dave Berkowitz he's one of the first, I think, of these lone nut shooters that are kind of crazy with the weird Joker smile, the inappropriate grin, the wild hair. Nick Cruz was somewhat styled, I believe, off of Berkowitz. Oh, by the way, in South Pole, which is back in production, it's the cartoon that we do. It's back in production. Again, I want to say thanks to everybody who pitched in on the computer. We crowdfunded an editing computer. I crashed a couple of Chromebooks in season 1, so I've upgraded to something that's far more appropriate that will be able to handle possibly even significantly longer episodes. But anyway, we're going to bring it back by this next Saturday with the next episode. So it's in production, no spoilers. However, the episode 5, I believe, we had a PSA about vax dodgers, which was a PSA about how to report your neighbors who aren't vaxxed. And then we have the scene where they send in the vax drones. So that term, though, vax dodgers, has actually been picked up by the media. And I came across an article today in ABC News 10 hours ago. Americans skipping the second COVID-19, and it says, at a time when the national figure for vax dodgers is just over 3%. Seems like the number has risen in Michigan. But anyway, this article is about vax dodgers. So it's a thing. But it was a thing in South Pole first. We started this thing off as a joke, and now it's in the news. I mean, who started vax dodgers? Was it someone in one of our chats had thrown it out there? But anyway, not the first time that we've been ripped off, so we're actually kind of returning the favor in this next episode, as you'll see. Another thing, this is actually interesting news here. Mad Mike Hughes' Discovery Channel Homemade Astronaut premieres. So that TV show that he was the star of, or one of the starring individuals, is a reality TV show called Homemade Astronauts. And it was in its 4th episode, concluding the first season during his final launch. It was February 2020. Homemade Astronauts gets premiere date on Discovery. Watch the trailer. So this May 13th, is the premiere of this TV show. It says Discovery is shedding light on amateur astronauts who have big dreams of private space travel. The 4-episode series, filmed over the course of 2.5 years, documents the rarely seen world of homemade space travelers and the extreme lengths they take to reach their goals. Homemade Astronauts follows 3 of those dreamers in particular who pave their own paths, including Mad Mike Hughes, who paid the ultimate price in pursuit. So it goes on about some of the other astronauts involved and what their plans are, but the TV show starts in a couple of weeks. So I put a link in the chat. It's on Discovery Plus. Okay, Jenna Lovecraft says, during Joe's video and Trap's speech today, he grabbed his cheek and stretched it. Are you talking about Joe Biden? Did Joe Biden stretch his own cheek? Because, Lynn Wood, attorney for the damned, Lynn Wood represented John Bonet's parents. He was backing Kenosha Kyle. Anyway, he was out making jokes about Joe Biden wearing a mask. So if Joe Biden stretched his own face, yeah, I would call that damage control. So if you could send me a link to Joe's Amtrak speech, I would like to see this. Fascinating. It shows you that this is a very sensitive topic. And the QAnon topic is very triggering for the media. In fact, they ran with something I talked about yesterday where Lynn Wood claimed he walked around the White House and it was empty and he met Trump there. So the media ran with this. Well, he was actually referring to something that happened back in January. So it wasn't even a recent thing. But they're definitely Q-phobic and they're doing their best to stamp it out, which I don't think they can. I kind of think that the Q thing is going to continue to evolve. Now look at this. This is history now, but so May 30th, 2020, before the riots really kicked off last summer, we have an individual who was out in Indianapolis, and he claims that he saw buses full of crisis actors being sent, and apparently they were being paid to go loot and burn things. Take a listen.
Yesterday's protest was extremely peaceful. They held hands, they ended in a prayer, and it was done. The actors came in, the cameramen came in, they started breaking stuff, okay? Now, if I get banned for saying this, it's totally worth it, because you guys have to know the truth, okay? Know that what's going to happen tonight is going to be a hybrid of real people, crisis actors, and professional cameramen putting on a show, okay? And if for any reason my Facebook goes dark, or if I get completely banned from Facebook.
So cameramen, this is kind of what Kenosha looks like. It looks like a guerrilla movie crew.
Putting on a show, okay? And if for any reason my Facebook by other means, maybe even using my mom's account. But I just wanted to put this information out there, guys, because again, these people are getting paid $2,000 a day to go and make peaceful protesters look like they're breaking stuff and hurting people. Again, how did I know that the SWAT team was going to be in Indianapolis 3 hours before they were here in Indianapolis? How in the heck did I know? You can just scroll down on my Facebook page. I told everyone the SWAT team's going to be here in 3 hours.
Okay, so this is a YouTuber who called it before. This isn't new to us. They bust in the rioters, mostly instigations by actors, provocateurs. It's not to say real crimes don't happen in the mix, but if you're looking for work this summer, I guess you would look for role playing, maybe even crisis acting. Perhaps they still use that. So Lin Wood, this is the article I'm referencing. Lin Wood was on Telegram claiming to be searching the White House for Joe Biden. He finishes the story with a claim that he went to the Oval Office and found Donald Trump at the desk. This is delusion at a whole nother level. So apparently, I don't know if he was trolling or not, but Lin Wood is out giving a speech, and he's showing pictures of the inside of the White House and how empty it was. And then he has a photo of himself with Trump. And he says, or makes it look like he was actually there. I think he trolled the media. That picture was from last November. But again, Lin Wood is one of the most hated characters by the media ever since he stood up for Kenosha Kyle. I find it to be very questionable. He also is a major league QAnon agitator. And just to give you an idea of what I mean when I say that he's a QAnon agitator, I'm going to play a very short clip of Lin Wood just so you can get an idea of the tone that when I say he's giving speeches.
Send it to Hollywood. Hey Clay, I am a bad messenger. Send it to... This is about the children, for God's sakes. The Q. Here you go, Newsweek. Watch this one. I am a bad messenger. This is about the children, for God's sakes. Q, because Q is the truth. There you go.
So you can see that he's chanting Q's the truth, drawing Q's in the air, calling out the Illuminati.
Send it to the damn Illuminati.
So that's Lin Wood. I think he's running for office. Jordan says Lin Wood is a good actor. If he doesn't believe it, they could be pulling his strings. Oh, he's big on this whole thing with the adrenochrome junkies. And I find it all very peculiar because, yes, he was the attorney that represented JonBenet Ramsey's parents. Now, this whole subject, this is what made me... Look, I thought that Kenosha Kyle's hat trick was legit. I thought that when he shot that communist bicep off and he shot the pedo in the head and the strangler in the chest, I thought that was a real act of, I guess, pushback against the violent mobs. It looked real. And I saw it live, what I thought was live, and it was being live streamed. So I didn't really have any reason to necessarily doubt it as it was presented. However, when I saw Lin Wood standing up for him, suddenly I thought, okay, this has got to be part of a story. So I look into Lin Wood, and I'll show you what I found. A few things that raised a few red flags. I've heard him called Lucifer for some reason. Lucien Lincoln Wood Jr. He's an American conspiracy theorist and attorney. He used to just be an attorney. But if you get convicted in the court of public opinion of wrongthink, then you're actually a conspiracy theorist first. See, that should just be I should actually just, conspiracy theorist. I'll sign my letters. That's my new title. That's insane. But I'll wear it with pride. I'll capitalize it. CT. Okay, now listen to this. He represented Richard Jewell, the security guard accused of the Centennial Olympic Park bombings in Atlanta in '96. Let's see. Then he was also working in association with Sidney Powell to try to overthrow the election. He was a big voice for that, and still is. JonBenet Ramsey, here's the one. So Jewell was quickly followed by other high-profile cases, including John and Patsy Ramsey, the parents of JonBenet, whose '96 murder was still unsolved. Well, the internet solved it. John and Patsy Ramsey were also sued in 2 separate defamation suits. Okay, let me move on. He's big into QAnon. It says here, he claimed without evidence that Trump won the election with 70% of the vote, and that a secret cabal of international communists, Chinese intelligence, and Republican officials contrived to steal the election from Trump. So this is where we're coming from. So again, I didn't know who he was, and then I see he's representing Kyle, which caused me to question that whole event, and now I think that whole thing was probably filmed in a studio and superimposed over the streets of Kenosha that night. So now I want to draw your attention, though, to the parents of JonBenet Ramsey, and I'll put them on the screen if you're watching. This is an easy search to do. And now I want to draw your attention to the parents of Kate Perry, the pop star. And the theory has been for some time that JonBenet Ramsey didn't actually die. And of course, the murder hasn't been solved. That this little performer grew up to be a grown-up performer, Kate Perry. And so JonBenet Ramsey was sacrificed. It was a death faker situation, a young death faker. And her parents were rewarded, of course, because now they're all rich and happy as a family. And the only difference in her parents from '96 and 2020 is her father's bald and his earrings. And her mother, nothing's changed, quite literally. Didn't even change her hair or anything. So even though you can almost just make the case by saying that JonBenet Ramsey looks exactly like Kate Perry, it's kind of difficult because you're talking about a baby and an adult. But the parents give it away. Like, I would put money on this one. All right, let us continue. So again, any attorney who's representing somebody in the PSYOP industrial complex is in on it. He's behind the scenes. He's a backstager. That also suggests that Kyle Rittenhouse is also probably just as fake. I mean, whatever happened to Kyle? Where is he anyway? He wasn't where he was supposed to be, and they didn't get a warrant for his arrest. Now, this is what he actually said that caused Joe Biden to tug at his face. Lin Wood says Joe Biden, this is the one, okay. He says, these Biden speeches, fake, wherever they were held, and whoever was behind those masks. Take a listen.
Now I see where Tim Scott gave the speech last night after the fake Biden speech, wherever that was held.
The fake Biden speech.
Whoever was behind those masks. And Tim Scott gives a speech.
So Lin Wood has like 800,000 followers on Telegram. He's a big QAnon pusher. So he's still calling out the deep state, the adrenochrome junkies, the Illuminati, and now he's calling out Biden as wearing a mask, which it wouldn't be accurate. I mean, maybe. I'm not sure where you all stand on this one. You know, sometimes I'm in camp Jim Carrey. Other times I'm like, oh, that's Beau Biden. That's the supposedly dead Beau Biden, dressed up as his father with a hyper-realistic silicone mask. Other times Biden seems like Biden, but the skull doesn't match with the Vice President Biden. So it doesn't quite make sense. Zinvella says, has Lin Wood been on InfoWars? Who started the rumor that Kyle was one of Alex's sons? Was that me? Okay, let me see here. Attorney Lin Wood. Now, he's all over InfoWars as far as they cover his headlines. Lin Wood, January 4th. President Trump must be alerted to... I don't even want to read some of these stories. I mean, blackmail scheme among the elite. Yes, he has been on InfoWars. So, what do you make of that? Constitutional lawyer Lin Wood unleashed a series of shocking tweets describing how intelligence agencies blackmail powerful elites with the blackmail scheme, and they're all tied to the deceased pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, so he claims that 10 of the world's premier intel agencies, including the CCP, CIA, Mossad, FBI, and MI6, are involved in this elite blackmail scheme. You know, to be honest, I find this hard to believe, but listen to this too. He said, Isaac Cappy, the Hollywood actor who supposedly threw himself off a bridge in 2019, was actually murdered because he had proof of the blackmail operation, and he was attempting to bring the proof to Donald Trump. Now, I remember when he posted this all over Twitter and Parler, he was also talking about the need to hang Pence. Now, all of this is very interesting. I don't know if Isaac Cappy's actually dead. I don't find the death scene to be convincing. And when the military police vehicle drove by and they released the footage, the dash cam footage, it was clearly a computer-generated Cappy. Wasn't even a real person. So, again, as far as the blackmail scheme, I'm not quite sure. It just seems like QAnon has had a lot of time to make its case. And it's not like Cappy had no choice but to make a bunch of weird, wide-eyed, crazy allegations on an Instagram account or whatever. You know, if he had information, he could have published it. He could have made it available. But instead, he was basically drip-dropping leads and hints, but nothing conclusive. Did anybody here read Isaac Cappy's actual letter? Let me go ahead and read this, because this kind of puts everything into context. So this is his actual suicide note, or what they say is a suicide note. And let me see if it's still up. They probably removed it. But in it, and I'll find it here in just a moment, he describes, here it is, he describes QAnon as the greatest military operation of all time. And remember, this guy's also an actor. He says, hello, over the course of the last week, through introspection, I have come to the stark revelations about my character. Let me scroll forward a little bit. He excoriates himself for doing bad things. Here we go. This is where he says, I've spent many hours, here's where he gets into his friends in Hollywood, disseminating information about bad actors. It is a testament to my sheer arrogance that I had not come to these revelations sooner. To the Q movement, I am sorry. I have brought shame upon the greatest military operation of all time. So that's how he's describing Q. He says, Q says they will give people enough rope to hang themselves. I have told people in the Trump administration that I'm willing to admit to many crimes in public and to be committed to execution in a public setting. So he's admitting that he's a part of the Pizzagate thing. So apparently, according to this, Cappy's a pizza eater or something. He says, to those I've inspired, keep up the fight, but I've not been noble. I apologize. to Jesus. I'm sorry. Anyway, you get it. The story, according to his suicide note, is that he was one of the bad guys. Then he figured it out, and he tried to get the word out, and they killed him. Does anybody find this believable? Phones are open, 833-311-1984, if anybody wants to call in and comment on this. Again, Isaac Kappy was brought up in the context of Lin Wood, who said, the deep state killed Kappy, let's go hang Pence. In fact, Lin Wood is a very interesting character all around, but, around the election, he was very much a focal point at one point until they kicked him off Twitter. Then he went to Parler, and then shortly after, Parler was hacked before it could become a competitor to Twitter. Infinite Plane Radio.
Yeah, hey, what's up? How's it going?
Just going over a few things. Lin Wood and this character. Are you familiar with Lin or any of his antics?
Yeah, the lawyer?
Yeah, so he's out there basically still throwing fire on the QAnon thing, or still throwing kerosene on the QAnon fire. Do you think there's something there, or do you think he's just milking it?
I mean, at this point, I followed that pretty intensely. Not really believing in it, but just like being aware of Q. Because I thought something was weird with Q initially. Just for the fact that, it was kind of like a cookie cutter conspiracy theory that like actually serves the elite and serves like the system and the structure, the government, which is like opposite, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. So, but yeah, all this I think is just show at this point. Like, unless something is going to happen, like if nothing happens, then all these people have done is just lie this entire time. So when is this point that it will culminate,
Yeah, that's a good point. It is a very mainstream conspiracy, and it does support the establishment. QAnon, for example, believes in Space Force, says the Earth is a ball, and QAnon is also very pro-vax. It's not exactly along with the anti-mainstream conspiracy theories. It's kind of like an MSM punching bag that they've created. And I agree, it's probably all show.
Yeah, I would agree as well. And what you said is a good point as well. It's like the wet dream for the media, because it's everything that they can just like bite their teeth into.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a perfect construct like COVID. It's the same shit. It's like all constructed. Everything is completely like it's laughable. It's more. Have you heard about Biden wanting to ban menthol cigarettes?
I saw that he was going to ban menthol cigarettes, and I thought, this has got to be calculated. What's your take on that?
I mean, man, as I light a Newport right now, but I don't know. I'm upset if it actually is real, but I guess it is real because I've seen it on a bunch of different platforms. So,
what would be the point? Is it
that makes no sense?
How
are you going to take something away from people? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if? So you're saying that African American people don't enjoy cigarettes, whether it be bad or not? So
what's the deal though?
Don't smoke cigarettes.
Are menthols?
Isn't that stereotyping?
Are they considered to be worse? What is it exactly about menthols that makes them bannable versus the regular cigarettes?
I heard. This is just anecdotal, but I think there's some historical evidence to prove this point. But like R.J. Reynolds was the first one. Like Newports were the first one to make menthol, I guess. And the reason was because the tobacco was of a lower quality that they would give to African American soldiers in the wars. I think in like World War I and II, I believe. And so that's why because they had to flavor it, because it wasn't like it was not as good quality. So that's why, I'm saying, there's that divide there. But I mean, now it's I don't even think there's a racial root in that anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like I smoke Newports, and a lot of white people smoke Newports. It's or menthol cigarettes. So it's any type of Marlboro, whatever. So that's like half. A lot of people smoke menthol. So it's like, how are you just going to do that? Like it's just antics. Like this is crazy. Like how is that going to help anyone? Like,
yeah, it really is. It's all antics. It's some kind of it's a symbolic gesture, and it's all about symbolism over substance when it comes to the media and these people posing as saviors. I thought maybe there was some other motive there, but okay. So I haven't spoken to you in a bit, probably since
Yes.
since the COVID lockdowns, I guess. What's your take on the Vaxageddon? Do you think I'm correct that Vaxageddon is just a fear to be played upon, or do you think they're really going to kill us all?
I mean, I'm not sure. In my opinion, I've thought a lot of different things, about the vaccine in general. But, like, I think, it could be just all about control. I don't really think it might not be about actually killing people, because then they're going to attribute that to the vaccines and all, et cetera, et cetera. You can't just do that. It's going to be a soft kill. I'm thinking more something like population control, like they're sterilizing us slowly with the vaccine. And it's two parts, so they don't have, like, in my opinion in general, I said this from the beginning, I think that COVID might be some type of, like, program. Like, COVID is given out, right? It's just constructed virus or whatever. It's just an entity, right? Now you can get infected with COVID. So now it can be detected. So now you have to get vaccinated. So now you have this foreign, this foreign body everywhere. Now they're testing for it, tracing you. It's almost like those tests they do, the ink, the dyes they put in you before you get imagery on your body, to check your arteries. Like, maybe they put COVID out as a program so they could track COVID, and use that as the scapegoat and just the channel, the vessel to actually bring about this thing. I don't know.
Well, one thing I think you're right about here is control for sure. I mean, think about how they get you to believe in one invisible thing, like school shooters or climate change. They get you to accept one false premise about some invisible thing that you should be afraid of, and they can modify your behavior in all sorts of ways. So they just basically possess the world with some kind of a demon for all intents and purposes. And this is going to give them tremendous control for who knows how long. I mean, it's superstition, 20 years.
Forever. In my opinion, forever, because the mask, I knew it started with the mask. And people are like, what are you talking about? It's not so, like, the same people who say, like you can't, what is it? Like, if you have nothing to hide, why are you worried about what the government does, or, if they're looking at your phones? Well, because you should have an expected, because that just affects psychology. Like Bentham, the Panopticon, if you let people know that they're being monitored, their behavior changes without them even subconsciously. So it's like, if they're aware, awareness is very powerful. So it's like, start with the masks. Now they tell you, you have to wear a mask. So those same people that said, don't worry about the Patriot Act, all this stuff in the Patriot Act that is, and they started to do a tangent about all this racial division. The militarization of the police is directly responsible for all this hostility, in my opinion, between, that might be causing this racial division, or these, killings or whatever by police. So it's a very large network that's happening, but but COVID is just a complete construct. Like, it's all a lie at this point. And it's like,
wait,
now it just seems like a show.
These two things have overlapped in many ways, though, and these divisions. So, and I find this to be really intriguing here, because every time we have somebody who's killed by the police in some dirty way, like they're shot in the back, you hear the worst part of it first. And then you have this immediate thing where they report, oh, by the way, he had just done this, or this was on the person's background. So they try to create this impression that, no, this was an enemy of the state and the police saved us. So they make it very easy for the right to default behind the blue line. So I think they've perfected the ability to keep people polarized when there should be unity against the concept. The very, police brutality is one of those things that you would think limited government conservatives would be against, but they've managed to corral them with these psyops, which is what I think they actually are.
Oh, absolutely. It's just furthering all of that division on both sides, because it's such a polarizing event. Because immediately, like you said, they'll give you the worst part, or just the most generic details of the killing, and then over the, for example, Breonna Taylor. Like, if you look into that, I'm not sure if you dug into that, but there's a whole, like, legitimate warrant and a whole, like, a drug task force that she got caught up in, because she was involved with certain people. There's a whole thing about it. There's a whole 6-part thing on YouTube talking about that. But you tell, social justice warrior, some of these people protesting, you tell them that, and they say you're lying. And it's like, dude, no, this person literally had, there were shots fired at police. You know what I'm saying? But they don't want to hear this. So it's like, you hear those details later, but all they hear first is like, black person killed.
Yes.
by
So,
cops.
so what I wonder then are we looking at legitimate events that the media is spinning, or are these psyops and they're leaking the story in a way to do the most damage? I mean, sometimes it's difficult to tell which, but yeah, you hear stories. It's like bodies in the trunk of the car, a great deal of activity. Doesn't sound like somebody peacefully sleep at night, and then the police just kick down the door and open fire. But that's the media as
Yeah,
usual.
that wasn't the case at all. You actually look into the report. Like it may. I'm not giving them credence. You know, maybe they did. You know, cut some corners. The police did. I'm sure they did. But all in all, there was some other details that a lot of people don't bring up. And it's like but that doesn't justify anything. But still, it's like all these things are. I'm sure if you could see everything in the world happening at one time and all the stories that no one hears about that are on the news that just never get pushed. We just hyper fixate on these things like COVID. Like, how is there such like there are people that strategize for marketing campaigns and stuff that take, it takes time. How is it within like a week of all this stuff happening, all the floors are designed. There's a whole layout, a whole structured like way to operate in this new system. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep.
So it's like all this stuff magically just happened. Like, I don't think so.
Oh, I think
it sounds like someone planned
I
very
think
carefully.
in many ways, I believe COVID was used strategically to allow basically corporatist or corporations that are really close to the government and the government to maintain a lead over the general population in certain key areas, specifically education. So you could have this decentralized education, free market competition, people getting smarter, and the government's like, can't have that. So instead of allowing that transition to occur organically, they shut down schools in the middle of it, and then they manage the reopening, and they transition those students into remote learners, and they never have to worry about competing outside with non-public schools. And then also when it comes to the businesses,
Absolutely.
you can see the corporations, big corporations definitely benefited from this, and I think it's all competition.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was said. In my opinion, to touch on those two topics, all these people aren't really understanding. Like, for example, if you look at population, how if like you try to curtail population, that gap, like while you're doing that, while you're choking off the population, is going to have a ripple effect in the future. So like, what's going to happen to these children who, this year or 2 years, they haven't been learning, they haven't been pushing themselves academically at all. The little bit that, so even if they would have been a D or C student, now they're just not even learning anything. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't think a lot of people are thinking about those people and how that's going to affect us. They're just saying kids are not in school and remote learning, whatever. But, I think the children have been disadvantaged this year. Well, absolutely.
Yes, I think
Like, what is that going to do? It's going to be a more docile population.
certainly. I think that's probably the purpose here is you keep them indoors and you keep the majority, you try to get as much of their experience as you can to occur through the screen. So they're interacting with people through the screen, everything's mediated, less real world experience to correlate it with. And I think this is part of the dumbing down of the population visually. So when they start sending people to the moon bases and stuff, it looks real to them because they're so accustomed to graphics and the pixels. They're not really accustomed to the real nature. And so I think that's another part of the plan too, stunt their development when it comes to their ability to perceive.
Absolutely. It's unnatural. I mean, this whole thing is unnatural. Like, first of all, there's been no time in human history where the whole world in one motion acts in accordance. So what time in human history can you point to that every country just agrees, okay, yeah, we're going to do, just agrees on anything? And magically, we have this magic plan and everything, being rolled out in front of our eyes, and, Walmart and Target, the mom and pop stores can't stay open, and that's the thing too, because these corporations have enough funding and enough capital to be able to manage through this period. Some people, like the restaurants, for example, that's a cash business. So they have the coin shortage. All these things they're hinting at, it's coming. You know, the cashless society is coming. All this is coming. That's why Bitcoin is rising now, because the transition is happening. So, and that's their system. So, all this
Yes.
this is going to be archaic.
Yeah, isn't it
You know,
strange
and they're
how,
leading us.
like a few years ago, the conspiracy theorists were warning about this antichrist, the cashless society, and the mark of the beast, and here we are. And funnily enough, a lot of the main conspiracy theorist channels out there have jumped ship, and they've just gone full on promoting cryptocurrency. And I thought that's an odd shift to go from
Alex Jones even did that recently.
Alex Jones. Nice. I have to check this
yeah,
out.
Yeah, a few years ago he said something about crypto, and he wasn't really educated on it, and that was the only time he talked about it. It was, I think it was like 3 years ago, and then now he just he did an interview or something, maybe a couple of months ago, and it was a podcast, and he said that someone had given him Bitcoin, like 50 Bitcoin on a laptop, and he like doesn't have it anymore. He lost it. So that was like, I don't know, just something they were talking about. But I was like, how do you not know? You know what I'm saying? Like Alex Jones digging deep into all this research. How do you not know about Bitcoin, or like tell anyone about Bitcoin, or, you know what I'm saying? Like this digital currency coming. How do you not make that correlation? You know what I mean?
Look,
How do you not say, hey, this thing here is coming, and it's here, it's being used? He said nothing about it. And this is Mr. Conspiracy. So it's like, how do people just turn a blind eye to the fact that, hey, it's right in front of your face. This is it. With the COVID vax coming, the COVID passport coming, all these things are going to be tied into the blockchain. It's not about money; it's about programmable money and tracking.
The all-new Hyundai Elantra has a 10 and a...
Well, look,
Now,
one
for
thing.
the next,
So,
years.
one thing that should have set off some alarm bells for anybody looking at this is just like with everything else that's staged and fake, you tend to find evidences of it having usually like signatures. For example, like with Bitcoin, you had Satoshi being the 33rd richest man in the world, and this was announced on the 33rd anniversary of that Economist magazine, which we often refer to here, that has the phoenix on top of the world's cash currency, holding what looks like a Bitcoin in its mouth. I mean, these types of things, I believe, are just indicators that this is a plan that was that's being rolled out, but this is something that was planned decades ago.
Yeah, I mean, for a while I grappled with that. I'm like, how could this be a plan forever? You know, how could there? Because everyone's like, oh, how, you know, no one is just controlling the world, and oh, you know, there's no grand plan or whatever. I'm like, well, you know, I always like to think in archetypes. So maybe this plan develops, you know, as such as society does. Just as the elites develop, we also develop, and we come into the, you know, into the future. So now it's like, maybe this is just an idea that has been carried on through generations and generations, and it was very simple at first, you know, this whole idea of control and order, you know, and managing society, you know?
Yes, well, I think that this, you mentioned a minute ago how never before have you had the whole world kneeling at once. And I think that's key right there. I think this has been a long-term plan, and I think we've just seen the introduction of a worldwide religion it's not that it's mandatory, but it's like you can't really opt out of it. And I think it's a combination of Christianity, Islam, and science, basically, mixed together with the space program taking care of the concept of heaven. But yeah, I think we're in a world-spanning cult, and it's a mix of all the religions. And it had to have been a plan going back.
Isn't that interesting too, that the world religion, how that's a part of the New World Order agenda, you know, allegedly. And now look at what's coming. You know, we're transitioning into this more secular but spiritual, like almost pseudo-spiritual, like reality now. People are like woke spiritually now. They want to get, you know, in touch and in tune or whatever, but it's shallow. You know, because the whole thing is about they want to break tradition and break structure. It doesn't matter what religion it is. It doesn't matter if they created the religion, allegedly. What matters is they have to break this tradition so that they can, you know, remold us.
That's correct.
That's why the Islam, so they're pandering to Islam, all these different religions. That's why they're doing this now, you know, because they have to get all the support of these religions to then, have the leaders just, it's a part of the plan. And it's crazy that now it's right in front of our face and like, it's like accepted and everyone's like okay with it and like not saying anything about it. Like, it's
Well, look,
wild.
when Corona came out, the first thing that struck my mind when I'm looking at this thing, because we were expecting something for 3/11, and they kept referring to it as the novel Corona. So to me, I just thought new crown. We're seeing the end of a long-term plan. The world has a new king. Like all the power is being synthesized under some new system, and I think that's really what we're living through. So we are living through, I think, a very interesting and fascinating time, because I think we are watching the old religions being deconstructed, killed off, or made irrelevant, where you can still practice them. But look, science has won. Science shut down all the major religious pilgrimage sites, didn't it?
Oh yeah. Hey, that's nuts to think about. Like, how is that allowed even? Like, on a religious level, like there's a reason why, there's mass on certain days, or Islam, there's Friday prayer. They don't miss that. And there's a reason for it. And there's a reason why people are at Mecca. There's always people there for a reason in the religion, because there has to be. Always 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it has to be constant prayer around the Kaaba. That's instructed. So it's like now COVID just comes along and oh no, we don't want to do that anymore. Empty. It's biblical almost. It's satanic almost. Like,
Yes, science brought about a new form of sin that trumps all the other forms, and it's called the virus. And global warming is a threat that they can tax everybody for, even if they don't believe in this. It's like even the people the atheists who would balk at the idea that, oh, you got to pay off the priesthood because their God might punish you, or the priesthood that says you got to pay tithes, whatever it is. People laugh at stuff that's superstitious, but it's been dressed up like science, and now it has a past. And the most religious people of all are the most scientific ones, the most atheistic people. Those are the mask Karens.
Yeah.
Those are the ones
but
who
at the same
like
time,
it.
the guy praising global warming is going to pay the carbon credits, and pay his tithe, and tell you that you should too.
Yeah, the selling of
Like,
indulgences, they totally brought that back. And I even think that contact tracing is the Inquisition brought back to trace the new form of sin, the virus, instead of the devil or whatever. But I think we've lived through a coup, is essentially. Like, America did not stand up, America kneeled when this thing came through.
Well, I mean, it was a pivotal player, in this. My thing here, with Donald Trump and stuff is like, people like are still waiting for him to do it. That's why, going back to what you said with like Mike Lindell and stuff, like his plan is never going to come forth, and that's the whole point. Like, Trump gave these people a layup. He gave them the vaccine. He gave them the lockdown. He didn't do anything about the masks. Like, he played ball. He went along. And at the same time, he made a mockery and fool of that office. And setting up a person like Biden. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, oh, some people are like, at least we don't have Trump. But at the same time, it's like, on the other end, Trump, was kind of out there. He's a big personality. But, in my opinion, he kind of made a mockery of that office and made it a little less serious, softening the playing field for Biden. Like, it's kind of crazy.
Like in the movie Running Man, I believe it was, where a game show host becomes the president. And yeah, we did have a very successful reality TV show host as the president. And I think what it did was it exposed or highlighted just how much of what we see on TV is just entirely scripted. Even politics has just been rendered into a soap opera. And the characters, though, around this thing, they're all working together, even though they pretend to be against each other. That's why it's just so obvious to me that this QAnon thing's a hoax, because you've got Democrats are the blood drinkers. The right wing under Trump are the ones trying to save the children. Like, I find it hard to believe that one political faction alone could be accused of these things, and the other side is somehow not doing them. So, yeah, I think this is just high-level propaganda and high entertainment disguised as reality. It's a reality TV show, more or less.
Yeah. But, it's a little bit more technical, because it's like a computer code. It's like a program, because they know exactly, what is necessary to, corral the public into to get a desired outcome, their outcome. So like all this COVID stuff, like the business, you don't even have to abide anymore. The businesses are going to do it because it's a corporate structure. Just like how, I worked in the hospitality for hotels for a little bit, and they were doing like inclusivity summits all the time. You started to see that word pop up, and these seminars where all these executives would come. And so it's like, that's pretty interesting. Honda, big, corporations come. And so it's like, wow, it's very interesting because 3 years ago I was reading about the United Nations inclusivity and the 18 Sustainable Development Goals. And here I am, now it's manifesting in real life. So but now it's so easy to see, what's going on. But back then it was like you had to wait a little bit like that. Oh, wow, it's a summit for inclusivity. You're crazy. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like,
Well,
but these are
you remember back
words,
in like June, July, if anybody said reset, they called you a conspiracy theorist up until November. And then come December, the World Economic Forum starts chanting about the Great Reset, Build Back Better. So they call you a conspiracy theorist to give themselves cover while they conspire. And we witnessed it. And now this Great Reset thing is something people are taking for granted. Like, okay, well, do we really want to turn the lights back on, or should we rebuild it first? And that was the plan from the beginning. The reset, the Phoenix, it's the same thing. I think what we're looking at here is a structured takedown of our old ways of doing things and replacing it under the false pretext of saving us, from a virus, obviously. Which, again, they pulled it off fantastically because nobody was allowed to criticize it or doubt it. They had that prepared as well. They already prepared a way to silence the critics and marginalize them.
Yeah, it's wild. Like, I can't believe it. Like, to be honest, like how quickly it happened, and everyone just falls in line. And now you're not gonna go back. We're not going. That's the craziest part. People are like, oh yeah, we're gonna go back. What are you talking about, dude? It's already been like over a year. You think that all this stuff that they just figured out, oh, we don't need this anymore, we could do without this. You don't think that was the plan? And, all these businesses, because like cash, that's why they had to hit restaurants first.
Well, hey, I got another caller coming
Cash
in. Appreciate the call very much.
All
and, right, we're probably not going back. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, what's up, caller? What's on your mind tonight?
Just gonna play some music real quick.
Okay. Got some music coming, everybody. Just turn up your speakers a little bit.
Yeah, better?
Oh, yeah. Now, I want to make sure this is original music. I don't want to get copyright struck. I'm pretty sure I heard this like in junior high while getting a haircut.
More than likely, it's a 12 years old song.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, I appreciate it very much. I think everybody here would like a little more volume, but...
All right. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Gotta go.
Appreciate it. All right. Was anybody here able to identify that song? Like, it's going to be in the back of my head until I figure it out. So if somebody here can post a link to the original, I'm going to end this live stream with a bit of a mystery here. Young Money 565 says, I think it'll go back because they have to. They can't just end the pandemic. No, look, here's what's going to happen, I think. It's money. Money is one of the prime factors here when it comes to like when it's going to reopen. So you could say, well, they're not going to let you go to your concert unless you're vaxxed. so you can't be shot by some guy with a bowl cut. Well, no, the concert organizers will say, well, look, there's a lot of money out there from people who aren't vaxxed, so let's be inclusive. So they're going to have separate events, possibly. And which event do you want to go to? Honestly, I don't want to hang out with the vaxxed. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim, it's Adam. How's it going, man?
Pretty good. Just covering a few things tonight. Anything tonight catch your attention? I think we've, let's see. Oh, that's right. We started off tonight talking about May Day because it's Witches Night. Are you celebrating that? You a Satanist or anything?
I'm not, but it was interesting because for this year, for some reason, I was like, April 30th, like, this is a big day. Tomorrow, big May. I don't know what it was. Something. I did have some kind of weird intuition today.
Yeah, it's a big day, and I'm expecting. Here's one thing I am expecting tomorrow, May Day, Kentucky Derby 147. I think that's ominous because 147 is the time of day that they put Daunte Wright on the ground, and that was the event that paralleled the George Floyd event in the Twin Cities. 147 is the name of a documentary about an infamous twin explosion that rocked Richmond in 1968. So I'm predicting, based on those little cues and how they've been using numbers like 846, I'm predicting that tomorrow, Kentucky Derby, something might go down.
Are they actually having the Kentucky Derby?
Yeah, it's number 147. Yes, Kentucky Derby 147.
Are the jockeys going to be wearing masks?
Oh, that's a good question. I think so. I believe so, but
they might be.
May 1st, 2021.
It's a pretty virtue signaling kind of event, right? Like, it's pretty mainstream where they would have to, toe the rope.
Well, this is number 147. It's tomorrow for May Day, so I'm expecting something interesting tomorrow. Again, the number just stood out to me because, as we've noticed on this channel pretty often. Hey, did you have a chance to look at the progressive crowd collapse in Israel?
No, you were talking about Crowd Crush. I'm not familiar with that. Is that related, or is that what you're talking about? I didn't hear about that.
Yeah,
what
so
happened there?
There's a Beltane celebration in Israel, and basically 44 people were crushed to death. I look at the
Shabbat. Is it Shabbat or something? Isn't it?
Whatever it is, I'm
Shabbat?
looking. I can't find any footage, and all of the pictures have neatly arranged body bags. And the thing with that is, it's not like a death scene where you have to figure out, like, how did this person die? Who stepped on this person? And they weren't all twisted up. They were. So I'm like, this looks like a drill.
Well, I did see in India, there was like this a tweet about the pandemic's raging in India, and so this ambulance. There was a video about an ambulance that pulled out, and a body bag fell out the back of the ambulance, and it was like, oh, there's so many people dying from COVID in India now. And then they showed this ambulance, and you see this body bag come falling out the back, and all the photographers, like, it was videotaped. The camera was just conveniently there, and as the ambulance drove out, it panned across, and the body fell out. And it was in that white kind of bag that you're showing right there, And it's like, well, is that a body? It could be. But
well, look, from my experience, moving bodies.
Couldn't be.
Okay, there's a procedure that goes with moving bodies. It's just an extension of what paramedics do, or anybody else who moves bodies in the healthcare or death care profession. They're strapped in. They use seatbelts. So the idea that a body's going to fall off, that's just clumsy propaganda and crisis acting. I don't believe it.
Right. Those are pretty incompetent paramedics, right? I mean, I wouldn't want those paramedics coming to get me for anything, really.
No, that's something I don't know any.
In the body.
Look, this has been one of my criticisms, and I think this is kind of interesting. But from all the various fake shooting events that I've ever seen, from every single one, I've never seen a competent paramedic. And what that tells me is maybe the people who are truly paramedics, who are in it to save lives, aren't going to sell themselves so cheap as to be crisis actors.
Yeah, I think the crisis actors are more affordable than a paramedic. But one thing I noticed was in India, right? Okay, so there's supposedly this raging pandemic. Remember Italy, right? Where it turned out that 99% of the people who died didn't really die from COVID. But anyways, it's like they had a cricket match, a championship cricket match was played in India today. And all I'm thinking is, yeah, that's it. We'll just have a good old cricket game in the middle of like a raging pandemic. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
sure we will.
Look, that's what got me about this.
Come on.
This is looking like a low budget sequel to Summer 2020 Wuhan, or was it 2019, early 2020? It's just basically Wuhan Part 2, but the acting is worse. They're recycling photography for some gas leak disaster. I mean, it's pretty pathetic. And again, I don't think
That's right.
it's...
Yeah, they're recycling those old photos. Yeah, totally. They got body bags coming out of some back of an ambulance. You're right. It's actually pathetic. Really, it is. They're doing the same old thing where like the crematoriums are running at an industrial scale. Like, you know what the thing is? I feel like most people just have never really traveled, So if you're living in England and you're sitting in there on your sofa and you're watching the BBC, the Crown News, right? And it's like, oh, in India, the smokestacks are relentlessly burning and look at all the smoke of the dead bodies. You're like, oh, it's horrible, isn't it, mate? But you're like, well, if you ever traveled, don't you know anybody from over there? Couldn't you just like ask someone and just kind of get what the real is going on in the ground? Because I bet you anything, the truth is different than what you hear about,
Oh, that's true.
Not
Look,
necessarily saying that there's no death.
Look, after
nothing really weird going on.
After the vax started going through its second round and people are getting their third vaxes, their fourth vaxes, they're getting multiple vaxes to get free donuts at Krispy Kremes. Once that started, I stopped paying attention. I stopped pretending this thing even exists, and it's like it doesn't exist for me. Like I don't even think about it. It doesn't cross my mind, except when I see masks on the ground.
Ironically, I'm totally the opposite way, which is weird because there's this thing called psychosomatic programming, which I have to be acutely aware of right now because I'm certainly seeing the news, which seems like a bad thing. But I'll explain why. Because up until right about now, I've always known that there literally is no virus, and I'm stone rigid on that. Like I could debate, I'll debate anyone on that. There just isn't a virus. So, and this is what I said back in, like, I would say about June, after I started to see the initial vaccine propaganda, I knew exactly what this was because the United Nations had a document that they put out in around 2010, and they said that 2010 was going to be the decade of vaccines, and they were going to vaccine the whole world, but it never really materialized because all the little fake pandemics that they did never really led anywhere, and so the measles and the H1N1 and all those things. But then this one, for whatever reason, well, we know the reason. If you've done a little bit of research, you should
smartphones.
know.
Look, it's smartphones. It's the ubiquity of the smartphones that makes everybody equally accessible to the propaganda and the psywar. And like I said, I don't even see it or feel it. I don't notice it. And I see masks on the ground, and I'm like, where's all the bodies? Like, isn't it the case that if somebody loses a mask, they die within like 50 yards?
It's a valid point about the smartphones. I'll tell you that, because every single time I see someone walking down the street in the middle of nowhere with nobody around wearing a mask, I'm like, they're staring at their phones. But basically, the problem is for now, I said in about May of last year, May or June, once I figured out what this was, I was like, it's the bioweapon that they made in Wuhan was actually you know, they hatched a plan to get this mRNA technology approved through the emergency use. That's all it was.
Wait, hold on. Before we go on, are you, because I've looked at some document, are you one of the persons who believes that the real plan of the Illuminati is to insert a third strand of DNA so they can program us remotely like cyborgs? Is that what the plan is in your perspective?
That was never my thinking in the beginning. It's not my thinking now, but I have heard people speaking around those, creeping around those edges. And I'm okay with that, because if you look at, for me, I'm kind of into, I did a few presentations on transhumanism and stuff. And one thing you should look into, Tim, because you're smart enough to know this stuff, that you should look into FM 2030. He was like the guy that invented, he's called the grandfather of transhumanism, which is far from the truth, because transhumanism goes way back into, the deepest occult idea that you can grasp is the transhuman, the transgender, transhumanist organism, in a way, the cybernetic. So
wait, hold on. One second.
So
though. The transhuman though is separate from the transgender thing. Transhuman is more like augmentation, life extension.
No, it isn't.
Getting rid of your.
It's not separate at all whatsoever.
Getting rid of your GI tract and replacing it with something.
FM 2030 considered himself a transgender. He was a man. I consider him a man, but even he said that there should be no genders. There are no genders.
Wait, hold on. But again, just to be correct here, but look, is it androgen? But look, that's what I'm saying. Androgen is different than, we're talking about the elimination of, rather than one to the other.
Tim, the androgen is the transhumanist goal.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was leading to, because that's what Aleister Crowley and his whole book's about.
They're totally connected.
Right, the elimination of distinctions, sure. And that also makes sense why they're trying to get rid of terms like uncle and aunt and grandma and grandmother, because it makes it impossible to describe the nuclear family. And now it's like Brave New World, where the new womb is just the vat, the petri dish.
But the point is, why I'm worried about why I am actually worried now, whereas you say you're not worried because you're just like, you're tired of the fake vaccines that you see all over. And I totally agree. It's strange and devious and sinister what they're doing. And there's a lot of tricks going on where they want to make you think one thing and then the other and all these things. But I am somewhat concerned, because at the end of the day, what we all don't know, right, is that we don't know what it's going to do. None of us do. Nobody knows. But what we do know is that it is it's an experiment. It's what do they call it? We're in a trial phase. We're in a global human experimental vaccine trial phase. So they're going to learn a lot of things. They've even said stuff like, well, you might say that Buddy died from a heart attack today. This India star, this actor guy who came out, and he was like one of the most famous Bollywood actors. He said, I'm going to get the vax, and he got the vax, and the next day he died.
Look,
right? And it's like, you might say that.
I'm at the end. I'm at the end of, like, with this conversation, when it comes to the vax thing, I kind of, like with QAnon, like at this point, I think it's safe to say QAnon is done. Leave it in 2020. Well, unless people start dying like it's Wuhan from the vax, I think the Vaxageddon needs to be left behind. I'm also in the camp that there's nothing there.
But that's exactly what I was just about to say, is that they might not just suddenly start to die. But the point is, they're experimenting on us. So we don't know, right? And so I'm not willing to say it's not happening because it's just, this, we don't see the dead bodies yet.
Okay, wait, let me bring up this point. Let me bring up this one point, though. Because I've listened, I've seen the tweets of the people who are totally complicit in this thing, the pro-vaxxers, the vax junkies, the people, the triple vaxes. And I'm like, do I really care if anything happens to them? Has that ever crossed your mind?
Well, I'm a human being, so it has, and I do care, but at the same time, it's hard for me to empathize when they had a year of lockdown with literally nothing to do, and all they did was sit around and watch Netflix.
Look, I just think, look,
And
here's
now
the
they
thing.
got the vax,
Let's
and
give a
it's like-
date.
And because you know what they say, you must have all heard this, right?
Let's give it.
All
Let's give this an end date. Hold on, one second here.
Well, why did
We
you
gave
get the vax
QAnon until March 4th.
travel again?
We gave QAnon until March 4th, and we said if you guys don't produce the goods at this late date, even though we should have ended it January 20th, we're going to leave you in the dustbin of history. And so I want to put an end date on Vaxageddon. And if there isn't going to be a Vaxageddon, if it's only a few people here and there, then maybe the anti-vaxxers need to solve other problems that are a little more pressing, like obesity or intravenous drug abuse or crack addiction. Like there are other things that are worse.
Well, you're never going to solve any of those when you have the pharmaceutical companies running amok, which are the exact same people who are arbitrating this fucking vaccine agenda. So,
Okay,
to
what's
solve the
worse
obesity
though?
epidemic- well,
Numbers.
That's like saying
Numbers.
that you're going to solve the homeless epidemic, right? Stop. Hey, wait. Let's stop solving epidemics. Right? If you want to be fat and obese and dance around on TikTok like you think it's great and you get some kind of virality from it because there's a bunch of other fat and obese people, hey, that's up to you, man. Right? So be it. So be it. I'm not going to tell people that, oh, you have to lose weight or else, because what's the result of that statement is all of a sudden now you're going to have the motherfucking government creating a bureaucracy that oversees the calorie intake of, and then you have communism. The only way out of this is to just let everybody just do whatever the fuck they want.
That's true. That is true. And you know what?
And
If you just let people do what they want and let things fall where they will, here's what's going to happen. The people who don't wear the mask will die from the virus, and the people who take the vax will not. Or the people who take the vax will die from the vax, and the people who refused it will survive the Vaxageddon. So it's like one side is right, one side is wrong.
I'm ready to take that bet.
One side is
and
right.
That's what I like about states like Texas and Florida allow you to do things what you will. Whereas where I live, it's like we have these leftist, creepy people that are just yelling at me the second my, bandana might slip below my nose, or heaven forbid I'm not wearing it in the aisle because there's no one around, and some fucking left, retard liberal, because it's terrible in Canada. Canada's like California. The whole country's like California. Or worse.
Look, I was expecting, it depends on, I guess, where you are. Big cities are obviously worse. But look, I don't think that what COVID brought, what the coronavirus brought, the lockdowns, I don't think it's any worse than what we already had with global warming, with the fake science, fake history, fake news, and all these various psyop agendas. Like, I don't really think it's any worse than it was before.
You're a pretty cool cat, dude. You're a pretty cool cat. I got to ask you a question, because I'm almost at the end of my rope where I'm like starting to snap a little bit. Where do you live in a pretty cool place, or how do you deal with it? Because I get a lot of trauma out of just seeing everyone masked all the time, and
look,
little kids wearing masks, and you don't.
I know what you mean. Like, it depends on where you are, and the fact that it's not bad everywhere all the time. Sometimes people don't empathize as much, or they think it's over because it's not. I mean, it's over where they are. But
Yeah.
I notice here, I walk by and there's a school there, and I see all the kids walking with their masks, and then across there's the retirement home, people with their masks, and it's just like a bunch of zombies. And to be honest, they make me uncomfortable, and I walk around them. But other than that, they don't bother me. I mean, I knew they were zombies before, but now they just advertise it.
And when you go shopping, what's your experience like?
I don't shop anyway. Everything I do is online. I was already, and I guess I'm just in a lucky position, I was already, because of this, working remotely. So I guess it didn't hit me as bad.
Yeah.
It didn't hit me as bad. Nobody's coercing me into vaxing, and I'm not having to be around a bunch of mask people very often.
Well, I'm like that too. I get to work from home, so I'm super. I've been working for 10 years to prepare myself. I knew this was coming since I was like 12 years old. So you know, I've been working kind of. I went into a daze between like when I was 20 until I was about 30, and then I kind of snapped out of it again. And then I kind of was like, I didn't quite get it, but I started to wake up, and then I hit my 40s, and I was super awake. And as soon as this thing came down, I was warning everybody, my business partner, and you know, and then nobody believed me, and they were like, "What the fuck?" You know, after a couple months, they're like, "Seriously?" They're like, "Is this seriously happening?" I'm like, "Dude, I tried to tell you this was legit, right?" So I've known this was coming for a long time. They've been planning this for a long time. But the reason why I called in is I just wanted to give a little bit of insight on cryptocurrencies, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
Okay, cool. Well, a lot of people, you know, say that cryptos is a big trap, and potentially that's true. But one of the things you have to know about, first of all, crypto, you have to understand Satoshi. I called in about that before, and I said that nobody knows who Satoshi is. So one of the things they say about Bitcoin is, well, if anyone ever tries to take Bitcoin out, government, you know, whatever, well, whoever it is that created it gets to just kind of hide away and not ever be caught, which is kind of cool in a way. But at the end of the day, we don't know who Satoshi is, but I suspect it's a conglomerate of mega corporations. And I know for a fact that, read the book called Blockchain Revolution. I know that it was funded to the tunes of some tens of billions of dollars to get Bitcoin up and running. Now, that said, Bitcoin is not private whatsoever at all. You can go look on blockchain analytics, and you can see like every transaction and get information about it. And you can also, most of the coins are not private whatsoever at all. So one of the goals of Satoshi, admirably so, was the idea that, you know, there's a few ideas in there that were pretty good. If you read it, it's kind of a pirate sort of letter. And he wanted privacy, but they didn't quite do it. And henceforth, it has been insurrected by the CIA. And the fees are very high now, and it's very slow. So blockchain's dead, or Bitcoin's going to die very, very soon.
Okay.
I'm not saying it might not. It's probably going to go up in value in the meantime, because there's going to be like a wave of like, you know, the Goyim, and then, but it's going to die because the fees are so high. Someone's insurrected it.
Look, it's a pattern.
It
It's a pattern. Look what they did with something that was originally.
Of course, it was created in the first place. Now, China has a blockchain, and when Joe Biden says, "Oh, we're competing with China. America's going to be the 21st century." No, America is no. It's not. It might be, but the point is, what he's really talking about is AI and blockchain and shit like that. So, anyways, blockchain's cool in a way. It's a bit of a trap, but I want to explain one big difference between a key thing. You got your CBDCs. That's a central bank digital currencies. That's the digital money that's coming.
Hey, before we go on, before we go on, I want to make sure that we're all on the same sheet here. So you're talking about Bitcoin. You said it's been hijacked or taken over.
Yeah,
it's been
anyone
ruined.
has any questions in the chat too?
Because I mean that's a pattern,
Sorry,
though. I mean, isn't that's what happens with everything? So you're suggesting that it was something real and organic, and then the CIA or somebody came in and ruined what was a good thing?
It didn't even start out as real. It started out as a conglomerate of corporations that called themselves Satoshi. That's my opinion. I might be wrong, but that's my opinion.
Cool.
I gotta go back and look into that information.
I appreciate the opinion very much, and definitely open to this and all topics. And with regards to the future, and of course, do you have an end date that we should put for Vaxageddon, where if we don't see something big happening, we can move on to the next thing? Or do you think it's just too long term that we can never stop paying attention to it?
Oh, it's permanent, man. Like there's going to be yearly vaccines, COVID stuff. The mRNA too, that's just the start. That's what I'm saying. The experiment is not over. It ends in 2023. That's when the clinical trials are going to end. And what happens in 2023, when the clinical trials end, then the FDA is going to approve it. Because it's not FDA approved right now. It's emergency use authorization. So
Gotcha,
the clinical
gotcha.
trials, that's what it is right now. And then they're going to approve it. They're obviously going to approve it. But once they approve it, that mRNA technology is going to go in all the vaccines.
Beautiful. Okay, hey, I appreciate the call very much. That's about all the time we have for tonight.
Cool,
but
cool. Well, next time I call, I'll expand on my my Bitcoin stuff. Because, give you a couple tips next time.
by all means, people in the chat will want to ask questions. So thanks for the call. All right, everyone, same time tomorrow. And if you want to follow me over to the Dark Matter Network, there is something starting there in about 10 minutes. Thanks to all the callers. Appreciate all the chats. Subscribe below. Tomorrow's May Day. I expect big things. And if you're not in Discord yet, now is the time to get there because we're working on the next episode of South Pole. Have a great night. This is Neo Mode.
Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane. Doing my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane. I live on an infinite plane. They telling me different things. That's supposed to be pulling the strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out today, I live on an infinite plane. I ain't playing no games. I'm on a different plane. I live on an infinite plane. Yeah. I know the news is fake. They're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake. They pushing the global stage. Fake news on the radio wave. All the hoax, the whole world is a stage. Body double like I'm Saddam Hussein. Doing my thing. Don't want the fame, just trying to make change. They took out my page. But an infinite gang, infinite plane, playing no games. Infinite gang, we ain't playing no games. Infinite plane, I'm on an infinite plane. Infinite plane, the world that I'm living is strange. Cause I'm on an infinite plane. I'm doing different things, yeah, I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. Stay with the infinite gang. Stop on the street, pulling strings. But they can't follow the game. I'm on the infinite plane. Infinite gang. That's in your mouth. I just take more play. Infinite plane society. Yeah, man. All I do is black roll out. Yeah, just do it, man. Can't take us down off the shit, man. You shake that. Check the stats, man. Can't do it, man. Taking your word is flat, man. Grow up as a whole, man. Take it down on shit right now, man. Shit, satellites are not real, man. I think satellites are real, man. I don't even know what to tell you, man. How about the needles and shit, man? They already got it, man. I'm telling you right now, it's all right. All the hopes, man. All the hopes, man. All the hopes, man. Shout out, what up, bro? Tim out, man. What up, bro? Yeah, man. Shit. I'm up. Laying out there, most research about the hype and shit from this world. I'm telling you, man. Get with the shit. You're not with it. You don't get it.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Don't fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang are stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real one's gonna get this. Fake ones only accept this, they can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host and message, squad are represented. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the uppers getting dirty. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a sinner. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your consciousness, honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable. Give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you. You just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable unless you're with the gang or no.
Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins. Yeah, with the penguins. I'm coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. The rules that has paid for good intentions. I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing only the most superior independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your own claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing hopes against quick DIPS are making an entrance. Butting doors down, cause now's the time for interventions. Did I mention we're affecting so many men across the spectrum? We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum. There's nothing close to resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like Tenpin, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the hopes on me, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins, yeah.
One of the things that I like to analyze with all these events is, yeah, you can analyze what you don't see, the actual victims. You don't see any evidence of real mass casualty, the victims, the crisis actors. You never see tears. I haven't seen a single tear yet. Nobody cried, nobody died at any of these events.
Modern plumbing or Wi-Fi, inside these. Well, they say there's Wi-Fi. They say that there's free energy, but plumbing, for example, or other things you would expect a more modern society to have. But who knows? Again, a lot of it's speculation based, and that's probably why he is saying auto hoax it. Speculation is one thing. Now I'm interested though. If you're mud flood affected, by all means, call in. I mean, there's a whole other area of the mud flooders where they get into what they call mud fossils, where they say that where do we start? The world itself used to be much bigger, or rather the beings on it, including the trees. So you had megafauna, big animals. You had giants, you had massive trees that are actually, today, mountains are just tree stumps. That massive giant trees that had fallen. They once reached up to the skies. So anyway, there are people who believe that even the ground, even like the earth itself, these big mounds, the various features of the earth are just the remnants of giant bodies, like dead giants or something. I mean, really, people get into almost a form of mythology here. Like they're coming up with a creation myth. But there are some common denominators with this type of almost like utopianism, but they're looking at the past, so they idealize the past. That's a very common thing, like MAGA, for example. And this is probably why it did appeal to a lot of the MAGAs. Make America Great Again is saying that, hey, it used to be better. There's a better vision if we look at the past. This is a very common sales tactic. So people will say that it used to be purer back before the parasites took over and ruined architecture. And that's one of the common narratives, that our modern world is ugly by comparison, and it's intentional. Ayn Rand seemed to agree with that. In one of her books, The Romantic Manifesto, and throughout her books, actually, she looks at architecture today as having degenerated from its former glory. All right, let us continue. I have to draw the lines when we start talking about giants. Like, I think it's an interesting topic, but giants, dragons, you know, it's like let's stick with what we know and not delve into just because the old maps say there here be dragons or whatever. Now we have to assume there's dragons. That doesn't count as evidence. And I have noticed something else too. People who are hypercritical and skeptical of NASA photography will look at old photos and extrapolate all kinds from it without even questioning the photos with the same level of scrutiny. All right, let's continue. You know, Elon Musk has figured out a way to extend life with this, here we go, some sort of a vaccine. I'm going to play this. This is from a couple years ago.
On the medical front, particularly around synthetic mRNA, you can basically do anything with synthetic RNA.
Now, I looked this up because he's about to be on Saturday Night Live. I'm trying to get an idea, like, what are we going to expect from this guy? And here he's talking about synthetic mRNA and how they'll be able to actually vaccinate you against death.
These are, you can basically do anything. You can turn someone into a freaking butterfly if you want with the right DNA sequence. So
you could be turned into a butterfly. You could be made immortal. Just thought I'd bring that up. The past was erased. The erasure was forgotten. The lie became the truth. That's Orwell, 1984. Now, that's another aspect to this mud flood Tartarian narrative, that there was a past that was erased, and they've removed all records of it, and they replaced it with a fake history. And yeah, I'm with that. Yeah, history is obviously basically the mainstream media version of what happened, which means it's probably not really all that connected to reality. Okay, I have a spacewalk I want to go over here with you because I watched this earlier. I've been watching NASA to see how they evolve. I do think they've moved. It's kind of retro, actually, as far as their cinematography. They went from rear screen projection to green screen. Now they're actually using that LED screen backdrop where the whole room is a screen. It's what it appears to be. But on this particular spacewalk, you know, I think that we're actually looking at underwater still. And one of the reasons I think so is I saw a bubble at 16 seconds into the NASA uploaded this 5 hours ago. 16 seconds into it, there is a bubble on the bottom left that goes a couple of different directions and then disappears. But there's a few other things I wanted to point out about this. One, I've talked about how there is this theory that Stanley Kubrick had his hand in Apollo 11. Moreover, that he had his hand in 9/11. Well, in Space Odyssey 2001, there is this shot of a craft going into the space station. And it happens to look like a plane going into the Twin Towers. So today I'm looking at the Dragon capsule approaching the ISS. And this is just, again, I think this is architecture. I think it's symbolism in plain sight. I think this resemblance is entirely intentional. If you look at the ISS and how they're representing it on these spacewalks, they often show you the solar panels in such a way that it almost looks like you're staring down from the ISS. Or if you tilt your screen, or a couple of the shots, you're looking up, you're staring down the World Trade Towers, the Twin Towers. So again, the solar array on the ISS have a conspicuous resemblance to the World Trade Towers, the Twin Towers. And I've mentioned this before. I mentioned this before I knew that Stanley Kubrick was referencing 9/11 using a space station in Space Odyssey 2001. So again, this is just a resemblance that I think is worth noting. Now, there's a few other things about this video I want to go over. There was a clip while they're on the spacewalk, and all they do on the spacewalks, from what I can tell, it looks like they're untangling things. It kind of reminds me of just somebody shuffling through the trunk of their car. Like these spacewalks, I don't think they're all that serious. Like they haven't really wargamed out what they're actually supposed to be accomplishing. They're just kind of moving around and looking busy. They put this music to trance you out when you're watching. So again, there was something on here I thought we had to look at closely. One, yeah, you have this twin tower looking thing, but two, there was a sign on the side of the ISS that said dead end. I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. And of course, you have the obligatory selfies. Look at me, I'm in space. They do a lot of these, and a lot of it obviously is just because it's reinforcing the myth. Okay, again, look at the screen if you're watching, and ask yourself, are you looking up the Twin Towers at the sky, or are you looking down from the space station at the Earth? It's rather ambiguous, and my contention again is that this is a very intentional resemblance. And I think that the architecture and the symbolism actually connects directly, not only to the Twin Towers, but to the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York City, the world's largest cathedral that actually has a modern take on Revelations carved into the pillars. And in it, New York is Babylon, the fallen. And it has the Twin Towers falling. Now, I'm pointing all this out because today, or rather yesterday, SpaceX was taking a trip to outer space, and they almost got hit by probably a piece of space junk. Not quite sure what it was. A SpaceX rocket with 4 astronauts almost hit space debris en route to the ISS. And I've been preparing everyone. I've been saying, look, the sky's about to fall, and they're about to make it happen. And if they follow the biblical script, which I think they might, because we're talking about like the Tower of Babylon, these various biblical references. For example, I mean, look, it's very obvious. Look at Noah, Noaa, and their symbol of the dove, always warning us about the floods. Clearly a reference to the biblical Noah. So when I'm looking at this upcoming event, the Space Wars, I'm looking at it in this context. Is there a story here being told? And it wouldn't surprise me if the Dragon capsule is involved in something. Because I think it's in Revelations, the Dragon brings down 1/3 of the stars with it. And that's the kind of thing that can happen if one thing hits another up there, as they've explained to us. This is from Daily Star. Mind-blowing space junk map shows 200 ticking time bombs orbiting the Earth. 200 ticking time bombs. Leon Dion says, there's a new comedy called Future Man. It has people in a distant future that need to leave for Mars, only it's all a hoax, and they have to die uploading their mind to the Mankind Automated Reality System, or MARS. Yeah, I called this a few years ago, and I'm hoping that I called it accurately, and I didn't actually give Elon Musk the idea. But yeah, I said, you know what, watch this. He's going to sell people on digital immortality, and basically you'll be uploaded into a better android body, and it'll just be a replication of you, a simulation based on everything you've ever typed into the internet. So it actually matches your persona, and nobody would know that it's not you. And it would be the ultimate way of kind of like Kevorkian, Jack Kevorkian. It's almost like euthanizing people, but they actually think that they're buying a new world, so they give you all their assets. Which kind of fits with the idea of Pope Elon and the idea of salvation. Like the rich can no more enter heaven than a camel can pass through the eye of a needle. Well, look, you can't go into the cyber heaven with all your stuff, so just might as well just pay it over to SpaceX. So Grimes wants to send her mind to Mars inside of basically a toaster, like an appliance. And she said this some time ago, that she's not interested in physically going to Mars. She said, I'd rather go to Mars through my consciousness being uploaded to a cloud. So she wants her mind going into the cloud to go to Mars. So they don't want to physically go. And I think that's probably accurate. The fact that you saw it on TV means that it's going to happen. If you didn't know, I mean, the television it's diabolical. At least Netflix is. It's quite literally Black Mirror. If you want to know what's going to happen in the future, look at last year's Netflix. It worked for 2020. Based on what I've seen, it's not going to be pretty. 2021, by the way, is the year of Mad Max. 2022 is Soylent Green. You got Bill Gates talking about putting us all on synthetic meat. Like, who is this guy who wants to blot out the sun and put us all on synthetic meat? You know what's not sustainable? Speaking of Bill Gates, the rich and their dictates, what's not sustainable are billionaires. If you look at the carbon footprint of the average billionaire, I mean, millionaires can't do a fraction of the damage that someone like a Bill Gates or an Al Gore can do. I'm saying maybe instead of, I don't know, going to synthetic meat, let's just eat the rich. And that used to be a commie thing, eat the rich. But I don't mean redistribute their wealth. I mean like literally. All right, let's move on. We're just going through some of this stuff. An unidentified object was flying 30 miles from the SpaceX spacecraft. So they're actually going there. They're actually showing us, and if you look on the screen, objects in space. This is a new development. So my challenge to people like Mick West from Metabunk would be, can you analyze some of the footage objectively from NASA? For example, NASA filmed a mysterious object for 20 minutes following them, and this has yet to be debunked. And I've watched this footage a few times. It's actually from a NASA upload. So you can't say it's a hoax, can you? If you're a professional debunker that maintains the dominant paradigm. You don't go outside the rails. Well, look, you got this turtle-shaped craft that follows the ISS. And then when the camera zooms in on it, which I think is also kind of farcical because I don't think this is an actual camera. I think this is all done in a simulation, in a computer program. But anyway, as soon as they zoom in, it responds intelligently. And it actually has a beam of light that shoots out the bottom and it blasts up vertically. So you can't call it a smudge. You can't call it a piece of space ice or whatever. They have so many ways of just ignoring some of the things we point out. But I'll be curious to see if the skeptics are selectively skeptical about this. I mean, selectively non-skeptical about this. They don't apply the same standards of evidence all around. All right, I'm going through comments. If anyone wants to call in, go ahead. 833-311-1984. Infinite Muse says Musk's mind is already in the clouds. Knockout Bear says, why would an advanced being in a UFO need headlights to see? No, it wasn't like a beam beaming it up. The beam was on the bottom. So it was like the beam was actually the propulsion. And so this was being spread by the QAnoners saying it was Space Force. I'm like, okay, that might be the case because the space wars might actually take place with very sophisticated stuff. Stuff that we've never actually seen before. I mean, the Project Bluebeam to come. And we know it's fake in advance, but they're going to say it's real. Like, this is supposedly real. Astrophotographer Andrew McCarthy captured a stunning photo of the ISS passing in front of the moon. However, both the moon and the ISS look faded. So here is an image of the space station. I mean, every time I see these, they raise so many questions for me. So I'm looking at the relative size compared to the moon. Too big. Too big. Because, for example, if you look at an airplane passing in front of the full moon, it takes up the same exact size as the ISS, which is only maybe twice as big as one of these airplanes. It's the size of a football field, okay? So it would be notably smaller, but it's pretty big compared to the moon. Now, here's a problem I have. So it's passing by the moon. He takes a picture of it, and I can actually see the modules. I don't think I should. So I can count the solar array. I can see every compartment. I can see the cupola. There's Chris Hetfield playing guitar. There's Scott Kelly up there, doing flips and barrel rolls. There's Captain Peg drinking recycled cosmonaut urine. Like, look, you can see the whole crew. That shouldn't be possible. This is 285 miles above your head, moving at 17,000 miles per hour. You're not going to snap a picture with no motion blur and get this level of detail at that distance. I'm just calling BS, just straight up. This is a PNG. It's an image file, just dragged on top of the moon. This is fraud. And people can't tell the difference. I busted a couple of people the other day. They couldn't tell the difference between a real SpaceX rocket and a fake SpaceX rocket. Well, you got to see this, because this shows you how the system works. They have plausible deniability. So there was a very famous image by Julian Wessel, or Wiesel. This is a very famous image that was NASA's astronomy pick of the day. And any glober could take this and say, hey, look, flat earther, this is proof we're on a spinning ball. And what you see here is the space station passing in front of Saturn. Okay, so what are your standards of evidence? Because if you believe what you see because it came from the authorities, you would have no reason to doubt the authenticity of this photo, of this ISS floating in front of Saturn. And look how detailed it is. Again, you can only see it because it's reflecting the sun, right? But it's not all that. I mean, to me, I'm just saying this is preposterous. So I've shown this to a number of people who are, really into outer space, and they say, no, it's real. If you doubt that, you're dumb. You're mentally deficient, and you should be hanged. Like, pretty much. Like, they think you're the opposite of civilization, and you're trying to burn the system down because you don't think that NASA tells the truth about anything. And they swear by these images. They want to go to war over these things. It's just religious art. So this is an update from Slate.com. So, about that video of the space station passing in front of Saturn. It says here, the only problem is this. Well, first off, let me go from the beginning. It says, it was created by German astrophotographer Julian Wessel, and it showed the ISS passing directly in front of Saturn. It was all over Twitter and Facebook. This took extraordinary skill and planning, and it was just plain cool. The only problem is it wasn't real. It says here, he submitted it to the Astronomy Picture of the Day, which ran it, and that's NASA, so NASA ran with it. It was convincing enough that it got past a lot of people. Yeah, it got past everybody. That's the thing. Now, the way they found out it was fake, the time of the day that he took it conflicted with the actual picture. It would not have been possible. So they had to reverse engineer it. But he did this long explanation of how he managed to make it happen, how he captured it, and all that. It reminds me of these videos of people explaining how they capture the ISS transits in front of the moon or the sun when they're trying to debunk the whole flat earth thing. This guy was just explaining it in detail. Like, it is very time consuming. You can watch these people do it. They set up their equipment, they check the apps, and so you have no reason to doubt it because it's such a well thought out process. It's like, well, right place, right time, right location. It matches the app. And by the way, they'll say this. They'll say, well, of course the space station's real. I got the app. Well, by that logic, Pokemon is real. And if you go outside, you can just find it because your app. Like, just because the app shows you that the ISS is hypothetically over your head doesn't mean it's there. It's strange that we have to tell people this. So anyway, it didn't actually happen. It was fake. But it gets past the people who believe this stuff because they don't really have a basis for comparison. They're not in reality like we are. They don't know that there is such a thing as fake. The word fake has been co-opted, thanks largely, I think, to Trump. And it's been kind of, I guess, watered down, diluted to mean political bias. Fake news doesn't mean complete fabrications, as it should. Let's see, a piece of space junk zipped by SpaceX's Crew 2 Dragon capsule on its way to the station. Again, I'm thinking it's made in China. They're getting ready for something. So just a heads up, and they're going to mandate helmets if they do end up bringing in space junk. 2 satellites, OneWeb and one from SpaceX, nearly collided Again, this is not news. This is predictive programming. I brought this up when it happened a couple weeks ago, pointing out that they crossed within 33 feet of each other. You know the pattern here, 33, order out of chaos. So clearly there's some kind of an agenda behind satellites suddenly in danger of colliding with one another. This is all new phenomenon. That's why I'm focusing on it. Okay, so we've been examining the latest ISS spacewalk, and I was comparing, of course, the look of it to the Twin Towers. Now, I'm going to find the other clip here. I don't know who put it there, but there is something on the side of the space station, and I'll put a link at infiniteplainsociety.com where there's a sticker on the side of the space station that says dead end. Again, not quite sure what that means. I'm sure we'll find out soon. Okay, this is a new twist. So it went from virusophobia to 5G-ophobia to Q-tipophobia to maskophobia to vaxophobia. Now it's vaxxed-ophobia. So now the phobics are afraid of the people who got the vax. So again, you started off being afraid of a virus. Then it's like, no, those are fake. It's the 5G. Then you're afraid of the mask itself and the Q-tip and what might be on it. You dodge that, dodge that. Well, now you find out that the vax itself has something inside that does something to the person who gets vaxxed, which means the people who are vaxxed are now pretty much to be considered zombies. Let me play this clip. This is a nurse describing what happens when you take it and why you should stay away from, quote, vaxxed people.
These spike proteins, this is the mRNA gene therapy, this is an grand human experimentation. This is not anything that's ever been done before. It is, in fact, altering the human makeup of the body. So what's happening is that process starts in the human body and doesn't stop. It's coming out in their breath. It's coming out through their pores. So spike proteins, what they're finding is dangerous to human tissue. This is what's causing reproductive problems.
Okay, again, this is nurse warns stay away from the vax. Now, I'm not pro or anti. Actually, I'm pro and I'm pro anti-vax. I don't care which. Stick and let stick. It doesn't really concern me. I'm not really taking part. But there are people who take sides on this, and she's even saying if somebody gets the vax, treat them as contagious. So it's kind of interesting. It's like social distance from the people who take the vax. And the vax are saying stay away from the people who don't get the vax.
Two, who have come in contact with people who have had this vax, and I'm saying it this way so I don't take my video down, have suddenly become covered in strange bruises.
All right, so zombie day. Just like that movie, I think isn't it the Will Smith version of I Am Legend, where it's a vax that cures cancer that causes everyone to turn into zombies. Oh, by the way, we reached peak irony early this year. You know, last year I think it was probably not until late summer, but this year we already had it. Biden walking alone on his way to announce the new CDC guidance that masks are not necessary. And he takes the long trip with the face mask on. Like he's the only guy wearing a mask. And here he is coming to tell us that you don't need to wear a mask. Do as this is all, again, another example of just these puppets. This is Weekend at Bernie's. It's cognitive dissonance. Do as we say, not as we do. And now it's the complete opposite. Now, India, I remarked on this briefly. India is basically a low version budget of Wuhan, a bunch of crisis actors. Now, I found some images, though, of the COVID actors dying on the streets that look remarkably similar to earlier images from a chemical gas leak that killed 10 people. So you have a gas leak, and the photos have people dead on the sidewalks. And then you have a COVID surge. Same photos, same wardrobe, different cause attributed to it. We saw the same thing when COVID started. You know, burn victims were now COVID victims. I mean, they recycle a lot of this stuff. Just another example of the recycling. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. I'm going through my Twitter feed. If you want to follow me there, it's __Earth. I'm sorry, it's __ lunacy. I changed it. I'm surprised they haven't actually banned my channel yet, but I use it more or less as a place to keep all of our relevant information in one place. This is another one I had to point out. So I'm looking at this basketball game and I'm like, LeBron James has more hand signals than the cheerleaders. And just to go through it, you got LeBron James here kneeling beside a few others. He starts off with a fist bump to the chest, and then he points up at the sky and he looks up. No. Then he forms a triangle with his hands, like a Jay-Z triangle. And then he forms the 666 with both hands. And then he makes two fists. He crosses his arms over his chest and he puts his head down. Then he kneels and he puts one hand on the floor. I mean, all kinds of hand signs here. Like, how many different secret groups does he belong to? Knockout Bear says he's totally owned. Yeah, exactly. No, it is kind of weird. Why can't he just like a NASCAR? You just put the logos of your owners all over yourself. He just do that. Like, you're not even part of a secret society if we're watching you do the signals. Like, it's not even slick. Not even secret. It's more like he's signaling. All right, let's see what else we have. I'm going through my Twitter feed. I have so many things against NASA right now. This is great. This is another one where this is a longer spacewalk from a couple of years ago. And what I like about this one is the Earth is perfectly still. Like, I mean, I understand that the Earth is orbiting really fast from our perspective, 1,000 miles per hour. But from the Earth's perspective, it's actually kind of slow. It's once per day. Expecting to see the thing spinning is ridiculous. Like, you look at your clock, you're not going to expect to see the hour hand spinning. Maybe on a time lapse. But when you're on a craft traveling 17,000 miles per hour and you're orbiting the big ball every 93 minutes, I think you would expect to see some indication of movement. I mean, if you've got to make your rounds every 90 minutes, there's no way, looking down, that you're not going to be moving over the surface of that ball at a high rate of speed. So I'm looking here, and this is a clip where for, I don't know how many hours this one was, or minutes or whatever. I have 3 minutes here of a still space station. Like, it just stopped.
Just recently I made a video asking a simple question: why do we not see this planet moving when we've got a space station moving at 17,500 miles per hour? Why do not we see the planet moving? You can see here, it is as still as can be. But we had the NASA tards, especially one moron, who we all know who it is.
Now you're listening to PK Truth, and PK Truth is the one explaining that this is a big fraud. And yeah, the NASA morons will always make excuses for the bad cinematography. And that's really all it is. All you have to do is just compare it to mainstream entertainment. Like, by comparison, it's pretty terrible. And I think this explains a lot, because I've watched a lot of science fiction. The last time I watched an entire series, it was called Dark Matter, and it's on Netflix. Kind of a soap opera in space. And they never really address this, but everybody just walks around. Like, you have sinks, you have kitchens, you have bars on your ship. Like, gravity is just assumed to exist on spaceships. So it doesn't really make sense. It's an inconsistency. Like, how come in the movies you don't have these people floating around and squeezing their food out of sealed bags? It's kind of conspicuous, right? Well, I think that maybe NASA has some kind of a stranglehold over how entertainment represents space. And they say, hey, we want to monopolize this particular area. The only people floating around that the public will see are going to be the people on our space movies, the space station. In your movies, you're going to have them all walking on the floor. And I think they've done this intentionally. Just like I think it's very intentional that in the decades of science fiction, generations of science fiction, you never see human beings flying UFOs. It's always some big-headed, bug-eyed alien. How come it's not some human being in a flying saucer? If it's a human being, it's got to have dinosaur juice, fossil fuels. It's got to have some kind of jet. It's not something that would, be... I guess they just didn't want to have a correlation here. So like whenever they bring about the saucers, they don't want you to think government agents or human beings. They want you to think Venetians. All right, let's continue with PK's breakdown of the non-rotating round Earth.
Especially one moron, who we all know who it is, calling me the dumbest person on YouTube because I knew nothing about parallax. This guy's comparing riding a bicycle at 10 kilometers an hour to something that's moving at 7,500 miles per hour. It's like comparing Mount Everest with an anthill. Anyway, all you NASA tards and this idiot, 50 years ago, the first supposed person to walk in space, Ed White. Things weren't different then, were they? The planet was moving at the same speed. The spacecraft and Ed White were moving at the same speed.
So he's referring to the first spacewalk, and that one's hilarious. I mean, look, the first spacewalk was stop motion animation. That's what it was. It was. I don't think it was claymation. It was March 18th. Let me see the year. 1965. It was a 10-minute spacewalk. The Gemini mission. Okay, so before that, you had the Soviet cosmonaut Alexei Leonov. I think this is the one where, and this is great. This is great. Because as you know, these helmets are built into the suit. Like you can turn your head, you can move your head around inside the fishbowl. But on this animation, for some reason, the helmet swivels with his head, which it doesn't actually do. And so that was one of the flaws in this particular animation. And yeah, the Earth is rotating. So the Earth stopped rotating sometime between 1965 and 2015. When did the Earth stop rotating? Now, my interpretation of this, because I believe this is all more or less like postmodern art, it's propaganda, it's the new religion, this is their new version of heaven. I believe that what we're seeing is a ritual reenactment or dramatization of the birth of the new age. And so the astronaut here in space represents the new age. And right now it's just a fetus with an umbilical cord. Can't even discern any features, big head, just kind of larval. And of course the new age and the space age are the same thing. And it's all a fertility cult. And the goddess of the night sky, Isis, space, would be her womb. So it makes sense that you'd have a spaceman floating up in the womb like this, looking like a baby. And again,
Roger. Next pass around. Tell him we're happy with that.
Most of the world waited 100 miles below. The crew had completed final preparations. The cabin was depressurized and the hatch open. Coming up on Hawaii, McDivitt reported that he was satisfied and ready to begin EVA.
Again, the Earth was rotating back then, and it stopped at some point.
7,500 miles per hour. So let's go back and compare what we see nearly 50 years ago. Here we go. Ed White, first man to walk in space. Have a look at that planet moving behind him. It is flying.
It's flying at 17,000 miles per hour.
He's right about that. The Earth is moving fast. It is rotating like. I'm sorry. The Earth, yes, it is. But the space station is hauling, or the craft he's on, is really moving.
200 miles above the Earth.
There you go. Same speed.
Now this one, by the way, is not underwater. Quite obviously, they're using some kind of a crane here. This is just Star Wars age. This is science, like maybe Star Trek level special effects. Stop motion animation would explain a lot of it. It's really ridiculous. And you're either visually illiterate, dishonest, cognitively dissonant, or brain damaged. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say that. It's not fair to people who are, but like, look, you're cognitively impaired if you aren't able to differentiate between video footage and stop motion animation techniques. And that's just a fact. And it's fine, you know, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, but it leaves you, not you, but the masses, I think, in a very vulnerable predicament where our standard of evidence is what comes through that monolith, that screen. And that's it. There's no reality testing of these claims. So this is, again, a house of cards. I talked about this the other day. How if you want to look at this long term, it is a house of cards where the foundations of the space program, it's all just Disney, cheap animation, cartoony, and they get more sophisticated as they go, but it's still a house of cards. And just because they've improved to the point where it's hard to tell the difference between real and fake, they've improved their graphics, it doesn't mean that their older graphics get a pass. And I still think we have to go back periodically and point out how fake they used to be. By the way, did you know that every single astronaut has a Hollywood Walk of Fame star? Like, why is that? All right, 1-833-311-1984. Phones are open, and if you're someone who believes in the orbiting space station, please feel free to call in and steer us right. Now, here's a quote from Haruki Murakami. Beyond the edge of the world, there's a space where emptiness and substance neatly overlap, where past and future form a continuous, endless loop. And hovering about, there are signs no one has ever read, chords no one has ever heard. Just came up in my searches, looking at various concepts for what's at the edge. You know, I ask people that, what's at the edge of the universe? Because it's usually like a laugh line, an appeal to ridicule. What's at the edge of the world? If you question what NASA says, you must think it's a pizza disk in space. But the people who would ask you what's at the edge of the world generally haven't given much thought to what's at the edge of the supposed universe. And I think it's a valid question. All right, here's another one. This is a reporter. Like I told you, I found a whole lot of clips of NASA and their space station, and I'm bringing this stuff up now because they're about to pull it. They're going to pull it like they pulled Building 7. And when this thing goes down, the next thing is going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to debunk. And they may even scrub all this. So all we're going to have are our memories of how terrible their special effects used to be. But what we have here is pretty damning. This is a reporter actually on a live stream with NASA. They're live broadcasting this. And he's trying to explain away the bubbles that are just flooding out of the thing. I mean, the bubbles are flowing out of this porthole, and the astronaut is trying to cover it, but listen to what the reporter says. Infinite Plane Radio. I think we just lost that call. If you want to call right back. And here's a reporter explaining away bubbles in space.
Dave Williams about to move out of the Quest airlock. Those particles that you see emanating from the airlock is said by the EVA officer Paul Baim in Mission Control to be particles of water from the crew's sublimators on their spacesuits.
Now, if you're looking at the footage, there are bubbles just flying out of this thing all over the place, and he's trying to explain it away.
The suits are in good shape, according to the spacewalk officers here in Mission Control.
ATC, and just out of the airlock right now, and I'll get in config to the police feathers all.
I mean, come on, they're scuba diving.
Dave Williams beginning the third spacewalk of his career, having logged 12 hours, 45 minutes of spacewalking time on this mission.
Ready to put my safety cutter on 550. Copy. On 550.
Again, you have a reporter doing damage control, which tells you he's in on the scam. And this is the kind of stuff that they're not going to have go wrong anymore, especially after having to endure, what, like 5 years of skeptics calling them out on this stuff relentlessly.
And Tracy Houston on the Big Loop, we'd like him to look at the front of the DCM.
Looks so fake.
Oh, scuba tank. I've seen this clip before. You actually do see a scuba diver because in their training pools, they have scuba divers who are helping them all around. And again, this is not new to most of you here. Scuba divers in space. It's all underwater. Russia deploys decoy army of inflatable tanks, missiles, and fighter jets to trick the West. Again, here's some more examples. You got what appear to be like 5 tons. You've got missiles, got anti-aircraft missiles all over the place. Stuff that would fool you from a drone, all fake. So we're talking about the same system. Like, there are people who still think, like, I guess the consensus is that there's still a space race, that Russia and the US aren't BFFs, that it's not the oligarchs that control all the governments and media and religions at war with the masses. No, they actually believe in this world wrestling entertainment version of things. Like, they're not all in on the ruse that America tricked the Russians with the moon landing. No, they're all part of the same thing. And if you really get into it, you'll find that, we'll put it this way, Neil Armstrong was probably a Russian agent, or rather, he's a Russian. Quite possibly even Yuri Gagarin. Yuri Gagarin, first man in space. You have to look at his resemblance to Neil Armstrong and the circumstances of his death and the bigger picture, and you can see it's all just a big charade. So yeah, and the moon landing, by the way, what's next? The next moon landing they do, who's gonna, like, I guess it's gonna be Musk, but they're gonna have to come some sort of consensus about how it's gonna be presented. Like, one of the things they got wrong, stars or no stars. So NASA decided from the very start that it would be impossible to fake stars in every photo, which, because you could cross-reference it. You could look at the constellations. So they all say that the sky is the blackest black. So the photo and video argument from NASA is that the brightest objects in the shot, such as the sun, the moon, and the earth, or the spacecraft, would cause the stars to not be visible. There's no atmosphere in space and light does not scatter. So all the astronauts would have to do would be to point their cameras away from the bright object and focus on the star field. That's all they would have to do, and they've never done that. So it's kind of misleading to suggest that they can't show us stars. No, they won't. And they tried to show us the moon recently, and that flopped. So much stagery these days. We have a video here, and if you're listening only, you're not going to be able to follow along here. But basically, Kamala Harris, President Harris, is going up a staircase, supposedly into Air Force One. But the problem is there's no airplane. I mean, this is beyond, here we go. This is like beyond what, I mean, even NASA creates props. You know, they'll put something there, but there's not even a plane there. This is like lazy fakery. The cameraman accidentally went a little too far and he revealed that there's nothing there. By the way, Tim Truth had one of his videos featured on InfoWars. I saw it on band.video. It was a video about the vaccines, how if you zoom in with a microscope, you can actually see living cells and organisms mixed in the vax juice. Puzzled German scientists unable to determine the strange phenomenon they are witnessing at a microscopic level. So it's in the vax, it's in the mask, it's in the Q-tips, it's in the chemtrails, it's everywhere. What is it they say? Morgell's disease? They said, yep, it's Morgell's disease. It's in the chemtrails. Now it's in the masks. Now it's on the swab. Like, is there any escape from this? Daily Wire reports, quote, bunch of people will probably die on the Mars mission, according to Elon Musk. Lovely, right? It's like it's so strange how he gets a pass, especially with this space junk seen over the West Coast. Like, people don't think of this as some kind of a danger. He just gets a pass. Now, he's going to be hosting Saturday Night Live alongside Miley Cyrus on May 8th. And apparently this has them all mad. The SNL actors. They don't like billionaires, I guess. Frontman242 says, if you listen to bands like Frontline Assembly, Birmingham 6, or Front 424, they were talking about all this craziness. Okay, let me look into Frontline Assembly. A lot of 90s bands, true. Actually, I brought this up before. Today I brought this up, how it seemed like a lot of the music in the 90s in particular was more or less reinforcing a lot of the dystopianism we get from the MSM. Yeah, here you see Frontline Assembly, Fallout. Now, there's a group called 311 that had an album that came out in 2001, right before September the 11th, and it's called From Chaos. Now, this is all really interesting because earlier I talked about these constant references referring 9/11 to 3/11 or 11/3. Just these things are constantly happening. Again, if you just got here, the World Trade Centers were replaced by a single tower that was opened 13 years after the Twins fell, and it was actually it is 1,776 feet tall. 1776, which has very specific significance, but they actually opened it on a November the 3rd. 1776 is the year of the Illuminati's founding, May 1st. 1776, May Day, which is coming up. 1776, just a little bit of numerology. It's 888 times 2. 888 is a number that's generally thought to reference Christ. So you could look at that 1776 as one of these second coming reset numbers. But anyway, From Chaos by the band 311. It was released on June 19th, 2001. Now, the album cover has a big red COVID. Significance here is that the pandemic was declared on 311. It's the band 311, and their pre-9/11 release has a COVID. I mean, it's actually the sun, a corona. It looks like the sun, but it also looks like a COVID, and I would say it's actually both. Because obviously, and if you've looked at a lot of the predictive programming, especially in movies like Donnie Darko, the eclipse is often used to reference the corona. Even Space Odyssey 2001 had some references to corona, to false pretense, using an epidemic as an excuse for shutting things down. Even a character named Floyd. All right, let us continue. Yes, Elon Musk is going to host Saturday Night Live, quote, for some reason. People are genuinely puzzled about this. I just figure they'll put something in front of his teleprompter that will keep the flow. And they do have a sidekick. He's going to be co-hosting with Miley Cyrus, which they probably did that because they needed to have at least one personality on the stage. This is another thing. I like to look at hairstyles. And whenever you're looking at various characters on the world stage, there's always a message inherent in the hairstyles. Bowl cuts are the poor white racist shooters. Fashy haircuts are the more affluent ones. Well, this haircut is sported by North Korea's rocket man and our own rocket man, Elon Musk. It's sort of a high and tight flat top, but it's almost like it's unique to the billionaires here. The Billionaire Blimp Club and these rocket men. Knockout Bear says, today seems like a good day to burn a bridge or two. The one with old wood creaking that would burn right away. On cue. Okay, is that from the album Beautiful Disaster? Okay, the song Beautiful Disaster from 311. Burning a bridge or two. So much predictive programming here. and references. It goes deep. Like, you know, we were talking about the significance of Sirius the dog. Sirius the 9/11 dog who died on 9/11. And, of course, there's layers of symbolism here. One of them being that 9/11 is actually New Year's on the Ethiopian or Coptic calendar. So 9/11 is the New Year's. And on that day, the dog star actually has some very special significance. Just as on our New Year's, January 1st, the dog star Sirius has very special significance in that it's at its highest point at midnight at New Year, right above us. So Sirius, the dog that died on 9/11, was actually hanging out with Bill Clinton 1 year before September the 11th. This is the year 2000. So on that New Year's Day, Bill Clinton is hanging out with this dog that will be killed a year later. K9, by the way, 11-9. All kinds of interesting little things here, though. There was even a dog, a Pomeranian, that died after the pandemic was declared, that has all kinds of 9/11 code. But Bill Clinton wrote on this, quote, "Sirius is beautiful." Like, that is about as obvious a Masonic reference as you could possibly have. And of course, this preceded 9/11 by a year to the date. Frontman says Elon wears a toupee. Maybe he got some of that vax that modifies your mRNA life extension, and maybe he grew it back. He said you can do anything. Like, he literally said that you can get an injection that could turn you into a butterfly. So why couldn't he have, regenerated his hair? So this is from Mashable. Musk has been in the news in recent days for his work with SpaceX. But for an acting resume, his history is very thin. He made a big screen debut playing himself in an Iron Man 2 cameo. He's also appeared on TV in The Simpsons, South Park, Big Bang Theory, Rick and Morty, and Young Sheldon. And he was singled out as an alien in the latest Men in Black movie. So I haven't seen Men in Black, but I've seen a few of the excerpts from it. It does have a reference to, Corona Park, and of course the Roswell incident, which is a main component of that movie. The Roswell crash happens in a Corona field. Just some side notes here. Now, Musk, though, playing himself in Iron Man is interesting because they're trying to type him as a Tony Stark sometimes when he's not Willy Wonka. But Robert Downey Jr. said he actually had to model his Iron Man off of Elon Musk. So here they've merged fiction and reality to where now Musk is more Iron Man than the character. And so this actor's got to model himself off of Musk. Give me a break. Anyway, it says here, maybe SNL will, we'll see. They're speculating, but we'll see what happens. Like I said, I think they're going to use Miley Cyrus to kind of keep the thing going. Adaptivia says, what about the LA shooter last night? They said killed 3 people in 3 locations. I haven't checked it out yet. Sounds fake. Probably fake. Show me the real one first. So there's that one with the 16-year-old that was shot by the cop, and then LeBron James tweeted at him, "You're next. Justice is coming." And if you watch that video, she runs out of the house after calling the cops because she feels threatened. And she's got this knife. She's involved in a fight. Someone jumps and kicks her in the head. I mean, it's really fast action. And I think it looks real, but it could easily be faked. I have no reason to think it's real, just because of the usual media storylines around it. It's like made to order outrage. But I looked at her shirt, and she was wearing a Tasmanian devil shirt. I'm like, oh, okay, it's Looney Tunes. Probably fake. So many fake shootings. All right, look, phones are open. I had someone call in a minute ago. If you want to call back from 973, go ahead. It's 833-311-1984. But yeah, Musk says a bunch of people will probably die. Like that's going to dissuade anybody. All right. Putting a link below. Subscribe for live stream notifications. Same time, same place. We're basically doing this every night, 10 to 12, Monday through Friday. I have a few more things I want to go over. Let me go through my infiniteplane.media. We moved the forum, so if you go over there, you can still find it. You just have to go on over to the link at the bottom. I wanted to ask this or answer this question. Why people get so triggered when you talk about the shape of the world, briefly here. And I think I've really figured this out because I follow various flat earth debunkers on Twitter all the time just to see where they're at in this topic. And there's this entire, like you have flat earthers as a community, but you have anti-flat earthers as a community. And they're all about competition amongst themselves more than they are about the actual shape of the world. So it's just like a tribe of flat earth haters. But I've been trying to figure out, why do they get so triggered at the question? Because when it comes down to it, maybe it's not appropriate to call it a flat earth theory. Maybe by using the term theory, you're self-discrediting because you're appropriating scientific lingo and not using it appropriately. Gravity is just a theory, evolution is just a theory, doesn't mean they're, quote, just a theory. It doesn't diminish their capacity as explanations. So the theory is the best explanation at that time. Now, the flat earth is a special case because we have a status quo that contradicts your observations, and then we have issues of trust. But it comes down to, people don't like to admit when they're wrong. But there is a defensiveness from the average ball earth bitter clinger that makes them exceptionally triggerable. And I think it has to do with a few things. One, fear. Well, it's fear of a few things. Fear of being shamed for not having the right answer. And these are fears that you grow up with, and they're played upon in school. This ties into your fear of being outgrouped, stigmatized, or laughed at. So the fear of being laughed at is huge. There are studies about public speaking that show that more people would rather die than engage in public speaking. That the fear of public speaking is greater than the fear of death. So people fear ridicule. And I think it's because that is attached to the fear of exile or of ostracism, of being abandoned. So you take the flat earth topic, which I'm saying it's more of a question, and the question itself, though, bugs them because it asks, is the earth a ball more than it's flat? And extraordinary evidence must be presented with any extraordinary claim. However, the ball earth assertion, even though it's extraordinary, the only way they can back the claims is with specialized technology that is far outside of the reach of the ordinary person. So this leaves us with no choice but to put a great deal of faith in our scientists. And I think this question reminds them of the fact that they're faithful adherents of a belief system. And now that we're watching this new world religion manifest and become the dominant, ideology for the planet, it's COVID. The pandemic is the way that they've managed to get everybody on the same sheet. We all believe in the same devil now, the same sin. Virus. It's a scientifically diagnosable replacement for the archaic concept of sin, and it gives this new priesthood, the scientists, all the power that the old religions would have over the superstitious minds. So it's a new superstition. And I'm suggesting here that the superstitious mindset is one of just basically total faith in leaders. So the reason why they're so insecure, I believe, is that their only reference isn't to reality, it's to what they've been told. Whereas our reference, or the reference of anybody questioning, is what you can see. Like, look out your window, observations. Knockout Bear says, so you found out you live on a flat plane, and there may be more land, and you may be imprisoned. Welcome. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. In fact, one of the primary narratives around this topic is that you are imprisoned because there's a wall or there's a dome. God has you as a prisoner. Like we're a bunch of ants under a bowl. I don't quite like that idea of it being a prison, because I think ultimately what we're talking about isn't shape anyway. I think we're talking about open versus closed. Open system versus closed system. As far as models go, because the globe is a closed system, but so is the domed, enclosed, flat Earth. In fact, I think the main dome pusher, Mark Sargent, I think his website was called Enclosed World. And it all starts with the premise that it's a closed system. And I'm like, why would you even start with that? And many of the arguments that you hear in favor of flat Earth or against the globe constantly reference this notion that there must be some type of a container or barrier up above, often citing various supposed military operations involving nukes. Well, nukes are fake. We have no reason to believe without evidence, because then you're venturing into the same territory as them. Like, I would actually say this, and this is just speaking from pure logic. The globe and the flat Earth disk floating in space are equivalent models. They really are. They could both exist in the same universe. You could construct a habitat that orbits the sun in the heliocentric model. You could construct your flat Earth model. It's not outside the realm of possibility. So they're more alike than not. Shape versus shape in space. But the flat Earth question, the topic itself is asking, is there even outer space? If you don't start with that assumption, then you can't even start with the assumption of a shape. And now we get into the area where it's so far outside of the straw man argument that there is no globe clinger that can actually debate against it. There's only the recognition of their own ignorance, which we're recognizing too. I don't know what's at the edge of the universe. Neither do you. Knockout Bear says, I love Quincy Carr's description, sapphire glass. Yeah, there are people who have various ideas about what is. I prefer to remain strictly bound by what we can actually observe and claim to know. Beliefs are so interchangeable, and they're not all equal. All right, thanks everyone for hanging out. I'm putting a link in the chat to the Odyssey. If you didn't know, Odyssey is now trying to compete. I think they're going to compete with YouTube, where you can't be speaking your mind on YouTube and expect to get monetized. In fact, I just had a channel, one of my channels, I think it had 1,300 subs or something. They just struck it down. They didn't even give me any strikes. 1, 2, 3. They just said, here's an offensive thing from 2018. We've removed your channel. Nobody noticed because I had so many backups. But they make it impossible to ever get monetized. They don't want you to make a living deconstructing the major lies of our time. It might encourage other people to do it. You would have a viable anti-media presence. They don't want that kind of competition. Because this is a point worth noting. The MSM and the alternative media are actually controlled dialectic. It's a controlled dialectic. Controlled opposition to the truth. Mainstream and alternative. There is a truth outside of mainstream and outside of alternative. And that's the one that they don't want to be included in any of this. And they don't want that being financed. So if you call stuff fake, well, now you've gone outside of alternative. If you're at the point where you're saying that nobody died, nobody cried, you're outside of Alex Jones's realm. You're outside of QAnon, because QAnon still believes in Space Force and the moon landings, etc. But what Odyssey has done is they have created a similar live streaming environment as YouTube used to have, where you could just chat, engage with people, and they included a super chat feature. So people can basically support your channel. I mean, DLive has it, but they took it away on our channel, of course, because they say we engage in political speech, which I don't quite agree with. And I sent them an email explaining to them that they ought to refund a lot of people who supported this channel, since they basically canceled their subscriptions. But I'm like, they canceled us because we're political, which again, I don't think that's a fair description, namely because we are more or less film critics. We're not even taking sides. Whereas a lot of the channels on here that haven't lost their monetization are mostly about, video games. They're about, live stream first-person shooters or Grand Theft Auto. And I would contend that those are all very much political. All right, one more. Here's the other one. So I mentioned that we had a craft that flew by the Dragon capsule on its way to the ISS. Well, we have another one here. This is actually from the Soyuz craft. And this is the spherical UFO that flies by. This is another one of these things where we'll see if the critics, if the skeptics, if the anti-conspiracy theorists will look at this critically, or if they're going to say, okay, we're being invaded.
Expecting that to happen. So, some background into the footage. It was recorded live from NASA on 19th of March 2021. The crew were performing a port relocation in the Soyuz craft to move it to the space-facing side of the station to make way for the arrival of new crew members. So let's have a look at the footage.
Now, I want to also point out that the Earth has never looked like this before. In all the footage from outer space, and this is from March, this is from last month, it's never looked like this. And it looks to me like smoke on a blue screen. And there you have it. So you have a craft, it looks like a ball. It flies past, and then it bounces right back.
Of new crew members. So let's have a look at the footage.
White ball passes by, then it bounces back. So how are they going to explain this? And then you can actually see it go into the clouds or around the curve of the Earth or whatever. It looks fake. It looks like it's from the 60s.
Okay, so I think there's a lot to discuss about this footage, as there is a few different objects that I've noticed apart from the one that strikes the space station. The spherical object appears from behind the Soyuz craft at some speed. One thing I noticed was how bright it was and how perfectly spherical it was up close. The next thing...
Now, I also assume that the person describing this believes that he's actually looking at a spacecraft and the Earth below. Like he doesn't know he's looking at a movie. So we have an insight he doesn't. This is from Conspiracy Depot. And this is what I mean. You have mainstream and alternative. This would be alternative conspiracy. This guy's still on the world stage. He said, recorded live from NASA, March 19th, 2021. Glowing ball of light strikes the ISS before moving away and changing course. So they're calling this thing an orb, whatever that is.
The object appears to change course and move away from the Soyuz and the ISS at increasing speed. Is this object under some kind of intelligent control? If so, was this an accident or was it a deliberate act? Another thing that I found interesting is the object does not seem to lose any brightness as it approaches the top of the screen and goes into shadow. Is this an indication of self-illumination? I'm now going to...
So this is what I would call an auto-believer. They automatically assume that whatever they see on the screen is true. And this is a massive blind spot because most people on the ground, even if they're the skeptics of the news, they know a lot of news is fake. They have a blind spot when it comes to space. They analyze the news. Oh, this guy has an incentive to lie. This person has this particular agenda. But outer space is pure. It's just science. Science, bro. Why would they lie? So they have no clue. Their eyes are wide shut. And they're a captive audience, this terrible science fiction.
I'm going to show the footage of another two anomalies that fly by just as a spherical object changes course. Keep an eye on the center of the screen. I'll slow it down because it moves so fast. So this has brought many questions to mind. What is this long object? Is it moving so fast it's blurred? Or is it a long craft of some kind, which is...
So now you have cigar-shaped craft. He goes through, hyper-analyzes this, but at no point does he ever question, am I actually looking at a craft floating in space? Doesn't even cross his mind, nor would it cross anyone else's mind. And that's just the nature of the status quo. What they say is real is real. We just saw a movie came out with Godzilla and King Kong, so don't be surprised if they bring out massive beasts from underneath the ground. They'll say Earth is hollow. Polecat says Elizabeth Hunter, a Hollywood screenwriter, bought the Wilder's house from Musk. Okay, so he sold Gene Wilder's house, but he only bought it to show that he had this fixation on the character. He wanted to, I think, identify with that character and have people think of him as a Willy Wonka. By the way, so Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, he takes you through a tunnel, which is like space travel in a Hyperloop, to another world, like an underground Mars base. And this is the Oompa Loompa land where everyone is orange and Joe Rogan sized. But after Charlie escapes the Chocolate Factory, he goes into a glass elevator. And so the following movie, I think it's called Charlie and the Glass Elevator. Yep, that would be it. So the book begins where Charlie and the Chocolate Factory ends. Willy Wonka gave Charlie ownership of the factory, and then they fly through the roof in a flying elevator. Anyway, I'm bringing this up because elevators to space are a thing. You can expect Musk to probably get started on that soon. They think they can tie a cable to the moon and then have elevators that are solar powered go up and down. And they'll probably do it, but they won't. This is the thing that boggles me about the moon. It's like, okay, so it's tidally locked, but it also rotates once every 27 days. But it always rotates when you're sleeping, so you can never actually see the other side of it. Nobody's ever seen the back side of it, except in CGI. And I'm like, wait, how can you attach a cable to that thing if it's actually rotating? Wouldn't it like wind up and then eventually pull the moon down to the Earth? You know, spool up. All right. Hey, this has been fun. Thanks everyone for joining. We'll be back same time tomorrow. This is Space is Fake AF by Chief Crow. And if you want to call and leave a voicemail, I will play them live. I played that one earlier. Someone called in to suggest that it's probably worth examining this notion that we somehow came from a more advanced civilization. Like maybe that's a ridiculous proposition. So we'll look into that. Looks like Bloomberg is delving into mud flood and Tartaria. So it's all getting very interesting. Have a great night.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't let it set the stars not the limit. He fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine. Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
All right, I know it's late. Thanks for joining, though. This is Infinite Plane Radio, March the 5th, 2020. The title of tonight's live stream is March 4th into the Meta-Scripted Future. The meaning there is that yesterday, March 4th, was meant to be the day that QAnon's prophecies all came true, and they didn't. And I think it's time to move past that. I'm opening up phones. If anybody here wants to call in, 833-311-1984. I'm looking for disaffected QAnons or hopeful QAnons, because there are still some people who are willing to push the goalpost forward. Look, we gave them the benefit of the doubt. We gave them until January 20th, and then we were told by some of the extremely, we'll just say fanatical believers, that the entire scene at the White House with the Biden presidency has in fact been a ruse, a reality TV show over at some place called Castle Rock. So yesterday was last call for QAnon, and I saw on the Twitter sphere Trump inauguration was trending tonight, and largely by people making fun of the idea, but there were indeed a number of diehards over in D.C. Waiting for something to happen. It's kind of cruel if you think about it, the Trust the Plan group. But is it any more cruel than the doomsday preacher or the climate alarmist, who are basically leading people along with breadcrumbs, playing into cognitive bias? And the problem here with the Q thing is that if they quit and lose their faith because Trump has left the scene, what about the deep state? Who's going to beat the bad guys? It's kind of like, okay, I guess in a few more years, but if the whole thing is to save the children, etc., well, it's a little late. So I'm kind of curious about all of this. How's it going to unravel? And are we going to be able to disarticulate it and maybe even figure out who was behind it? And that's what I want to talk about tonight. Not the QAnon. I think we all have COVID and Q fatigue. But what I want to talk about tonight is the who behind the scripting of major fake events. So again, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Go through comments. Nick T says it's afternoon here. Hey, look, we do mornings, my time, and nights. So as soon as I get up, usually it's like half an hour to 45 minutes, mostly updates, news, etc. Open phones in the evening. And then in between, I'm starting to do podcasts. In fact, going to be doing a lot of them. I have 8 people lined up, interesting individuals. Something else, we did replace the GoFundMe account that was being used to raise money for Mark Gold and a flat earther to go to space. So that's going on again, and we're actually behind it. And if you've been part of the Infinite Plane Society think tank since it started a few years ago, we were the ones who were behind the billboard, and we sponsored other things, attempts to agitate the question. And this will be it in 2021. And I think we can crowdfund enough to book a seat, reserve a spot. I've already contacted Virgin Galactic. It's interesting. You go to their site, you can actually just register to go up there. They ask you why, higher purpose, the view, and it looks like it's open to maybe a flat earther discount. Like, this is being done in the name of science, right? So they have to find some high profile, quote, flat earth leader. I think, no, he said enforcer. Now, we do have a number of volunteers, but it's still not settled. And so if you're willing to go up into a suborbital flight for free, now's your chance. Comment, it says, Mark Gold, the angry Scot, for the win. Yeah, they've typified him as an annoyed and angry Scot, and I understand why. You cannot talk about this subject on Facebook. You get inundated with memes. It's ideological warfare. It's never been pretty, never will be. But anyway, he agreed that it's important to introduce himself to the people he's representing, or rather, he represents the other side, but he's doing this for all of you, or all the people who are asserting this to be the case, but they don't trust NASA, and they need some outside view. Now, of course, many of you are going to automatically discount anything. I'm just saying, let's just put that aside for now, and let's just focus on getting somebody as high as we can, and then we'll talk from there, once we raise the bar a little bit. So on 420, we are also hosting another virtual conference, like we did back in December, and in which he will speak, and possibly even debate. We have a number of debate friendly people here who represent different factions and views. And in fact, I did email Nathan Oakley, who hosts the Flat Earth debates, and he's hosted more than 1,000 of them. I lost track. Anyway, I asked him if he'd be willing to show up and moderate any kind of debate that we can organize, and he said yes, more or less. He wants more information. But one of these debates will be with the Angry Scot. And yes, he's been called an Angry Scot. His story's been viral for almost a month. And who here thinks it's a coincidence that they shut his GoFundMe down within minutes of him calling into the Infinite Plane Society. Like, he calls in, he basically gets a lot of people agreeing that they want to make this happen, and we have a plan. 250,000 sounds like a lot, but you have to take into account how distributed this is going to be, how many people are watching, and also the other side, the anti-flat earthers, are the ones who are going to probably be the most invested into this thing. They're going to want to see it. So, and plus it supports space tourism. I kind of like the irony of the first space tourist to be someone who doesn't believe in outer space. So I think it'll go well. So if you want to support that, there's an easy way. Just go to flatlunacy.com. Sorry, flatlunacy.com. That information, that link, it's on all of the articles that are circulating, and we think it's going to get some traction. So if you want to put in $1, $2, $5, a little bit of gas in the tank of the... Now, it's not a rocket. I mean, it is... I think what they do is they send them in a... No, I don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. Because it's possible we may be able to go with SpaceX. I think there's no chance of going into the space station. Although, I did see something today. There's a billionaire out there, let me see if I can find this, who wants to go to the moon. And he's trying to find some friends to go with him. Yes, Japanese billionaire is seeking volunteers for SpaceX flight around the moon. Okay, you're going around the moon. Never mind. I thought they were going to the moon. You play golf and stuff. And the moon is nothing but fun. You ride around on your little moon buggy that couldn't possibly fit in the contraption made of shower rods and curtains and duct tape and construction paper. What a monstrosity. They have such a big budget these days. If you think about that, all the people who are waiting on their $1,400 stimulus check, crisis actor pay, all these people waiting on that check, if they only knew that if they could turn the lights off on NASA for 1 week, every single one of you could be a millionaire. No joke. 50 million a day times 7, that's 350 million. There's 330 million Americans, give or take. Have some extra money for the illegal. Boom. We're all millionaires now. Just shut down NASA for 1 week. We can do without their bad B movies, right? Eric Stevens says, I'm surprised Richard answered the phone. I thought he'd be in Antarctica. No, I didn't speak to Richard Branson. I use their internet interface. I don't know if I can get him on the phone, but I imagine he's going to speak to Mark Gold and whoever goes with him. Hoaxahana says, have you heard of Robert Morning Sky? He talks about the Terra Papers. No, I'd like to know about that. Somebody somewhere knows what's up. That's the thing. There's not this... I mean, here's the thing. Nobody got it wrong. Anybody who's saying that the Earth isn't a ball, they're not starting on the premise that, oh, science got it wrong and they're covering it up, or they just discovered it, oops. No, the idea is that if it's true, whatever it happens to be, it's a deliberate and calculated warping of the worldview of the masses for some reason. Commenter says, has it been verified that a star can be seen through the moon? That's a tricky one. There was one particular night where it appeared to be Mars visible through the crescent moon. It appeared to be, and it was very debatable, but there's this high point on the moon that it easily could have been. But it's an interesting question. I've really been fascinated by Sturgio Studios 10 and impressed by the work he's put into it. He may have changed his name, his YouTube channel, but his concept is that the moon is actually just a plasma phenomenon in the ionosphere and not an actual object. And that it's more or less a projection, you could say, much like the Batman signal, that it's a projection coming from something below, projecting through the land and the oceans, and that what you see as the moon he contends, is actually more or less a negative. So the white glowing areas would be the oceans. The dark patches that we call craters would actually be the land masses. And if his theory is true, and it's interesting what he does because he actually correlates craters with countries, with cities, little white dots with actual lakes. He's been very meticulous. But for his model and concept to be true, it would also have to be true that there's another continent as big as Australia or something, kind of stashed away within the boundary of the area defined as the globe. So it's not even about land beyond the 69th south. No, it's land just around the corner. And, you know, you have the uncharted seas, 64% of the oceans, where Ghislaine Maxwell and her buddies have their hangouts. But look, if we can get 100,000 people to just put in a couple dollars, well, boom, we get a ticket. And here's the thing, too. If we have money for a ticket and we go online and buy it, and they're not willing to send them, or there's some delays, well, that's kind of fishy. So we can kind of call their bluff. Although there's a possibility they might, I don't know, blow up whoever we send. Lloyd Miller says he also shows sunken continents, doesn't he? It could be that. You know, this Sturgio Studio 10 is perplexing because he doesn't actually stand in front of his maps and talk. In fact, it's all just looking at his images with some really interesting music, but he doesn't actually explain it very well as far as answering questions or interacting. It's very much left up to you to figure it out, and I've been following his channel for some time. Another thing that would have to be true, if his concept is true, another thing would be that there's far more than just the continents that we're aware of, that they're hiding at least twice as many land masses, because his lunar map only accounts for like a third of the craters, or accounting for the entirety of the known world, in other words. He does name some places somewhat, you know, Atlantis, Lemuria. He points out these places, but no, I mean, if he's right, though, you could quite literally book a flight to Lemuria if you could just steer it the right way. But it all implies there's a conspiracy to keep us off of certain areas. T-Dub says, the guy that bought the entire SpaceX Starship mission to orbit the moon is taking applications. Yeah, I've applied in a few places to go to space. I don't plan to go, but if I can get an opportunity, I'll hand it off to one of you. I think it's important to explore these avenues. We encourage all of you to get press passes. Go to infiniteplane.media if you don't have a press pass. I've even had press passes printed on the t-shirt. It's a freedom pass. You're essential. You're media. You're not subject to lockdowns. But I would go. I mean, here's the thing. Either it's real or it's not. If it's not, what are they going to do? Put you in a simulation and hope that you're easily duped? Which might actually be the case. There was a very popular TV show in the UK called Space Cadets, where they actually had half the people convinced they were in low Earth orbit. Or they could just buy the person off. You know, if you're offered a trip, yeah, you think the Earth is flat, they put you in a very realistic, we'll just say hyperloop, but it feels like a rocket, warp speed even, and maybe they give you some really good, I don't know, perks. And before you know it, you see the curve. Like, so, you know, really what it comes down to is it's their word against yours. Who do you trust? And I think trust in media should be at an all-time low. So if any of you want to volunteer to go up to the moon, please do so, or go around it. And again, we're open to passengers if you want to ride shotgun with the angry Scott. I mean, you really have to want to do this. It's like being trapped in an elevator with somebody with the complete opposite of sets of opinions on everything. Like, you might actually die together. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on. Again, phones are open, 833-311-1984. We had so many things we talked about this morning. So let's go ahead and get into this Metascript concept. the idea that our reality has authors, as in the 20th century was actually a work of performance art on a world stage, for the most part. I mean, you have your own lives, we have our own life stories, but the big stories, the meta stories, the stories that come through all the different media that come at us through the history books, etc. Infinite Plane Radio.
Yo, Infinite Plane.
Hey, what's up? How you doing tonight?
Hey, what's up, man? It's Emilio from Trenton. I just meaning trying to get contact with you. I finally stayed up and caught you.
Oh, cool. I'm glad you did. I mean, we've come across some interesting information lately. Have you heard our recent talks about Stanley Kubrick possibly being the director of 9/11?
Oh man, I mean, come on. Why wouldn't he be? Why wouldn't he? I mean, of course, for the people, like you had one caller who said he's not sure, he doesn't believe it, but he'd be dumb to not at least look at it. And of course, you gotta at least look at it. And then when you start looking at it, you're gonna, you know, the stuff you guys have brought up is, you know, I'm not sold on it, but I'm gonna tell you like this: if I had to bet, did he or didn't he? I would bet he did.
Yes, and you know what gets me though is it's the monolith, rather the Millennium Hilton, 1, and 2, the scene in Space Odyssey 2001 where the craft that looks like an airplane is landing on the space station made of these two wheels, and the movie poster looks like a plane flying into the Twin Towers. So when I saw that, I thought, okay, I'm going to go ahead and just roll with this one, and I'm going to keep looking, and I keep finding interesting material, so I'm going to keep digging on this one.
Yeah. It keeps getting closer and closer to that. He faked it on. He faked his death after the what was that? Wide Shut.
Eyes Wide Shut.
And then, you know, just so we wouldn't really suspect him, because a lot of truthers been on his ass for a long time. So they had to get him off the stage before he did his last hurrah. I think he's still alive, man. Them fucking people live to be 100.
You know what? That wouldn't necessarily shock me. But when I'm looking at this, okay, so there is a pretty strong storyline connecting Apollo 11 now and September the 11th. And that's the most revealing thing about this, connecting these two events. It just suggests that, like, for example, in The Shining, the scene where the child is going through the hallway on his tricycle and he sees the twin girls, and then it cuts to a scene where they're dead on the ground. That whole scene actually has props that make it correspond with downtown New York.
I heard you saying it. And both their names start with an L, and their last name was Burns. And
Right. So you're like, wow, that means that the 9/11 was planned, like we have been saying here for a while, at least 33 years before, which is when the tower construction began.
Definitely. Hey man, I had a few things. I needed some time, some couple minutes of your time. I just wanted to say a few things. I wrote some stuff down. First, I wanted mud flood, right? Because this thing still keeps coming up. I'm gonna just say that I don't believe in it at all. Now, why don't I believe in it? Well, there's a few reasons why. Number one, if I'm gonna use a lot of your stuff, Occam's razor. What does mud flood sound like? It sounds like they're the whole what do you call it? The fear of God and the fear of globe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're trying to fear globe you, and then the people who run this show, they know more than us because they have the metascript or the syllabus or whatever. You think they'd be digging these many underground bases and tunnels and civilizations if they thought the whole thing was about to come up in a couple years and get flooded out? No, man. They're making people scared of the globe, man. This shit's fake, man. I don't believe in it at all. And I want to just completely debunk that because it's another one of those things just make us look crazy like QAnon.
Okay, so my very first impression of it, because I ignored it at first, my first impression was, oh, this includes another end of the world story, like the world's about to end. And it's very demoralizing. Yep. It's like, I want to build a future for myself and people I like in the world. And I don't like the idea of thinking it's going to end next year. So it's like, it's probably fake. That was my first thought. But I had someone who's something of a historian message me, and he believes that there may be a lot of truth to the messing up of history, mixing things up. However, he thinks that the mud flood theory is actually kind of a planted story to cause people to lose any sense of orientation on any timeline by basically taking away history. It's like, wow, it's like giving you amnesia.
Yep. Next, right? I don't want to spend a lot of time on mudflood. I don't believe in it at all. QAnon. They might as well be Democrats. I'm glad that today's the 5th and Leonidas didn't ride in with Trump and on his white horse take back the country. But that shit's been garbage since a long. That was another one to make us look crazy, man. They might as well be Democrats. They believe in magic and ghosts and shit, man.
Okay, yeah, QAnon. Clearly, the way that they're making fun of them, it looks like a big setup. They had the National Guard out there because they thought QAnon was going to rise up on 3-4. Clearly this is a manufactured thing, and it was agitated from within. And today's the 5th, so there's no excuse for anybody to still be trusting the plan.
Oh, I meant to ask you. I missed it. Did you actually out the guy who you think is like the one who's like kind of orchestrating the whole thing, or you haven't outed his name yet?
I have in many ways. The best I can say is this, and this is purely based on things that I can prove. I know.
I don't want you to get in trouble, but you.
Oh no, I want this out. I know the identity of the closest person proximal to the Trumps who's still at Mar-a-Lago, as in a personal family friend of the Trumps, who's one of the biggest QAnon promulgators. And this guy's got press credentials with the DOD and with the White House, both administrations. So, no, I know who I believe is most likely the connection to Trump with a high-level security clearance. If there is a QAnon, it's Marcus Goldfinch.
Oh, Marcus Goldfinch. That's the guy who used to stalk you, right?
Yes. Yeah. Well, actually, he stalked a lot of people. That's the thing. This is some kind of an operative, and he used to work on YouTube, basically corralling conspiracy theories and uploading videos on conspiracy theories, shutting down channels. It was just kind of strange that it almost like he had some kind of special access. He actually, and we have records of this because I sued YouTube over it, he had filed 400 false DMCA copyright strikes in order to suppress my channel alone. And the only reason I know his name is I subpoenaed his docs when I went after YouTube.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense. But anyway, yeah, QAnon, that was trash. Come on, man. He was going to take back. The man is 80 years old, man. But you know what? They're taking advantage of the, how do I put it? They're taking advantage of the less, I don't know, brain. Like, they're taking, I don't want to call people dumb, man, but they're taking advantage of the blind followers of Trump, and all of them aren't. It's a lot of like trailer park people and, like lower income people who aren't too, who aren't too well rounded. They're taking advantage of them type people, and then they're trying to, throw us in pile with those fucking retards. Like, no, man, no, we don't. Like you said, QAnon isn't even flat Earth, so get out of here, man.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I see that MAGA is very much a utopian thing, and there's a very little difference between MAGA utopianism and communist utopianism. They both want to drain the swamp. They just disagree on who the swamp is. And so, yes, QAnon debunked. It's just as debunked as Antifa.
Yeah, because you said, is there a deep state? And my thing is, there's a deeper, and then a deepest. There ain't no good guys. You can forget about that, man. There's no good guys up there. You don't make it up there if you're a good guy. Like one of your guys brought up the Indian dude from Massachusetts who got robbed. Matter of fact, Fakeologist brought him up. Even though I got reservations about him, I don't know. I just got a weird feeling about him. But he brought up that Indian guy from Massachusetts. That dude seemed real, and I hate that he got fucked over, man. But that goes to show you if you can't make it to the top, if you're not down to slave the population, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on this, and it's just true. Right after Trump was in, we had the Vegas shooting, then we had Parkland, and then we had the Starman, Tesla in space. And when I saw all these events happening, I realized, well, no matter what happens, he and everybody in politics, any elected person, they're going to respond as though the reality that comes to the TV is objective. And so they live, basically, if you ask me, in a simulation. They live on the world stage. So you can't really expect anything out of them because they're basically following along with a playbook that.
Well, once you said that Donald Trump wanted to call the new one the Phoenix, I said, whoa, hold on a second here. It goes back to the old adage, a wise man can play a fool. A fool can't play a wise man. They set Trump up to look all retarded. He's not retarded. You think come on. Donald Trump right now, 80 years old, would probably still, if you give him a TABE test or some type of, I bet you he's still smarter than the average American. They had him play like he was a retarded bigot. No. He said they should rename it the Phoenix. Come on, man. He's all in. He played dumb.
So there's two different things here, though. One, and you're right about this. So on the left, they thought he was just a dumb, bigoted buffoon. And they had this Trump derangement syndrome where they were triggered by everything. But then on the other side,
Orange Man bad. You made me laugh with that.
Yeah, Orange Man bad. But then on the right, you had, oh no, this is 8D chess. He's just so above that.
Exactly.
And I'm like, okay, it can't be both. You can't be an idiot and a genius. It's not. And so I'm like, okay, this is obviously a character that caters to the bias of each side.
Yeah, I mean, I think like you said, he's been in the writings for 80 years. They known that Donald Trump was coming 80 since 1958. Come on, it's been a long time. And it's I think he had a few things to do. He had to move the capital of Palestine to whatever he did to Palestine. Remember, he moved the capital or some shit for them. Remember, the Jews bailed him out, and now he basically had to go ahead and scratch their back as well, too. He moved the capital for them. That was one of his guarantee you, that was one of his biggest assignments there.
Hey, you brought up 1958. So for people who don't know this, we're talking about this meta script, this idea that there's a broader play or a movie, that the 20th century has been a movie. And it is the case that you can find that Donald Trump has been scripted into our world stage, into our reality, long before he was actually known publicly. It was just, they reversed. It's almost like they backdated him as a character.
Yeah.
So you could find references to Donald Trump in 1958, which is absurd.
Come on, man. That's 70 years ago, man.
Hey, look, a lot of people are getting triggered because they're saying Trump's not 80. Okay, fine. He's 74 or something.
Exactly. I can't stand people like that. You're 30 years old, and I'll be like, yo, bro, you're 40 now, man. You got to change up. I'm not 40. I'm 38. Man, shut up. You sound dumber. Anyway, let him be triggered. Hold on. I want to get through this list, though. I see Bitcoin is popping again. And I just want everybody to know, get your money, buy on the dip, all that shit. But understand this. The more, when Bitcoins, they just peaked over $1 trillion finally. When they get 10, there's only $37 trillion in the world. You know what I'm saying? So let's do the math. 10% of the world's money is $3.7 trillion. Bitcoin almost touched that recently. Now it's going to dip again, and you know how Bitcoin is. But when Bitcoin when they start touching about 4 trillion and they get to about 10% of the world's money is just in Bitcoin, I just want people to understand this. There's no more hiding money from the government. There's no more, I made $380,000 last year, and I told the government I made $2.25. That's done. They're going to track your every single penny. Bitcoin is, okay, hold on real quick before you add in. Now, this is, all right. Bill Gates. Okay. Bill Gates is now a I don't know, a self-proclaimed medical doctor, right? I heard you and your boy, when you and the caller talking about it. He's a self-proclaimed medical doctor now, right?
Yeah, I call him Bill Gates. I call him that affectionately. I think he's a vax junkie, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, because, okay, you figure he went up to Mount Dungeon and he went to University of Dragonia, and all of a sudden he's a medical doctor. But Bill Gates is actually a computer doctor, So when they made us forget about that. They did that on purpose. And now all of a sudden, Bill Gates, you're not down with Bitcoin. Come on, you are Satoshi. Bill Gates is Satoshi. I don't know how dumb people can be. How don't they see the smoke in the mirrors? He doesn't like Bitcoin, but he likes Tesla.
Yeah.
Okay. You mine Bitcoin from inside of warehouses. It doesn't get cold in there. So yeah, it burns a lot of energy, but not like those electric cars. Like those electric cars, we're 100 years away from that. But he's talking about Bitcoin consumed. So they're trying to make it seem like he's against it, because really he is Satoshi. Come on. That grinds my gears that people don't understand, like the triple whammy that they're trying to do there. They're trying to make it seem like he's a doctor now, that he never had nothing to do with computers. But if you think about it, when that cover of Economicist, whatever, came out in 1988, he was Mr. Computer. So who else made it? Come on. And you didn't know nothing, you're not into, come on, man. It's such a joke.
Okay, that's a great point, because he came out and he said that he thinks that Bitcoin is bad for the environment because it's like come on, by that logic you could say Facebook is bad for the environment. He's reaching there. I thought it sounded phony, but for anyone who doesn't know, this is why I think the whole thing is rigged. Whether or not you want to make money off it, I'm not judging it. I'm just saying that on the day that Bitcoin reached 33K, Satoshi became the 33rd richest man in the world. And this is 33 years to the day of the release of the Economist cover you referenced, with the phoenix with the burning cash with the Bitcoin in its mouth. I mean, that's just too much.
Come on. It's too much. It's too much. And you know what? And we still haven't seen a picture of Satoshi, right? No one knows who he is, right?
Supposedly, if he's a real person, it could just as easily be Bill Gates as Elon Musk.
Oh, he's a real person. It's Bill Gates. I can guarantee, I would bet my last dollar, man. It's Bill Gates, man. Come on. That's simple. But anyway, yo, I finally saw, me and my boy got into a little heated discussion because he thinks I'm retarded because I think the earth is flat. And I was telling him about the moon theory, how, it's really just a map of our planet or whatever. So he's looking for, like, on YouTube and all the time. I'm like, bro, YouTube is communist. You're not going to find independent journalism there anymore. That's back in the day shit. So he's looking. So he brings up this Nat Geo. Were you there during that Nat Geo thing?
I used to. I mean, I used to actually get Nat Geo back.
No. Did you see the one where Mark Sargent was on Nat Geo?
Oh, I did. Yeah, where they did the test by the lake. Yes, I have.
Were you there?
I wasn't there. I know people who were there. I thought it was a hilarious joke of a
check
debunk.
this out. Oh my God. So I see dude with the hat. I'm like, oh, that's Mark Sargent, before they even said his name. So he like, how the hell you know this dude? I'm like, bro, I'm into, I'm into all this shit, man. So, oh my God, I've never been more of a globe skeptic in my life, man. I mean, the evidence that they produced was like almost a complete joke. I mean, 2 quick pictures of like a third of the globe, and then some fuckwad puts a sailboat a half a mile out into the lake, and what the fuck?
Yeah, that was funny. Okay, so just to put this in context, so they're saying, oh yeah, the boat, which is like 5 miles away, is over the hump. So let's just pretend that's true. If it's true, then being that it's over a hump, it's actually like leaning away from you. It's not still like vertical. It wouldn't be perpendicular. It wouldn't.
Yeah, no, it should be going down the slope.
Exactly. And so I'm looking at this and I'm like, wait a minute. this is ridiculous because I can look out my window. There's a mountain peak 114 miles away. I can see clouds behind it as far as I can see, and they are parallel to the ground that I'm on. So looking at the distance, 120 miles plus, you do the curvature math, at a minimum, there should be some curvature at that distance, and there isn't. So the idea that a boat is going over the hump at 5 miles is laughable.
Oh my, bro, I've never been more of a flat earther. I never saw that episode. I never saw that. My boy started looking for flat earth stuff, and he just came across that video. Oh my God. I've never believed in flat earth more than I do now ever since that Nat Geo video. That was horrible. If that was the best that the government can do, that was pathetic, man. I mean, pathetic. That's the only word I could think of, man.
Oh, I agree. The best they can do is ad hominem and guilt by association. Oh, you think the Earth's flat? You must be a QAnoner, anti-vaxxer school shooter. It's like,
no, you think the Earth's flat. What you say last time? You said, oh, that must be coming from right-wing hatred, right-wing, I forget what you said.
Yeah, they're always pigeonholing you. And it's like, no, this is actually just a conversation about our perception and how we've actually outsourced our perceptions about things that are a certain height, altitude, or distance away. And it turns out we can't trust the people who told us what's out there, or at least.
No, you totally can't trust them at all. That Nat Geo episode was an eye opener for me, man. I mean, I've never been 100% more like in my heart and bones feel it that I know for sure now that this thing's flat, or at the least not a globe. It's not a ball like a basketball. It's not that at all. There's no way. I know it. I mean, the evidence was pathetic, man. But anyway, I got some stuff right now. I got this theory, man, on this Metascript. But hold on, with 9/11, all right. The dude, I call him George Costanza. He's real finicky from Maryland, but he got a lot of knowledge. He knows a lot of shit. He talks to you for a while sometimes.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
I know who you're talking about. You call him George. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. He brought up the actor that was one of the first crisis actors that pretty much gave us like what the 9/11 Commission came up with right on the spot. Remember that guy?
Yes, the guy with the Harley. What's his name? I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, because you cannot find that video anymore, bro. I hate that. I hate YouTube so much, but you gotta hold that line. But man, they make me upset for getting rid of these videos. Cause man, remember like that big ass black dude that he had like hovering over him to make sure that them lines came out right?
Oh yeah, the Men in Black type characters just right there.
Yeah, that Men in Black dude behind him. Yeah, man. I wish I could find that video, but you can't find that video anymore, man. We had to. I'm thinking like, man, that's why they probably got rid of like a lot of that, like hard drive discs and shit, man, because you can have all this shit on disc. Nowadays, you lose your phone or something, or you forget a password, and you might have 2 years of research going.
Well, I'm glad you're talking about it, though, because they can burn books all they want. Eventually, they'll burn all the information, but we have to keep the story going, the narrative, so people can piece it back together and find this stuff. And a commenter here says he thinks it's Mark Walsh or possibly Mark Warner. So somebody's going to find it. And when they do, they can just post it on the forum at infiniteplane.media. And
man, because he came up with the 9/11 Commission report right on the spot. But anyway, hold on. Now, I don't even need the videos now. Now, 9/11 is probably what I visited the most. Like, I have the most knowledge on 9/11. And I'm going to tell you, I don't even need a video with no planes in it. I don't need that. I can use the video with the planes in it. And I'm going to tell you why. Now, I've never worked on a runway. I don't know, but I've caught plenty of planes. I've been to Puerto Rico more times than I can count. Orlando, Cali, everywhere. I've been a lot of places. And I know one thing about airplanes. They're fucking loud. Now, first of all, you can't even get a pilot to have enough heart to fly a plane at sea level at that speed, because you got to be suicidal. That thing's going to be like a Hyundai doing $150 down the highway. If you're not ready to die, you're not going to fly a plane at top speed at sea level. It's going to be like pieces falling off off of it, man. But that's not how I know that there were no planes. I've been a no planer probably since like '05. Ever since Steve Jones from BYU, that dude that got fired from his professor job because he came up with the no planes theory. I think his name was Steve Jones. I forget. Okay, but this is how I know. This is how I know. Those people, when you see the plane, when you see the building burst into flames because the bombs were detonated, everyone jumps. Everyone jumps. There's a huge, like everyone's Michael Jordan. Poof, everyone just jumps, right? Now, let me tell you something. If a plane would have been doing top speed, headed to that tower, bro, you could have been standing next to the most powerful jackhammer, bulldozer, and rap concert, right? And everyone will immediately see that plane coming. You'll hear it before you see it. You're going to hear that, man. I don't care what kind of traffic jam, bulldozers. I don't care what's going on out there, bro. The whole fucking blocks, everyone's going to start looking up like, what the fuck is that? You're going to see it. So you're going to be more or less expecting it like, oh my God, they're about to hit the plane. They're about to hit the tower. You're not going to jump from like, oh my God, what the hell just happened? You know what happened. You heard that plane coming from 3 miles away. No one should have jumped. There should have been no jumping. Everyone should have been looking at that because there's nothing in the world, or not in New York City or whatever, louder than what that plane would have been screaming like. You would have been following it to the building. You wouldn't have jumped. It wouldn't have been such a surprise. That's why I can use any video. Once you see the people jump, a plane flying that low at that speed would not have caught you off guard, man. I don't even need the no planes video. I could use the plane video.
Nice find. And earlier I was talking about Stanley Kubrick, right? Well, it turns out, okay, in the movie Dr. Strangelove, one of the main scenes is the pilot named Kong does this daredevil low to the ground flight, which is exactly like what happened to the Pentagon.
Yeah, you were telling you I've been listening to a lot of your stuff, man. So and then this is also how you know that everyone's not in on these psyops. But what happens is like you just said. But if you get to that position, you have to go with whatever the government says. Because remember, a couple of the news anchors and shit, they were saying they were so fucking stupid. That's how you can tell that, like, more or less the populace is pretty much dumbed down. We're like retarded. You had grown ass men thinking that a plane flew through a fucking skyscraper. Remember, because they messed up on the recording. And like the way that they layered that recording, the nose came out through the other side of the tower. You can't find them videos no more either, where it looked like the plane flew right through. When you know damn well if a duck hits a plane, it damn near totals it. Planes can't even hit a bird without getting totaled and shit and having to land. You're talking about flying through. And then the news anchor was like, it looks like it almost went through the other side. That's how you could tell he didn't know what was going on, but he has to go with whatever the government is saying is going on. But it also shows you how fucking stupid we are that a 40-year-old man thought that a plane could get through the other side of the building.
Well, okay, on that point, the reason why, and I believe that people are stupefied. The word I use is stupefied. I think it's fixable, but they're stunned. And I think they're stunned by decades of entertainment where you're watching movies where it's constantly planes blowing up, the action films. Oh, if a plane, it can go through 5 buildings, take 20 minutes to crash, goes down the freeway. It's like, so you've been conditioned to think that, no, a plane is an unstoppable missile. And that's why these movies make sense. Oh, obviously jet fuel melts buildings. So they prepped us for it, right?
Yeah, that's why George Costanza, my man from Maryland, see, he got to understand, bro. A lot of that shit from back in the day he be bringing up, bro, I already done auto-hoaxed all that. That's all fake to me. World War I, World War II, man, that shit. Man, I done auto-hoaxed that. All that, this and that, man, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Let me say this, because JohnLeBon.com, you have to go there. John LeBon just put out...
I like John LeBon. I like John LeBon.
Okay, well, he's been doing some top-notch work recently, and he uncovered that most of the footage that you've seen of the attacks on Pearl Harbor were probably faked. In other words, they said that it was so sudden, they didn't have time to film this stuff. So what you saw are recreations that have been put into documentaries. So most people who have this concept of Pearl Harbor and then it's all recreated in these movies, it's actually based on a movie, and they admit it. And I'm like, and it's not just Pearl Harbor, but John LeBon was doing some video uncovering how much of our concept of World War II is based on propaganda, admitted propaganda.
Yeah, man. I done auto hoax like so much of that from back in the day. I'm almost to the point where like if I didn't see it myself or someone that I truly trust seeing it, I don't believe it, man. I'm sorry. I don't believe it. I don't believe anything that's in the books. Nothing. Other than like basic math, basic properties of science, shit like that. But all that, in 1872, this man, no, I'm nothing. I can't, because they're telling our kids that, like you said, fuel brought down a skyscraper. Gasoline brought down a skyscraper. Pulverized it like it got hit by a 80 million ton fucking anchor or something. I don't know what can pulverize steel like that, but come on, man. Gasoline. And our kids, they're running with it. They're running with all these narratives. George Floyd's in the history books. All this crap that we know is lies. Sandy, all of it.
Okay,
Vegas, Orlando. I mean, everything. It's in the history books already.
Okay, so you brought up the Phoenix thing. So for people who didn't catch this, the Twin Towers, the construction began in 1968, the same year that 911 became the emergency number for America. 33 years later, the towers burn. And, of course, the number 33 is constantly being associated with the Phoenix. But what you had there was a Phoenix ritual with the burning, and then after that you enter a new world. And then this event kicked off at 8:46 in the morning, and that's when the world changed, right? Well, then you have George Floyd choked for 8:46, and that's only one of a dozen or more things that connect 9/11 to the George Floyd event. So I'm like, well, who wrote the George Floyd story, and how long ago was that authored? All these events are now, to me, very much, they seem to be very integrated, which is kind of interesting, because I knew they were
all this stuff, when people think they're doing stuff on the fly and all that, no, sorry. Those couple of Japanese people in the street out there complaining that they're getting censored on online, you think that's what created this pandemic? Planned, whatever you want to call it. Come on. This thing was planned so long ago, man. You got to be out of your mind if you think the elite people just came up with this on the fly because some Japanese people were mad that they were getting put back under communism. Nah, man.
Yeah, and
doesn't work.
So in the movie Donnie Darko, it's one of these movies that we brought up because we mentioned the year 1988 with the Phoenix burning the cash, and then 33 years later, Bitcoin hits 33K. They've already said cash has COVID. Well, in the movie Donnie Darko, he's wearing a sweater that says Triumph. So it's like Donnie Triumph, Donald Trump. And in the movie, one of the stories in there, the subplots is they talk about burning a mattress full of cash, which comes from a Graham Greene novel, burning the cash. And they said they did it as an act of creative destruction, just to see what would happen if they burned the world down. And so it's interesting to me that we're actually looking at this Phoenix-like transformation 33 years from 1988, as in, and it's just the timing of it's very intriguing. Just like 33 years from the construction of the towers, it burns down. The connection here, of course, is the Phoenix. And that's what really gets me here, is that there's a cohesive symbolic language that connects this thing. And that's why I call it the metascript. It's actually integrated.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I'm about to get to that. But one more quick little side note. You know who the first actor was that started to get $20 million a movie? You know who broke that threshold?
No, who?
Jim Carrey. You know what propelled him to that? What movie? The Mask. All right.
Okay.
That was quick. That was, and I know he's just an agent provocateur, did the movie 23, but I'm just saying, it shows you how important he is to them. Don't ever get it twisted. Come on, it wasn't Denzel or Tom Cruise or Anthony Hopkins or these people that they tell you are great actors. No. Retard Jim Carrey was the first one to break the $20 million threshold. How? With The Mask. Which brings me to my thing. I want to get to my theory, because I know you broke down Jim Carrey. We all know But I just wanted to hit you with that little side note that he was the first one to get $20 million. So that pretty much tells me he's all the way in. He's all the way in. Now check it out. All right. Now you always talk about the Metascript and how, and then people always talk about who, getting fed information. That's why shit's so layered and all that. So I like 80s, not just 80s, but I've been watching like toxic masculinity shows. So I've been watching like the early seasons of like Married with Children, the Trailer Park Boys. And if you ever notice any of them shows like that, at first, they're real toxic masculine. But once they get popular, you could tell that the government, if you notice towards the end of Married with Children, Al Bundy was doing all types of gay shit. Insane gay shit. They were making them do all types of gay shit, just like the Trailer Park Boys. They started out, they're doing pornos with chicks and there's titties everywhere on up and you're getting all over the screen. Guess what? They turned gay now. Now all of a sudden Trailer Park Boys got all this gay shit in it. So hold on, I'm getting all off. Now I want to go, like I said, I'm watching Toxic Masculinity. I've been like binging it for the last couple months. So I'm on 18 right now, right? All right. Check this out. Now, 18. Now, let's go to Hannibal. I know of 3 Hannibals that the government has told me about. Anthony Hopkins, that's the most recent Hannibal. Then Hannibal from the 18. Oh, hold on. For reference, Anthony Hopkins, Hannibal, master of disguise, eats your face or whatever, use someone's face to break out of prison. Okay, let's go to Hannibal from 18. He was a master of disguise, right? His best friend's name was Face. Okay, so now let's go to the original Hannibal that they talked to us about in school, right? He conquered by riding on an elephant over the Alps, and he conquered the Greeks or the Romans, whatever fucking bullshit they hit us with. All right, check it out. This is going to be a little long, just a couple minutes. Now check this out. Elephants. Hannibal rode an elephant, right? All right, so his elephant was his transportation. Those elephants, if you ever look up the pictures of like Hannibal's elephants, they were always adorned, and decorated, right? And now, from my knowledge and from what I've always seen on movies and shit and like Nat Geo type shit, when they transport elephants, they got to get heavily sedated, right? So Hannibal rode his elephant. That was his transport. Elephants was adorned and decorated, and elephants must be sedated to fly. Mr. T signifies Hannibal's elephant. He was a mechanic. He was always the one that made sure they could get to the war. Mr. T was the transportation. Mr. T was adorned and decorated with chains and shit and all that decoration shit. Also, Mr. T had to get sedated in order to fly. So symbolically, he's playing Hannibal's elephant. All right.
That's good. That's good. That's deep subtext. They wrote the character. They patterned it. Very, very good find there. Go on.
Yeah. So now, I have to leave real quick, but I'm gonna come back. You know how there's like a lot of speculation that Craig David might be Drake or whatever like that, or there's a theory out there that Craig David is Drake. And honestly, I dove into it a little bit, and whew, man, it really seriously matches. But anyway, forget about all that. If you notice, you know how they like to do that thing where they took Craig David, the first letter of his last name, D, got rid of the C in front of his first name and turned it into like how they turned Craig David into Drake. You know how they do that sometimes, how they mix up the... Okay, let's go back to Mr. T. His name on that show was B.A. Barack. Remember, his name was Barack. Okay, so if you take Baracus, because that was his last name, B.A. was his first name, they basically, it's another layer of showing you that Barack Obama was coming, right? Because just for another point of reference, I don't know why this keeps pumping in my brain, but I remember when Mortal Kombat 2 came out, there was a character on there named Baraka, and he was black. I'll never forget. He was like a black man. He's like a light-skinned black dude. And now Now, Mr. T's name on this show was B.A. Baracus. So you could take that Baracus, like they did Craig Davis' name. That's why I said that. And you can take the last name Baracus, put that in the front, Barack, and then the B.A. That's still like Barack Obama. You know, it's like Barack Obama. It's like you said, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes.
It rhymes, right. And I've seen many, many examples of this where you can see how people have been peppered with ideas and memes in particular, so that you have a certain archetype in mind that is associated with a name, and then later they play on it. And Carl Jung talked about this. He called it archetypal transference. And so if you had an attachment to that Barack, according to this theory, the next time somebody matches that archetype, you might actually, like through NLP, you know, you might actually just respond to him as though it's the same person. You would associate the same emotions or whatever, and that can be used to great effect as far as like basically associating yourself with a positive character. And I think they intentionally, years in advance, prepare us for characters on the world stage in this way.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Because when you look back, 18 came out in 1983, man. So you figure Barack was elevated in 08, so that was 25 years. So they knew when Barack was in college or whatever he was at, Africa, Hawaii, I don't know where they say he was from, man, but all I know is he was in the workings since 18.
Right.
Because there's different layers. Like you said, it's more than one layer to the shit. They're going back to Hannibal. And now it also made me completely disregard the Hannibal story. I think that might have been one of the first divide and conquer agents, or I don't believe the Hannibal story at all anymore. Because once they start referencing their old shit, you're referencing your old psyop. Come on. I'm not fucking stupid. Now I don't believe the Hannibal story. I don't believe none of that shit that's in the books anymore. None of it.
Hey, so let's go back
None of it.
for a second. Okay, so the toxic masculinity thing is very interesting. A few years ago, we had, I think it was 2016, 2017, we had a shooting in Palo Alto with Elliot Rogers, and they said he was basically acting out of toxic masculinity, shooting at the sorority girls. Turns out his father was the assistant director of the Hunger Games. His grandfather did photography at Auschwitz. And of course, the Hunger Games has some interesting associations with Sandy Hook. But anyway, this idea of toxic masculinity has been associated with most of the shooters. And the idea that they're incels. And the FBI is actually looking for incels as the new threat. So you brought up how they bring on these characters like El Bundy, and at first they basically personify toxic masculinity, but then later they're more or less, brought
They're feminized.
Yes, exactly. And so that's an interesting thing, this idea of, they're basically lionized for their actions, and later they tear them down. And I'm seeing more examples of that. For example, Marilyn Manson, for example, his 33-year-old ex, and that to me signifies it's probably an op, is suddenly, now it might even go criminal, but now it's basically, they build him up, they tear him down. They tear down all the attitudes that went along with it. And this is what cancel culture is about too.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's all done on purpose. It's not like you said, they're building you up just to get rid of that. For the big fall. They're going to set you up for the big fall. And now, whatever they don't like, once they make your character the opposite of that, or damn near the opposite of that, you're going to forget that he was whatever he used to be. You're just going to know, like, that's corny now. Like, you ain't heard? It's cool to wear tight ass pants and ponytail, a man or whatever like that.
Well, let me bring this up too. So the Donnie Darko movie came out right before 9/11, and it had all kinds of foreshadowing about both 9/11 and Corona and Donald Trump's presidency. So it takes place during an election year. Of course, his name, Donnie, he's got the Triumph sweater. But one of the twists in the movie here is that the money burns, but another thing, he sets a house on fire that actually causes a child trafficking ring to be exposed. So you even have like the QAnon subplot is actually woven into this story. And it's like, if you knew who's going to be president, decades in advance, it would be so easy to drop hints and to put in this predictive programming. And it seems like synchronicity, but I just, it looks like that. But I think it's more mundane. I think it's just, insiders scripting it.
Yeah, they sit at a table and they brainstorm it, man. That's all. It's just been brainstormed, man. I just thank God Texas for fucking being one of the big states, because, like, a lot of states already, like, people don't count, like, a lot of those Midwest states, because they just figure them people to be, like, not, I don't know, up with the times, whatever, man. But Texas is one of those states where it's like, yeah, it's down south, but they're getting money. They're about, freedom. And I'm glad that even though I'm sure it's still somewhat of a psyop, whatever, I don't know, man. But I'm just glad Texas. I hope they lift this fucking ban every.
Yeah, I think the attitude that we're waiting for permission is what needs to go. That's not an American thing. I think Americans have changed. The snitching was off the charts last year.
We did.
But
Tim, now this is the only thing I gotta say, and I hear you. Okay. Another thing, real quick, with 9/11 and the new shit, and all right, people gotta stop saying nano. You gotta remember, they mastered nanotechnology in the 90s when they brought down the Twin Towers with nanothermite. Nanothermite is old. I'm gonna go ahead and steal some more of your stuff and say, let's just say that they're on hyper nano now, or ultra nano. Like, that's old news. It's beyond nano now. It's beyond nano. But anyway, I'm not scared of what they're injecting in. What I'm scared of, I'm not a vaxxaphobe. What I'm scared of is because I say no to your injection, I'm a domestic terrorist now? No. And now if my kids say no to this, or if I say no to them, then are they not allowed to go to school? And what the hell is no, man? No. Because like you said, it's not about, are they injecting a robot in me, or do they have some type of ultra nanoparticle technology that, you got to have a goddamn CIA microscope just to see what they're pumping in you. I'm not even scared about that. Like you said, I do see the psyop in the whole, I see it. There's a psyop going on with the vaccine. My whole thing is, I just don't like that whole, you didn't take the latest vaccine? Oh, you're a domestic terrorist. Go ahead, man. Guantanamo Bay or whatever military base they're going to send you to, whatever, because you didn't take the poke. So now you got to, because sooner or later, it's like you said before, they don't do anything. You think that this terrible production meant nothing. No, it means something. They're going to keep going down the list on who didn't get vaccinated. It might not get to you today. It might not be 2022, but it's going to get to you one day. You're going to be on that non-vax list. I don't like the whole, you didn't take the vax, so you're a domestic terrorist. I don't like that, man. So it's like, that's why I'm not going to take, I could see people falling down on them, like Wuhan. I'm still not going to take it, because I don't want the government with that type of power about, we said you got to take this, so you take it. No, bro. No. Like you said, that's not how America works. Not how America works. I do see the psyop that you're talking about, though. I don't know the angle they're trying to be with it yet, but I do keep seeing that, like, people are dying from the vaccine, and they're turning it into a thing. And I think they're just going to prove, like, there's nothing in this. You guys are just conspiraphobes, and take the shot. If you don't take the shot, you're a terrorist. That's all. I just feel like they're trying to label you a terrorist if you don't want the shot. And I don't like that.
I resent being labeled a sinner by every religion I'm not a part of. I don't like being labeled a polluter by the religionists of global warming. And I don't like the idea of being labeled a super spreader or terrorist. To me, these are just labels for the outsider. And I think it's more of a political or even a religious thing. It's a designation. It's not anything more than, I think, a new form of, it's almost like segregation in a way. I've even seen things in the UK where they're saying, if you get vaxxed, you can go to the party. And so it's more like,
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't have your
That's what they're
friends.
gonna do. It's like you're not allowed the Great Adventure. I can't take my kids to Great Adventure now because I didn't get the fucking shot. Man.
And it's
That's
circles.
crazy.
They'll say even if you're social distancing and you're vaxxed, you have to make sure that your friends are also complicit in this, because if like you have like an anti-vaxxer in their house, well, now you can't go over there. So it's creating this idea. It's creating this environment where preventing the virus is actually being used to get political dissidents outgrouped. It's brilliant if you think about it. And 2020 shows how effective it was, and will continue to be, I imagine.
Oh yeah, because a lot of people are still I deliver. I got 2 different jobs delivering, man, and I'm dealing with like going to people's houses all the time, and they're still scared, and then who they really get a grips of is the old people. The old people, man, they are terrified still, man. Old people, they just, they're so inundated they're saturated with the programming, man. So it's like, it's like you're trying to teach a 10-year-old dog how to roll over. You just got to let some people kind of just live their life out. And, they're good people, but it's just, they've been duped their whole life. So now it's no hope really.
They don't know the role of media. And the best way I can explain it is that it's like War of the Worlds. It's a radio broadcast. They don't tell you it's a radio broadcast. And if you take that radio as your sole source of information, as an authority, which is a logical, it's just an error here to say, okay, that's my source of authority, and it's somewhat anonymous. So War of the Worlds, the idea of it being broadcasted and then having an actual response makes perfect sense. They didn't have any way to fact check it. And people who don't fact check the hyper-mediated worldview that comes through the MSM and all these outlets, they're basically as clueless and basically triggerable as those individuals who thought that the radio broadcast was actually a news broadcast.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Like you said, man, you tell the people, it's like they just go with anything that's coming out that TV, man. And it's a shame, man. And my thing is, fakeologist said it's the Anglo. He said it's the Anglo white man and the China. I'm not going to just go, because that sounds way too white and black for me. I'm not going to say it's just the white people with the communists. No. Whoever got a lot of money, not a million or two, the big boy club, the 1% club, that's who's in it. It's not a color thing. They're colorblind, man. It's a green thing. Do you have green or not? And if you don't have enough, then you're not in the club, man. That's how it goes. I don't know. I can't just, I'm not going to do that. I'm not, because the government is already, I put it on my Facebook whenever they, every time I get when I'm allowed to post and stuff, I say it. I don't care what the government does. I'm not going to hate white people. And if anything, I'm going to embrace them even more now. And I put that because they're trying to make us hate white people, man. And the NBA just took a big hit because this is what happened. See, this is the hit the NBA took. And I know the government was mad. See, black players said no to the vaccine commercials. They were asked, would they help promote the vaccination? It was like 60% said no.
Wow.
And you know what happened? Yeah. Even the other 40% that was probably on the fence, once you see your whole locker room say, man, fuck this, you're not going to do it because you're going to be looked upon as an Uncle Tom now or something like that. So no, they got no support from the black people. And now what's the problem? You can't put a white guy up there to tell you to go take this vaccine because they didn't indoctrinated us so much to hate white people right now that white people aren't popular right now. So they don't necessarily want a white person pumping the vaccine. You need what's popular to be your marketing scheme. You can't use Hitler to, in 1942 Hitler to promote something. You might could use 1928 Hitler, but you can't use 42 Hitler because he was a villain by now. So they can't use no white NBA players, and all the black players said no.
See,
so that's why you didn't see any coronavirus vaccination commercials coming from the NBA.
Man, they have to hate that. And I thought it was such an odd choice to make Bill Gates the front man when you can just look one generation back, his father, Bill Gates Sr., and this affiliation with the American Eugenics Society. Anytime you talk about eugenics, what it really comes down to is pretty ominous. And you can find statements from the founder of Planned Parenthood talking about how you gain trust with certain communities by putting one of their own in front of it. So yeah, this really much, it just smacks of eugenics, and I don't know if they can get around that. That's quite a hurdle.
Hey, if you could enlighten me real quick. Now, when you say his dad was a eugenicist, right? That means that he wanted to kill off. Like, is it you want to kill everything that's not white, or you want to kill everything that's not rich?
It's probably an overstatement to say they want to kill, but I have to look closer into
get rid of whatever.
But eugenics,
decimate.
You can find statements from their attitudes that are somewhat antiquated based on what is tantamount to a pseudoscience. The idea that you can basically purify. I don't know. I don't think it perfectly correlates with any specific racial thing, but it depends on who you listen to. And some of them made some statements that are just really hard to erase, like human weeds, for example. How do you walk that back?
And it's like you said, it's the same. And another reason why I have a lot of I don't know, it's like the same people, like you said, that are always talking about it, the earth is overpopulated, are trying to hurry up and tell you to go take that back.
Yes.
It's like the same people. No. And then those you see they're having big time trouble with the healthcare frontline workers, because I think the last time I looked at it, it said about 68% of the frontline workers were either black or Latino. And I want to say over 50% of them said no to the vaccine. You know how many billions of dollars they just wasted? I think like 5% of the population probably going to get that shot. So if the other 90% doesn't get it, how much did they just waste on fake? It should be treason just for that. And it's like the dude from Maryland said with George Costanza. What's his name? Because I like him. He's fucking crazy. This was the trigger, though. Like when Larry Silverstein. You remember Larry Silverstein?
Yes.
Okay. Bro, he said, we decided to pull it. That's when you can see, I was only 17 back then. Well, when I was researching it, now I was in my 20s by then. But see, when he said that, that's when grown men back then were supposed to come together and just go ape shit. Because I think anyone probably over the age of like what a decent grown person age would understand that you don't just pull a building. You know how long it takes to line that building up with enough nanothermite to do that to that. Like, come on, man. That was the red flag.
Yes, exactly.
That was the ring the alarm. But we're so drunk and high and
now, do you
past
think
due on our bills that it's like it's an afterthought of trying to get your freedom back.
You think they really could have pulled off the spectacle of 9/11 without having inundated us with action films for years and years, where jet fuel is one of the main characters of these films, always blowing up? I mean, I think that they rely heavily on entertainers and athletes to prepare us for stuff, and that's why they put such a focus on celebrity athletes, because these are major influencers.
Yep. Because I'll never forget the video of that faker Prince, man, when he was on stage talking about Osama coming, and it was like the year 99 or 2000. It was like a year before 9/11, and Prince was running on stage talking about Osama bin Laden coming. And you're absolutely right about the athletes. That's their main thing. People like LeBron James, Dave Chappelle, anyone with a voice that the minorities listen to, because the NBA culture rules the urban culture. Whatever the NBA players like, the kids in the projects and the trailer homes and the middle class kids and the upper middle and the lower middle, they all love basketball, man. So when LeBron James tells you that China's right and we should be communists, the kids are going to be like, yeah, fuck that. Fuck America. We're communists now.
Hey, someone
You
brought
know?
up here, in 1977, Elvis Presley, I think it was 77, no, maybe it was a little before then. Anyway, Presley got a polio shot. And right after he got that shot on TV, millions of people lined up for the shot. That's pretty much all it takes. And it's strange, though, that we have all these individuals out there taking vaxies, which is a selfie while you're getting vaxxed, which I think is gross, unsanitary. But why are so many of these vaxies using props and fake needles? That has not been adequately explained.
What do you mean they're using props and fake needles?
If you watch a lot of these like celebrities and politicians who are getting their vaxes for publicity stunts, you're finding that they're not even using real needles or they're retractable. It's just PR stunts. And I find that to be very just strange. Also, for example, even Dr. Fauci. So he gets a poke on the left, and his elbow is somewhat lifted, which is kind of unusual because that would tense up the anterior deltoid there where he got stuck. And then they asked him about it later. How was the vax? And he says, oh, it's sore. I got a knot. And he actually pats the other shoulder. So there's all kinds of shenanigans going on with that.
Man, when I showed my boy that Dr. Fauci introduced HIV in '83, that's one of my boys kind of, you seen the light bulb go on, like, hold on a second here, man. The same guy, and they love to do that, don't they? That's why I completely believe it was Kubrick. Why would I ever go to his protege when I got him? No, you do the psyops, It's just like, why would I let someone else do it? Dr. Fauci already did good with AIDS, so now he's going to do good with the COVID. Yeah. That's why I totally believe that Kubrick did not left.
Okay,
you don't leave your cash cow.
Here's one more. This is an interesting twist on this because Kubrick's movie Space Odyssey 2001 has references to 9/11. Shining has references to 9/11. So when you go into 2001...
No, the other one too. What's that love story?
Dr. Strangelove.
Dr. Strangelove.
So in the movie Eyes Wide Shut, the main character is played by Tom Cruise, who's literally going to the space station this year. So I'm like, wait a minute here. Tom Cruise, who studied under Kubrick while making that movie, lived at the guy's house. The guy who faked the moon landing is going to the space station. So I think that this might be part of Stanley Kubrick's vision, whatever Tom Cruise does up there.
Oh, definitely. Oh, another thing, because I heard you guys talking about this, and man, bro, that dude from Virgin Mobile, how long he been talking about sending people up to space?
Oh, Virgin Galactic's been at it for almost like 15 years, maybe. But
that's the dude with the white long hair, right?
Yes, and then somebody blew up a few years ago. But yeah, he's the guy that looks kind of like a slimmer David Icke, kind of.
Yeah, he looks like a slim David Icke. He kind of reminds me of the archetype when they do for the Dos Equis commercial, like the most interesting man in the world.
Yeah, his life is a
beer. Remember those commercials? He looks like one of those guys.
His life is a beer commercial. His life is a beer commercial. The most interesting man in the world. He's on a boat. There's like bikini models. Yeah, always smiling for the camera. It's totally unbelievable.
Yeah, and like you said, great head of hair. They always make sure that those type of guys got a great head of hair. I don't know what it is, but you're absolutely right. And I think there's something in the mental mind of the human that a great head of hair, you're just attracted to it, and you think you just get drawn to the person.
You might find this interesting. Zaphod Beeblebox. That's the name of the guy in the movie Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which Elon Musk is all about. And this is one of the main characters in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. He's this guy who looks exactly 100% like Richard Branson. Like Richard Branson is actually based on this character. His name is Beeblebrox.
Exactly. It's like you said, man. I completely believe that Richard Branson, Elon Musk, they are actors, man. These people aren't no renowned mental giants, brain bombs. They're not no brain monsters. I don't want to hear that. No way. I hear Elon talk. He doesn't talk like someone that just you know how when you listen to somebody talk that's just way, way, way smarter than you? Elon does not. I do not get that impression from Elon when I hear him talk. I see his mind get flustered. I see him like looking like he's not that witty. He's not quick enough with it for me to believe he's a genius like this, man.
Well, do you remember what he said about the Tesla in space? He said it must be real because it looks so fake. I think the logic here is that he must be a genius because he sounds so dumb.
Exactly, because he sounds so fucking dumb, man. But hold on, though. This the thing, though, Tim. And I'm gonna burst your bubble a little bit here because even though I know you don't got your hopes set, but some of the chat and some people might do. If I created such a huge lie and built a civilization off this lie, I'm not about to let somebody just come and just destroy my house of cards. You know, they built us. Oh shit! Hold on. The dinosaur thing? Yo, I got a 7-year-old son and a 3-year-old son. They both love dinosaurs, man. I mean, I've been noticing it even more as you said it. I'm like, God damn it, both love dinosaurs. And I remember I love dinosaurs. And I think you're absolutely right where they hit you with the early case of doom and gloom, kind of how they did, again, the urban community. When they set off COVID-19, remember before that, no, they had to kill Kobe and they had to kill Pop Smoke because they got to hit you with a little doom and gloom, a little psychological torture before they hit you with the pandemic. And I think it's the same thing with dinosaurs and the little kids. They already kind of like mentally scar your brain from the rip. As soon as you're 6 years old, they just lash your brain with a couple lashes, whap, whap, whap. You know, all that we built up for you for the last 6 years, they're dead. And they got killed tragically, horribly in a ball of fire.
Yeah, what a strange thing, right? You raise the children where all of their cartoons have these dinosaurs that are all happy, colorful creatures, paradise on Earth. They sit around eating. And I mean, it's the Garden of Eden. And it's all over their nurseries. And they look like dragons, mythical beings. So they cross the line into fantasy. And then you see it in the movies. And then, of course, you find out, oh, by the way, yes, an extinction event. So they get you to conceptualize mass extinction before you can,
there you go.
At the age of like 5 or something. And, of course, yes, they kill your friends. They killed Barney. That's MK Ultra right there.
Yeah. Now, what I was really trying to get to, though, Tim, you know, my man from Ireland, what's my man that's trying to go to space?
Mark Gould, the annoyed Scot.
Yeah. He reminds me of Peter Griffin dad. I don't know if you watch Family Guy, but they had this episode where they showed Peter Griffin's real dad, and he was from Ireland. He was like a drunk, like a real big drunk. I only say that because he had the hiccups when he first came on your show.
Yes. I think I called him at a very late hour or something, but I thought that too at first.
But I commend him. You know, I don't know if he's in it because, you know, I'm hearing a lot of these guys talking about, I'm just a guy with a phone. I'm just a guy. I remember Cam B saying that shit, man. So I don't go with that. You're just a guy with a phone shit, man. That don't mean you're not an FBI, CIA, or paid off crisis actor just because you're a guy with a phone. I'm not going with that no more. But anyway, that's what my whole basis on this last point was like, man, you think the government about to let some poor schmucks find out that we're on the flat surface? That 200, we're not, bro. Oh, man, I'm looking on the map. You know, I always thought New Zealand was by like Denmark and shit. And like, you know, up there by like, you know, like Iceland and shit. Now, when I see New Zealand was down there by Australia, now it all makes sense. It all makes sense why in school they always taught you that Australia was for like the sickly people and prisoners and all that shit. They always made you like never want to go to Australia because then you might want to go a little further than Australia. And then the New Zealand hoax, that big fucking where they killed like all these people, but it was so fake and the people were getting up after the shooting and all that.
Yes, that's one of the 5 gateway cities to Antarctica, and you're talking about the New Zealand event, and about this idea of fear, putting kind of a bad, basically putting a bad spin on all the exit points. This is typical if you think about it. The first Roman geographer said, "Oh, there's no point going further south than the equator because you'll burn up. It's a wall of fire." So you put this, artificial boundary there, or even this idea of asteroids out in space. Like, oh, even if you leave, it's just inherently dangerous, the unknown. And I think that's just a fear they play on, fear of the unknown, and anything they can do to put it.
You said there's 5 portals to Antarctica. Could you run them off to me?
Yeah, you would call them the 5 gateway cities to Antarctica. And so if you were to basically fly from one to the other, presumably you'd go around Antarctica. So you have Christchurch, New Zealand, and that's where the shooting was. Cape Town, South Africa. Hobart.
That's super government. That's always in your Google feed somehow or another. South Africa.
Then Hobart, Australia, and then you have Argentina, and one in Chile. But these are the 5 cities that are identified as the Antarctic Gateway.
Isn't something going on in Chile right now?
I haven't been looking at this. However, I will now that I think about it. This is kind of an interesting little area here, because this is the concept: is either Antarctica is a complete continent where they say it is, or somewhere, or it's not, or it's a disparate group around the area that we know, depending on what shape this place would be. And so these 5 cities would be key to getting a grasp on it. And so, yeah, I think it's kind of interesting that you have this major league psyop in Christchurch that was used to advance censorship to a large degree.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they took away
Exactly,
took away BitChute, they took away 8chan. They have cut so much, and even Australia trying to restrict how
John
many.
LeBon talks about how Australia you can't talk to people down there.
Right, exactly. And they're saying it's because of what? Hate? No, it's probably because of the flat earth mind virus that they don't want getting out there.
They don't want that getting out there. And right, I'm about to go so somebody else can call or something, man. I got to go to sleep. But check this out. Last thing. My mind, ever since I've seen that Nat Geo episode with Mark's, oh my God. I'm so glad I just remembered that too. Bro, that whole, I know there's a bunch of flat earthers listening to me, and there's all different types of flat earthers. I'm an agnostic, straight up ball skeptic. I don't know what this land is like. But if you believe that we live in a snow globe, man, you might as well believe in the spear. You might as well believe in the ball. Because doesn't the snow globe kind of turn it back into a ball? Come on, man. Why doesn't the moon, if we were under a ball, you see how clear and crisp you could see that moon on some nights? If we had some type of freaking gas hyperbolic freaking snow globe thing going on, you think you could see the moon that clear, man? That snow globe thing, oh my. To anyone listening to this right now, I don't hate on nobody because I'm so open-minded, man. But man, please reconsider this snow globe thing and this whole Mark Sargent with the snow globe thing. I think he's a complete agent at this point. He's just here to kind of like another rabbit, the rabbit trails, man. He's an agent, bro.
All right. Well, hey, I appreciate that. A number of people in the chat are asking if you have a YouTube channel or anything like that where they can follow you. Twitter.
I'm just Slave Rescue Hound in the chat, man. I was thinking about seriously starting one up because it's like I dissect your show and my shit because I've been doing this a long time too, Tim, man. And it's like I want to start up a channel, man. Thank you though, man. But I'm always in the chat, man. I love how you live stream all the time now. You know why? Because it keeps the chat going, man.
That's
instead of leaving comments and all that, I like the chat, man. When the chat's always up, man.
Yeah, that's where it's really at these days because they will take down. I've lost, as you know, many YouTube channels, and they'll delete comments. I had videos a couple of years ago where 100,000, 200,000 hits, and the comments were gold, and they got rid of it. So what I do now is I keep the 24/7 stream on. The videos are a week long before I refresh it. So big they can't even process it to censor it. And
I love it, man.
And it keeps the chat going, like you said. It keeps the think tank thinking.
It keeps it going because, like you said on Discord, I might hit you with a great line or a great theory, and then it gets buried. You know, that's gonna disappear in like a few seconds. You know, so it's like, I don't know. I like the live chat of YouTube, man. Just keep doing your thing, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know where this whole thing's headed, but I got faith in humanity. I got faith in just, you know, just pull. We're gonna power through, man. There ain't no stopping us, man. Keep doing your thing, bro, man.
Right. Well, hey, thanks for calling, and this platform's always going to be open for that exact reason. So it doesn't matter how many books they burn. We can always basically become ground zero for another meme pestilence, you know, at the drop of a dime. So, hey, thanks for calling. Call back anytime. Slave
No
Rescue
doubt.
Hound.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Javier.
Awesome caller. Had a lot of great information, so I'm sure you're going to want to listen to this all over again. If you want to get these archives, very, very simply, just subscribe at the link below, and you'll get it in the RSS feed when you wake up in the morning. It's that simple. Also, you can go to infiniteplanesociety.com, a number of links there to check out. Also, if you want to, and you know, we brought up the Annoyed Scott. If you want to help send a flat earther to space with the Annoyed Scott, go to, super easy to remember, flatlunacy.com. It's a viral story. GoFundMe shut him down after he talked to us. Don't know why. Seems a little suspect. But again, it's open again. Look, this is from the Collins Dictionary. Definition of a flat earther: a person who does not accept or is out of touch with the realities of modern life. Copyright HarperCollins Publishers. Like, how the heck does flat earther mean you're out of touch with the realities of modern life? I think you could say more about true believers in mainstream media being out of touch, being in a simulation. Just shows you how inherently biased everything is. And listen to this. This morning I had a video called Last Call for QAnon 3/4/2021. YouTube wrote me, our team, and so our team. So how many people are on a team over at YouTube? How many people are sitting there parsing all this information? So let's just say there's a team of 15 people over at YouTube. And so after my live stream earlier today, you were probably here for this, the replay, there were about 15 or 20 people at YouTube. They were sitting around and they had to listen to it, and they had to review it. It says here, our team has reviewed your content, and unfortunately, we think it violates our spam, deceptive practices, and scams policy. We know this might be disappointing to us. We gave you 2 strikes. Hail Hitler. Just kind of paraphrasing for you. So another video burned, another channel removed. Do I care? No. I have several replacement channels. Look, I've got like 10 YouTube channels locked and loaded with 500 plus subs. So we're going to kind of corral everybody and get everybody on the same sheet. It's one of the reasons why I recommend you get on the email list, because they're constantly shutting us down. I also posted this picture. If you want to look at my Twitter feed, I'll put this in the newsletter. Someone did a comparison of Miley Cyrus and the wife of Stephen Curry, Ayesha Curry, noting the comparison between the two. And the theory here, which is kind of hilarious, is that Ayesha Curry does not exist. If you don't know who Ayesha Curry is, I think she's a celebrity. She has a cooking show or something. She's been on Ellen DeGeneres. The theory is, though, because she used to be on Hannah Montana with Miley Cyrus, but never at the same time. The theory is this is Miley Cyrus in disguise. And it's a disguise she's had for years. Well, what was sent to me this morning is, I would say, damning. The exact same teeth. They've even matched the dates. Very distinctive lower front incisors. So case closed. Ayesha Curry does not exist. Somebody tell Stephen Curry, yeah, your wife is basically a character for TV. What do you make of that? All right, let me go ahead and run through my notes here. Okay, here's something else. This is ridiculous. This is something we've seen before. So this is on Disclosed TV. And Dr. Fauci is calling the decisions to end the mask mandates inexplicable. And by the way, Mr. Double Masker is not wearing any masks while he's speaking here. Or so we would think. He's not wearing a medical mask. The weird thing is, on this video, and I'll play the audio, this is just Dr. Fauci saying it's inexplicable. Well, during the video, his neck goes through his shirt.
If you just completely push aside the public health guidelines.
So if you're listening and not watching, what you're seeing is a typical CGI flaw where his Adam's apple is going in and out of the knot of his tie, showing that Dr. Fauci's not there, or this is a CGI character, or they green screened him in, or something. Take your pick. I've never seen the guy in person. I do believe he exists, but I don't believe that is Dr. Fauci. Also, I'm asking, have the victims of Dr. Seuss, speaking of the book burners, have the victims of Dr. Seuss, have they got around to canceling Adam Sandler yet? I found a video or movie Adam Sandler did a few years ago where he played a role that was very disparaging of indigenous people. And I'm like, well, if they're going to go around burning everything, let's go ahead and get rid of some of these despicable characters. These are some insiders, by the way. All of the SNL characters, look how many SNL characters died at 33 under mysterious circumstances. Oh, another thing, the Viking, the guy with the buffalo horns that led the insurrection where 3,000 people died on the 6th of January. They crashed a plane into the Capitol before they nuked it. Was that before or after the bio attack? I mean, really, they keep blowing this thing up. Somebody even called it a Capitol Hill bombing. Anyway, it was a frat party. It was a photo op. It was just a modeling shoot. It was nothing. But it's been treated like something heavy. Anyway, his mom is out there begging for mercy, saying his son was being basically instigated by Donald Trump. He did nothing wrong. Well, it turns out his real name is Jacob Chansley, JC. And his age, 33. I mean, what are the odds? Another 33-year-old instigator at some major, historically significant event. And whatever you think about the event, it's going to go down in the history books as whatever the lying media says it was. We know this in advance. They carve it into cuneiform. And if you go against it, well, you're a hater. Even though Barack and Michelle Obama have been pictured reading Dr. Seuss to school children on the White House lawn. Probably traumatize them, turn them into racists or something. Now they're all Trump voters. It's just this selective outrage. Someone brought this up. The George Floyd, and this is from Zachary Hubbard from the Gematria Effect News. The George Floyd Police Reform Bill gets released on the anniversary of the Rodney King beating, which was on 3/3 on March 3rd. So again, all of these psyops are definitely connected. I said Rodney King. Now listen to this. 33 years later, Eddie Murphy, Arsenio Hall returned to Zamunda. This is from ABC News. A movie about King, whatever his name was in the movie about this king returning after 33 years. Again, the king, the crown, corona, the crown of thorns, these are all just symbols. Let me bring up one more thing about the Donnie Darko movie and how it referenced the future. So yes, the Donnie Darko movie came out on 1/19, January 19th, before 9/11. It foreshadowed 9/11. It foreshadowed coronavirus. One of the main themes of the movie was the corona, the crown around the eclipse. So there you have this Corona reference that I have to bring up. And I also want to bring up that the movie's release date, 1/19, and it starts talking about, the end of the world and all this other stuff. Well, it turns out 119, in addition to being a reversal of 9/11, is the date that patient 0 showed up in Seattle with symptoms, with the COVID. And that's when it was declared a pandemic, after this, this patient was the first in the States. Okay, one more piece of news here. New music video by Nipsey Hussle. Speaking of 33-year-olds, this was a 33-year-old killed after carrying his son, whose name is Cross, over to his store, the shop that he owned. He was killed between two individuals at the age of 33. Those of you who followed this channel know that Nipsey Hussle's death was a staged exit from the world just to sell records. Anyway, there's a new song out, Jay-Z and Nipsey Hussle. It's called What It Feels Like. And this is part of the movie. It's a soundtrack to the movie Judas and the Black Messiah. Now, the reason why this is significant is a few reasons. One, Nipsey Hussle was portrayed as Jesus. So again, Judas and a Black Messiah. And here you have a picture of Jay-Z, Mr. Krellian protege, Mr. Do What Thou Wilt, hanging out with Nipsey. And by the way, Jay-Z's wearing a shirt with John Lennon, which is another little rabbit trail here we could get into. But my main point is this. So he's killed not on the ecclesiastical Easter, but on the astronomical Easter. At the age of 33, there's all kinds of subtext. Crisis actors on the scene are calling him Jesus Christ. His best friend called him literally Jesus. Snoop Doggy Dogg said that his cousin Nipsey Hussle was the second coming of Christ, and he was 33. So it's not me, it's not us connecting the dots. They characterized him as Christ. And it's a very deep story when you go into the whole scene with Laura London, his baby's mama, the funeral. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller? Can you hear me okay? I'll go ahead and hang on just a second in case you're triple masked. You're going to have to remove them. At least two of them. Okay, you're through.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? It's Lickety Split.
Oh, all right. You were giving yourself the swab. How long does it take to get your test result?
I don't know. I did take a test, an actual PCR test though, and it was not at all what they make it sound like. They barely swab your nose, and that was it. I actually went to the same spot that Timmy went to, the barn where you're kind of treated like an animal, and you drive through, and then you get out. But yeah, I was just listening to your last caller. I felt compelled to call in and mention something because I find it really interesting, these little tidbits. A lot of good information, but I wanted to offer this little thing here. Apparently, thermite, because he was talking about 9/11, and he mentioned about the whole thermite issue, and I was just thinking about that recently. Apparently, that's like made really easy, and it would actually be available in the buildings as is. It's actually just like made from rust and some sort of aluminum composite. There's a good video on YouTube this guy made. The guy, his channel is called Cody's Lab, and he just like does a bunch of scientific stuff. And he makes some thermite. You can go look it up on YouTube, and he makes thermite pretty easy. And the planes, I guess, would just act as the ignition, and then all that rust and aluminum together would actually create thermite right there. Now, my whole point of bringing that up is just I don't want to like negate and just say that because of that, 9/11's real or whatever. But I just like to point that out because some people, sometimes if we dig too deep into some of these issues, we can get ourselves tangled up in something that's not really, a real main focal point of the whole thing.
So it's like a big old firework. And yeah, fake or not, staged or not, they definitely did demolish those buildings. What's your take on the idea that 9/11 was actually directed by Stanley Kubrick?
I heard the recording of you and Lynn getting into it about it. Very interesting conversation. I think you make some really good points. Kind of how this is like, it's kind of how they just kind of beat it into your head over a long period of time and to prepare you for it. And he would be the right guy to do it. I actually heard you guys talk, and I thought it was live, and I was going to try to call in because you started talking about vaccinations and sterilization too right before you got cut off. And I just wanted to offer a little thought on that too, as far as she was getting into sterilization and how they're going to do that, and you were pointing out how, like, I don't know, probably not. But sterilization, you know, it doesn't always have to be, and it never really is like a direct, physical, literal sense. It could be sterilization as in with the green freaking brainwash, you can get people sterilized just by mentally damning them, and they don't want to have kids anymore, and they're scared. You know, the fear of the earth collapsing. Now they're sterilized because they don't want to bring children into this earth.
That's
just
a good
another
point.
way.
That's an excellent point. They are getting people to voluntarily self-exterminate. They don't have to come kill you. And yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah. And the vaccination thing too, I really loved how you were trolling the shit out of the vaxxers very brilliantly there. I would just wanted to add to that, and I wish somebody else would have added to it. It's like you were saying, like, you don't even buy into that there's a virus, you know, and so therefore you have actually like a reason to be against the vax. At least you're like building a foundation to be against it, whereas when you get sucked into this vax conversation, you just end up getting into this pissing contest of who has more info about the ingredients, and that's not really the issue there. Like that one PETA lawyer for the Clintons said how the state can vax its people. So like no one's taken into consideration that the state, being a representation of the people, they do have a right. Like let's try to respect their right, even though they're idiots, whatever. But they do have a right to vax themselves. People want this vax, and they have every right to organize themselves and go vax themselves. But what people need to be relying on for themselves to protect themselves or whatever if they don't want it, again, we've talked about this a long time ago. Many times this has come up. It's called the right to bodily integrity. So you got to like rely back on your personal private rights and be like, it's not about the vax. It's about my right to not have things injected without my permission, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Things like that. But you don't want to.
You wouldn't take a compulsory cough drop under these conditions. And someone here points out something. He says, my son and his wife are not having kids because of global warming. See, they didn't have to sterilize them.
Exactly. It happens. You know, this gets back into the whole simulation and simulacra discussion too, really, because, you know, it's just programming, and they can just channel us into doing whatever they want with the media, really. So, you know, that's pretty much all I had on that topic.
Awesome.
So,
yeah, well, great points. Appreciate it very much. And yeah, this thing with Stanley Kubrick, there's actually an article that goes much deeper into it. And what you find is this. In Dr. Strangelove and in The Shining and in Eyes Wide Shut, you find clear references to 9/11. So this just shows that the same mind, the same director or minds were behind. And the guy who put this article together even goes so far as to suggest that JFK didn't really die, and that event was choreographed, staged, filmed by Kubrick.
Well, I really love your point that you brought up about, you know, we didn't have all the tools to fully dissect it at the time. I mean, that's really the truth right there. Like, nobody was talking about crisis actors really back then. We didn't really know about all that kind of shit. So if you didn't have the tools to figure it out, then, you know, you're kind of just off the wrong path from the get-go. So
exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. Anyway, I just want to throw that out. Oh yeah, in that court case, if people want to look up the bodily integrity thing, it's called Rochin versus California. It's a Supreme Court case, and you should go study that. Get off this whole like talking about you know, all the crazy shit that's in there, and just get to, you know, the basics. Stick to the simple shit. Anyway, all right, peace out. Talk to you later.
All right, have a great night. And yeah, I've been kind of very critical of vaxophobia, which I think might be the other side of the coronaphobia coin. So don't you think if they planned the corona event 30, 40, 50 years ago, if they planned a world-shutting pandemic, a world-closing pandemic, if this was in the cards, and it was, clearly, then why wouldn't they have planned the opposition? Just seems like it would have been such an oversight. And the anti-vax movement spread like a plague. It was a panic-demic that preceded the pandemic by a few months. And I knew that it wasn't organic. It was being organized. Conferences on vaxes, come on. If there's a conference about it, it's probably being led by the other side. It's just a controlled opposition to find out who cares enough about the issue to socialize on it, travel, and go to a hotel and give you all their information. Lloyd Miller says, what's the key evidence JFK wasn't really assassinated? Well, the real question here is the burden of proof. Has it been provided? And so it's an extraordinary claim. There are some holes in the story, no pun intended, that suggest that what we're told isn't exactly accurate. And it's a common misperception that people saw it happen, so there were witnesses. Well, the Zapruder film was like 12 years late, so you didn't see it on TV. And there's a lot there, but anyway, I guess it comes down to who do you trust? And could something like that have been faked? One comment here says, Jimmy Carter is all the proof I need that JFK didn't die. Right, and this is something that really makes sense, especially if you look at Jackie Kennedy and then Jimmy Carter's wife. Yeah, it does actually look like John Kennedy was fake killed at the age of 46 and came back in another role, Jimmy Carter. Only difference is the hair's parted in a different direction and he grew out some sideburns and aged. Not much of a difference at all. Commenter says, wasn't Zapruder a high-level Mason? Probably. Now listen to this. So Kennedy's killed at 46 on 11/22. This is just a little meta-scripting for you. He's 86 years old. He's killed on 11/22. So here we are, 2020. 46-year-old George Floyd is killed by Derek Chauvin, who was released at 11:22 a.m. His hearing was on a 9/11, which, by the way, corresponds to 9/11 because he choked George Floyd for 8:46. 9/11 started at 8:46 a.m. Twin Towers, Twin Cities. And that's just scratching the surface here. These storylines are so well integrated through and through. Then you have Beau Biden dies at 46, supposedly, and Joe Biden is now president 46. And there's this theory that holds a lot of weight, if you ask me. You got to look at the skulls, because you can do a lot with your face. You can do a lot with cosmetic surgery, but the skull, there's very little you can do. So what it looks like here is this. Look at Joe Biden, Vice President Joe Biden. Compare Vice President Joe Biden to President Joe Biden. Compare their skulls. Now look at the skull of Beau Biden and tell me that Beau Biden's skull isn't closer to President Biden than Vice President Biden's skull is to President Biden. Like, his skull didn't change in 5 years. So, you know, the meta scripting, the numbers, the 46s, it looks to me like, you know, that number, JFK's death, there could be some kind of cryptic meaning here. Like, he dies to his old self and he's reborn in this new role. They keep it all in the family. It's just like within their cult. And it's an inside, it's a secret. It's an open secret. But my point is, if you look very closely at Joe Biden today, it looks like it could be Beau Biden with a hideous rubber mask. All right, so I'll leave that to you to look up. If you have any doubts about whether or not that's even possible or fakeable, check this out. You just got to look at the movie about Vice President Cheney, where Christian Bale played Dick Cheney. Looked just like him. Looked more like him than he did. So the technology's there. It's fakeable. Nothing about any of this stuff can be taken at face value. And I think it's more likely that Joe is Bo than that Joe is Joe. I think this is a long con. Okay, before the last caller, I brought up Nipsey Hussle. Of course, somebody said our number's bad. No, we're just pointing out the patterns. His death was stylized in a certain way to portray this black Jesus, and they did it perfectly. So it's interesting that now he has this posthumous song, Judas and the Black Messiah. And if you follow the story, there's even a Judas character. It's also interesting on this that Jay-Z's wearing a John Lennon shirt, another death faker. It's widely believed among the conspiracy Illuminati, those of us who know about the conspiracies, it's widely understood that John Lennon didn't die. And that John Lennon is Steve Jobs. You could say was Steve Jobs, but Steve Jobs was recently spotted in Egypt. So a twice over death faker. And you can find the storylines connect very well. I mean, not only are they literally identical, like there's nothing you can find that is inconsistent between the two of them that age wouldn't make up for. You have the Apple, a number of things compare, but when Steve Jobs died, you know what the media said? Do you know what his best friend said? They said, oh, it was like losing John Lennon all over again. The guy, what's his name? Is it Wozniak? Yeah, here we go. So when Steve Jobs died, Wozniak comes out, Apple co-founder Steve Wozniak, and he says, the world has lost John Lennon. I mean, listen to this. And this just shows you again, the insiders love to...
I was so stunned because I have very dramatic memories of where I was when the Beatles were on Ed Sullivan, when I heard that JFK had been shot.
Oh, JFK, the Beatles. It's okay. So again, he's talking about how losing Steve Jobs reminds him of John Lennon.
And I'll never get this memory out of my head, just where I was, just getting a phone call from a reporter. And they just said, have you heard the news? And I instantly knew what that meant. And that was just a total shock. Like, what do you say? It's like the world lost a John Lennon.
It's like the world lost a John Lennon. Give me a break. We know what this means. And by the way, this was hilarious. When Joe Biden was becoming president or whatever, he gave a few speeches where he cried. And he's great. He's a great actor. I mean, look, I understand why people might have sympathy. They think it's all real. And if it is, then right. But he cried and he said something that I thought was just peculiar. He said, it should be Beau Biden as president, not me. Like, was there any chance in hell that Beau Biden was ever going to be president? So it says here, Joe Biden cries in Delaware farewell address ahead of the inauguration. And he says, we should be introducing Beau as president, not me. Like, that's just such
my colleagues in the Senate used to always kid me for quoting Irish poets.
Such a bizarre statement. I'll see if I can get right to it.
You never walked away. You've been there for us in the good and the bad. You never walked away.
I remember this one. He's hyperventilating. He's getting more and more emotional. And then he gets to the point where he says, I shouldn't be president, Beau should be.
Because we should be introducing him as president. Because we should be introducing him as president. Regret, he's not here. Facility. Ladies and gentlemen, I only have one regret. He's not here.
So there you go. My only regret, he's not here. He should be president. When I heard that, I thought this has got to be another inside joke. What do you think? Is Beau Joe? Anyone? 420 says Biden is an improv comedy genius. Lickety Split says there must be an IPS after show to go after all the things discussed. Right, well, we do have the chat room here that's on 24/7. And of course, the Discord server is always lively. And I have a few other things. In fact, I'll put a link in the chat. I have a Telegram channel. It's got about 4,000 members at the moment. You can get access to Telegram, and I'll usually post notices before I go live. So you go to Telegram. It's called timosmond.cc, as in Chief Crow. And about halfway down the page, you get a link to the Telegram. You get a link to a few other things you might find interesting. But text message notifications. That's another big one. Since everything here stays on 24/7, you generally don't get notifications. So you can get text message notifications as well. The article about Stanley Kubrick and 9/11 is called Stanley Kubrick's Faked Death and the 9/11 Hoax, if you want to look that up for yourself. That one's very easy to find. And then let's see, there's one other thing I wanted to find here for you. There's one more link. And then, okay, this is the one. Hackers break into social network Gab. So apparently there's going to be some drops here in the coming days of something like 70 gigabytes of data that has been stolen, and it's going to be parsed out. So again, if you look at Gab and Parler, the reason why people moved over to these sites is that they were more or less directed there by provocateurs like Lin Wood. And that's a topic I want to get into soon. We could probably spend a couple hours on Lin Wood, his career, the various events he's been a part of, his involvement with JonBenet Ramsey, Kyle Rittenhouse, the character Kyle Rittenhouse, who seems to be a made-for-TV character based off of Chris Kyle, the sniper who supposedly went to New Orleans during Katrina, climbed on the Superdome or Astrodome, and started shooting looters. You see the storyline? Same storyline. I'll put that in my notes. We'll cover that tomorrow. If there's anything else that you want to discuss that we haven't discussed, one thing you can do is go to infiniteplane.media, and we now have a web forum. It's a public forum. I will address anything posted here. People have been adding to it, and I make it a point to post things that turn up in Discord over here if it adds to the research. For example, the theory that Martin Luther King is a death faker, not a shock, but that he is now, and has been for some time, playing the role of Don King. Strange one there, but not so much if you dig into it. Going through comments, Tony Drake says, we are inside the globe. That's one way of, that's the cell Earth theory, not the hollow Earth. See, the hollow Earthers think the Earth is a hollowed out planetoid, which doesn't make any sense. On the surface, on the outside of it, you deal with gravity. On the inside, it's what? It's just the centrifugal force just holding you up against the wall. It doesn't make sense because it's spinning. I mean, it doesn't make sense. The theory involves, well, heliocentrism and then some. It's convoluted. The other theory, the cell Earth, is that we're inside of a ball, and space is actually the interior of the sphere. It doesn't say what's below, but if you keep digging, you're not going to hit China. Lloyd Miller says, wow, Don King. Yeah, it's an interesting little story that connects it. And one of the things that I have to do here with these characters, whenever somebody suggests it's a death faker and it's someone who's been recast in another role, I have to see if the story even makes sense. So, for example, you can find very, very easily. Hold on, I got a comment here that's interesting. Somebody says, I suppose we could be inside of a Dyson sphere. That's when a Dyson sphere is this idea, science fiction idea, that you could build a dome, basically, or rather an entire sphere around a star. Yeah, that's kind of a trip there. Okay, but anyway, let's get back on track here. We're talking about death fakers, Don King being Martin Luther King. It sounds absurd on the face of it until you get into the architecture of this thing. And you have to also look at the people around them. Like, does the story support it? Like, one of the greatest examples is the idea that Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. Well, isn't it odd that Bill Hicks wrote a script about a right-wing agitator, propagandist, radio host, a Rush Limbaugh-like character, he said. He wrote a script for a Rush Limbaugh-like character who eventually ticks off the wrong listener and gets killed. He gives this script to Kevin Booth, his producer. Then he dies of cancer right after he turns 33. Well, then Alex Jones emerges on the world scene, and guess who his producer is? Kevin Booth. Same producer. And if you look at Kevin Booth's book, he even makes this joke about going to Bill Hicks's funeral and driving away, and Bill Hicks is in the passenger seat and they're laughing. Common denominator here. The public, the uninitiated, are constantly being mocked for being on the outside. By the way, we're now on Periscope, and tonight the live stream March 4th into the meta-scripted future. This analysis of the meta-script is going to continue. It's not a conspiracy theory. We're just analyzing the patterns that are there, and there are so many of them. That's the thing. That's the common denominator here. How integrated the story is on the world stage. And there's no opting out of the world stage. You're an extra. You were born onto the world stage as an extra. There's no opt-out. And if you try to take on a role and put your own script into it, well, they burn your books and they censor you, marginalize you. Okay, we're now on Periscope, DLive. We're on Facebook. We're on 2 different YouTube channels. We're at float.app, Picarto, Twitch. We are also being carried on the Dark Matter Digital Network, their Twitch, their YouTube, their Facebook, their DLive, their Periscope. We're also at darkmatter.radio, the TuneIn app, radio.net, infiniteplanesociety.live, which is just streaming radio. So my point is, we're everywhere. We can't be censored. If you want to catch the archives, subscribe, and that way you can get it to your email directly. But at any time, you can join in at any of these chats, and the robot in the chat will relay the messages so everybody can communicate with everybody. Some people have moved on over to Twitch. They say Twitch has better audio. A few people still linger at YouTube, and I stay on YouTube because this is war. Really, it's what it is. I'm not being hyperbolic here. What I mean is, there is a war on reality. I think we can agree. There's a war for reality, but it's really a war on reality itself by the sides that are competing to control it. So it's a war between real and fake. And the real gets censored, and that's one of the reasons why we have this channel and we keep everything like this decentralized. We're trying to keep a continuity of consciousness. We're trying to avoid any amnesic breaks where, I have people who listened to this channel in 2017 who disappeared for a couple of years because they lost track. So what I'm doing also tonight and tomorrow, I'm working on a channel trailer, basically like a bat signal. I'm sending out an IPS signal, and I'm going to post it on every single platform I have, all my YouTube channels, just to see if we can increase the number of listeners. People are so scattered, but we want to bring more people into the chat. The phones are always going to be open, 833-311-1984 for voicemails. And of course, you can catch us when we're live. And if you do leave voicemails, I will play it live. Even if you say that I live in my mother's basement, like the last voicemail said, which I don't. They keep me securely locked in the attic. All right, it's been fun. This is Ball Earth Cult. Subscribe to the links, and if you want to support the channel, go to infiniteplane.shop. Have a great night.
Charles Manson, ranch dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci sound of the conch. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Well, 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 well. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Well, 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 well. Well, 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 well. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Well, 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 well. Well, 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 well. Ouija, 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 ouija board. Squeegee, ouija, ouija. Squeegee, ouija, ouija. Squeegee, ouija, 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 ouija board. I got the caddy, I make the Benjis, a limousine with peaches and cream. You make that dough, the symbol show, euthanasia. Nightmare hippie girl. Blue wrench, flippy Illuminati, got the VIP cause I'm a 33. A bunch of important numbers. 3. A bunch of important numbers. 42. A bunch of important numbers. 481. A bunch of important numbers. 5. A bunch of important numbers. 0. A bunch of important numbers. 9. A bunch of important numbers. 23. A bunch of important numbers. 7. A bunch of important numbers. 11. A bunch of important numbers. 11. I'm in a cult. 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 Ready. Here's what I got. Real. Mask of the beast, 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 faceless cock, another NPC. Uh-oh, I think they made a typo, just like Tuttle Buttle, but the R is the S. television programming. 33 with a double E, yeah. WWWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. Faceless clock, another NPC. Oh, I think they made a typo, just like Tuttle Bottle, but the R is the S. Double E, yeah. WWWWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the mask of the beast, 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 mask of the beast. Faceless clock, another NPC.
Okay, I know it's late. It's 12/12/2020, and we are officially live. I know I've been trying to push the schedule back, but the East Coasterly people will like this. Open phones 833-311-1984. A lot of things have been in development recently, which is why the schedule has been somewhat in flux. But one of the products of this this break from the usual schedule has been the South Pole series, which is now in its fourth episode. Well, the fourth episode's in production. I do plan to stream 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the Flat Earth Conference on the 19th, by the way. So that's what I wanted to talk about here, though. I wanted to talk about the upcoming Flat Earth Conference 2020, which is being hosted by the Infinite Plane Society. I'm going to talk about the general idea. You know, it's not about celebrities. It's not about which basketball player or which comedian might have uttered the F word. You know, we're talking about perception and perception management and control over the minds of billions. And the topic itself is far beyond just the shape of the world. That's a major distraction. And for the last few years, as you've all noticed, the conversation has remained somewhat retarded. I mean, they kept it from developing beyond a very rudimentary straw man argument, illogic. And none of the debates have had any effect on either side's conviction. And that's because there's this false premise that we're debating a shape. Oh, it's a ball in space or a disc in space. And no, we have to remove space itself, pull the rug out from the entire program here. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about, this is not about a model versus a model. It's about how we arrive at the conclusions we arrived at. And so I want to kind of bring this topic up to speed with, with what 3.5, 4, 5 years of research has actually brought to the table. Like, there are many, many bad arguments we can just get rid of. We already know how fallacious many of the Bible-based arguments are, but there are many other arguments that people use to support the flat earth theory, which are wrong, mistake, for whatever reason. Some of these things just get forwarded. For example, there was this video that never goes away, and it shows a rocket supposedly hitting the dome. Well, we know for a fact that's not what it is. It's some kind of a charge that pops out the parachute, but that video has been circulating for years as evidence that 70 miles up is a piece of glass that you're going to hit. So, stuff like that we can kind of do away with, but there are valid observations that should be focused on, and I think that many of these others have been given too much focus, and there are certain areas that have been deliberately avoided, specifically at the conferences. For example, the existence of the space station, the existence of low Earth orbit. These have not been challenged. And that's fundamental if you're going to challenge the very premise of outer space as they have represented it. Because our only proof that outer space exists outside of their CGI creations is the lights that we see. The space station, the Starlink, the satellites that pass over. And this is another one of these areas where they've been given the benefit of the doubt as a result of a logical fallacy, non sequitur arguments. There's nothing behind the ISS transits other than hoaxery, and that needs to be exposed. Okay, again, phones are open. I do take voicemails, so a lot of people have been leaving messages, and I'll be playing them here live. Let's see what we have here. Oh, yes, and I did have a number of audio tryouts from people, not tryouts, but submissions from people who are going to be participating in South Pole. Appreciate all those. And if you didn't know, South Pole, you can get there. Go to southpole.lol. It's a collaborative project within the Infinite Plane Society Discord server. On the credits, you'll see how many people are participating. It's pretty maddening. Each episode's about 15 minutes, very dense, memetically rich, probably toxic misinformation, eminently bannable, but because it's packaged like art with music and a theme song and a script, and it's basically parody, I don't see it getting censored. So we're just getting increasingly censorship proof as we roll along. In fact, last week they took out 3 of our channels, and if you noticed, we're back on with several other channels. I have a channel that was shut down for exposing the empty hospitals months ago, like 9 months ago. Well, it's back. I brought it back. Okay, let me go through the news the points of interest that I have here before we go much further. But the theme for the Flat Earth 2020 conference is this. It is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. It's really about free speech, free thought, especially now, as we are experiencing the result of tyrannical suppression of thought and speech under the false pretext of saving us from cooties, basically. I think cooties has a higher death rate than COVID-19. I could probably get banned for saying that if one of these info volunteers from the UN is listening, but just to make it clear, this channel is pro-vax. In fact, we're pro-vax. So pro-vax, it's not safe to sit next to us. Don't get within social distance. That's what I'm going to start doing. Anybody gets closer than 6 feet, I will vax them. Right in the neck. No, I'm just kidding. But no, the vaxing thing is such I think, a red herring. I mean, obviously, the needle is not the thing you should be fearing. It's the Q-tip. Who knows what's on that thing that they're going to stick into your blood-brain barrier? They have you worried about one, and that's how they operate. That's the nature of these red herrings. Now, wouldn't that be wild, though, if that were true? And if every person who went for this test, came back altered, like now they have some sort of microchip that interfaces them with fallen angels or something. Right up there by their pineal gland, they come back like Invasion of the Body Snatchers type stuff. Lean Dion says Vaxstash. Oh, yeah. Got to get your vax. Have you seen that? Bill Gates, it's like a side project. Supposedly it's something he's got connections in China. He's got a pipeline to China, probably, and it's literally a pipeline of bat soup, apparently, and he's manufacturing some black market COVID-25, I heard. He's got an app called Vaxstash. It'll come to your house. We should actually come up with that, if he hasn't already. All right, let's see what else we have here. Jason says Lucifer in 66.6. I saw that. I saw something else too. There's a lot of Mark of the Beast nomenclature all over this operation, which is kind of strange if you think about it. Like, let's just assume everything is normal, everything is fine. Like that, everything is fine, like that dog. I think everybody knows. If you've lived through 2020, when somebody says everything is fine, we're talking about the dog in the burning house. And that's kind of where we are. Everything is fine. But I'm looking at this, it's like, well, either the elite are a bunch of blood-sucking vampires, reptilian shapeshifters, Satanists, and pedovores, working with the demiurge to enslave mankind to bring about a one world order where we're all a bunch of insects synchronized to the Antichrist. Or they're just trying to make it look like that's the agenda. It's one or the other. Is it theater? Is this just how they're dressing it up? And they mock us about this stuff. Like when Bill Gates went on that comedy show and said that he was going to give us the final solution, and then Stephen Colbert said, you probably shouldn't have said that. The conspiracy theorists will go wild because, of course, final solution. Which is like, conspiracy theories have nothing to do with the final solution. That's official MSM news. To question the final solution is like hate speech. So it was a very odd thing for them to joke about. But Bill Gates laughed. And I thought, why would they have Bill Gates, America's doctor, the world's doctor, making a joke about killing us all while he's trying to sell us all on the idea of, injecting us with his medicines? Strange thing, strange paradox, much like what Pope Elon does when he talks about AI, like how scared he is. He's afraid of artificial intelligence. It's going to ruin our lives. And then he's like, oh, by the way, buy my car. It's going to be driven by a robot, basically, AI. One Trick Pony says, a guy I know didn't even take the test home, returned the swab, and it came back positive. I heard Coca-Cola came back positive for COVID-19. Coca-Cola was given a test. I mean, we've seen this before. To me, it's, at this point, it's jumped the shark. The whole COVID thing has jumped the shark. Like, there's not going to be mandatory tests. It's all voluntary, which is very questionable. You see someone voluntarily driving up to have a stranger, penetrate their head with a Q-tip. Strange thing. I can't understand it. I don't understand it. Okay, here we go. Did Coca-Cola test positive for COVIDs? And one of the reasons why I use the word COVIDs is I'm not trying to be offensive to the victims of COVIDs because I know there is no COVIDs. I say it because if you say COVID, they'll track you and they'll say it's misinformation. You can't talk about it. Nobody's tracking the word COVIDs. It just gets past their algorithm. Okay, so this is the individual. It's a Croatian politician who, live in front of everyone there, he just took out a test. He put it in Coca-Cola and he said, look, the COVID-19 antigen rapid test has tested the Coca-Cola. It says here, the video shows the Australian politician testing Coca-Cola drinks during a speech in front of the Austrian parliament. Yeah, he got a positive antigen test and spread it on social media. They're disputing it. The fact checkers are saying it doesn't count as a legitimate test. But I think it counts. I mean, I think it's probably more credible than a lot of the stuff we've heard. Going through some comments here. Lloyd Miller says they would make that joke because part of the agenda is getting rid of Israel in favor of genocidal Islam. That's an interesting twist. I kind of thought they were tying them all together. Like, the worst aspects of all the major religions, including atheism, have been merged into this mega super religion, the new universal Catholic faith for mankind. And we're already in it. Most of the people already believe it, especially the atheists. Isn't it so perplexing? And we talked about this a couple nights ago, how so many of these anti-human misanthropes, stop having babies, got to cool the planet down, there's too many people, they're the ones demanding that we put on masks. And it's like, wait a minute, if you really believe this stuff, they're the anti-vaxxers. They'll just cancel themselves out of existence. Just let them do it. But it doesn't happen. I was driving today, and I'm like, what pandemic? I mean, it should have thinned out traffic a little bit. Has anybody noticed traffic thinning out in the slightest? Businesses look like they're doing well. From everything I hear about how bad things are, I don't see it. I think things are doing just fine. And it seems like the marketplaces were already adjusting in certain ways. For example, for the last few years, it's been clicks, not bricks for Black Friday. Online shopping was really taking over. So what difference does it make? People whine about these mom and pop shops that are like, antiquated anyway. It's like, who cares? I mean, you can compete online. You have to anyway. The thing is shifting. I don't think things are as dire as they say. I really don't. I think this is an obvious, this whole event has obviously been more or less an attack on small business in favor of people like Jeff Bezos, who's been a big winner out of this whole thing. Bezos made, what, $46 billion? Lloyd says traffic is back, but the restaurants are closed or choking. Yeah, it's really strange how Cuomo just came out and just shut down all the restaurants and bars all at once, just unilaterally. Oh, these things are a danger. I think the politicians should have to, just stop taking any pay until this whole thing is over. But that won't happen. By the way, Andrew Cuomo is a movie star now, isn't he? Isn't he getting an Emmy? Like, this whole thing is a reality TV show. Restaurants are dying. I don't know. It could be. It depends on where you are. I see a lot of stuff that, like, here we have restaurants are now pretty much all doing the curbside thing. Many of them tried to adjust with the outdoor restaurant, but that's getting more difficult as things get colder. But I see a lot of activity still. It didn't destroy everything. I don't see any evidence of a pandemic. I don't see the bodies on the street. I've been waiting for the waves. Has anyone seen a return of the Wuhan flu, where people would be on the streets and ambulances would be scooping them up? Did the homeless have a spike in deaths? Is there a shortage of homeless people? Lloyd Miller says, at some point the Dems are going to suffer from their own constituencies about lockdowns. Well, their own constituents don't obey the lockdowns. That was one of the things. And I was listening to some of the peaceful protesters in D.C. tonight, and one of them had a megaphone, and she was saying, we don't care about the so-called virus. You're wearing the mask because you don't want to be identified and targeted later by the Nazis. Like, they know that the mask is just part of their communist revolution. Not all of them are dupes. Jason says small business restaurants are dead in Seattle except for big business food. Right. That's kind of the thing here. And the other night, Elon Musk sent a tweet and he recommended that we watch Demolition Man, which takes place in the future. And one of the things about Demolition Man's version of the future is that the only restaurant left is Taco Bell. And it's kind of like that here. It was like that during the lockdowns, where the only place where you could get any food was from Taco Bell. I think the only difference between now and how things are going to be, if it does blow up into civil war or something, is your DoorDash guy is going to have an AR-15. Adaptivia says small biz might be dead, but CHOP is alive. Yeah, I've been looking at that. The Red House, this Portland Autonomous Zone, kind of like another Chazistan. We'll see how well they do this time. I mean, Chazistan was kind of a microcosm, I thought, of the whole socialist experiment. And it was kind of nice to watch it It was almost like watching a time lapse because it happened so fast. It was just a few short weeks. You just watch them go total Animal Farm. And now when I'm watching the riots, I can't tell the difference between Antifa and the riot cops. They wear the same costumes. In fact, the Antifa look like a bunch of riot squad dropouts. Like those Police Academy movies with just all the goofballs. It's like they wear the same costumes, but they're just smaller, kind of like less in shape, kind of pathetic. They look like they're from the same department. Granger Man says, my whole town of 30,000 has a COVID. No one died. Well, one of the blind spots, I think, when they came up with this PSYOP is they weren't buying plots. They weren't having internments. So that's something that's missing. What's his name? O'Keefe from the Project Veritas. Right before the riot started, he was calling funeral homes. His organization, Project Veritas, was calling funeral homes, funeral directors, cemeteries, crematoriums. We were finding that no, there's no spike commensurate with some kind of a plague. Okay, let's move on here. This is an article someone posted in the Discord server. I think it was Linda. This is great. This is from the Big Think. Fast superhighway through the solar system discovered. So for the last few months, we've been talking about the idea that space travel is going to be simulated underground, and that deep space is deep beneath the surface of the Earth. And all the major space programs are doing these hyperloops, Virgin, Galactic, Elon Musk. So my contention for some time has been that the new Gulag system is going to be Mars bases underground. And they're getting the public used to the idea of wormholes. And they've been saying this for some time. Like about a year and a half ago, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that we got this great collection of planets out here in the TRAPPIST system. It's in a Goldilocks zone. 7 planets better than Earth, but it's 6.6 trillion light years away. However, he said, we can get there if we get into a wormhole. So we fly up, get in a wormhole, like a tunnel, I guess, and you end up at this paradise, far away from here, away from Republicans, away from pollution, away from guns, away from Trump. So I thought, why wormholes? So they're getting people used to the idea that there are these places out there in space where if you just, it's like a portal and it'll magically take you to this other land. So listen to this. Researchers have discovered a route through the solar system that can allow much faster space travel. These paths take advantage of, quote, arches of chaos within space manifolds. Scientists think that this celestial superhighway can help humans get to the far reaches of the galaxy. So it's suggesting here that we could get to places like Jupiter or Neptune less than a decade, much faster by getting on board these so-called superhighways. Now, I think this is all obviously science fiction. However, this is how they can explain the experience that you're going to have when you get into your cattle cart to Mars. Says the International Research Team from the Belgrade Astronomical Observatory in Serbia, the University of Arizona, and UC San Diego, their newspaper proposed, quote, a dynamic route going along connected series of arches within space manifolds, and these structures coming into existence from gravitational effects between the sun and the planets stretch from the asteroid belt to Uranus. Okay. So if that makes sense to you, Looney Tune physics, cartoon, but it makes sense in their fictional universe. And that's one thing I want to point out here, is that we live, well, not we, the people listening here aren't included, but the majority of the population live in a fictional universe. It's a blend of, what you see on TV land, Marvel universe, you got Looney Tune physics. It really is a blend, though. A lot of it's just science fiction. So history, largely fictionalized, all meant to set the stage for the fiction we're living through. And what I'm looking at here is that within the space program, within the ball Earth paradigm, heliocentrism, we can look at this and say this is just useless conjecture. There's no way you could even test this. But the thing is, this stuff all exists in the minds of the masses. So when they start selling tickets to Mars, when they say it's go time, people will go. They will believe it. And the experience there will be immersive. The level of CGI, high def, surrounding screens inside of your Mars dome, you won't know that you're not on Earth. Commenter says, have you heard about the story of the crashed F-16 in Upper Michigan or the 50,000 Chinese troops killed in Maine? The cover story is that it was an earthquake. No, I haven't, and I didn't see it popping up in my Twitter feed. And I'm pretty sure if an F-16 crashes or Chinese troops are being taken out, it's not going to be that easy to cover it up. I mean, we'll see. It says crazy stuff. Apparently the F-16 was shot down by Chinese troops on the Canadian border. Well, I remember in April, we had this discussion about the empty hospitals, and people were saying, oh, that's because the deep state is about to be taken out, and they need the empty hospitals for all the kids that are going to be rescued. So there seems to be various ideas of what's happening in the world right now, and some of the most dramatic stuff is happening, and none of us are really actually noticing it. We're just hearing rumors. Mass media is basically built on this rumor mill thing. But I've been hearing a lot of these types of rumors, and people taking them very seriously, that the deep state is being pushed back. There's a war going on behind the scenes. Children are being saved. And I'm like, please, show me one. Show me one. I would like to see it. I have an impossible time believing anything without something to back it up. You have to have some sort of substance with the assertion. Hitchens' razor says, any extraordinary claim asserted without evidence should be dismissed without evidence. Although, I did see something suggesting that the 10-day countdown to the Great Conjunction corresponds to the 10 days of darkness that Q has been warning about. So maybe that's what starts tonight. But yeah, I want to find out. I'm definitely interested to find out if we do have Chinese troops on the border. Remember back in April, again, around the same time, right before April 1st, a very popular YouTuber said, on April Fool's Day, they're going to shut out the internet. It's going to be blacked out totally, and there's going to be Chinese tanks driving down your streets. And, it's a scary thought. But I'm thinking, wait, Chinese troops, tanks, how are they going to get the tanks here? But anyway, it didn't happen. Lloyd says, Steve Piesnik is wrong about the Supreme Court on InfoWars. InfoWars is never wrong about anything. Remember Hunter Biden's laptop? Weren't they right about that? Wasn't it full of videos of Hunter Biden cannibalizing Chinese children in order to compromise his father? Oh, wait, no, that didn't happen. We thought it was going to happen because we were told. I mean, where's the accountability for some of these news organizations that make these extreme claims and don't back them up? But we'll see. To me, as far as I'm looking at Lynn Wood, Kyle's attorney, or formerly Kyle's attorney, and he's calling for secession. Okay, I clicked a link. Hal Turner radio show. Sorry about that if anybody's speakers were. Now, Hal Turner's got an interesting show. Wasn't he... Now, his name, Turner, is kind of unfortunate because I know he's been associated with the Turner Diaries and that whole Timothy McVeigh thing. Let's go ahead and go to his site, though. I don't consider him to be very reliable. I always thought he was something of a, probably controlled opposition. According to SPLC, now anybody who's covered by the SPLC is probably controlled op. A white supremacist true believer who's used radio and internet broadcasts to disseminate his, quote, hate since the 90s. Okay, well, those are his opinions. Hate is not a crime. That's bullshit. You're allowed to have opinions. This is super biased. The SPLC, ADL, these groups are very selective about who they decide is committing hate crimes and who isn't, or who is committing hate speech and who isn't. I mean, they were using hate to start isolating ideas as thought crimes before they went after just conspiracy theories. But anyway, one reason I probably wouldn't... I had to check. I have a litmus test. Does Hal Turner know that space is fake? That's one. Two, does he know about crisis actors? If he knows about crisis actors, then maybe he's got some credibility. So let's go ahead and do some research here. Does Hal Turner call out crisis actors? Well, let me know. Let me know. If someone's not calling out crisis actors in 2020 and they're assuming the news to be real, then they're existing within a fictional universe, like I've been describing. See, the fictional universe the masses live in includes an atrocious period of time, 17 years straight, where there was just mass murder after mass murders being committed in the schools. In the fictional universe, fossil fuels, the dinosaur juice that you're burning up to drive around to do your jobs, it's causing the earth to heat up. And the ocean levels are rising. Polar bears are drowning. The whales are all dead. Space is cluttered with junk, which could fall at any time. Trigger international incidents. Think about it. DirecTV satellite falls on Beijing. They'll say it's an attack. If Elon Musk's routing his orbiters, his orbiting routers, Starlink satellites, if those start falling, I'm not saying intentionally, but let's say hypothetically that Iran gets bombarded by routers from space, it could start an incident. Anyway, this is all stuff that exists in the fictional universe. And the fictional mainstream televised universe also believes in viruses. It believes in evolution. It believes in aliens. So whenever I look at a source, I have to look at where they're coming from. And this is what I meant when I said that this conference coming up is all about elevating the discussion. Are we still going to hold flat earth arguments from the Bible on some sort of equal level as other arguments that are based on deconstructing a false paradigm? And I think the answer is no. So I will take a look, though. I will take a look at Hal Turner. But here's the thing. The reason I was asking is that if they're not automatically hoaxing it, if they're not auto-hoaxing, it means that they probably accepted it without getting a commensurate burden of proof. Where's the evidence? So that's what I'm looking for. But I would like to see pictures. Pilot Wisconsin Air National Guard crash. Now, I would like to know, though, how the official story got out. So we have the news here about the F-16 crash in Michigan, but I would like to know, where did we get the information that it was Chinese troops, 50,000 Chinese troops? That's the part that I need to see info on. But we'll go on. We'll move on. Interesting story. Everything's fine. Okay, I did find some information about this. Is the needle a distraction from the Q-tip? This is posted from somebody on Reddit. If I was Bill Gates and I wanted to install something nefarious into people, I would put it on the COVID test and not the vaccine. No one would think twice about the test. The vaccine, on the other hand, would be difficult to administer to a population who's already suspect. A test could be made mandatory for work and let the workforce do my dirty work for me. So that's brilliant. I mean, I kind of thought, why not just put it in the chemtrail juice? But putting it on the test makes all the sense in the world. So you have all these people who are terrified of needles. Meanwhile, one by one, they're getting the plant, whatever it is, the implant. It says here, others have said the same thing. Putting it in food, water, spraying it from planes are also viable options. Great point. So there you go. Nothing to fear from the needle. And if you took the test, well, nothing you can do. Movie star Andrew Cuomo shuts down indoor dining because he loves New Yorkers so much. Cuomo shuts down indoor dining in New York City amidst COVID-19 surge. When this thing started, I was like, this is a communist revolution where they're burning down businesses without actually using fire. They're tearing it down like with its invisible bombs. Cuomo just had New York City bombed into submission with just words. Okay, this is something. I want to bring this up really quick here. This is from Lynn Wood. He says, let me be very clear. Georgia must correct the 11-3 election, which was fraudulent and unlawful. So this 11.3 and release the Kraken, we keep hearing this meme, release the Kraken, associated with 11.3. And I want to bring this up one more time because we called this months ago. Months ago, actually back in July, NHL released a video called Release the Kraken. And it was about this new team, an NHL team, the 32nd one. And the trailer they released for Release the Kraken, and this is when they started forcing this meme out there, is a minute and 13 seconds long. The significance, of course, wasn't lost on those of us who have been studying this matter. So we're like 11.3, there's going to be something with the Kraken. And if you go back to my live streams then, we were talking about this meme in conjunction with others that were being forced out there, suggesting that this would become a significant term, or this would come to mean something as of 11.3. And so just more Metascript vindication I wanted to point out. It's important to keep track of how often we're right, because we have been right more often than not, and it's important to follow along with it. Okay, here's another one, another Metascript update. I did say that after the election you would see Kaepernick emerging on the world stage as the leader, a revolutionary leader. I described how his name has revolution encoded into it. Colin Kaepernick. Colin comes from Nicholas Kaepernick Copernicus. So the Copernican revolution started the world spinning. Prior to the Copernican revolution, the world was stationary and everything revolved around it. So now the world became world, WHRLED. So then, what's more, the Copernican revolution was the first time that the word revolution became synonymous, not with just something spinning, but with widespread social change. So here you have Colin Kaepernick, 33-year-old leader of the revolution, kicked this thing off with the kneeling, and Ben & Jerry's releases a Colin Kaepernick-inspired ice cream flavor. It's called Change the World, WHRLED. So again, what I was suggesting, though, is that we would see him become more prevalent, his image, rather. And if you notice, you don't hear him talking. He's not in the streets with a megaphone saying defund the police. He's mostly silent, but what I'm pointing out here is that there appears to be a very strong effort to force the meme, to force the icon of this particular individual's visage into the minds of the masses, and to associate him with the deconstruction of structural racism, that he's leading the charge to call for abolition. My point is, he's in the Madden football game. He's not even playing football anymore. Now he's on the ice cream. This is all about making the icon ubiquitous, in my opinion. And that's exactly what it is. It's, idol worship. It's an icon. Okay, let's move on. A couple other things. Well, maybe one more thing here I could bring up about this. A couple of other things. Well, I really want to kind of bring this point up too. The fact that we don't really hear his voice. That's important. Just notice how quiet he is. Another thing, I find this to be noteworthy. Brandon Bernard was executed. So this is the 40-year-old who was killed by lethal injection on Thursday. So he was killed for something that happened in the year, I think it was 1999. But Kim Kardashian was trying to get his execution stopped. You had celebrities saying, hey, don't kill this guy. So I don't know the particulars of the story. And, I don't really believe in the death penalty. I mean, I understand the death penalty. I think that for the most part, you can't rely on eyewitness testimony. And we've seen too much. So I understand where people come at this angle of, well, we can't just let the state execute people if there's any possibility of reasonable doubt. It's kind of like with the news, settled news. It's like if you accept the notion that the story is set in stone, that the eyewitnesses are reliable, it's like, well, you're kind of opening yourself up to something here. Like think about the Sandy Hook eyewitnesses, or all the eyewitnesses to these various fake school shootings, fake terror attacks. Nothing is set in stone like that. So I understand why people would be opposed to the death penalty. But what I find interesting about this particular case is that the celebrities got behind it. And what's more, the Supreme Court rejected his delay request. So looking at the picture, and it's really, this is someone who's endorsed by the Kardashians. Looking at his picture, he doesn't look like someone you would expect on death row. He actually looks kind of happy, smiling. So in my opinion, this could all be a psyop for all we know. I think it's it is a psychological operation. Whether or not he's a real death row inmate, I don't know or care. I'm just suggesting it's a politicized death. And in this case, the politicized death is being used to castigate SCOTUS. And I think that's relevant right now. It's relevant now that they're making the case that, hey, look, here's another example of systemic oppression, systemic racism. That they killed, the SCOTUS rejected a delay request despite Kim Kardashian's plea. Despite attorneys, congressional representatives, and celebrities, it didn't work. So they're looking at this as, again, the Supreme Court as being tyrannical, being defenders, upholders of a racist system. This death, again, another politicized death, but it's pointing at SCOTUS, which I think is relevant now because it seems like there's a lot of animosity being ginned up towards that particular institution. It's going to be interesting to see what happens over the next few days. Has anybody seen the Amish people? There's a meme here. It says, lately that is. It says, remember the Amish? The plague that it says, remember the plague that wiped out the Amish because they refused to vaccinate their children? Me neither. Lloyd Miller says, the MSM has never reported the details of the 9 hours of torture and gang rape, amputation of body parts while alive. Oh, okay. You're talking about the individual, Brandon, the one the Kardashians were defending? So I wasn't sure about the particulars of the crime. I didn't know he was a torture killer. 9 hours of torture, amputation while alive. Absurd that the celebrities would use him to virtue signal. Okay, I had not, got into the details of this thing. I'm actually not surprised that the celebrities would stand up and endorse this. Didn't they have I think Nancy Pelosi cried for the pedo that Kyle killed. They have a shrine. They have a shrine to the guy that murdered Jay Danielson out there in Portland. They venerate all these individuals because of their politics. They put politics before everything. That's how someone like the pedo in Kenosha, who was shot by Kyle, that's how he was turned into a martyr. It's like, well, how can you create a situation where the aggressor in an attack who dies, who has such a horrible record, could be a martyr? Well, it's easy for them, apparently. All right, well, the thing is, I'm just pointing this out because all of a sudden, I'm seeing a lot of mentions of SCOTUS as being defenders of this evil system, and I think it's going to become more prevalent in the coming days here. All right, let's move on. I was bringing up the arches of chaos in the solar system because what it's suggesting here is that, yeah, you can travel much faster across the galaxy. This is a perfect excuse for them to send you to an exoplanet because we know the science on the other planets. We can't really live on any of them but Mars. But an exoplanet, sure. Just go through the wormhole. It's like that trip that they take in Willy Wonka, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. He has that subway to his Oompa Loompa land. That's what Mars is going to be. Okay, let me go through the rest of my notes here. I had a few things I wanted to bring up tonight. I've strayed away from the electoral politics. I've seen a number of people on Parler melting down tonight. Like Milo Yiannopoulos is vowing revenge against the Republican Party because apparently his life has been ruined defending Trump. He was the former editor of Breitbart. I'm not sure why he left. It might have been because he admitted to he endorsed pederasty. I think he was on a show with The Amazing Atheist or something. All right, so I was also watching some of the riots in D.C. BLM and Antifa versus Proud Boys. It's breaking out into scuffles and fights. Nobody's shooting yet. I don't know if it gets that far. I did see someone run over protesters, and of course, first it was a hate crime. Then you watch the video, and the peaceful protesters are reaching into the car, opening the doors. So they still haven't learned. So for all the destructive power of the hive mind, it doesn't have any sort of like innate intelligence. It's almost like it's a dumbed down version. It's like the lowest common denominator. There's this mob mentality that just takes over. And you would think that after 5 or 6 or 90 people got hit by cars since this summer, you would think that they would have some sort of a Zoom conference. Just say, hey, Antifa, BLM, if you're playing in the streets, you're playing in the freeway, you could get hit. Even if you don't get hit, if you confront a driver and reach into the car, they might hit the gas out of panic. They haven't figured it out. You thought they would have learned by now, but I watched 6 people today get hit. It's like they do turn into zombies in many ways. The zombie analogy is perfect because the zombie has no brain. And they go after people that have brains. It's sort of what we're seeing here. Commenter says, what about the head of the Texas Republican Party raising secession? Right. I don't think anybody would mind. It's like, hey, okay, you can keep California, Portland, and Washington, and New York. Would anybody care? What would that mean for secession? Like we just build walls around certain states? There's a video of an attempted assassination of a voter fraud witness in Michigan. A lot of intrigue, and much of what we're seeing continues to remind me of the post 9/11 world. The post 3/11 world and the post 9/11 world have so many parallels. Post 3/11 is post COVID-19. The biosecurity state, everybody's a terrorist, the no-fly lists. I got this disturbing video this morning from a family that was on a plane, and their 2-year-old girl wouldn't put the mask on, and they got kicked off the plane. And it's getting so absurd at this point. We're watching this, but it's no different than after 9/11. We accepted the premise. If you accepted the premise after 9/11 that we ought to have no-fly lists because somebody might have a bomb vest, if you said the government should have the right, the TSA should have the right to be able to regulate travel at that level, if you accepted the premise to save us from the scary terrorists, well, then you kind of deserve it now. When now, well, we already accepted it, and you're a terrorist by definition if your mouth is exposed. A couple other things. Dancing Israelis documentary. So at this Flat Earth International Conference, which is happening on the 19th and 20th, we're going to bring 9/11 truth up to date. Commenter says they killed plenty of 9/11 witnesses. I don't know. Possibly. I'm of the opinion that nobody died on 9/11, that there was no need to kill anybody, that it was a massive psyop and a movie. And I feel like the 9/11 truth movement has lagged behind the truth for some time because it never went full auto hoax, and it has to. I think it needs to get up to speed. The main thing that we're up against, if you ask me, is visual literacy. We're dealing with people who can be shown the truth. You could point to a video and say, yeah, that's a green screen around Senator Mark Kelly in 2011. You can see the edges. He's in a movie studio. You guys elected a liar who pretended to be a spaceman, but he's just an actor. You can point that out, but they're so visually illiterate, they can't tell that it's fake. So we have a lot of work ahead of us if we're going to try to deconstruct this thing, and it's almost too late. It may even be too late because now people don't care that you can see the Twin Towers blowing up with no planes. You can tell them the truth. It doesn't process. It just doesn't matter at this point. Now, as far as 9/11 witnesses, I know that there were many witnesses who weren't represented in the media. We had crisis actors on scene ready to give us a story. But the footage that showed that the North Tower had a bomb in it, not a plane running into it, that footage just didn't make it out there. It didn't surface until more recently. But it's been out there long enough. There's no excuse for believing the official story. But here's an interesting little piece. It's called Dancing Israelis. It's a short.
As the world watched in disbelief and asked, how could this be possible, 5 Israelis, later discovered to be Mossad operatives, were seen dancing with joy. Fox News duplicated a report given by the New York Times. Little space was given to this information, but they did in fact state that, quote, a group of 5 men had set up video cameras aimed at the Twin Towers prior to the attack on Tuesday, and were seen congratulating one another afterwards.
So this story about the dancing Israelis is very interesting because it adds a lot of intrigue. And one of the things they do with PSYOPs is they create conspiracy theories. So now we're looking at Israeli spying on Arab suspects. And all this intrigue does is it keeps people running around in circles asking the question, who did it? Who's behind this? It's a whodunit. It's like that board game Clue. We're trying to figure out who did it with what in what room. And everybody suspects everybody. Well, the truth is nobody did it because it didn't happen. So you still have the 9/11 truthers who are mad at Israel or mad at George Bush. And it's like, wait, what are you mad about? It's a very bad movie. Throw some popcorn, but there's nothing to be angry about. Certainly nothing to cry about. But this is a bunch of scapegoating, and scapegoating is a huge part of psychological operations. That's why they need patsies. Do you remember that story George Bush was reading in the classroom to those children? They called it a goat story, like My Pet Goat or something. So the goat story. Well, the goat story was the story of bin Laden with his goatee, the scapegoat. The word scapegoat actually means escaped goat. And it's the goat that takes the blame. It carries the sins of the village, and it's thrown out it's led out into the wilderness, where it's devoured by Azazel or something like that in the story. So Osama bin Laden escaping into the desert. He's the escaped goat, and the story of 9/11 is a scapegoat story. And so in that classroom, he's reading the scapegoat or the goat story to the children who are engaging in some sort of bizarre ritual chant that it's supposed to be learning. And they're chanting something about kite, plane, hit steel. They're chanting words. They're learning sentence structure. And so the teacher has the students chanting words that seem to point to 9/11. Meanwhile, Bush is reading a goat story. And looking at that scene, analyzing that scene of George W. Bush in the classroom with those children, it really seems like you're looking at something of a spell, a ritual, or a microcosm of the bigger event. Like the children were being told, in some subtle subconscious way, the story that was about to unfold. Very bizarre. Lloyd says the goat leads the sheep to the slaughter. Okay, the Judas goat thing. I didn't know what a Judas goat was until I saw this meme of Alex Jones, his head on a goat or something. But the idea that, yes, you have to have controlled opposition. But when I'm looking at Osama bin Laden, that whole story, it was a scapegoat story to distract you from the fact that the whole thing was fake. So then you're ready to go to war. You have to wave your flags, put on your flag bumper sticker over your mouth. I mean, really, look, the mask is no different than an American flag bumper sticker post 9/11. For all intents and purposes, you may as well have just taken that bumper sticker that said "Let's roll" with the American flag and put it over your mouth, because they didn't want you to speak critically of America, American foreign policy. They didn't want you to criticize the wars. They didn't want you to criticize Bush because this makes you anti-American. It makes you a terrorist. You're either with us or you're with the terrorists. We should never entertain conspiracy theories about 9/11. All these things they told us then. It was telling us you have to side with the big state solution to the universal problem. And so back then, the terrorism was COVID-19, 19 years ago. Same program. They replaced the terrorist, which was a small group of people who could radicalize anybody, though. That was the thing. So yeah, maybe ground zero, patient zero of this particular virulent strain of radical Islam originated with Osama bin Laden, but it could spread to everybody. Remember John Walker? He was some like white middle-class American who went to go join. So they constantly had people running off to go join ISIS. That was showing how the dangerous virus can spread. It can become a pandemic. In fact, you could probably find articles, and I haven't looked at this lately, but I'm just going to do a search. If you search terrorism pandemic, you'll probably find that they have probably already correlated the spread of ideology with pandemics, probably long before this pandemic. They've made these correlations because, like I said, you are a terrorist if your mouth is open. You're actually worse than a terrorist because you walk into a bar, you pull up your coat, open your coat, and you have a bomb vest or something. How many people can you kill? 33, maybe? But you go in there without a mask on, you sneeze, you could kill 200,000 according to the science about this weapon of mass destruction. It is. I mean, is not COVID-19 a weapon of mass destruction? The response to this was far more egregious than our response to radical Islam. And our response to that was based on, well, they could put a smart bomb. They could put a suitcase nuke and blow up a city. So this is a bigger threat than that. You are a bigger threat. One sneeze is worse than what you could do with 19 box cutters. Flat Fact says, has anyone blown themselves up since the cooties, or are they scared of the cooties too? Well, when this thing started, actually, there was a memo that went out to ISIS that said, go back to where you come from. The COVID will take out the infidels. And they did. They pretty much disappeared. They phased out war on terror and brought in war on COVID. And the ISIS even sent their uniforms to Portland, from what I can see. Lean Dion says, more deaths in one day from COVID than on 9/11. Right. And check this out. On the 19th anniversary of September 11, 2001, as in this last 9/11, on the 19th anniversary, and you could search Google on this, there were 19 million recoveries from COVID-19, 911,000 deaths on 9/11, which was also the day that Derek Chauvin was in court for the event where he kneeled on someone for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, which is, again, corresponding to 9/11 again, because 9/11 kicked off at 8:46 a.m. All these psyops are connected because it's all taking place in the same Marvel universe that we live in a Disney Marvel universe. Well, not we, I mean they. Have you congratulated somebody yet? Any of these masked individuals? Like, if you see somebody mask shaming anybody, or someone who's just really into it, you have to congratulate them on their bravery. It is very brave. It's very brave to walk out in the world knowing that the plague is loose and you could literally bring death home. What's also very brave is so many of these believers in orbiting routers and space stations. It's brave that they go out without their skulls covered. Like, where are their helmets? Where are their helmets? Aren't they not worried? I mean, they're the ones who believe in this stuff. Lloyd Miller says, InfoWars is not reporting Supreme Court abandoning Trump. All sorts of... Right. Well, this is the thing, too. We're looking at a tug of war. Even though we all live in the Disney manufactured, Disney Marvel universe here, there's still a great deal of dispute over like the dominant paradigm. Like, reality is in flux right now. For half the population, there is zero evidence of voter fraud, and President Harris won fair and square. Now, for the other half, there was a bunch of cheating, a lot of dead people voted, obvious fraud, and it's being covered up, and the other side are complicit in it, and Trump's going to win at the end of the day. Like two completely different perspectives. My opinion, personally, I believe that they're going to give it to the bad orange man, because if they don't pull the pacifier out, the revolution will stop. So in order to maintain the revolution that leads to everything imploding, that brings about the fruition of this one world order plan that they put so much work into, this great reset, they need S to hit the fan. And that's not going to happen if they don't pull the pacifier. So I see it happening. And I also see all the buildup of animosity towards the Supreme Court of the United States. So even though I lost a little bit of Bitcoin on BetMoose, I'm still in the camp that they take the pacifier. If they don't, what are they going to be mad at? Like, if the whole purpose of your organization is opposing fascism or opposing this particular party, what happens when your party's in control? Finbar says Biden is a walking corpse. I saw some examples of CGI manipulation today that showed me that, we don't know who is who. I mean, really, this thing I saw today had like this individual sitting in front of his camera. He puts these dots on his face. And with these dots on his face, which will tell the computer, how the face moves as far as expressions, he puts anybody's face over his face. He gives himself glasses, changes his eyebrows. And so this is why I said when Mike Pence was at the debate and he had that fly on his head, I said this is a litmus test. That fly is obviously fake. That's augmented reality, and they're flaunting it. How much power they have over us, that they can just magically manifest a fake fly and people think it's real. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to get that. I'm going to see if I can find that clip for you. Oh yeah, by the way, Pedoflix. Remember Netflix? We changed it to Pedoflix. Well, another example of, it's not just cooties. Star of Netflix series Cheer, indicted on child porn. Imagine that. I mean, Netflix is nothing more than mainstream media news. It's basically news packaged as fiction so that you can get the same information. They don't even try to put entertainment value above brainwashing. It's just brainwashing first. But all this time, for your entire life, entertainment has actually been straight brainwashing. The entertainment has been a side effect. This is especially true with video games. And, it's like waking up from a dream. We're recognizing, and most people, I don't think they can. I think they find it offensive or it's too challenging to just admit that they're wrong. As Mark Twain said, it's easier to fool a man than convince him he's been fooled. Adaptivia says both Biden and Kamala could be deepfakes. Well, one reason I would agree with you is that you never see them. Biden would never go in front of groups. They never had more than 30 people at a rally. Same with Kamala. They usually just showed up on a big TV screen. But Trump would go physically. So we have many more witnesses that Trump exists than we do that Biden and Kamala do. And moreover, Kamala in person was obviously a body double. Laura Loomer exposed this. So no one has actually seen any of these individuals. Kamala Harris could be Obama Harris, just using one of these deep fake disguises. Obama puts some dots on his face, gets in front of the camera, turns on the Kamala filter, and boom. And he even alluded to this recently. I played that video where he said he wished he could just put on his flop clothes, sit in his basement, and remote control somebody. And he would if he could. Insinuating that if he wanted a third term, he would like to do it from behind the scenes. I found a strange commercial here. I don't know the origin of it, but I'm going to play it and I'm going to read some of the closed captioning. So what you see here are a group of people in full PPE with masks. And this is what I predicted the future would look like. They're going to have black over your eyes, opaque lenses because, well, eye contact spreads COVID. Or eye contact spreads conversation, which spreads COVID. Eye contact leads to conversation. It leads to friendships. If you make friends with somebody and you go to a birthday party, well, now you're a terrorist cell that needs to be, dealt with. So here we're looking at these full uniforms, but this is a strange commercial. And these are the Tyvek suit religious garments, basically burqas for everybody, Tyvek burqas. And in this commercial, you have all these individuals marching in these full body suits, 6 feet apart. I think it's parody, but it says, thinking for yourself endangers the common good. Avoid nearness forever. Sacrifice everything for hygiene. Protect the unborn by renouncing their procreation. Very haunting, very disturbing, but yeah, it looks like this is probably what 2021 is going to look like, if this goes on much further. Here's a comment from Twitter, Joe Imbriano. He says, isolate people, prevent them from exchanging ideas, and thus learning the truth of what this is all about. This reduces the chances of insurrection, revolution, and it weakens them psychologically and physically. I agree on all fronts. All of your communication will take place through a screen. All of your communication will be moderated, and you will have some kind of information volunteer UN type listening in. Your face-to-face communications, oh wait, they took away your face. You've been defaced. So, word of mouth, I mean, I'm almost giving up on communicating to people out there with masks because it's hard to understand. They misunderstand. I recognize now, it's like, wow, facial expressions communicate so much more. And I kind of miss that because now I have to engage in pointless banter that nobody understands anyway. We all sound like we have socks in our mouths. If you're looking on the screen, it's in D.C. You see Proud Boys clashing with BLM in D.C. Okay, I saw, like I said, I can't tell the difference between Antifa and riot cops. They have the same uniforms. But I saw a group of Antifas with gas masks and black uniforms and batons confronting a, quote, Proud Boy. The Proud Boy ripped a mask off. He grabbed it by the filter and pulled it. And the Antifa screamed, cried, and essentially fled. And it just kind of, it's like, what? How did that hurt? He just took his mask off. Like, but anyway, exposing his face, it was like showing a vampire, like opening the blinds. Vampires in the room. Okay, a couple of images I want to bring up really quick. On the left, you see Greta Thunberg, one eye covered. Same symbol you see all the elites do. Just important to note, this is part of a symbolic language. And, we're visually illiterate as a society when it comes to imagery. But when it comes to their symbolic language, most people are illiterate. That's why we spend so much time decoding their language. It is a cryptic language. It's a cryptopsy. We have hidden rulers, and they speak in a language that is mostly nonverbal, but it goes above our heads. And it's just important to note who is in on this, who is communicating their signs. Well, Greta Thunberg might be the Antichrist. Okay, this is another one. So what you're looking at here is Christine Blasey Ford. She has a very startling resemblance to Dana Carvey as Garth. But we're talking about deep fakes, and this is another deep fake. So Christine Blasey Ford, I just want you to look at her neck. Look at the neck, and then how it goes over her chin. How despite the lines and the apparent sagginess, it still clings very tight. And if you look closely around the lips, you can kind of see too, you're looking at a mask. And I bring this up because this is something we talked about last year. But they're back in the news again. Kavanaugh is back in the news again. You've never seen the two of them in the same room at the same time. So we'll start with that. And this one kind of, this one woke a lot of people up. How many of you woke up because of Kavanaugh in that horrible mask. So this is what we arrived at. So when you see them in the news again, when you see Kavanaugh in the news in the coming days, or just remember this. The guy has an interesting role on the world stage. And if you watch this entire event where she was, accusing him of, he was accusing himself. And I was thinking then, what a spectacle this whole thing is, where you've got Giffords there, part of a fake shooting. You have the Alyssa Milano from Hollywood. You have the Hollywood contingent there. All this Me Too thing. You brought in even the Parkland people. Parkland crisis actors were there. They were all there for this event where they were pretty much excoriating this individual, Kavanaugh. And then out of nowhere, videos start popping up that, hey, have you noticed how similar the two look? And they're never in the room at the same time. And people have done a deep analysis of the eyes, the ears, and the hands, and it is a definite match. He is her, not the other way around. Her nose is a little thicker than his. It goes over, but yeah, that's definitely the same person. Anybody else agree or disagree? Lloyd says, evidence for prevalence of faking. He voted against Trump too. I wish we'd have a Scooby-Doo movement, just once. Just once. I want to see somebody pull a rubber face off someone who has maybe been in the public eye for 10 or 15 years. Just for the entertainment value. Let's have one of these Scooby-Doo demaskings. Like, what if someone were to actually tug on the chin of the Weeknd and the face just seemingly melts off, pops off, snaps off, or whatever, and then Justin Bieber's beneath it? Like, that would be releasing the Kraken there. I don't think people are ready for it. They are ready for the alien invasion, as dumb and as unlikely as that seems. Supposedly, right now, Israel is in touch with the, quote, Galactic Federation. And, it sounds like a dumb story. You're talking about the Galactic Federation that's saying, oh, we're not ready yet. The Earthlings aren't ready yet, so we're just going to go ahead and wait. But I was looking through Twitter, and it turns out that actually Star Trekkies believe in the Galactic Federation. So when they're watching Star Trek, they actually think that this is real. Cubstar says it's like grabbing the lizard masker in V. Oh, exactly. V for Vendetta, or V Invasion in this movie. I think the V has always meant virus. Finbar says it would suck if you pulled on their hair and no mask is loosened. Right, that would be awkward. Now check this out. This is coming from Dr. Fauci. I can't believe that he actually said this, but I'm just going to play it.
My African American brothers and sisters, is that the vaccine that you're going to be taking was developed by an African American woman. And that is just a fact. I mean, that is a fact. And I think that's some of the things that people don't fully appreciate.
Right. Well, I look to a day when the vax will be judged not by its content, but by the color of its maker's skin, says Dr. Fauci. Unbelievable. Almost as bad as when Melinda Gates said that she wanted to vax blacks first. It's like, wait, isn't your father-in-law synonymous with eugenics? Unbelievable, though, right? He's like, hey, brothers and sisters. Like, come on. This guy was wearing a jersey with a 19 on it at the baseball game, where he wasn't even wearing a mask when the camera wasn't watching. But they're constantly flaunting in our faces with their symbols, their little inside jokes. Look at this here, too. He's wearing a mask these days that has penguins on it. There's a penguin on the shelf behind Dr. Fauci. I don't know if it means anything. But basically, he's saying that black people should take COVID vaccine because a black woman developed it. I don't understand the logic there. have a video here of Buzz Aldrin punching a moon landing denier. This was an interesting little scuffle, but this guy was trying to get Buzz to swear on the Bible that he landed on the moon. And yeah, it's a real fight. I thought it was fake when I first saw it. I was like, this got to be staged. But no, I think Buzz Aldrin was really ticked off because this guy's calling out a psyop. Check this out.
When you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I
Will you
misrepresented
get
myself.
away from me?
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
And there's Buzz Aldrin. You heard that right into the mic. And Buzz Aldrin's very active on Twitter. Really interesting guy. He sells a lot of swag. He's always signing these posters, these Apollo 11 posters. And I wonder about this. You know, it's like, okay, so they weren't mind controlled. This wasn't something that, you know, they were tricked into it. They were a part of it. So I'm just wondering, how can you maintain after all these years? How can you stay in character? And that's why I say that Buzz Aldrin is a better actor than William Shatner, although William Shatner's a better astronaut, because being an astronaut just means you pretend to be an astronaut in front of a green screen. And who has been in more alien environments than Captain Kirk? No one. Buzz has only been, well, to the moon. But Buzz is a better actor because he has remained in character since, well, 1960 something. This is not a new one. This is one from several years ago. Not a new one. But I'm going through a lot of material that I'm going to be discussing at the Flat Earth Conference coming up in about a week. Yeah, so anybody here wants any information on it, the Flat Earth Conference 2020 is happening. We're hosting it. It's going to be a Zoom conference. It's going to be virtual. No reason for anyone to go travel or fly around right now when we can just focus on the conversations themselves. And I'm not going to really get into it now, but tomorrow we'll have the itinerary and we're going to describe how it's going to go. And I think it's going to be probably the best attended Flat Earth Conference yet. Look at this here. Person of the Year 2020. This is from Disclosed TV. They chose as their Person of the Year 2020 Dr. Wei Lion from Wuhan. So Dr. Wei Lion from Wuhan, China, tried to warn the world about COVID, and then the communists stopped him. And then he died from the virus. If you want to believe this story, a couple of things about it. One, this is the COVID-19 whistleblower. So my analogy has been that COVID-19, that the virus is just sin. They've repackaged sin for the new age. Well, Jesus was a whistleblower in the sense that he's warning the world about sin. And the only way to be saved is my way. And what did they do? They shut him down. They killed him. The regime took out Jesus because he was basically telling everybody the truth. So he died a martyr because even though he died, he let us know and he saved the world. He gave us the information we need to defeat sin. Just like Dr. Wei Lion let us know, hey, look, there's this new virus that's out, and I'm going to let you know so you can, and then they killed him. Now, one other thing, I made this Jesus comparison with him because of the concept of sin being revamped as the virus, but also because he's a 33-year-old. Like, what are the odds? Another 33-year-old at the center of a major psyop? I'm also curious as to who took his picture while he was in the hospital bed with this prop on his face. Look, what's with all these hospital selfies? Don't they know that the virus can live on their phones? It can live on the surface of your phone for quite some time. Okay, here is Scott Kelly, actornaut, being questioned about the presence of bubbles in space when he's on his spacewalks. Another example of an astronaut being called out in public. I'm collecting these.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot.
So he says, can you be more specific? You mean air bubbles. So if you haven't seen this, on the ISS spacewalks, we often see bubbles in space. The explanation we're given is it's space dust, it's space ice, it's nothing, you dumb flat earther. Pay no attention to the man behind the green screen. That's what they normally say. But the bubbles are bubbles.
During the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. Now sometimes you get water in the helmet, and it's either from sweat or from the cooling garments. And in some of my spacewalks, I had like water in the helmet, not like I was going to drown in the helmet, but just little bits of water probably came from.
What is he even saying here? He's babbling about water in the helmet. Sometimes he saw water in the helmet. I think he knows that he's been put on the spot for the first time in his life by somebody who knows the truth, and he's in front of a live audience and he's being recorded. Very awkward moment for Scott Kelly, and he took it quite well this time, but in subsequent ambushes, he flips out a little bit. He's a little testy about this one.
Sweat. Often on the outside of the space station, you'll liberate little pieces of, it's a really harsh environment out there, and the outside of the space station gets beat up pretty good.
It's a harsh environment out in space. Oh, really? Nothingness is harsh? So the nothingness of space, it looks perfectly still. I mean, it's so serene up there. It's heavenly. It's celestial. It's beautiful up there. And he's saying it's harsh. So here's where he gets into how the outside of the space station is beat up. Oh, yeah, it's just this big old jalopy up there orbiting. What do you mean? It looks as pristine as like a Lego model right out of the package. And the last time I saw the ISS, they actually did show a video of it from the perspective of the Dragon capsule as it was docking. And it was literally a Lego model hanging from a fish line in a garage. And the camera was just moving up to it. It might have been Elon Musk's iPhone. So fake. Okay, a few more seconds here. This is Scott Kelly, twin brother of Mark Kelly, Senator Mark Kelly.
And sometimes, you'll see just little flecks of paint or something that you might have disrupted floating away from the suit. And, that's generally what that is. I've never seen any kind of air bubble anywhere.
Yeah. Could it be that you're filming in an underwater pool and you're not really out there? All right, well, I just encourage everyone to look up bubbles in space, hashtag bubbles in space. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so he doesn't really have an answer for it. The guy gets booed out. Adaptivia says, why is Pope Elon still crash testing rockets when he plans to go all the way to Mars? Right, I think it's because they want to dampen our enthusiasm as long as possible so we don't rush them, so they have time to develop the new CGI, something that they can rely upon for the next 50 years. And they're moving past rear screen projection. Flat Fact says mice in space is a programmer's Easter egg. Yeah, the mice in space thing, that's another litmus test. If you can look at the mouse in space and say it's not a mouse, good for you. It is a mouse. It's made out of CGI, quite obviously. This is probably one of the reasons why they quarantined us, by the way. They don't want this happening anymore. It's very inconvenient. Like, this will never happen again. You will never have a big gathering like this where you could possibly pull back the curtain. Now, if you're watching, I alluded to this earlier. I have an individual on the screen, and you just see his face morphing. He has glasses, then he doesn't. His face changes constantly. Then he's holding an object, which is a marker, and it floats around the room. Well, the marker that floats around the room, that's an AVR, augmented virtual reality marker. And that's exactly the type of thing that NASA uses. And this is another thing I'm going to bring up at the Flat Earth Conference. One of the main things I want to talk about actually is visual literacy and how we've been like, okay, so we're talking about a language, this entire, like when you have the nonverbal language, the symbolism, but when it comes to this, there's all kinds of tricks, it's magic tricks, sleight of mind being played on us because we don't know the tricks. And until you know the trick, it's going to continue to get over on you. So I kind of want to spend a great deal of time deconstructing their illusions. And stuff like this, videos like this, will show you what's possible. And I would say this too. The marker that just floated out of his hand looks far more realistic than the objects that we see on the ISS floating around. Why is that? Well, it's because he has more sophisticated software than they were using a few years ago. And this is, again, one of the reasons why they're phasing out the ISS is because it's still using old video technology. It's not that it needs to be updated with a new space station. They need to update the movie magic. Here's a video clip from Russia landing a probe on the moon. This is before CGI. But as you'll see here, it's the exact same template. It looks exactly like the Chinese lunar lander. They make all the same mistakes. There's no moon escape. It just disappears right over the edge. You don't know who's filming it. And then you have these individuals on Earth supposedly remote controlling this thing on the moon. The effects improve gradually, but the template's the same. The same angles. Every rocket launch looks the same. Every landing looks the same. Do you remember how they used to cheer? They still kind of do, but people would cheer. Back before COVID, you'd have these rooms packed with these employees at SpaceX. And when the launch would happen, they would all jump up, high five, hug, kiss. They'd become orgiastic every time a rocket would launch, like they didn't know it was going to happen. Like it was a big gamble. Anyway, that's all formula. It's all part of the theater to get you into the belief that it's happening. Okay, here's a bit of art. I guess you would call this street art. Somebody put a sign up, a digital sign that says COVID is a fraud. The tests are false positives. Masks spread germs. Is that medical misinformation? No. Out of all the things that we've been saying, masks spreading germs is actually well understood. It's something called maskne. The struggle with maskne is real. Maskne is the new acne, and here is what's causing it. So maskne, this is a problem, especially I believe for people who have to wear these things for many hours at a time. It says, call it a sign of the times. Korean skincare brands are offering maskne essentials on their websites. That's a pretty good niche to get into, actually. If you have an Amazon store, market for maskne remediation. But look, this is not medical misinformation. It is a fact that, yeah, obviously the masks are unhygienic to some degree. Do they spread herpes? Probably. I mean, you obviously shouldn't be sharing masks with somebody you don't know. Oh, happy hoax-iversary to the Sandy Hookers. Thought I'd bring that up. It's here, and do not forget Robbie's Duper's Delight. And look, all that work. How many years of fake school shootings? There he is by the Masonic bricks. Very Masony performance by Robbie Parker here. Now, and here he is, big smile on his face before his debut. But they put years into this, decades, into brainwashing people, into fearing guns. They tried to create a nation of gunophobes with all these fake events. Year after year, these horror stories plagued us. And it was all intended to coerce you into giving up your guns. But now look what happened. 2020 reversed all of that. So if you need a silver lining for this year, all the damage that they did to the values that we've instilled in the Second Amendment, we've instilled this value in gun ownership, self-defense, Then they attached fear to it, hate to it. Now guns are racist. Well, no, gun sales are back up. Jason says a mask-wearing dude just got beat down by two non-mask wearers. It was in the news in Seattle. Yeah, I saw that guy's face was wrecked. What happened is he talked to two individuals at a store he didn't know, and he told them to mask up. They laughed at him. Then in the parking lot, he walked up to them and he put his finger on one of their chest and said something about masking up, and they beat him up. And it's on the security camera, but the police aren't going to do anything, because when the mask shamer put his finger on the other guy's chest, he committed an assault. And my take on it is this, though. If you're going to mask shame somebody from within 6 feet and you get punched in the face, you actually deserve it. If you get within 6 feet of me, I'm going to vax you. Check this out. mRNA vaccine by Moderna contains luciferin dissolved with 66.6 milliliters of distilled phosphate buffer solution. Really, what is going on with this? Like I said at the very beginning, either this is the mark of the beast or they're packaging it in a way to make us think it's the mark of the beast. Have an image here for you of the Antifa Red House Autonomous Zone growing, metastasizing. So we have a new ground zero. It's like a new Chazistan. This time surrounded by, it's an area surrounding a house, which they call the Red House, which seems to be, I guess, the organizational headquarters. We'll follow up on that as it develops. I'm expecting it to be another Chazistan-like situation. Okay, here's the image of the guy you mentioned in Seattle. Ocean Shores man attacked after confronting men who were not wearing masks. And again, my point here is that he doesn't deserve your sympathy. That if he really believed that, I mean, this guy is a bioterrorist. He's lucky they didn't do worse to him. Because look, he believes that if he breathes on you, he could kill your family. He believes he's a loaded weapon. He believes he's pretty much wearing a bomb vest. So why isn't he home? Like, you're a true believer. Why are you leaving your house? And then if you believe that you're deadly, you're a super spreader, and you're a terrorist, and you touched some stranger, and you violated social distance, well then you're a bioterrorist. So I'm saying that black eye was well deserved. They should have done them both. And what's more, he's wearing a mask with a beard on. Like, if that beard isn't slathered in Vaseline, that mask has no seal. So you got this super spreader bioterrorist, Osama bin COVID, trying to infect a couple of healthy people. So what could they have done? You know, he's lucky that he walked away alive. Like, I think this guy ought to be sent to some type of quarantine, honestly. You're the problem. If you're a mask cuck, you're the super spreader if you're walking around. If you really believe in the crap and you're not just doing it because you have to when you have to, you're the problem. Check this out. A little political theater. You have an individual walking up to the stage, ready for his performance. And he's a politician. This is with your DOJ. And then he has the medical mask in place to protect you. And he's doing this to protect you. He walks up to the podium. Here he is, Department of Justice. Bam, takes off his mask so he can speak. Well, why did he put it on? Because it's all just a movie. The movie's about to get dumber and weirder. The Galactic Federation has been in contact with Israel, and they're waiting for all of us to get vaxxed before they show up. Well, it turns out that the CIA has actually been in touch with the Galactic Federation since 13 January 1988. And they actually have descriptions of the structures where the Galactic Federation meets up. And they found this through remote viewing. So CIA tried to remote view the Galactic Federation headquarters back in 1988. If you want a link to that article, it's at infiniteplainsociety.com. I put links to everything I discuss here over there for your convenience if you want to fact check me. This also goes for all the info volunteers working for the UN. If you want to cross-reference any of my claims, everything I claim is coming from the mass media. Okay, here's the memorial I mentioned for Mike Rowanall out there in Oregon. Again, it's a memorial for somebody who shot a prayer patriot at 8:46 p.m. My contention is fake. It's a psyop. I don't believe this really happened, mainly because the scripting. The memorial is for a shooting that occurred at 8:46 p.m. 8:46, the time the Twin Towers were hit. 8:46, George Floyd knelt upon. Obviously, this is NWO staged theater to instigate war. Again, just for the info volunteers out there, I want to make it clear that I'm pro-vax for Antifa. I'm anti-vax to the flat earthers. And that's something we'll probably discuss here as well at the Flat Earth Conference. And I hope you all attend. It will be live. It will be broadcast. There's no reason to miss it. It will be it'll be the best attended conference yet. But we're going to be talking about all of these things. We're going to be talking about the idea that maybe flat earthers should be denied the vax. We should just exclude them. I just want to see what kind of consensus we have there. Here's a tweet. It says, "There are magicians behind the curtains. They know that human consciousness co-creates reality based on what the mind believes to be true and real. This process is amplified when instilled in the collective consciousness of the masses. They are projecting what they want into your minds so that you build it for them." This is the matrix battery concept, which I really tend to agree with. And this is why I say, if you're not an auto hoaxer, you're a crisis actor. And I don't mean to be putting people on the spot if they're not in this conversation at all, but let's say you just believe everything you see. You're a crisis actor. If any of it's fake and you played along with it, then you were acting. You were acting according to a script that they gave you. And is this not the very definition of MK Ultra, the mind control program, where you program them with the script, trauma-induced mind control, so the trauma hits and they follow along with your script. I think that globally, plainly, or whatever, we have been MK Ultra'd for generations. Religions are basically mind control. And check this out. Here you have military.com. In the Air Force, they're teaching their soldiers how to take a t-shirt and convert it into a mask. To protect people and stuff. Uniforms are a uniform is a symptom of successful brainwashing. And if you're in the military, you have to use the uniform for a reason. This is all because you're on the same team, same script. I mean, we say brainwashing. I use it kind of loosely in this sense, but the uniform is that you're integrated. You're part of the program. And the mask is a uniform. The face diaper is part of a uniform. This world stage is so obvious these days. We have William Shakespeare from Warwickshire actually got the vax first. We have actors getting vaxes through the sleeves of their shirts. Gloveless nurses vaxing people. All fake. Prince Philip, by the way, is supposed to get a vax. This is the guy who said that he wants to die and come back as a virus and wipe out the human race. Why isn't he telling us to not get vaxxed if that's his position? But who knows? Maybe the COVID vax will kill Prince Philip and he'll come back as something worse. Maybe he will. Posel says, part of the matrix control system from the Archons. More and more, it appears to be the case. That's almost exactly what they're doing. Look, I mention this all the time. Elon Musk, life the universe and everything, he tweets, along with a picture of the Merlin engine. Now, the Merlin is the one that has the mice on it, like Mickey Mouse, this whole Disney thing. The space program, outer space, it's all Disney. But look, Elon Musk tweeted this out, and the engine that has the magic mice on it is number 42. And there's more to this thing. I looked into the mouse thing. In The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, mice are actually pan-dimensional beings with like IQs triple that of a human, and they're actually doing an experiment on us that we're the lab rats, and they're about to terminate this whole experiment. The number 42 is a huge part of that movie. So for him to put 42 on the Merlin engine where the space mice are constantly popping up, just more examples of high-level scripting. Let's see what else we have. No GPS over the open ocean proves that satellites do not exist. Actually, this came from Flat Earth Philippines. Great Twitter account. I'm going to be retweeting a lot of these because basically I'm trying to consolidate the best Flat Earth memes for this conference. So let me go ahead and put that out there. If you have, and we still have some slots open, if you have in mind anybody that you want to speak at this event, not just speak, because it's a Zoom conference, they're going to talk, but take questions. Let me know. We still have open slots, so just send an email. Go to the Infinite Plane Society website. There's a contact form. And also, I'm taking submissions. I'm going to open up a separate Dropbox for that of memes. We are going to do a live meme stream and meme deconstruct session, going through all the best and the worst Flat Earth memes. Because it's important. Memes aren't just like, it's not just a meme. It's an idea that has been optimized for transmission. Memes are superior ideas. Worth remembering, impossible to forget. That's why they go viral. And that's why we have the lockdown. They're trying to stop mind viruses. We've called this from day one. Okay, look. First woman to get vaxxed with the new vax is wearing a penguin shirt. Kind of weird. No gloves. Like, isn't that just irresponsible? No gloves. And then the next picture here, this is William Shakespeare. It's actually his name, William Shakespeare. And again, just to me, this is just them rubbing it in our faces. .420 says, yeah, memes are greater than paragraphs of discourse. Well, not necessarily, but what I'm suggesting is that you may have paragraphs of discourse, an entire conversation that needs to be had, but it could be buried. And what you need is you need to force a glitch in the matrix. And that's what memes do. That's why they hate them. A joke is a meme. Any unit of information that could be easily transmitted would qualify. So a good joke, a song, so many different things, but a jingle, something catchy. And what they don't want is they don't want us, and I say they don't want anybody, any publisher, any tweeter out there to be able to fundamentally undermine the dominant paradigm with 144 characters. No Despair Bear says, I'm enjoying the comedy show 2020. I'm glad. I don't know why so many people are taking it so hard, like it's that bad. Here's some words of comfort from Morpheus. The Matrix is the ubiquitous systemic psychological manipulation of consciousness through which reality is defined, so those inside of it do not even realize they're in a prison. The Matrix is not out there, it's all within the mind. Like the alien invasion, right? Well, the aliens only exist in the minds of the Trekkies, the Galactic Federation. The devils only exist to the people of, religions that have devils. In other words, most of the things we fear, global warming, it's in your mind. It's just it's a superstition. All right, a few more things I want to go through on my Twitter feed. This is a good one here. We had this is West Midland Police congratulating themselves over this. So apparently there was a block party at a warehouse. And in order to get in, the police actually, because they had reports, somebody 311'd him. Somebody snitched and said, somebody somewhere is having a good time. Can you go find them? And they did. And they actually had to cut their way in. They had to cut the doors down. I mean, you hear dogs, battering rams, buzzsaws. I mean, everything but bombing the place. Everybody was fined. The organizer was fined. All because somebody snitched. So many snitches out there. That was one of the first things that really surprised me was right when they said, report to 311, the phone lines blew up in places like California and New York where people were reporting and calling the cops on their neighbors for coughing. Here's an image from early 2020, Wuhan, China. In all these images, you see bodies on the ground, and then you see the rescue crew coming in with their PPE and their ambulances. This is why they called it the Kung Flu. You know, it kicks you in the head, knocks you right down on your face. Well, Kung Flu has not come back. What we have is like the sniffles. Whatever happened to it? And why isn't this, you know, like more prominent? Like, why isn't this part of the criticism more prominent right now? We have people talking about the PCR tests and how deadly it actually is. All these different points they bring up, which seem to be valid, but they all assume viruses are real. This type of imagery, these types of images, these reports from early on, I think these give away the whole game. And this is where I want to really aim at is, let's go ahead and bring up the fact that they exaggerated it. They had the worst crisis actors over. I mean, speaking of the, you know, Sandy hoax anniversary, when I saw the crisis actors in Wuhan, I thought they're all graduates of the Gene Rosen School of Crisis Acting. They were overacting. They were, if you remember, when this thing first happened, they were crying. They showed doctors in China crying because they were losing some, like they weren't twerking. When American nurses, when they lose patients, oh, they just go out and start dancing. But out there in China, they were mourning, they were crying, they were jumping out of windows. But where is it? It's gone. The Kung Flu has not returned for a second wave nor a third wave. So we're supposed to believe there's a dark winter coming. So I'm like, okay, well, if there's a dark winter coming, what's gonna be in it? You know, that's one of the best things about 2020. You know, for all the people who say that 2020 is the worst year ever and all that, well, hey, I got some great news for you. There's no pandemic. And they're trying to make it a crime to say that you don't believe in it. But I don't think it's an extreme statement, and I don't think it's all that controversial to say that. You could make the case that, you know, maybe you believe that there's something that can get somebody sick, but the very premise that one person could get food poisoning or get something from something they ate, something from an animal, a virus, and then spread it to 7 billion people, that's the part that's fake. You know, I don't believe in global warming because I think it's all based on a computer model. Well, I mean, I know it is. And this, too, the pandemic model is what we're living beneath. We're living underneath it. It reminds me of what Limbaugh had said this early on, where he suggested that, he said, we're living under the tyranny of modeling, computer models that tell us what's going on in the world, so we respond accordingly. But the models don't correspond to reality. And when I say that we live in a Marvel universe, a fictional universe, the Disney universe, what I'm essentially saying is that we're living computer model. It's quite literally a simulation. Anyway, thanks for joining tonight. I'm going to be in the Discord server all day tomorrow. We're working on episode 4 of South Pole. And we're also putting together the itinerary for the International Flat Earth Conference 2020, which will be December 19th and December 20th. So you don't want to miss that. Subscribe on whatever channel you're on. I'm not sure where you're all listening from. I opened up 3 new YouTube channels, but subscribe for notifications. If you want to make sure you don't miss, go to infiniteplainsociety.com. $1 per month. You get the archives, text message notifications. You remain in the know about everything. All right, thanks for joining. See you all later. And this is a clip from South Pole, The Quest of Fepetsu. Alright, that's not a mandate, just a polite suggestion. If you don't auto-hoax, you might be asked to leave the building for your own protection. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. This is Infinite Plane Radio for April the 29th, 2021. The title is Ghislaine Maxwell has made the Black Eye Club. So this is big news. She flashed an image of her face. She didn't know, apparently, that she had the black eye, or so she says, until she saw her reflection in a toenail clipper. But regardless, we all know what this really means. It means she's protected. That she's not going to be Epsteined, because not even Epstein was Epsteined. Lean Dion says it's like The Walking Dead over here, masks everywhere, solo drivers, joggers, and it's the height of Dumbo. You know, here too, I believe all the restrictions have been lifted outdoors. And when I see people outdoors, I'm just like, I avoid them like they are zombies, because I'm like, I'm afraid I'm going to scare them and actually trigger one of them or something. You know, they're sick. They're mentally sick. It's called Munchausen syndrome. And I've read some accounts online of people describing their bouts with COVID, and I can see a lot of evidence of crisis acting. And I think people do it just to fit in. Kind of like stolen valor. Some people will claim they saw some stuff go down for sympathy and for street cred. And so that's why you see a lot of these people getting their COVID tats on their neck. Like, I got my tat, and it's like Pfizer or Johnson & Johnson. Knockout Bear says, 6 feet from me, please, maskers. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of interesting, though, how this thing has been evolving. You know, you had at first, the vaxophobia was kind of in the background. Immediately it was, is it a bioweapon? Are they going to kill us? And then that kind of evolved into, now we're afraid of what's on the Q-tip. Then we're afraid of what's in the mask. Now we're afraid of what's in the vax. And then it became, now the fear of the day is to be afraid of the people who have been vaccinated, because now they're contagious with whatever was put into them. So if you didn't have a reason, or you were a skeptic about pandemics last year, now you have a whole nother reason to believe it. I mean, it's just like, it's recycled bad science fiction. It's recycled fake news, but it's being used by the other side. It's the same fear. This is why I've been saying lately that I think that pro-vax and anti-vax are two sides of the same coin, controlled by the same exact interests. The only thing inside of the vax, in my opinion, as I've said, is a schism. It's meant to create a divide between those who believe and have faith in establishment science and media, and those that do not, the saved and the unsaved. But I feel like it's a non-issue. I mean, you have venues that will say we're only open to people who get the vax. Well, some performers are still going to want the money from the unvaxxed, and they will find a way. I really don't think there's anything to worry about, but they have found a way to keep everybody worried, whether you're afraid of the vax or you're afraid of the virus. The common denominator with all of the psyops that I've analyzed is fear. I'm reading about this one, vax shedders, where people are walking around and their skin's falling off, they're getting paralyzed, they start shaking. All of it anecdotal. But I have a question, though. I've been thinking about this today. I was like, well, what happens after? Like, let's say hypothetically that the anti-vaxxers are right, because I'm pro-anti-vax and I'm pro-vax, but I'm not taking sides necessarily. But let's say the anti-vaxxers are correct, and this whole time it was a genocidal plot, and they exposed it just in time. Now, if that were to be the case, if they were to have just exposed it just in time, then what? Are they then, as a collective, I'm talking about the anti-vaxxers, are they going to turn their attention to another group, like intravenous drug users? Are they going to find another group to save? I just find this savior mentality to be very fascinating. And I'm wondering if this is like something that typifies these same people throughout their lives, or is this just the cause that really caught their attention? I've been asking the same thing about QAnon. When QAnon goes away, are the QAnoners still going to be fighting the deep state? And Q apparently stood them up a few months ago, and they're apparently still going strong. And that's one of the things I wanted to talk about tonight. The QAnoners, or the noners now, because there is no Q, they have a bit of momentum now that we've got this, well, recount thing in Arizona. Okay, really quick here, because like I said, I don't want to sound like I'm being dismissive 100% of the anti-vaxxers' plight. And I heard something on the news that kind of makes me wonder if they might have a point. This is I don't know, would you call this a Freudian slip? I don't know, but let me play it first.
Worrying health officials who call mass vaccinations the only path to a return to normalcy. Almost 4 months into the vaccination effort, providers are beginning to run out of people who want to be immunized.
So what he said was 4 months into the effort, experts are running out of people who want to be immunized. Now, I find that to be strange because immunized should be nowhere rhetorically proximal to euthanized. These are two different concepts. And why would a news reader, a teleprompter reader, throw that out there, euthanized? So it kind of makes me wonder if this wasn't scripted or something, but I don't know. I'm going to play it one more time. Take a listen.
Worrying health officials who call mass vaccinations the only path to a return to normalcy. Almost 4 months into the vaccination effort, providers are beginning to run out of people who want to be immunized.
Right. Exactly. So what is it? I'm leaning towards intentional. Probably just to psych people out. I think that's a big part of this thing. It's a psy-war. One Trick Pony says conspiratards will run with that. Right, I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to just immediately say, oh, this is proof that they're all waiting to euthanize us all. You know, I'm not jumping to that. I'm just questioning. How would you have that as a slip? Immunized, euthanized. It's kind of strange. Could be a slip. This is like what happens on They Live, when the masks start falling off. All right, so we start off, a few things I want to talk about tonight. Feel free to call in on any of these topics, 833-311-1984. Ghislaine Maxwell is in the Black Eye Club. Long list of people. This is from TMZ. First pick from prison. She's smiling. She's sleep deprived, and things are so torturous for her behind bars that she suffered a black eye, claims her attorney. Now, the fact that this is coming from TMZ is a huge red flag. TMZ will show you pictures from security cameras whenever someone famous dies before the police get them. TMZ interviewed all of the witnesses at the Nipsey Hussle shooting and the Los Angeles Police Department didn't. I'm like, that's weird. Why are the police not as interested in following these leads as TMZ? A follow-up to the story about Joe Rogan, who suggested that you should not get vaccinated if you're young. He walked it back. Joe Rogan backpedaled on statements he made on his podcast last week when he suggested that young people who are healthy do not need to get the coronavirus vaccine. Why it matters, and this is from Axios. There's a few different takes on this one, but, quote, did Joe Rogan become a medical doctor while we weren't looking, said the White House communications director. So he clarified it because he's been mocked for this and he's been attacked, and a lot of people are defending his ability to express his opinion, and I would too. I'm totally pro, anti. But I'm just saying here that I don't even think it constitutes a double standard. Everybody's open to criticism. We often say, well, Dr. Bill Gates gets a pass for saying a lot of unscientific things and wanting to blot out the sun. And what are his credentials? So Rogan's defense was, quote, I'm not an anti-vax person. I believe they're safe, and I encourage many people to take them. My parents are vaccinated. I just said that if you're young and healthy, you don't need it. Now, again, is that even a backpedal? Like, where is his basis for saying that if you're young, you don't need it? Strange. He says that his comments were blown out of proportion due to clickbait headlines. But then he did say this, and this is in bold, quote, I'm not a doctor. I'm a effing moron. I'm not a respected source of information. And I would agree here. You have to remember, Joe Rogan thinks that a man landed on the moon. He thinks that the Apollo 11 footage is convincing. He backpedaled after seeing how it was faked. It's like if I show you how the magician chops his apprentice in half every night, once you see how the illusion works, you can't really fall for it again. So Joe saw through all of the main points that debunk Apollo 11, but now he believes it. So, yeah, obviously you shouldn't take his opinion on anything that seriously. People who have never looked into the moon landing get a pass. Statistically, I think they measured this. They said 8% of the population right now believes, or rather knows, but they'll say believes that the moon landings were faked. 8%. And so what's the difference between those 8% and the 92%? The difference is the 92% have not looked yet. It's one of these things where if you look at the evidence, it's pretty much obvious. Okay, I see how they did this. The people who defend the moon landings generally have an agenda to do so. X Divine says there's nothing anti-vax about not wanting to be injected with an experimental gene therapy. Right. I've heard some interesting things. This morning I actually took the time to watch some documentaries about the real plan, about how the Skull and Bones Society is ultimately behind it. They're going to put a third strand of DNA inside of us so that we're programmable and possessible by the AI hive mind. It's a dark, dark future. And this crazy thing is, it all makes sense. The conspiracy theory line of thinking on this all makes sense. All right, so that's one of the things I wanted to talk about. Another one, yes, storm is brewing in Arizona. So this is all about the Maricopa County recount, and apparently Trump is going to start touring again in May. So Trump's about to hit the road again in May, which is strange, I think. I think it's almost incendiary. Like, what are they attempting to do? Also, I came across a laughable chart I wanted to go over with you. This was created by the creator of Metabunk. He spent a great deal of time on this thing, and he spends his days trying to help people help their family members trust MSM again. So his book, Escape from the Rabbit Hole, attempts to reverse engineer a lot of conspiracy theories. Now, I will give him credit for having debunked chemtrails. So, and that's the thing. Chemtrails is one of these fake conspiracies put up there so that they would have it's a limited hangout. So they know who's paying attention, and they know who's going to look for the leaked information. It's all, to me, the chemtrail thing was always a red herring. And more or less a hoax, a psyop, just like global warming. But anyway, he did a good job debunking that, but the guy thinks pretty much he can't tell the difference between CGI and video. Like, we've proved this time and again. One of the things we do on this channel is we do make these kind of observations where we'll send somebody a picture of a cartoon and a picture of something and see if they know the difference. You know, I'm talking about specifically with regards to outer space. And if your standard of evidence is, I saw it on the internet, you have no defense against being tricked. And I can trick people, and people get tricked all the time. Last night we were talking about the ISS transit in front of Saturn. That was on the front page of NASA's astronomy picture of the day. The guy got all kinds of awards for it. I mean, people thought it was the most amazing picture in the world. Well, it turns out it was a hoax. The experts can be hoaxed because their standard of evidence is so low. So anyway, let me get into this. This is the chart. It's called Conspiracy Theory Extremeness. So it's a scale of 0 to 10. These are the conspiracy theories and how extreme they are. And they don't appear to be in any specific order. Okay, so we'll start with the bottom. 9/11 goes from 0 to 9 on how extreme it can be. I'm not quite sure what's the difference between a 1 and a 9. I guess 1 is like Bush knew, or something like that. And 9 is like the reptoids did it or something, or blaming an ethnic group. Moon hoax goes from 3 to 9. So there's no benign moon hoaxers, but there are some benign 9/11 hoaxes. Chemtrails goes across the board 1 to 9. Now look at this one. Global warming only rates a 4. That's as hardcore as a global warming conspiracy theory gets. Flat Earth is already extreme, starting at 8, and it goes to 10. UFO cover-up covers the whole thing. JFK conspiracy theories, weak sauce, just like global warming. Reptiles is considered to be extreme, ranging from 8 to 10, even more extreme than Flat Earth. Now, fake shootings is another one that seems like it's automatically sort of an extreme thing. So anyway, Mick West made this, and these are just ideas, I guess. These are the threatening ideas to the status quo. Reptiles, chemtrails, Flat Earth, and JFK. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Talking about a number of things here tonight. Knockout Bear says, chemtrails just wreck a blue sky. I'm annoyed by that. Here's my problem with the chemtrail thing. Nobody ever will specify. Is it commercial planes or super secret military drones? It's one or the other. And 90% of the pictures I see on Twitter are from commercial airplanes. So I'm wondering, which is it? It can't be both. And then another issue I have is that a lot of the chemtrail conspiracy theorists are happy to fly. And it's like, well, I don't know. We've already talked about this topic. I happen to think that it's been pretty debunked. I think there's some rational explanations. The idea that they're poisoning us with chemtrails was cool and fashionable back in like 1999, maybe 2005. In 2011, when Ron Paul supporters started spraying vinegar in the sky to get rid of the chemtrails, that's when chemtrails jumped the shark. I don't know why anybody still believes in them. And here's one good reason why, okay? Do you know anybody who's died from chemtrails? Like, if it's such a big deal. March 17th, 2011, chemtrail experiment. So here's the story. Just so you know, I'm not making this up. This is what happened. This is what they had to do before QAnon. Ron Paul supporters spray vinegar at the sky to kill the chemtrails. I'll just play a clip here.
Now, you guys stay. All right,
She's telling her kids to stay inside while she runs out to confront them.
yeah, get them. All right.
they hear me?
Yeah.
All right, I want to show you the skies being chemtrailed right now. And now I'm going to spray the vinegar and show you how the
Okay, now those planes are, those are just like regular airplanes. They're just taking people to other airports. These aren't military. These aren't secret. These aren't drones. So these are regular airplanes. But I can never get most chemtrail truthers to admit that it's regular airplanes. And I think it's because when you start nailing them down on facts, it gets really hard to sustain the paranoia. Anyway, this is 2011.
Trails will disappear. Look at the skies being chemtrailed.
Now, I know other people who actually pray the chemtrails away. Like, there are people who will actually go outside and shake their fists and pray in the name of, usually it's some derivative of Jesus. Usually it's Yahweh or Yahweh
Well, this is clearing up over my yard. But
I'll just do a quick search here. Praying away the chemtrails. Okay, there's quite a few. I'll have to dig through these, but praying to cast out the demons, this is one here, where they're actually, yes, demonstrating the effectiveness on chemtrails of prayer, rebuking. So let's check this one out really quick.
In Jesus' name, I bind.
Okay, so I had been rebuking these for 10 minutes, and when I started, they started breaking up, as you can see. And you can hear the individual here with 50,000 subscribers demonstrating the effectiveness of prayer to bind the evil forces in the sky.
Bind, attack. Bind, attack. Bind. In Jesus' name, I rebuke you back to hell. In Jesus' name, I rebuke you back to hell. In Jesus' name, I rebuke you back to hell.
And let's let me fast forward. It's 12 minutes. How long does it take these chemtrails to go back to hell? Well, they went there in about 7 minutes in Jesus' name, apparently.
Bind. Attack.
Unbelievable. I'm sorry, but look, let me read the chats, okay? Because you think this is like a joke or a mockumentary. No, this is... Rapture Ready says, wow, that worked. Jesus is always listening. Pam Smith says, you can really wear yourself out praying like this. Jeff Bunt says there were ugly skull faces in the sky. Kaylin Lighthouse says, in all caps, screaming at the top of her lungs, everyone needs to wake up and look up and pray the blood of Jesus to bind and rebuke and return to sender. Let's see. Use his original name. This is what I said, that most people don't actually use the name Jesus. They said you have to use his original name, Yahshua Hama Siach. So, this is like cloud busting, says David. C9VX says, you're right, prayers do work to break up the satanic works and the good forces win. Chemtrails used to be just that, chemtrails, but there has been a shift. Check out the videos of the shape-shifting planes and the orbs attacking the chemtrails and you will see. This has absolutely been turned into a spiritual battle before our eyes. It always has been, but now they're manifesting as the Antichrist spirit spreads and the forces of evil grow stronger. And I've heard this too, that the chemtrailing planes are actually fallen angels disguised as trains, like transformers, or planes, excuse me. Like that airplane is actually an archangel or one of the fallen angels, and it's literally just demon emissions that they're dropping on us. All right, let's continue. Frontman242 says, remember CERN, anybody? Yeah, see, when I look this stuff, you might say it's insanity. But, CERN does happen to have a very conspicuous ritual where they summon the devil. They got a 666 in their logo. They got a statue of Lord Shiva, just like the World Economic Forum, which also has the 666 built into their logo. These aren't coincidences. So, the people praying away the chemtrails, yeah, they look a little crazy now, but they might be ahead of their time. Like, who knows? You wake up tomorrow and maybe what you see up there is, in fact, a demonic host. All right, let's go back to the list here. Conspiracy theory extremes. Chemtrails is kind of in the middle. Now, I have noticed that let's talk about extremists. Okay, so there are no reptilian extremists. If you don't accept reptilians, nobody's going to hate you for it. There's no extremists among, well, moon hoax deniers or moon hoax conspiracy theorists. It's not really that, it's kind of innocuous. Extremists among flat earth. Like, what is the most extreme thing that a flat earther has done? I mean, aside from Nathan Thompson chasing children on the playground, or I guess there was that one arsonist burning the Masonic lodges, but for the most part, it's innocuous. But the chemtrail thing, that hasn't turned into anything. Nobody's made threats against pilots, or there haven't been any chemtrail terrorists trying to shut down airports, which kind of surprises me. Because if they really believed what they say they believed, you think they'd be a little more aggressive. Let's see. Okay, let's move on. This is a little bit of drama, I guess, but it's important. I think we're observing things. And this is one of the things I think is worth kind of noting, just because it seems like, the flat earth topic, like many other conspiracies, has a lot of people who kind of form a community around it, and it becomes very much like a cult. And this has been expounded on, explained. There are documentaries about it. Behind the Curve shows the cult community around this topic. On the other side of the debate, among the globe defenders, the anti-flat earthers, they also have a big cult. And they have their own drama, and they have their own leaders. And there needs to be a behind the curve type documentary on them. Maybe call it Ahead of the Curve, because they're just as dysfunctional, just as wacky as the flat earthers. And I've been watching this fight between Fight the Flat Earth and Sean Hufford. And I don't want to go into detail about either of these characters, but I mean, really, there's a lot of material there for a documentary. If anybody wants to, I would definitely help be an advisor on that. But anyway, Sean Hufford is in the middle of a scandal because apparently he raised a lot of money for some things, and maybe he didn't really need them, and therefore he's scamming the anti-flat earth community. So this is from Fight the Flat Earth. Quote, Sean Hufford says he used Grubhub to spend thousands of dollars because the closest supermarket was 3 miles away and too far to walk. He forgot that we can Google, and the nearest supermarket was only a 20-minute walk. How many more lies? So he's being called out on a lot of his expenditures at the expense of the anti-flat earth community, and apparently he used Grubhub a lot more than really should have been necessary. Okay, let me see here. Lane Dion says, where's Auto Hoax on that conspiracy chart? Yeah, let me go back up to that. Okay, that would be with fake shootings, okay? Because the people who call out fake shootings also, for the most part, know everything else is fake. And one of the things, too, that's worth pointing out is that up until Sandy Hook, up until 2012, any time there was a shooting, the main alternative explanation was false flag. You don't hear that so much anymore. The term false flag is a planted narrative meant to hide the hoax. That's why Alex Jones popularized false flag theory after 9/11. You thought you were getting some kind of insight into how everything worked. No, actually, he was helping to make sure you didn't notice it was fake. Because if it's a false flag, it actually happened. Just somebody else did it, other than what they said. And then they get you chasing different bad guys, different potential scapegoats. But in the end, who did it? The media. It was just in your head. It was just a movie. But the false flag theory is based on a military operation as well. But look, you see what they've done. I mean, the mass media has appropriated the term fake. They've taken the term hoax. And this is a strange one to me. This is still mind-boggling that they do this. And it shows you that they know how to mess with your mind. Okay, so by definition, the person who perpetrates a hoax would be the hoaxer. Hoaxer. So if you're accusing somebody of doing a hoax, well, that's the alleged hoaxer. Well, what the media does is they say that the person making the accusation is the hoaxer. So you call something a hoax, you're a hoaxer, but you're calling them hoaxers. You see how that works? And it happens, I think, to confuse the language and the lexicon around the discussion and the topic itself. Like the term false flag. You can use terminology to guardrail a topic, and we've seen that for years. Frontman says, this other channel, I'll get the link there, is always mocking flat earthers. Many do. There's quite a lot of money, actually, in mocking flat earth. The anti-flat earth community. In fact, this is an interesting topic. Let me go ahead and bring this up. Battle of the Beggars. Old news. Old news. But yes, I remember a lot of this stuff where there were a lot of people who would use the topic to gin up support for drugs, bail, drugs, and drugs for the most part. But, you know, that's, again, a misrepresentation. The media and the alternative media, they tend to focus on the worst exemplars. There are other people who have a lot more to say about the topic than a lot of the characters that you were shown. The documentaries that were put out there, this is worth noting, and it's a connection to Sandy Hook, in fact. So the Behind the Curve documentary was produced by the same people who did a documentary about the Sandy hoaxers. So they first started calling auto hoaxers, or conspiracy theorists who call the fake shootings fake. They first started calling them hoaxers a few years ago, but there's a documentary about it by the same people who did Behind the Curve. Now, that's not the only thing they've done. Look at how they've turned the term truther into something repulsive. Like, even I don't like to be associated with truthers. And I think that was the result of the 9/11 Truth Movement, which is easily one of the most controlled movements of all time. The 9/11 Truth Movement was there to keep everybody running in circles thinking that it actually happened, that it wasn't just a movie. And the movie's not over yet. That's one of the things that we have done with this Metascript analysis, is we have demonstrated that these psychological operations are not isolated. These are all part of a larger design, and it's not over yet. 9/11 was one step along the way. In fact, the other day I added to the Metascript, one of our charts here, the thing about how the new tower that replaced the World Trade Tower, the new one, was opened up on November the 3rd, 2014, 13 years after. Very interesting, though. Using that date again, November the 3rd, 11/3, associated with 9/11 that intimately. Now, I happen to think that I know, I mean, this is a bit of a spoiler, I think, the way that the movie is going to end, or the next major turning point or plot twist, and it's going to involve, I believe, space junk Armageddon. Here's an article from Daily Star. Mind-blowing space junk map shows 200 ticking time bombs in orbit around the Earth. It's called, this is a graph, which, I mean, I'm looking at this, I'm like, you're not going to get a lot of sympathy from me. You know, at least with the Save the Whales crowd, they'll show you the ocean with the trash in it, but they can't show us what this, I mean, send a camera up there. But you see all these garbage cans and whatever they threw out of the space station just floating around. This is an artist's rendering. And the sad thing is, you'd have to tell people this, or they would think this was real. And what's even sadder is that it doesn't matter. The fact that the image enters their subconscious, it just goes in. They don't know what they're seeing. They don't know it's a deception. It's all eyes wide shut. The fact that they see this is making space junk real. So when they bring it to us on TV, which they just started to do, it's going to be so normal that, yeah, they might actually drop something on some on some densely populated area. And they'll say that the space junk is so bad that were locked down on the Earth. That's another one of their little tricks. All a reason to delay the impossible, because they have promised something impossible, so why wouldn't they want to delay it? Lloyd says there's miles between space junk if it exists, if we believe that narrative. Right, but just the other day on the way up to the space station, the Dragon capsule was nearly hit, and they had to make preparations in case. They were told you've got an incoming object. It wasn't identified. They didn't say. I suspect it was courtesy of China or India, some kind of intrigue attached to it, which we'll find out. This is all story. But again, this is, now again, for those of you who are new to the channel or still believe what you see on TV, this is just a painting. And that is just a CGI rendering to give you an idea of what it supposedly looks like up there. And they're constantly telling us that astronomers are mad about satellites at night ruining their view. Not happening. There's a problem with that whole proposition. Because if the satellite is viewable to the astronomer, then it's not in the Earth's shadow. Or at least it's not within the umbra. And if it's not, then it can't possibly be moving fast enough to even see it. So it wouldn't be creating a streak. I mean, there's so many problems with that. No, you do not see low Earth orbit satellites at night. And you can find videos of Starlink satellites at 11 o'clock at night in a chain, which look conspicuously like these tethered satelloons I've seen. But anyway, 11 o'clock at night, I'm sorry, but there's this thing called night. And on the ball, if you're in the night side of things, on the night side of the Earth, you're in the, quote, shadow of the Earth. So there's no way that an object that, in order to be seen, it must reflect, can be seen when it's in the shadow. But it happens. And we called this out a couple years ago, and as soon as they started showing those things, we called it out and they said, oh, by the way, we put visor sats up there. So now supposedly they have these visors so that when it's passing over at night, it blocks the reflection so that you don't see it from the ground. Okay, so this map that charts out all the space junk was funded by the US government and is tracking more than 26,000 objects floating around in space. Now, the way most people operate these days, they will say, look, I've got an app here that shows where these 26,000 objects are at any given moment. Therefore, they are up there. They will use the app as evidence for something being in space. They do this all the time for the space station. It's like, fine, then Pokemon's real. You see Pokemon on the app, says he's behind your house or whatever. It's the same logic. Anyway, it says here 3,500 of these items of the 26,000 are working satellites. The rest is junk. Now, just to give you an idea of the problem they're building up here, is that if there's 26,000 right now, and Elon Musk is putting 42,000 things up there, we're almost doubling the amount of orbiting objects in a very short amount of time. But listen to this. This aerospace engineer at the University of Texas said that there are 200 of what he calls super spreaders. Super spreaders. These are large rocket bodies that have been up there for decades, and these are ticking time bombs. So isn't that interesting that they appropriated a COVID term for something in outer space, and they're calling it a super spreader event? He says at some point in time, these will either explode or something will hit them, and they will become many tens of thousands of pieces. So this is the problem that they have been preparing us for. I believe this is the Star Wars. And I think that this is also going to play into, again, the next 9/11. Space junk Armageddon. The same experts that have you wearing a diaper on your face are going to have you wearing a helmet on your head. Knockout Bear says, what happened to the domino effect? They call it the Kessler syndrome, which is an effect where, yes, one piece of junk hits another piece of junk, and so on, until we're locked down. And then they don't have to raise our expectations, meet our expectations that they've raised. We're supposed to be going to Mars very soon. Lloyd Miller says low Earth orbit junk would slow down and fall due to light air resistance. Interesting point. They say that they're going to be able to use lasers from the ground to push them away. I've even seen some designs for wooden CubeSats. Japan had designed these things, wooden CubeSats, and the idea was that if you have a wooden satellite, it's not going to present the same problem. This is Japan developing wooden satellites to cut down on space junk. How sustainable? So what they're doing is they're experimenting with different types of wood. It says space junk is becoming a problem as more satellites are being launched. Wooden satellites would burn up without releasing harmful substances into the atmosphere or raining debris onto the ground when they plunge back down to the Earth. This is from the BBC. They said, we're very concerned with the fact that satellites that re-enter burn and create tiny particles that will float in the upper atmosphere for many years, and this will affect the environment of the Earth. We get so many mixed messages from them. Like, do they not want to block the sun? Like, you could just let it happen organically, apparently. But they never, again, this is all just new. It just came out of nowhere. And we predicted it here. We said, look, they're building up a storyline, and at some point, we're going to have junk falling down from the sky quite regularly. And this is the thing that von Braun even talked about, that the next universal threat, he talked about, or his assistant claims on his deathbed, he talked about alien invasions as a universal threat, that there would be environmentalism used as a pretext for universal control. And I think we've had both of these. You could say COVID was the alien threat, but he also said asteroids. And that might even be referencing this. Because if you have a universal threat like the sky falls, well, the sky falls on everybody. So every nation would then again have to work together collectively in order to shoot down the space junk. Mary Smith says rings on Saturn, or like Saturn, around the Earth. Right, couldn't they just push them out a little bit? I'm still appalled that they dropped a 2.9 ton battery on 311. And this just doesn't make any sense either. I mean, how do you drop something if you're floating? I mean, on Earth Day, they dropped the globe and it did fall. And they pretended like it didn't fall. Knockout Bear says, pray them away. Yeah, pray away the space junk. Have the astronauts try that out. You'd be surprised at the people who actually do that, though. I don't want to name names, but I saw in the chat, and yes, I've seen those videos. There are some people who are flat Earth proponents who go out and shake sticks at the sky and pray at the chemtrails. Okay, let me go ahead and go into this Black Eye Club a little bit. So Ghislaine joined. And there's a couple of interesting things about this character. I mean, supposedly, I think they took down the temple on Epstein Island. This whole thing is so misleading. Because you think it's a temple, and I've heard so many things, like supposedly the dome on top contains some sort of mechanism. There's an elevator that goes beneath the ground. But then Dollar Vigilante took a boat. He went out to Pedo Island to check. And the whole thing's made of plywood. And the big doors aren't even doors. As in, they're painted on. So this whole thing has got to just be a movie set. But no, he went over there and actually tested it. Okay, it says, this is from Mirror.co. All traces of the dead financier are being removed from the private island where he was feared to have abused girls, including sculptures he chose of gargoyles and cockatoos. Now, the way they wrote that headline, it kind of insinuates that Epstein was abusing gargoyles and cockatoos, or at least statues of these. But anyway, yeah, they're taking it all down. And so you have his temple with the blue and the white stripes with the palm trees, which, by the way, strangely enough, Mark Zuckerberg and his wife have a pair of masks that they wear. His has blue and white stripes. Hers has palm trees. So they're removing all this stuff, supposedly. I don't know what to believe about any of this. And the fact that she's in the Black Eye Club now. I did an article a little while ago. It was actually called The Witches of Epstein. And I was just showing all the connections between, well, Ghislaine Maxwell and all the various people. She has been labeled a witch. But all the people that she's alleged to be related to, like Marina Abramovich, or Dr. Fauci's wife, or the psychiatrist of the Colorado shooters out in Littleton. She's also supposedly, talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, we're looking at these relations, and I'm like, okay. So she's related to pretty much a who's who in mind control and adrenochrome procurement. All very consistent. But yeah, what do you make of all this? And again, this has not been a vindication of any kind, if you ask me. This QAnon narrative has never panned out. They never rescued any children. So this Epstein thing was a big nothing burger. And, by the way, Hunter Biden. Okay, so this is when I think that InfoWars totally jumped the shark when they went after him. Because they were saying that Hunter Biden's laptop was filled up with videos of Hunter doing snuff films, killing prostitutes, killing girls on camera in order to compromise his father so that his father would be a puppet for the Chinese. This was the story being told by Alex Jones. Now, he wasn't sued for it. They just kind of ignored it after, but that was on the laptop. It never came out. So I'm like, okay, that right there shows me how desperate they were. But now Hunter Biden is actually teaching a class. And this is kind of fascinating, I think, because, he would know what fake news is about, I guess. But Twitter explodes over Hunter Biden's teaching gig at Tulane. So apparently he has some sort of a gig. He's part of a 10-week course. He's one of the speakers. It's a course on media polarization. Shows you the power of the media, though, to sculpt minds. Because if you only listened to the opposition to Biden, if you only listened to people that QAnon would listen to, or Alex Jones types, you would think that Hunter Biden was a serial killer and a cannibal and a Satanist. And the other side thinks that he's this reformed former drug addict, kind of an artsy guy who's now going to, kind of be a hip teacher at a university. Like, look how fast they change that. They just flip a switch. Lean Dion says there's an Epstein character in the Hanks movie. I saw that. Yeah, Tom Hanks is always trolling us with this stuff. I mean, he's deeply associated with the entire QAnon deep state narrative. He's doing a Disney movie where he's playing the role of Geppetto. Like, what an ill-timed role for that guy to accept. And I'm not denying any of the QAnon stuff. It's there. In fact, I do believe I'm suing QAnon himself. And that's a side issue. But in fact, Donald Trump's new website is 45office.com. If you go to 45office.news, you can see my breakdown on the identity of QAnon. And I found quite a few people have actually agree with me on this one. A few people have come to the same conclusion. But anyway, I'm saying that QAnon is a psyop. It's a huge LARP. And both sides play into it. And this whole thing at the Capitol on 1/6, we know it was a farce. Babbitt's not dead. The whole thing was fake. It's theater. We called it theater at the time. But now it's literally being it's being compared to 9/11. Joe Biden, your hologram in chief, said that the attack on the Capitol on 1/6 is the worst thing since 9/11 in the Civil War. I'm like, wait, okay. Nothing happened. Nobody broke anything. Nobody died or cried or anything. It was a complete farce. But my point is, it's going down in the history books as this tragic thing, this major calamity and catastrophe, a majorly disruptive event that means that we can't even examine the election results. I mean, it just seemed like, how did that get a pass? Well, the only way it got a pass is if the right, including Trump, are complicit in it. That this was his exit. Frontman242 says people made a lot of money on Q. Certainly true. It's just a clever way, I think. It's a clever way of riling up the base. But yeah, he did say it's the worst thing for our democracy since the Civil War. That's kind of extreme. But if you look into the characters, none of them characterize the usual types of people who followed Trump in the first place. Oh, by the way, they're after Twitch. Twitch, this is from the New York Times, where far-right influencers feel at home. So you can just kind of see how they're going down the line, and they're going to make sure that they're able to stamp out any of these things. And I kind of think that the QAnon conspiracy has also been put there as a way of flagging groups of people, getting people into the area where they could be marginalized. So in other words, I think it's just at this point, it's a big honeypot, possibly even just a blackwash operation. And Tom Hanks almost seals it for me. Just the fact that he plays into it suggests that, yeah, this is actually more or less a psyop and Hollywood's complicit. It's too perfectly organized and scripted. In fact, I have to look into this, but wasn't there something about a character named Q in any of these Stanley Kubrick films? If someone knows anything about this, did Stanley Kubrick incorporate any kind of a Q character into any of his films? The reason why I ask is it just seems that this wasn't spontaneous. And if everything else being planned decades in advance, this idea of this insider letting everybody know about the deep state. Because here's one of the things. If you look into this theory regarding the involvement of Stanley Kubrick in 9/11, it also extends to his involvement with, the whole thing. Everybody knows by now, it's kind of a cliche, that Kubrick might have had something to do with the moon landing. Well, it kind of extends also to 9/11. And we can talk about this again here a bit. However, some have even suggested, and it's from the same article in the same think tank, they think that he may even have had something to do with the death of JFK Jr., or rather the fake death of JFK Jr. And much of the QAnon storyline revolves around JFK Jr., that he in fact might be Q. So that's kind of an interesting tie-in with Kubrick and the QAnon thing. And what's more, the same people who assert Kubrick's involvement in these other major events also suggest he was involved in the faking of the death of Princess Diana. So there, again, Princess Diana actually does also figure very prominently in the QAnon narrative. Princess Diana and JFK are supposedly going to come back at some point in the future and defeat the deep state. So it wouldn't surprise me if this QAnon is part of this more drawn-out, elaborate, multi-generational psyop that's dragging us into this new age. And maybe it has a purpose. I suspected, for example, with the hacking of Parler and with the hacking of Gab, I suspected that this movement may have just been about identifying people who are not believing the news, and then, of course, discrediting them. Okay, let's see. Lloyd Miller says, Star Trek had a Q, and wasn't he a time traveler? Because time travel is a huge part of this story. But I think by now we all know that this was all based off of an old, fake anti-communist movement. It's a plan, or it's a strategy, rather. It's controlled opposition. So James Bond had a Q, Star Trek had a Q. Now, I haven't seen Moonwalkers yet. The main plot is the main character has to find a Stanley Kubrick to fake the moon landing. No, I actually haven't. I'll take a look though, because Kubrick's role in the Apollo is admitted. It really is. I mean, if you look at how subtext works in his movies, it's pretty obvious. It's just like with any kind of film. You have different levels of meaning or symbolism, but what tells you that it's intentional is where the director deviates from the script or the book or the original manuscript, and then also other things like sequence and timing. But there are some sequences in The Shining which pretty much reveal a little subplot that Kubrick is communicating, how he had faked the moon landing, he was complicit in it, and the script or his role in it had to be kept from his wife and his family for their own protection. And this has been expounded on at length, but the same movie, as this article from chartword.com, and I'll put a link in the chat, chartword.com, they have an article here suggesting, or showing rather, how he also, in a very similar way, in a few different sequences, telegraphs 9/11. Well, then if you go back to Space Odyssey 2001, you find references to 9/11 also, and to the George Floyd, or rather 2020, COVID, the fake lockdown, and the name Floyd is brought up in that same scene. I mean, we're talking movies 50 years ago predicting the future. But they're not predicting. Clockwork 311 says Nathan Crowley is the screenplay director for that Moonwalker movie. We're going to have to do a study on some of these, some other directors. There's a few others who've caught my attention here of late. One thing I want to note here is it's very significant that Tom Cruise is going to the space station very soon, because he was in Eyes Wide Shut. Well, Eyes Wide Shut 2001, which of course was released on the anniversary of Apollo 11. But Eyes Wide Shut is all about the masks. When 9/11 happened, everyone at Ground Zero had to wear the masks. So you have another movie that came out the same year with Tom Cruise, who was just doing the film with Kubrick, and that movie was Vanilla Sky, which is all about a guy who wears a mask. So there's a number of interesting correlations between that movie as well, Vanilla Sky, Eyes Wide Shut, and to me it's all very suggestive of what's about to go down. But someone went through all of Kubrick's movies and they found many times scenes that are eerily, reminiscent or prescient of 9/11, which was just one step, I think, one major point, but it wasn't the end of his work. And while I don't think he's alive, I kind of think that the think tank he was a part of and the script they organized for the transition of this world into what we're going into, I think it was definitely planned many decades ago, and he probably has his stylistic fingerprints over whatever is going to go down next. And I think it's going to be the artful demolition of the space station. And I also think there's something else going to happen, but some of these things I've written about, but I don't want to say too much, because not that I think we can influence things, but on the off chance, I don't want to. I want things to go down the way they're supposed to. But we have credibly called certain things by, I think, narratives that they've put out there pretty blatantly. Because I kind of think they've been reserved. Look how grandiose their vision was with the Boston bombing. The amputee actors, fake body parts, the smoke, the dramatic running past the finish line, carrying the victims or pushing them. It was very elaborate. You had a high body count. And then you look at something like the more recent Nashville bombing with the guy named A.Q. Warner, which is obviously a QAnon thing, but nobody died. It's like, when did they stop killing people? Where's all the big bombings? At 1/6, at the Capitol, where's the fireworks? Where's the mass casualties? And I think that they don't. I had a feeling I kind of think so still. I have this feeling that they've pulled back on their use of crisis actors the way they used to use them. Mainly because there's a huge body of people who are always there, ready to analyze these scenes and find the crisis actors. It's become such a big thing that I kind of think they don't want to overdo it anymore. They've been somewhat restrained. Commenter says they lied about the Holocaust, they lied about 9/11, they lied about COVID. Who is they? Now, I guarantee, in fact, I'd bet money that you wouldn't be able to call in and say it. And it's funny because I'm not afraid of anybody or anything. And I find it kind of interesting when people are somehow constrained to dog whistles. Like, you can't say that you're actually scared of the reptilians. Why not? Have you been cucked by the reptoids? Because I have not been. But when I say they, I say, how do you explain it? The media isn't what people think. It's not like you see these isolated companies and they're all competing supposedly, and they have different opinions supposedly, but no, it's actually a monolith. And this is one of the main pieces. Commenter in here says, this is my favorite YouTube channel. You're not a gatekeeper. Thanks, I appreciate that. See, what the Hitler crew will do is they'll come in here and they'll say, who's they? And if you don't say Jew, they'll say, oh, you're one of them. And it's like, well, who are you? Who are these people? These types of individuals, I believe, probably work for the ADL. He probably does, and they create these fake white nationalist personas to go troll around so that we say something that gets us censored. I don't take the bait. I really don't. In fact, I think look, just based on my own observations and some evidence and some YouTube videos, I've actually concluded that Hitler is either it's A, B, or C. Hitler is either Walt Disney, like LARPing as part of a psyop, or a woman. Possibly all three. So it's like, I don't see anything about that narrative to be compelling. And one of the problems too with the Holocaust deniers is that they only deny that, but they think everything else is real. They believe in nukes, they believe in the moon landing, they believe in outer space. It's like, no, when you've deconstructed media to the point where you've stepped off the world stage and you recognize it for what it is, then you can see all these controlled dialectics and controlled opposition groups, which you're a part of. If you're chasing some scapegoat, then you're being led. Ivar says Hitler switched roles to Merkel. I would believe that. I would definitely believe that. Lloyd Miller says ADL's job is to claim all conspiracy theories are anti-Semitic. Yeah, it's pretty pathetic. In fact, one of the things they've done, and this was just the other day, it's just lazy at this point. This is from Bloomberg. In fact, John Levy got a few shout outs in this one. Believers in the Tartaria conspiracy theory are convinced that the elaborate temporary fairgrounds built for events like the Panama Pacific International Exposition in San Francisco in 1915 were actually ancient capital cities of a fictional empire. So this is from Bloomberg's. They're inside the Tartarian Empire, the QAnon of architecture. And there is a lot of overlap here. In fact, I kind of think that the mysticism, this view of a utopian past that could be brought back, one that was suppressed by the parasites, this whole storyline actually fits in with the deep state and with MAGA, Make America Tartaria Again, and the idea of free energy and all this stuff. But this is a pretty decent article by Bloomberg breaking down the story, but they lost me when they said that this theory is anti-Semitic. I'm like, do they have to go there with everything? And apparently they do. It's a non sequitur. And I'm going to find that part. Here it goes. It says here, the ahistoricism can make the Tartarian architecture community occasionally receptive to racists and anti-Semites. A survey of videos and discussions will turn up all manner of other conspiratorial threads. along with flat earth advocacy, anti-vax, 5G scaremongering, and Holocaust denial. Now, again, they use the term conspiracist advisedly. That's a recent switch, too. Frontman242 says, I have a PDF book on Tartaria. Do you want it? Yeah, please send it. Please send it. Send it to timosman007@gmail.com. And it would be interesting to speak with John Levy. I've actually heard some very interesting counterpoints to everything brought up. And there are some approaches, I think, to this thing that need to be re-examined, especially when it comes to a lot of the conjecture. But that's another topic. Lloyd Miller says, I haven't heard a peep of anti-Semitism in Tartarianism. See, you haven't been paying attention to the dog whistles. And it's not in the presentations. But if you look in the comments, you look in the chats and how this topic is used, they are always talking about the parasites. Well, who do you think that is? The Samoans? The parasites. And that's where they made this connection. Now, I wouldn't make that connection, but to me, the whole Holocaust denial thing is more or less not only a controlled op, but it's not even coherent. It's not coherent media analysis to say this event was fake, but these other ones weren't. Because what any of these fake events reveal is that they're all fake. Because you have to recognize the existence, though, of the PSYOP and its role in mass media, which is, in fact, the PSYOP entertainment complex. But you can understand where they're coming from, given that the existence of crisis actors and fake news on this level really wasn't widely understood until very recently. Commenter Adam Greenwich says, haha, nice try, Jew. But look, he spelled Jew lowercase j, apostrophe 00. This is what I mean. They can't even, look, I'm sorry, but you've been totally conquered. I don't care about this Hitler versus the Jew thing. I don't care. I'm not involved in your ethno-fascism. Really, I could care less. I think it's laughable. And it's very blue pill. You're basically taking blue pill suppositories if you're still taking that line of thinking seriously. However, the fact that you can't even write the word or you can't call me, even though my number's on the screen, shows how really impotent you really are to resist this thing that has conquered you. And I'm just suggesting it's all just a red herring. It's like a boogeyman. And you bought it. But that's on you. And he says to beat the censorship, nobody's censoring you. Literally nobody's censoring you. You're too weak to call in and defend your master race or whatever you think. So that's on you. If you're bred out of existence, if you're white genocided or whatever you think's going to happen, it's your fault because you can't stand up and even call it like it is. If I thought the world was being invaded by reptoids, I'd be around, I'd say, look, there's reptoids. I wouldn't say there's some R's over there. No, I wouldn't camouflage my intentions. Adam says YouTube auto censors. Look, man, I've been censored on YouTube more than 100 times. They've chopped off 100 heads on this Hydra. We don't hold back on anything. I'm pro-vax, pro-anti-vax, pro-vaxxer. I'm pro whatever you are. Well, rather, I'm for your ability to express it. So feel free to call in 833-311-1984 unless, like Hitler, you don't have anything there. Isn't that one of the stories about him? About Hitler's medical file? Something very peculiar about him, which I don't really want to get into. These are all cartoon characters, and I think he could actually be Walt Disney. And there is quite a lot. There really is quite a lot to substantiate the claim that you're looking at another world stage character. Some of these people are so unbelievable. The Bill Gateses, these made-to-hate characters, Donald Trump. Evar says, single testicle. Well, if Adam has one, he would call me at 833-311-1984, but I don't think he does. All right, let's see what we got here. A plaintruth.blog. Okay, One World Tartarians. I'll look through this PDF, I'll read it cover to cover, and I'll review it because I want to give the whole topic a fair shake. I feel like the media is far too dismissive of things, and I'm not. Really quick, I'm going to play this clip again for those of you who missed it. There's a news reader who accidentally uses the word euthanize when he means immunize.
Worrying health officials who call mass vaccinations the only path to a return to normalcy. Almost 4 months into the vaccination effort, providers are beginning to run out of people who want to be immunized.
Oh, really? They're running out of people who want to be euthanized. I mean, immunized.
Worrying health officials who call mass vaccinations the only path to a return to normalcy. Almost 4 months into the vaccination effort, providers are beginning to run out of people who want to be euthanized.
Yeah, interesting slip there. And the question is, of course, is that an intentional slip? Unintentional? Is it meant to scare a certain segment of the population? It's from the Babylon Bee. CDC now recommends wearing a seatbelt even when you're outside of the car. See, I was suggesting that you should start wearing a cast. Like if you're not using your arm, like you're just sitting there or whatever, you could put a cast on your arm. I mean, it's not broken, but you're not going to break it, obviously, if you're wearing a cast. And this is the same kind of reasoning that's probably going to eventually mandate helmets once the space junk thing becomes a real viable threat. Once a critical mass believes in it. Finbar says, a seatbelt, give me a break. Lloyd Miller says, Miles Mathis said Tartarians are Phoenicians and Jews. Now, his take on it makes a lot of sense to me. And this is why I want to read that PDF. And I don't want to get it wrong with Mathis, but essentially what he's suggesting is that the common denominator with all this architecture, that it's referencing a certain group, and that more or less this would tie in with the whole reset thing. Because, when you get the symbolism down, as you've all noted and we've been paying heavy attention to, the phoenix is the reset. They burn down, they build back up. Well, who is it? Who's the they? And you see the common symbols, the phoenix, the purple, the 33, the burning man, the obelisk, all these things tied together. So it seems like the formula here is a revolution by this group, and their revolution is against the rest. They burn everything down and build back up. That's their eternal MO. And so it would make sense, this reset thing, not necessarily, well, maybe they have it right, but this would be the explanation, though. It would suggest that if there is something to this Tartarian narrative and the mud flood, that the ones who burned it down or whatever would be these Phoenicians, and that they would still be in control, and that this is part of their routine. Like we're at a low point. It's an interesting idea, for sure, the idea of a reset, and it's very consistent, though. It's very consistent with the symbolism. And look, we just had the conjunction Jupiter, Saturn on 12/21/2020, which they described as a Bethlehem star. This is about the time that the reset talk happened. That's pretty much when it started really picking up, when they openly started talking about the, quote, Great Reset. But before the World Economic Forum came out, before Klaus Schwab started schwabbing people, you had the mudflooders talking about a reset. So the first time I actually heard the term or the word reset used in this way, it had to do with this Tartarian thing. The idea that our whole world has just basically had a reset button pressed a couple hundred years ago. Now, I initially ignored the whole topic because I didn't like the idea that you're just saying that all history is fake. I don't like the use of the word fake in a very flippant and blanket way, like it's all fake. You can't just say something's fake and then not replace it with something. Or if it's the status quo, it doesn't mean it's 100% real or verified. We know this. Consensus reality isn't always the same thing. However, if it's established, there's got to be some foundational reasons for thinking so. And if there isn't, you should at least be able to expose those. Calling something fake without a basis for calling it fake is lazy. And it's something of an argument from ignorance. We have a few other comments. Hey, why don't you call in? I mean, if you want to bring in links and talk about your favorite bad guy in the world, the Jesuits, the Jews, whatever, the reptoids, the EGI, gender inverted elite, or whoever it is that runs this thing, whoever is at the top of the pyramid, you want to talk about them, call in. Infinite Muse says, John Levy interview would be cool. I will message him and see. But like I said, I want to read that whole PDF through first. I've been a little dismissive of the theory. And it's just because it got mixed up with too much. Like you have biblical mudflooders, like people talking about the Bible. And it's like, wait, I'm sorry, but you can't cite the Bible for things that happened before the mud flood because, well, the Bible would have been written before the mud flood. And then where does that place Revelations? Because if the Bible is a book of prophecy, then Revelations already happened if the world already got destroyed. But nowhere in Revelations does it talk about a wall of mud or whatever. Mud rain, or however it happened. Liquefaction. Let's see, Frontman says the book's a 350-page read. Now, I've looked into a lot of it. I really have, and it is really an intriguing topic, and it really does lead you to the point where we have to recognize the boundaries of what we can know and how unreliable what we're told has been. I mean, we were all taught that, Columbus went around the world to prove it was a ball. He had a bet with the flat earthers. And they said, no, you're going to fall off the edge if you're able to even get past the dragons. Well, that didn't even happen. That wasn't even a point of contention. So they're constantly changing our history. They change the news, and we know how fake the news is. And it's like, what do you think? History is objective? No, I'm sorry. The same people who bring you Fox and CNN and BBC bring you your history. In fact, whatever you see on CNN, Fox, and BBC will be in your history books. That's the monolith. That's the accepted world view. Commenter says Freemasonry is created by Jews. Let's see, the first lodge of England was 1717, although you could trace the lineage back. You could you could go back to the Templars, who were then suppressed. But look, I would have to say this, and not to be rude, but the idea of scapegoating any particular group is inherently flawed for a few reasons. And if you're not willing to call in and talk about it, we can't really go anywhere with it because you haven't brought anything new to the table. This is old, kind of worn out. And these are things that go through cycles. Kind of like the Satanic Panic was more or less blood libel, just targeting somebody else. And QAnon too. Chris says, okay, Jew, twist it to your liking. See, this is the same kind of argument that liberals have. Everybody who doesn't like me is Hitler, or everybody who doesn't agree with me is Hitler, right? You've heard that, right? And the way that these very sensitive and triggerable white nationalists are is if you don't agree with them, you're a Jew. I'm like, okay, fine. That's the way you want to play. Echo Charlie says the gender inverted elite thing, at least that's entertaining to me. I guess I'm a square. Now, so that theory, and I have a Twitter account that I follow, and I've been just taking their research day by day, trying to figure out what they're suggesting. And if I can find one of this person's tweets, I'll share it with you. But actually, if you follow my Twitter account, I have to apologize. I spent the last 30 minutes before this live stream tweeting pictures of Sophia the robot getting kissed. Am I right in calling this necrophilia? These robosexuals? Like there's something perverse about it. About these people kissing this thing. And also who assumed its gender? Why is Sophia a woman? And you look at her proportions and clearly she was designed by a male. It's just problematic. And then she's white-splaining to the world. Why is Sophia white? And again, this is the world's first, AI or something. They name her Sophia because of its connotations. This sort of associates her with this goddess of wisdom. And so the back of her head is all circuitry. So you're supposed to believe that she is basically objective. You know, she's just a robot. She doesn't have a political affiliation. She's not emotional like we are, so you can trust it when she says, we have to save the planet. Get your vax. Just another mouthpiece. They used this puppet for a little while, but they kind of phased her out when Greta emerged on the world stage. Here's Will Smith. Will Smith was sexually harassing her. And this is also very offensive and problematic. Surprised he got a pass. But this is the future. All right, let me see what we have here. Hoaxahanta says, is kissing Sophia part of the ritual? Cubstar says she's a citizen of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I saw that. She's a citizen. Now, this is all, to me, just predictive, not predictive, it's conditioning, getting people used to the idea that you can fall in love with an object. And I think the dehumanizing nature of the face mask will also help us bridge that gap. I haven't followed this thing with LeBron James very much, this basketball player and his tweets, but I don't know, it's kind of cringy, I guess. You know, apparently he was called a baby because of one of his tweets that he's deleted, but he was called a baby, and his response was to cry like a baby. I mean, he's a grown man. He's like 7 feet tall, 300 pounds, and somebody heckles him, and he really, I think he
I don't want nothing to do.
Jumped the shark. And then this came out. And again, this is his opinion. I'm just playing it for your information.
I want nothing to do with white people. I don't believe that they want anything to do with I don't want no, it's me. And I don't want nothing to do with white people. I don't believe that they want anything to do with I don't want no.
Now, I'd like the full context if somebody has it. All I have is the 7-second clip there. Here's another quote from LeBron, kind of in a huff. We're at the point where a girl can't even stab her friends anymore. These last few psyops have been so completely outrageous. And one of the patterns that I've noticed is they will present you with a victim, and then they will drop some other information to turn you against the victim, or rather turn the people who would be naturally predisposed to back the blue against the victim. I mean, they perfectly polarize everybody. I mean, it's quite a program they have, this mind control operation, where it's like, okay, he's a victim, shot in the back. Then they say, oh, look, he's got a 33-year rap sheet with 180 entries, 180 things, which doesn't make it right. However, if you look at the way the people take sides, it makes it very easy for them to do so. And they've done this since, at least, even with Trayvon Martin, they were like, oh, here's pictures of him with a gun and drugs or whatever for the right. And then for the left, they show them pictures of him when he's a middle schooler or a baby. So I'm desensitized to all this stuff. I'm just evaluating it. And at this point, I think the body cam footage stuff that we're seeing is also questionable. I don't think it's normal for them to be releasing footage to the public that fast. And their explanation is to appease the mob or something. But I think it's all just Psywar. It's almost the same thing as with the school shootings. It's a hysterical drama being played out in front of our eyes on TV. I wanted to point out a few things about some of these more recent ones too, like how they're so templated. You know, look at the Christchurch event where you had the shooter inspired by the internet shooting at multiple locations a target immigrant group before being ran off the road with a pit maneuver, dragged out of his car, and arrested. 2 years later to the date, same thing happens in Atlanta. The Parler shooter shoots multiple locations, target immigrant population, pit maneuver, pulls him out of his car, and they arrest him. It's like the same story. And it's not a coincidence that they called him the Parler shooter, because the media has been attacking Parler, because that's the place that radicalized him. And 2 years prior, they used Brenton Tarrant's shooting in Christchurch to censor 4chan, 8chan, BitChute, which is essentially the same thing as Parler today. And these events matter. You know, they do actually have some effects, like they use the one in Christchurch to justify cutting off live streaming to anybody on their mobile devices, unless you've got 1,000 subs. And I will never get to 1,000 subs. I think we all know this, and that's just because of some of the things we talk about. Let me get to the Black Eye Club really quick. This is from Phoenix Enigma. Actually, there's a few different good sites on this one, and there's a few. This has been covered by the mainstream for at least a couple of years. Actually, let me start with this one, dailymail.uk. Conspiracy theorists say celebrities, including the Pope, have been snapped with black eyes, and this is part of an initiation ritual into the Illuminati. This includes Elizabeth Hurley, Boy George, George W. Bush, Robert Downey Jr., Prince Philip, and Prince Andrew. And I find all of these believable so far. So we can add to that Ghislaine, Robert Downey Jr. I mean, look, Adam Sandler, very believable. David Bowie. And David Bowie already had one of his eyes somewhat dilated and colored differently than the other. And that's all just symbolism. It's all part of this cult. Cult of the all-seeing eye. The late David Bowie, no, he's not dead, also appeared to sport a black eye while performing in 2005. You know, if David Bowie was alive right now, they would be canceling him. If he was on the world stage right now, that is. The things that have come out recently, and I think Chalk Body Outline did a good video on this. I actually caught it live. Apparently, Bowie had a lot of young girls served to him while he was touring the world. So that's something he's never got to pay for because he managed to fake his death. Here's Prince Philip, and he should be back pretty soon, right? As COVID's 33 or something. Frontman242 says Elizabeth Hurley is very attractive. Right? Well, it may be. I will say, though, if you go into the elite gender inversion conspiracy theory realm, she's been put on the map there. Let's see, the Queen. They got the Queen. Who punched the Queen? Oh, no, that's Prince Andrew behind her. Maybe the Queen's doing the punching. Who doesn't? Okay, this is how you figure it out. You find all the people in the Black Eye Club, and then find one person who knows them all that doesn't have the bruise, doesn't have the black eye, and that would be the Queen. I think she's doing it. There's Bush. I remember when this one happened, when Senator Reid, former Democrat leader Harry Reid, when he was punched, they claimed that he was at home on his treadmill and that he had a treadmill accident, which just very much, that's just not believable. No, he was punched. Now this one, Perez Hilton, I don't think he's into the Illuminati. I think he just deserved it. All right, I guess that's all of them. It's not a club I want to be in. Do you want to hang out with any of these people? Prince Philip, Perez Hilton, Prince Andrew, Adam Sandler, a bunch of suspected pedos, the Pope. I don't know. But Ghislaine Maxwell is now in the club. Finbar says the Queen is the puncher. Ready or Not 82 says people are saying that Phoenix Enigma snitched on somebody that had something to do with that Jake guy. Okay, well, who's the Jake guy? Are we talking about Jake the Orifice, who plays bass, who might be going to space with the Mark Gold character? I haven't heard about that one. All I know is that Phoenix Enigma has done some great work deconstructing a lot of the Isaac Cappy stuff and the numbers, number 42. And I didn't even look that closely into the whole QAnon thing or Tom Hanks until Isaac Cappy's death and how it was actually correlated with Instagram post by Tom Hanks. Like, these are some weird coincidences that you just kind of can't ignore. You know, Tom Hanks, Isaac Cappy. And the story is this. Isaac Cappy was calling him out as one of these pedovores. So apparently Well, what happened was, and I think he deleted his accounts, but there's the Instagram account where Tom Hanks actually took a picture of a glove on the ground and a bottle cap. And it's on historic Route 66. And what he put here was, historic Route 66, roadkill, I hope not. Okay, so on the ground you have a glove and you have a cap. So this is Cappy. That's a reference to Cappy. Well, here's the news. Isaac Cappy murdered on Route 66. 42 years old, thrown off a bridge. So again, we're looking at something that happened 42 days from the tweet or the Instagram post, 42-year-old. That's what it looks like. It looks like a hit was put out on him. And Hanks and Spielberg have both been accused of some pretty bad things, and he's verified it. And he named many others. In fact, I think that Isaac Cappy said Seth Green has a bookshelf that hides a hidden door, and this door contains a dungeon where they keep all the children, according to Isaac Cappy. So I watched his videos. I don't know where to go with this stuff except to say that we're looking at either a serious LARP and a PSYOP intended to make the entire right wing look crazy and make it easier to censor people, or it's all true. So it's one or the other. There's no evidence for it yet. Commenter says, compare Jenna Telekova and Ivanka Trump. I think I've heard about this one before. It's that Canadian model. I've seen this one. Yeah, I've seen that. Somebody said, yeah, they do look similar, I guess. It's not what I was looking for, though. Someone else sent something. They said that Donald Trump's wife, Melania, is actually some actress, that he's like renting her, that she plays the role of someone else's wife. I think it's the French. Let me take a look. Yeah, I do believe that maybe it's not the same actress. I'm going to have to look, but there's someone who suggested that we have a case of somebody playing multiple roles on the world stage, and that the woman that we know of as Melania Trump might actually also be playing somebody else's wife on the other side of the world somewhere. Wouldn't shock me. The weirdest thing that I've heard so far has to do with okay, found this. Thank you. So let me go back to that comment. Somebody was talking about Phoenix Enigma. Okay, that was Jake and Jelly, which is not his real name. You're talking about the guy who did the Capitol riot. And yes, the QAnon shaman, he appeared on the Phoenix Enigma. Let me go ahead and play a clip from that. I listened to the whole interview. It was kind of like listening to Terrence McKenna or something. You know, what the stuff he was talking about. Most of it was about how we're going to have a great awakening, and there's going to be a lot of new technology. We're going to live forever. If somebody can actually find me that link, I might play a clip. But I heard the guy. He sounded kind of like he was coming off of a mushroom trip or something. Did anybody else get the same idea? And that would be consistent with a shaman, right? Okay, commenter says, look, that it doesn't prove anything. Someone's trying to say Ivanka Trump is a dude because of a resemblance. I don't think that says that. It doesn't say that necessarily. Although, I mean, it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility if you're someone who accepts this whole notion, which would mean that Donald Trump is a woman. Strange theory. Was it Roseanne Barr? I don't know why she said it, but she's someone who said this thing. And look, I never took this stuff seriously. However, if you look into it, is there a there? I don't know. But this is a quote. She said, and this is in a bizarre 1-minute video making the rounds on social media, the disgraced television star. Now, I don't know why they call her a disgraced television star. She's a comedian. Like, clearly she was joking, I think. But I mean, I listened to it, and it was a bizarre rant. But she said, "Hear me when I say this: Trump is the first woman president of the United States." I don't know if I can find the clip. She was kind of high, I think. But she wouldn't be accurate, because if this is true, then they all would have been. And that's just how far down the rabbit hole and outside of the norm this theory actually goes. It suggests that it's not the reptoids at the top, it's this elite cult. How else would you describe it? Frontman says that's one big woman, no way. Right, exactly. But now, if we just ran with it for a moment, though, if you look at the storyline, MAGA, the big picture, I thought, well, there could be something to it, the timing and everything. But no, I'm with you on this. It could easily be a disinformation, misinformation. It's one of these things where it's just impossible to prove, and there's a huge burden of proof, and nobody's making any efforts to meet that burden of proof, except with some kind of like armchair anthropology, which it's ridiculous. Like they're like, oh yeah, if your ring finger's longer than your index finger, then you're a woman. And I'm like, okay, fine. It doesn't sound like science to me. So they look at people on the news and they draw these conclusions. Finbar says these people are monsters. Now, I have entertained the idea that we are run by a cult of, I wouldn't say cannibals. I don't know if I'd say monsters. Occultists, wizards. I mean, there is something to that. I would say there is something to that. Now, someone had pointed out this thing to me, this theory about Trump and him being a woman and how absurd that is. However, the MAGA hat kind of struck me because I'm like, well, doesn't the Whore of Babylon show up in like scarlet, and this is scarlet hat, and on her forehead it says Babylon the Great, and on the scarlet hat it's Make America Great. And if America is the Babylon in this present world stage, this construct, then he was, in fact, wearing this scarlet hat on his head when he first announced that he was going to be campaigning. So, yeah, you could, if you want to use that conspiratorial reasoning, suggest that Donald Trump was kind of a whore of Babylon or something. I mean, that's all, again, conspiracy conjecture. But the symbolism fits. And you really can't deny that the elite do love to use biblical symbolism. I mean, how much of the Great Awakening is really just a retelling of Revelations? What happens at the end of Revelations? They open the seals. What are the QAnoners waiting for with the Great Awakening? The sealed indictments being opened. And what happens when these are opened? Well, you find out who's just and who's not. The deep state is exposed and they're judged. And so you can see that there is this eschatology. There is an end times, something of a revelations. And that was another side of the big, a big sell for the QAnon narrative was that when we have the Great Awakening, we're going to have something called Nasara. And what that is, and this is something of a rabbit trail, that we're going to have a lot of free money handed to everybody, and free technology will be dispersed, free energy, free internet. The Nasara and the Mark of the Beast, the National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act. It's a whole other conspiracy attached to everything else. But basically it means that there's going to be salvation. We're going to be saved. Trump's going to bring it. And we're going to live happily ever after once we've drained the swamp. But it never happened. Finbar says, I think Roseanne was trying to release some truth. Kind of like they say that Joan Rivers was trying to release some truth. Like she said something very similar. And then a couple days later, during a routine surgery, she was asphyxiated or something. So they say. I mean, I don't think Joan Rivers is dead. That was the story. In fact, I think I saw her recently on a video. Joan Rivers, alive and well, spotted. There's been a few spottings of Joan Rivers recently. Oh, that's right. That's right. You know what she's doing now? And this is ridiculous. Joan Rivers is now behind this thing called the Babylon Blankets. She's the Babylon Blanket Woman. I saw her on this like commercial she was doing. Now, let me see if I can find an image of her. Yep, this is her name is Jo Schumann. Joschhuman. Jo Schumann Silver. So, Beach Blanket Babylon is her product, and she's the producer of this thing. And yes, this is the woman, Schumann Silver. And again, she's believed to be none other than Joan Rivers, which I think it looks just exactly like her. It actually sounds like her. And it's really consistent with what we've been talking about with the phenomenon of world stage characters faking their deaths, taking other roles. You know, we were just talking about David Bowie, for example. And this would even include others like George Floyd. Is there any reason to think he's dead? Actually, no, there isn't. So here is, back from the dead, Joan Rivers, one of her alter egos. Yeah, Babylon Beach Blanket. I'd never heard of this thing. Jordan says, if Joan Rivers has a new life, this really is hell. Right. Well, she's got a connection, obviously, to the good chrome, the adrenochrome or something. She's looking good for her age, but look, this is very consistent. This is what you would expect her to look like. Again, Jo Schumann Silver Beach Blanket. And I've heard her voice, and I think it matches. So, but we'll move on from this topic. Cubstar says, not to be that guy, but old Jewish women all look and sound alike. Okay. Let's go ahead and listen to her. I'll find you an audio bite just so you can listen for yourself. Okay, and this is from 2017. So this would be shortly after her death.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Bay Area Focus. I'm your host, Michelle Griego. A few months ago, we highlighted...
Okay, let me fast forward a little bit. I love that morning news music. Okay, here we go. Oh, this is her. They look, honestly, I mean, it looks like they dug her up. She actually looks embalmed.
Blanket Babylon in 1974, and he left a foundation for health issues, the arts, and education. So that's when we started this scholarship, which is open to all Bay Area high school seniors. And it's so easy. All you have to do is they have to submit a tape, 3-minute tape, of themselves singing, dancing, and acting.
Okay.
It comes into us, our creative.
All right, there you have it. Joan Rivers, back from the dead. You know, how convenient, you know, how nice that must be. You just get rid of all your baggage all at once. All right, commenter says, boy, sounds very familiar. Isn't there some software that would be able to tell us with like reasonable certainty? Hoaxahana says throat surgery was voice box surgery. Interesting. Ariel says the nose is too big. Well, don't let that throw you off. Because look, you're talking about disguises here. So when you point out, hey, that doesn't look like that person, it's like, well, yes, that's the point of the disguise. And I would draw your attention to Nicole Kidman, where she played the role of, here it is. I got to find the exact one. There's so many movies. Virginia Woolf is the one. Okay, Virginia Woolf, where all she did was she dyed her hair and she put on a prosthetic on her nose. Very simple little nose piece, and she's a completely different person. Not that hard to do. Very basic. So easily. And it's not like she's talk about Joan Rivers. She's not someone who would be unable to find a good plastic surgeon. She could come back as anybody. So I'm kind of leaning towards, yeah, that's Joan Rivers. The disguises are easy to see through, but that's just because I think they haven't phased out all of these old school types of disguises involving hyper-realistic masks and surgery. I think the next iteration, everything is going to be digital deep fakes. You're all going to be locked down and quarantined anyway, so you're not going to have any first-hand perspective on any of this stuff. Okay, just to kind of reiterate some of the things we talked about earlier, Joe Rogan walks back his anti-vax comments, quote, "I'm not a doctor, I'm an effing moron." Now, what is this? Is this a way to suggest that all podcasters are morons and shouldn't be taken seriously? Is that what he's actually doing here? Or is he actually trying to walk it back? And again, Joe Rogan thinks we landed on the moon, so take his opinions with a grain of salt. It's just more of this anti-free speech stuff, if you ask me. Getting people used to the idea that we have to get rid of bad ideas because people might catch these bad ideas. And then, of course, spread them. Like, you catch flat earth, you drive off the edge, and then all your friends follow you. By the way, I found an image. I was looking for this the other day. I'll put it in the chat if you want it, a link. This is a picture of a book, and it's an image that has Jesus on a cross superimposed over a double-headed phoenix. And this is a very important and interesting symbol, but one of the things that we see when we examine predictive programming and patterns in the news going back, a century, specifically with numbers stemming from the Masonic cult that uses this double-headed eagle thing, is they conflate or they use as a symbol group Jesus, the phoenix, the burning man, the corona even ties into this. And, having them all together here, though, kind of shows that these are all part of the same exact thing. Like, it's like a symbol complex. So, like the Burning Man festival, they canceled the Burning Man festival this year. They canceled it for some reason. And I'm like, well, I'm not surprised because they already had 33 of them. And the number 33 is very much correlated with the Phoenix, with Christ. It's the age he died, of course. But look, Burning Man 2021 is canceled for the second year in a row, and it was held at Black Rock Desert. So Black Rock has a great deal of significance as well in the bigger script. Black Rock, Black Cube, all has to do with the same set of symbols, the same cult. And I kind of think that the cremation of care that the Republicans do in the woods out there, the Bohemian Grove, I think that's another Burning Man festival. And I think it's the same exact ceremony. But again, they canceled it. But they were only, like I said, they did it 33 times. And from 1986 to 2019. Not a coincidence either that at the final Burning Man festival, this was in 2019, a man died who was 33 years old of mysterious causes. Shane Billingham, they got his name. A 33-year-old died at Burning Man in the Black Rock Desert north of Reno. So again, 33-year-old died at the 33rd and final Burning Man. And then a couple of days later, there was a boat that was leaving Santa Cruz. And of course, Cruz Cross, these connections are all very significant. Same exact story. And the boat was called the Conception. And on that boat, here it is, California boat fire, 33 bodies found. That was September the 4th. Around that time period, there was quite a lot of 33s and stuff burning. And again, this is 2019. And at this time, a 33-year-old went to the White House in front of TMZ's cameras That's one of the other things about TMZ. They're always there. Whenever something happens, to catch it and be the first to break the news. Man dies after setting himself on fire in front of the White House. His name was Arnav Gupta, 33-year-old man, filmed setting himself on fire in front of the White House. A couple of things about this. So, 33 years prior, that is in 1986, the first year of the Burning Man Festival, the same thing happened. So, the 33 Burning Man festivals were actually bookmarked by 33-year-olds burning themselves at the Ellipse in front of the White House. Strange. And there are more things correlated and connected to this, the proximity to the obelisk. And then you have this nice little ceremony they do in May. So if you're out there in D.C., I would go check this out. It's called Catharsis at the Mall, where they actually do a Burning Man festival, where they burn an effigy of a man at the obelisk, at the Washington Monument. So as I said, you'll see the Burning Man, the Phoenix, the obelisk. These are all part of the same symbol group. It's all how they worship Osiris, essentially, or Baal, or whatever you call their god. Cubstar says, I told that to a friend. She said people set themselves on fire all the time. Right. Right. Well, I mean, look, it might be the case, maybe. However, how often do 33-year-olds set themselves on fire in ways that correlate with major world events? And then, of course, this you can see is clearly correlated. But don't take my word for it. And when I watched this guy burning himself in front of the White House, there was footage that was on Fox. And before he burned, a school bus passes in front of the camera, and it's number 113. 113 was the first time, well, it was the first time I saw that number where I started paying attention to this November the 3rd date. And by the way, the Twin Towers were 33 years old. Construction starts at 68, they come down 2001. These 33-year-old towers burned, and they were going to be replaced by the World Trade Center Phoenix. And moreover, 13, which is the number of death and rebirth, 13 years after the Twin Towers burn, they open up the new Trade Tower, and the opening date happens to be November the 3rd. So we're pointing out just a very, I would say, consistent language here, a symbolic system. We're not even making any leaps here. You don't even have to. It's more or less the case, I think, here that we're looking at a symbolic system and language that is a part of this overall script that is guiding the world into where it's going next. So many videos coming out showing that there are no planes, and now they're introducing aliens, and even footage from NASA. NASA films mystery UFO following the ISS for 20 minutes. You realize that none of the mainstream conspiracy theory debunkers will touch this. Metabunk won't touch this. And I'm constantly cajoling them about this. I'm like, are you guys not allowed to debunk NASA UFO footage? And they're not. And that's because they're going to use it later. Okay, I have a clip here. I'm going to play this one more time. This is Dr. Kaladi of DCU, and she's suggesting that when people start asking questions, you have to stop them. You can't let them fall down the rabbit hole because it might be too late. Take a listen.
I suppose what we really want to know is, if this comes to our door, to our families, our friendships, how do we deal with it? What is the right strategy?
Well, it's a very difficult scenario, and Amanda's story makes that really clear. But if viewers are worried about somebody, it's important to intervene quite early, because if it goes too far and if somebody goes too far down that rabbit hole, they can become unreachable. Well, we often talk about conspiracy theories and conspiracy.
Okay, again, they become unreachable. So they're talking about interventions. Quote, just asking questions is the first step. So this is the agenda that I've talked about before. They're going to take away your question marks right off your keyboards. UN troops are going to kick down your door. They're going straight to your keyboards. They can take your question marks and possibly the letter Q.
Early, because if it goes too far and if somebody goes too far down that rabbit hole, they can become unreachable. Well, we often talk about conspiracy theories and conspiracy theorists as though they're all the same and it's one homogeneous block, but in actual fact, there are huge differences between the kinds of things people believe, from completely implausible claims about 5G implants to, more things that are at least humanly possible. And then also people's level of belief varies quite a lot. So I think that's one of the tricky things and why you have to judge how far along is this person. Are they still just asking questions about it, and would an intervention be helpful here?
Okay, Dr. Quality, thank you very much. And I suppose...
Would an intervention be helpful here? And what would that intervention actually look like? How do you stop somebody from going over that edge? And this is what they've set up. They set up this notion that these ideas are responsible for actual deaths, actual violence. It leads people to become extremists, or it leads people to not wear masks. And if you don't wear a mask, you die. So they've led us to the point, or the public to the point, where they're ready to accept the idea of an infodemic, which would suggest that maybe we do have to get rid of the bad ideas so you don't catch them. It's like you quarantine and you sanitize, you decontaminate. They don't want us to have these ideas because they can spread. In fact, I saw some other very really enlightening tweets where there have been people suggesting, even joking about something, even telling a joke. In fact, it had to do with the appearance of the pillow guy on Jimmy Kimmel. So he had the pillow guy on in an attempt to discredit him or whatever, and basically made fun of the guy's crack addiction, which isn't really all that nice. But anyway, in this interview, it's being criticized widely. A lot of people didn't want him to have it. And one of the reasons they didn't want him to have this interview is they said even allowing him to joke about election fraud spreads the disinformation. So they've been pretty blatant about it. We don't even want the information out there. So bad ideas must be removed. I would have to say it was a very entertaining interview. I watched the whole thing this morning. Here's an interesting one. Richard Dawkins Foundation. They're putting on this, How to Help Your Conspiracy Theorist Friend. Mick West on the Skeptical Inquirer presents an online event. Okay, how to help your conspiracy theorist friends. I love that. It's like saviors. They want to save you now. So many saviors out there. But again, it's all about preventing you from going over that slippery slope, because it's such a problematic thing that some people don't believe the news these days. And why wouldn't we? Look, here's a picture of a whole lot of dummies. Do you remember these pictures from last year? People on respirators, rooms full. And normally the news just flashes by so fast, you wouldn't really have any way of knowing that it was all fake unless you took the time to go through and pause it. And most people don't. But that's why we have Twitter. But it turns out that most of the bodies, if not all of the ones that you've seen on the screen, they've all been rubber training dummies. And there have been many instances, ABC News in particular, of these agencies having to admit that they used stock footage, that it wasn't even from their emergency rooms. That happened more than once, and we've seen some retractions, but that doesn't change anything. I guess the public doesn't understand the nature of the pathological liar. They fall for the next one every single time. It's like that ridiculous old skit from SNL, The Land Shark, where the shark shows up at someone's door and says, pizza. And like, oh, we didn't order a pizza. And like, it could be the land shark, so they don't open it. Then he knocks again, same voice, mailman. Then they open the door, and the land shark gets them. And it's like, well, that's kind of how people are with the media. And they keep falling for the same stuff again and again and again. I mean, we haven't been. We've been keeping up with the crisis actors since 2018. I don't think a single PSYOP got by any of us. And I have yet to find one that's been, real. And that's a serious statement there. 17 years of school shootings from Littleton to Parkland. Find me one mass shooting that was real. And you can find something like, there's more than 235 school shootings that were reported in the 2015-2016 school year that NPR found to be completely fake. Romulus32 says, perhaps lobotomies will become the fashion again. Yeah, I kind of think that they've figured out ways to do that chemically. But as far as a fashion, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised the way people are today. If you're so trusting that you're going to pull up to a grocery store or wherever they're set up or outside of one of these hospitals and let them shove a Q-tip into your third eye, then yeah, you're pretty much ready to take a lobotomy. And they'll say, well, look, the reason why we need to lobotomize you is that you might start believing conspiracy theories and then spreading them. So we got to stop it at its source. Take the lobotomy. And people will. And they'll say, I'm doing it to protect you. The same rationale for every other protective measure. All right, everyone. Thanks for joining. This is Chief Crow. The Edge is in your mind. Same time tomorrow.
The war zone is real. They left out the facts. There's no one to heal. I'm so tired of World War III. Now we have riots in the streets. You better wear your mask, boy. Get somebody sick. Stay out of the sunshine. Find a TV show to pick.
All right, everyone, thanks for joining. Today is March the 9th, 2021. The title of tonight's live stream, which should kind of tell you where we're at right now, is, let's see, yesterday we were talking about the Stanley Kubrick thing, but I have another one here. Oh, that's right. The Fly on Mars, Chemtrails on Mars. I had something to do with that on the title. We'll get to that in a minute. But the main story was The Fly on Mars. I don't know if any of you have seen that yet. And I also have a very bizarre clip from Buzz Aldrin, which I want to get to. And Buzz Aldrin has been on our radar lately because he was in a Stanley Kubrick film. And we've been analyzing Stanley Kubrick like crazy lately. We're actually looking at Kubrick as possibly being one of the main meta-scripters of the 20th century. And what's more, we think that his script, his story, is actually going to be guiding what comes next. And it's pretty startling when you see how this story all comes together and how consistent the patterns are, which is what we're looking at. We're looking at patterns. That's all. We're not connecting things. We're not adding things. Although someone did point out that if you spell Dr. Fauci backwards, as in Dr. ICUAF, it does look like Dr. I cough. And Aleister Crowley did instruct his believers on using reverse speech as a form of rudimentary cipher to kind of blind the uninitiated, which would be us. Let's go on. So this topic of Stanley Kubrick is very significant. So it only makes sense that we look at the actors that he worked with closely, like Tom Cruise, who of course is going to the space station soon. Well, again, we were talking about some of his previous movies, and it turns out, this is another interesting one, and there's quite a few other things that go along with this, but it turns out that Dr. Strangelove had a test screening scheduled for 11/22/63, the day of the Kennedy assassination. Now, all this stuff ties together, and I'm saying that the keystone here, that the thing that holds it all together is Kubrick and his movies, his films. They told the story of the future, which is what we're getting into. And Space Odyssey 2001 is key to understanding this. And all of this pertains to right now. It's kind of this predictive programming in a way. If you look at it as a predictive model, it does constitute something of a almost like a prophecy, which is kind of funny. But yeah, it actually seems to. And it does, if you read it in reverse. But I'm not assuming some divine author. I'm suggesting this is just what we're immersed in. A hyper-centralized, monopolized media that has supplanted the role of religion in shaping mankind's paradigms. And it has us so unified right now that it gives them, the metascriptors, immense power. I mean, look what they've done to the world. I mean, they've turned it in, it's clown world. You know, I heard that you can't even put the clown emoji on YouTube. Is that true? You can't put a clown and a globe side by side? They banned bat and soup side by side, which, again, just shows you how much they're trying to control our ideas. But let's get on to, yes, let's catch up with where we were here with the present day Buzz Aldrin, because this is key, because Buzz Aldrin, again, was a key player on a Kubrick film, if you, as we do, consider Apollo 11 to be a Stanley Kubrick film. And if you find that palatable, if you're comfortable saying, yeah, Stanley Kubrick did Apollo 11, you know, if you can read the subtext in all of his movies, if you know this to be true, then is it that far-fetched to say, hey, this is the director of another major movie production on the world stage, 9/11. And there are so many connections between 2001, A Space Odyssey, and 9/11 that it's far beyond coincidence. We're talking about major architectural structures and their placement being totally relevant to this. This even leads me to think that the towers were specifically built for this mega ritual. But let's listen to Buzz Aldrin here, because he gives this very bizarre account where I think he kind of admits here, and his handler probably should have stopped him. He seems to admit that Apollo 11 was done on a simulation, on a plane. Again, this is Buzz Aldrin. I don't know if he's buzzed, but he's definitely spilling the beans here. And this isn't the first time that he has done this. He's almost famous for blurting things out. But in this clip, he compares the experience of the liftoff.
And I'm different than the other guy?
Yeah. As you'll see.
Don't you know that fighter pilots have ice in their veins? We don't feel. We execute.
Okay, now again, he's got a handler. It's a long, boring video, but about halfway through, he starts describing what it was like on the way to the moon. And his recollection, for some reason, involves being inside of an airplane.
Learn to live with unexpected things. Like I'm about to take off and the runway runs up against the drop-off. And about that time, beep, 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 flashing red light, the engine quit.
Mm-hmm.
Ejection handle. But you don't worry about that while you're cruising down the runway. You might run over a rabbit or something like that on the runway.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you caught that, and you can catch the entire clip if you go to infiniteplane.media, we have a collection of videos over at Gab. But for the rest of the clip, he's describing a runway and the different things that could go wrong on a runway, but how he felt safe going to the moon. And everyone around him seems really nervous. So we'll leave it at that. I mean, he's very ambiguous with the things that he says. Okay, let's move on here. This is great. This is solid research here. So Starlink satellites, yeah, this is the new one that we're always talking about, how, we're questioning, well, when should you see it? When should it be possible given the Earth's shadow? Well, another thing is the ISS. People always report seeing the ISS, and we have so many photos of it to reference. And someone did some real deep research here, and they found that if you analyze the star patterns behind the ISS on these transits, you find some very interesting things. And, the stars are pretty much set. They don't change night by night. They just don't. So this is an example. Context, September the 10th, year 2000, view of the International Space Station from Space Shuttle Atlantis. So Space Shuttle Atlantis is approaching the space station, and they're taking these pictures. And what this person here had done in his analysis is he has actually isolated all the different stars. And what he found is that there is a repeated pattern, duplicated star fields, repeated, just like they repeat the clouds on the globe. And they have different ways of explaining that away. They can say we had to do it for whatever reason. They always have a reason. But there's no reason for them to be making up stars behind the ISS. So just pointing that out. And one other thing I want to point out here, because the Space Odyssey 2001 has everything to do with the space station. And that's because, again, Stanley Kubrick was the director of Eyes Wide Shut and worked with Tom Cruise, the man who's going to film the first movie in space. That's how it's being billed. I mean, the irony of it. A protege of the man who filmed Apollo 11 is going to be the first man to film a movie in space. It just shows you how layered this thing is. Flip Flat asks me if I'm 33 degrees. Why don't you call in 833-311-1984? Ask me anything. Let's make this a Q&A. So 1 second. Let me go ahead and open my phones. And in fact, I'll be right back. I have to just add a few credits to my account here. 833-311-1984. I'll be back in about half a minute. Okay, phones are open. In fact, if anybody here is across the pond and they need to call in and they can't because of long distance rates, we have a Skype number. So if you go to the links page, which is timosman.cc, at the very top you can actually find the Skype number. Iconoclasm says, Deep Tom Cruise is as trippy as Tom Cruise. You know, Tom Cruise divorced all 3 of his wives at the age of 33. You believe that? All of his wives got ditched at the age of 33. There were 33 years that elapsed between Top Gun and the sequel Maverick something. He wore a helmet, and the nomenclature on the helmet that he wore in the Top Gun, very specialized helmet. I believe it's called a... Again, this is the Tom Cruise. Okay, here we go. The fighter pilot's helmet has a 33 on it. And I've been looking into this idea that Tom Cruise is actually part of a major operation to basically do for the space program what Apollo 11 did. Again, this is the first movie in space. That's how it's being billed, which is an absurdity. Okay, I'm looking at this movie again. Tom Cruise has been one of these actors who's been on the world stage as this hero, Mission Impossible. You see him in many movies actually doing deep fakes, as in stuff with masks, very elaborate, sophisticated costumes. Tom Cruise's Maverick fighter pilot helmet, the HGU-33 with Maverick on the front. I hope Logan Paul doesn't sue him. But look, HGU-33. And the reason why this is significant is that this movie came out 33 years after Top Gun, and he's done 42 movies, and he's going to the space station, and this year is the 42nd anniversary of the Mir station falling to Earth. And one of his roles that I think is very significant in this context is the movie called Vanilla Sky, where he plays David Ames, a 33-year-old, who at the end falls from the sky. I mean, there's a meta script with every one of these actors that we see on the world stage and on the screen and people think are real. No, these are actors acting out roles for the public. You don't know who's behind that. A commenter says, what's the number to call in? It's 833-311-1984. And also you can hit me up on Skype. Flip Flap says, I like you, but something seems off. Well, I make no secret about the fact that I've been vaxxed multiple times. I've been hit with the anthrax like 6 times. You know, I should have brought this up before. You know, you hear about some people in the military refusing the vax or whatever. You know, nobody really cares. It's a non-issue. The people who get the vax do it because they want to get a few hours off work. And they know it's nothing. It's just a psyop. And you're welcome to be proving me wrong, but nobody has yet. Puzzle says, we will be living in I Am Legend and V for Vendetta. Well, V for Vendetta was released in 2005 and was set in 2020 and did have to do with St. Mary's plague ravaging the world. Very predictive. Everybody's wearing masks at the end and they rush the cops. I mean, very much ahead. And Ellen Moore, the writer of that, actually, has another piece that's worth looking at. So Ellen Moore, let me see if I can find the title of it, if anybody knows it. There was something that came out in 1986 about space junk falling from the sky. And they made a movie about it 33 years later. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hi, IPS.
Hey, what's up, caller? Go ahead and yeah, awesome. Go ahead and lower your speaker a little bit, just so we don't have an echo. But
I'm sorry, I had Pilates playing Missing 401 from Can-Am.
Oh, cool.
Can-Am projects, and that's kind of why I really called on. More so about Swedenborg and Jerry Marzinsky.
Fill me in. What is this? What is Jerry Marzinsky?
So Jerry Marzinsky, he was a pathological psychologist in the prison system since they eradicated the psych ward. But he was right in that like transition period to where he saw people getting shocked with electrodes through the brain. And he started thinking about like why this Freudian psychology from a crackhead who,
Freud.
he was a crackhead, right? Freud is a crackhead. So anything about his psychology is all crackhead psychology. So here's a guy who's having to deal with these crackheads on a daily basis in jail, and starts wondering more about where these voices were coming from. And so what I have to say, like a lot of, you can always have like a negative thought, but a lot of these thoughts, like these things that are feeding on people, you see a meme and may be enchanted unknowingly or knowingly or whatever it is, they send it across like it's, on the, like they used to do with the rap albums, they would print it on the
backmasking.
On the
are you talking about backmasking, subliminals, and what are you suggesting?
Yeah,
are you suggesting that
they would do the enchantment when the process was happening of it creating that album that was, on the vinyl, and so literally inside the vinyl is programmed this, succubus entity or this sound or this vibration that allows this parasitic entity to come and attach to you, and you can get more and more and more and more and more based on these certain frequencies and these certain, knowing certain things. Like we know see, we have our vaccine against these sort of things with, with the symbolism that we use. But at the same time, I mean, this is still, the affliction is attacking everybody.
So wait, you're suggesting that the records, the music itself, a lot of this has that they're using some sort of like witchcraft to program it with stuff to actually influence people subconsciously. Like, in other words, they're actually using enchantment on some on some level.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
Okay, because I've heard people talk about subliminals. In fact, I had one caller who spoke about this extensively, and that it's one of these deep secrets. And it wouldn't surprise me. Some of the music's so terrible these days. It's like there's got to be some kind of psychic hook in there. Like, for example, The Weeknd's track "Blinding Lights" was the first track to ever be number 1 on the top 10 Billboard for a year straight. And it just so happens, and I just came across this, that song right now, it's been, let me see here. So he's reached this peak, as far as his fame goes, where he's had this famous song for a full year. And as of right now, it's 9 years and 11 months since he debuted. So it's kind of interesting. You have the 9/11, considering how significant his music has been.
And 3/11 is happening.
Yep.
Right along with it. And yeah. No, the 3/11. Like, tell me more. So these are the puppeteers. They're just showing you the story of the gods, while the gods sit there and they pretend like they know better.
Well, look, before COVID, really quick here, right before the actual lockdowns, he had a video for that particular song, which again, the song's significance is that we're 9 years, 11 months from his debut. This song was 1 year, top of the charts. Well, that song's video actually shows an empty Las Vegas. So it was remarked upon as being eerily predictive of the lockdowns. And that song was also used for all of the dancing nurses in the hospitals with these different TikTok challenges. So, yeah.
Yeah, and the TikTok challenges, I remember even before this happened, they were wearing the masks. They were trying to have some flashy masks because, like, in China, it was normal. You wear a mask during the flu season. You don't want to get sick or whatever. And it was like just a faux pas thing. Like, some people, if they felt sick, they were wearing masks. And this was before. And this is like something you have to think back. It's hard to think back after having 2020 vision. Think you had, 2016 vision. Just what people were doing and how it was. And so, but, people had some masks and right before they, in some rap videos or whatever, they, have a flashy mask, and rap videos further digressing society into their nonsense.
Let me stop you there really quick.
Mind drumming,
Future.
vibrations.
Yeah, Future in particular. This was one that was just sent to me today. So there was a rapper, I haven't really listened to him, but back in like 2018, or I think maybe it was 2019, he had this album called Mask Off. And that was in 2017. But
Yeah.
I saw them a couple years ago with
yeah.
his daughter wearing these bejeweled masks. And I thought this was recent. I'm like, wow, I bet they're making a killing off these things. And no, and you have to look this right behind him, BET Awards.
You got to think the whole BLM riot nonsense chaos, which is all just, they set their provocateurs there in a isolated location. They act a little silly, and everybody gets scared. It's an easy game to play. But so remember that, the I Can't Breathe, like everybody started coming out with the I Can't Breathe on Kobe, and they're like, oh, that's some, like, there was another hoax that happened. It was
wait, say again.
Having...
Wait, hold on. You said on Kobe? Because there was one
on Kobe. The I Can't Breathe. Because I Can't Breathe came from Trayvon Martin, not
No, it came from Eric. It came from Eric Garner. Didn't it come from Eric Garner?
Oh, okay, Eric Garner. You're right. Yeah, I know. Thank you. See, I
No,
remember. I only remember it because I was talking about it.
But it is worth pointing out here, because this is rather trippy, is that Kobe Bryant's final interview before he crashed happened to be with Steven Jackson, the so-called twin of George Floyd. And this subject here, the George Floyd topic, is especially relevant because of the trial right now. And there's all kinds...
Right now.
Right now, exactly. So I'm looking at this thing.
Go
and
on,
like,
I'm sorry.
well, no, I mean, if you looked at this thing with, okay, for instance, I Can't Breathe, right? Starts with Eric Garner, but then it kind of gets picked up. There's a few more instances where that phrase is used. And my contention is that I Can't Breathe is a coded message. It's an anagram for a better China. And we mentioned this back in May and June. I found a lot more to substantiate this, but then the word better should stand out very clearly now, because what have we been hearing ever since this reset? Build back better. And we're building back better by the Chinese model, essentially. So I think that this revolutionary strategy of creating martyrs has that as a catchphrase and something of a cipher. I can't breathe. And also last year, what was the main theme? Oh, you can't breathe because COVID. You can't breathe because the police are kneeling on your neck. You can't breathe because the mask. Or if you're a conspiracy theorist, you can't breathe because 5G towers. Every single narrative involved
censorship.
that. And censorship, exactly.
Censorship, I think, is a huge one. I like to still decipher, like put a cipher through, but make it things obvious. But on Facebook, it's like there's certain platforms, it's like if you say the R word, retarded, right? You're automatically gone on Facebook. Like you can talk about nothing and you're gone. Like because somebody is going to be a narc on you, and then they're just like, oh, well, somebody was a narc, so you're gone. And it's just like such weak, and like these are your platforms, and you have such weak things. They're the same things you sued for YouTube, and these same. And I think finally with some of your work, but ultimately, I think, we have to find these other platforms.
Oh, you can't even make fun of QAnon. You can't even make fun of it without getting your channel.
Blueanon? What are you, Blueanon?
Either one. If you just talk about
Blueanon.
this thing.
What is a Q? What is a Q? Like, I just think it's funny because there's so many weird, like, different things in it, and it was like, what is a Q? Well, a Q comes from specific. You can find the post specifically. So there's so many different things that are associated to it, rather than I think that's fun. And
well, wait, let me
Blueanon, the antithesis of the hatred of QAnon.
Okay,
I think it's an interesting dynamic that they've created now. And then people are halfway waking up. They took the Durple pill. It seems like everybody's taking the Durple pill. Yep. Like what we imagined, like way back in the chat raids, it seems like people have just taken the halfway pills.
I agree.
Just, like really never.
I don't really blame them though, because the only way that we had, the only mechanism for organizing, really the place that facilitated these conversations and real meaningful debates was YouTube. It was actually really a great research resource, but they burned it down. They burned down the world's greatest library. And
yes, they did. Yeah, so, like Alexandria before, like or supposedly.
But look at this thing here. I mean, I think it's pretty clear now that QAnon's plan has pretty much been just a repetition of the old Operation Trust run by the communists to trap all the anti-commies. I kind of think so. And nothing really suggests otherwise at this point. It's too late in the game for Trump to come back.
I think that's the problem, is we're so late. And I think really the cue is just to really just scare the normies into thinking like, oh shit, there's like real people that are voting.
Well, look, let me do this. Let me run this by you.
Otherwise, we're here. I really just think it's fearful.
It
It's
is.
fear because I've studied it for so long, and I love it. I love it so much. And a lot of the ideas and stuff that you could misassociate with it. There's it's like the remaining members of the heavens angels cult or whatever, the Hellbop cult,
But look, we know that the event on 1/6 was a big farce, a big costume party. Those individuals don't represent the broader
another
group.
hoax,
But
but it's teaching people about hoaxes. How can you teach people like what they don't understand? You have to make them fail a little bit.
no, but look at
Yeah,
this. Look what they
like
did
this
here.
is
They
the
look.
incel Joker, Phoenix.
Okay, wait, stop there.
This
Incel.
is the
Incel.
Phoenix from the ashes.
For people who don't know what an
Scenario.
an incel is something of an insult, like the involuntarily celibate. But they've
It's
kind
an-
of, but look what they've done here. They've
It's
made
like
the correlation
Kerry
between.
Marzinski, like Karzinski, who was been there.
No, but what they've done
Greta Thunberg
is they've made a
in
correlation
their
between
state paradigm.
incels and terrorists. Because if you look at the narrative behind terrorists, the terrorists are always martyrs for their cult, and they're saving themselves for their 72 virgins. So you have the terrorist cells motivated by the Quran, and I think that's been replaced by the incels, the white Al Qaeda, and their radicalizing verses are coming from QAnon. So QAnon has replaced the Quran, incel has replaced the terror cell, and they've pretty much created a new domestic terrorist threat off of the template of the one that they used as a basis for the Patriot Act. They just recreated it. Very, very well done.
The same. You have to think about who's there. The Queen herself. They're kicking her out of the GOP with the name we won't say, but what's her name? Margot. I won't say the last name because I won't say her name. And may
wait.
run
For
the
somebody who doesn't
military-industrial
know,
complex.
what is the name for those of us who don't know?
MCAIN.
Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't followed much about the royal family, but I did see this thing on Meghan Merkel where her baby bump apparently.
Oh no, that's disgusting. How they're trying to. Oh, here's a royal story that won't get you, and asking about Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrews and his, all that.
Well, look,
the Meghan Merkel is completely goes against, like, of course they're trying to attack Christianity. They're trying to attack a society in I guess a semi capitalism. I mean, it's like capitalism ruled by. So I mean, there's a lot of political shit.
Well, look, let
behind
me
everything.
ask you a question here.
So that's what I always
listen.
hate.
Here we are. We are one day away from the.
Political.
I think we're 1 year away from the anniversary of the pandemic being
Everything is
declared.
politics.
So now might be a good time to kind of
Everything
reflect back.
is politics.
Yeah, that's something of a generality. I mean, I kind of think you could say everything in the media is more or less monolithic, and it's all shaping
I mean,
a singular.
everything is everything.
Anyway, hey, it's been great talking. Call back anytime. Everyone, phones are open, 833-311-1984. On the screen, we actually do have a picture of Meghan Merkel going down some stairs, and her baby bump fell. And a paparazzi caught this. I don't know what to make of it, other than it was obviously a fake pregnancy. It's like they just put a basketball under her shirt. I mean, not very convincing. Certainly not a secure bodysuit, but I don't know. I've never seen that happen on a real pregnancy. I came across some interesting information here about the Mars missions. Since Mars is back in fashion here, back in style, everyone wants to go to Mars. Well, some rather astute individuals analyzing old photography on Mars, noting the coloration of the NASA emblem. And basically his conclusion is that the reason why the NASA emblem here is the particular hue of pink that it happens to be is that Adobe Photoshop had been used in order to turn a blue sky red. And the blue of the NASA logo turned the same red that the sky turned. This is a video by Free Mind Society. NASA Mars expedition fraud. NASA sent 2 robots to Mars for research on the red planet. The NASA website holds proof that they have tampered with the so-called photos the Mars rovers have made on their expedition. These videos are available on high quality. They're rare, but available. I go right to the source, so they can't accuse you of having messed with it. Posel says, go back to that 1986 by the same film director as V for Vendetta. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and walk this topic back just a moment here because we were talking about Alan Moore, V for Vendetta. Okay, so Alan Moore wrote something in 1986. I don't know the exact title of it. If anybody can fill me in on it, on his anthology, 1986. And it was a story in particular about a space station falling. I guess we should start there because the movie that was based on it came out in 2019. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, IPS, how's it going, man?
Oh, pretty good. Just perusing the new hints and clues on this whole Metascript idea. What's happening over there?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just enjoying the show so far. Really interesting point about the NASA logo and looking like some color correction or some color swapping going on there with the red NASA logo. That's fascinating. Did you see this video that's been going around on Twitter of the fly on Mars?
That's what I wanted to find. Okay, I was going to actually make that the title of the live stream, but I haven't actually had a chance to look at it. So tell me about the fly on Mars.
Here, I'll send it to you. I put it in the chat, and I'll comment to you on Twitter if you want to check there. But I wanted to hear what you thought about this because I think you have more. What's the term? Visual. Oh man, I forgot the term. Literacy, visual literacy.
Right. Well, I haven't even seen
because
it yet.
It's a little bit iffy.
Right. I haven't seen it, but I mean, I'm willing to bet money on it that it's the same exact fly that they put on the head of Mike Pence during the debate.
The debate. That's funny.
I mean, they buy this stuff like stock footage. So yeah, go ahead and if you tweet it at me, I'll go ahead. Okay, I found it here, and here we go. Flies discovered on Mars. Excellent, excellent. Thanks for tweeting this to me. Very handy. Oh, I see it.
See, it's a little weird because it zooms in so much, so I don't know because it gets higher def and closer to the fly. Like I really wanted to run with this and publish it, but I just started thinking about it, and it could be fake. It'd be nice to have like an actual video on like the NASA channel, like you so often cover on yours. You'll be like, hey, go to 1 hour and 32 minutes, and boom, what's going on here? There's a rat on the engine or something. So it'd be really nice if we could find like a timestamp on this.
Yes.
And also understand why it's zooming in.
Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, it could be a number of things. It's a TikTok video, so maybe somebody found it and they zoomed in on their editor and then exported it as an MP4 to upload and make a joke about it, which also opens the door to the possibility that it's doctored.
Right. I didn't want to fall for that, the gimmick. But it's interesting. And I don't even consider this stuff. That's another thing I wanted to bring up. Like, they roll out the new CGI and they're celebrating people in the control room every couple years, and it's just so ridiculous. Like, there's no way they landed a rover on Mars, and they have like this crazy contraption that's like a helicopter. Have you seen all that with their claims about their Mars rover? Yeah, they're saying that the air is so much thinner than ours, and that the gravity is they have less. So it's like the conditions are so different. Our regular copters here would just crash. They'd fall like rocks. So they have these new devices they're making. They're trying all kinds of stuff, but it all looks cartoonish to me. I can't convince myself it's real, even just for pretend. I can't even suspend disbelief when I look at that. There's no way. Right. There's no way they're doing that. And like sometimes I try to give them the benefit of the doubt and be like, well, maybe they're not even claiming this is real footage. Maybe they're claiming this is an artist rendition, but I don't know. Sometimes they do claim it's reminiscent of that Apollo 17 footage of the lunar module taking back off, and then the camera pans up. Just so much ridiculous stuff going on in the NASA department. So I love these people who delve through the footage and find evidence of green screens and camera tricks and harnesses and such.
Well, they have a challenge that is NASA and the space agencies, which is the consumer level editing software and video games and entertainment outpaced the space agencies right away. And they've never been able to keep up with it. And so the movies always look realer than what they present. And I find it really conspicuous that you're not going to find many movies where people are floating around in space. They're always walking on the deck very loudly. I'm like, why is that? How do they get gravity in all these ships? And I wonder, does the government have a rule like, hey, we can't have you depicting people floating around because it'll make us look really bad by comparison. So just have your people walking on the ships with artificial gravity.
Right. And I'm just picturing whenever we see these astronauts in the ISS, which is a ridiculous contraption. You had the picture up on the screen earlier. Like, I cannot believe that the ISS is just floating up there and they built that thing in space. It's just like, why would they go with that design? It seems like it's more esoteric than anything. But yeah, I just picture these astronauts in front of green screens. And what else was I going to say? Just a lot of ridiculous camera tricks. Oh yeah, one thing is, you're right, the technology, even for amateur people, is better. It's like better than what they're using in the government, apparently. Like the one that comes to mind is the rectangle around the Earth from the moon, when people put it through levels and in Photoshop. Just so much evidence of fakery. I don't know how anybody can trust these people.
Right. I mean, it's easy to look at the thing and just say, well, obviously it's made out of shower curtain rods and construction paper, Scotch tape, and aluminum foil. But yeah, if you actually know anything about photography, and even if you've been outside and you know what a horizon line looks like, you can see how fake the moon is. But somehow it's considered to be like scientific documentation. And that's just such I don't know, it's just a joke, but maybe at the time they were overwhelmed and they thought it was going to stand the test of time. And this is why I think it's so important that Tom Cruise goes to the space station to film the first movie. Because if he pulls this off, well then, good luck convincing anybody it's fake.
Right. Hollywood and science would never lie to the people together. They're obviously separate fronts. So it's cross-referencing and peer review, right? I think.
Yep. And
it's just so ridiculous. They have people so fooled.
Right. And I was kind of looking at this Mars thing as a test, and I look online and I see people saying, or even more recently, the Starship that landed and blew up. I'm like, how did the camera stay at the exact same level as the rocket for the entirety of its 10,000 kilometer flight up and down, and even get shots from beneath it? Yet we never see these super fast drones that can fly 10,000 kilometers. We never see the drones that are supposedly filming it, and nobody questions this.
Yeah, it's like Nixon said, people will believe it if they see it on their TV, so they have to have these shots for people to believe it. But then if you just question it for 2 seconds, it just all falls apart. And yeah, I saw a guy riding a bike with a mask on the other day with a shirt that said Occupy Mars. And he probably thought he was being so edgy and smart, but it's ridiculous. It's so foolish, in my opinion.
Oh, yes. I mean,
and I think NASA's gotten so far out of, they've jumped the shark so much. Now they have to just keep pushing it and be like, okay, we're going to land on Neptune now. And, they can't just say, okay, let's actually do something that we can actually achieve. Since they've claimed that they can do all these miracles, they have to keep up in the ante.
Right. And I'm not impressed by anything that they've done in recent years. And recently I've been calling them out. I'm saying, when are they going to show us the damn moon from the space station? And finally they did. They showed us a moon setting, because you think about it, you're going around the Earth every 90 minutes. You should be able to watch the moon set every hour and a half. Well, they finally showed us the footage of the moon setting, and anybody who watched it, the camera was shaky, which doesn't make sense because the ISS is so still, and it looked like a movie screen and it turned flat. Did you see the moon set?
No, can you pull that up on the screen? I mean, it's just so ridiculous. If they were really up there, they would have so much amazing footage that they could just like be publishing all the time. And it's that was another great thing you brought up earlier in the episode was the copied and paste job on the stars. That's amazing. I'd never heard of that one before. I mean, there's just so much evidence, and like you said earlier, they burnt the library that was YouTube. So it's just a shame. Like, you know, in our research over the years, we've seen so much stuff. We're like, okay, you know, at this point, it's pretty obvious they're full of shit. But it's hard to walk somebody through it, you know, who's not there yet, because it's really the culmination of so many data points.
It really is. It really is. And it's a big pill to swallow, because you're talking about the only way that a conspiracy of this size could be possible is if the media is super consolidated globally, if I can use that word. And it's like a lot of people want to think that there's factions fighting, but no, it looks like there's a united front against mankind by a tiny elite that control everything. And if you look at the screen, this is from February. Cosmonaut films Earth's natural satellite, and this is from Ruptly, and they actually quoted it, "The moon is flat." And the reason why I find this to be funny is that this is a big channel, Ruptly, 1.75 million viewers.
Huge.
And I was just live streaming with titles like "The moon is flat" because I was talking about Sturgio Studios 10 and his concept of the moon as a reflection and projection. And now if you search for "The moon is flat," you find some NASA propaganda. You see how they are able to steer traffic?
Yep, they've got to hijack all the important search phrases. And yeah, the moon doesn't make any sense to me. They say it's, you know, been around for 4.5 billion years. They can't come up with a reasonable sounding explanation. They say it's either captured body, or their leading theory, a collision with something the size of Mars. But it doesn't look like that up in the sky. And it doesn't make sense if you look at the universal law of gravity, which I don't know how Newton came up with in 1666. It seems like that would have been an impossibility. He couldn't even solve for all the different parts of the equation. He's just like, I know it's this, but, and then the same guy, Newton, comes out and he writes a letter to another guy saying, it's so ridiculous to think that two forces or two objects can exert a force on each other through the vacuum of space, that you have to be like an idiot. Is pretty much what he said. So it's so hard. I mean, I don't even know why they, I don't know. It's all just so baffling. I think we all need to do a better job of waking people up to this, because it's one of the biggest mind F's that they can do, just completely lying to us about the reality of who and where we are.
Right. And I like to call out the edges of people's awareness on this topic, because they'll say, you know, if you even get into the topic of suggesting the globe is some kind of a false model, they immediately think, oh, you're dumb, you're from the dark ages, you're mentally incompetent. It's like, that's not where we're coming from whatsoever. We're just drawing attention to the fact that there's an elephant in the room. The elephant is our collective and colossal ignorance about the nature of this place. Mm-hmm. And so they leave us in a state of ignorance with these false explanations. So we're asking, well, if you keep going, what's there? And they'll say, well, what's at the edge of the world? Well, I don't know. And then you can ask them, well, what's at the edge of the solar system, which is supposedly flat? What's at the edge of the galaxy, which is also flat? And the universe, which is flat? What's at the edge of, it's like they don't know. Everybody has a level of ignorance here, but I think that we're conditioned to think that we know what is going on from where we stand now, billions of years back, and then as far as our mind can conceptualize, when it's like, no, actually, I think we've been quarantined in a false model.
Yeah, we've been deprived of truth, and people think that since they got like a 95 in their science course, that they know 95% of reality. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. We don't know anything, and the people who know the least are the ones who so foolishly accept what the mainstream liars are telling them. And it's really hard to get through to them. It's the emperor's new clothes. They really think that they're superior because they have learned and believe the mainstream explanation of things. And they're just afraid to even question it. But it's so full of holes.
Yeah, exactly. And the child in the Emperor's New Clothes who calls out the obvious because he hasn't been brainwashed and he doesn't have a financial stake in the deception, he's the auto-hoaxer, and he's the one that would be censored. They would have burned him at the stake if that story were written in a more modern context.
Exactly. Yeah, it's really remarkable what's going on with all of this. But I really appreciate the work you're doing, and I love watching videos of people deconstructing NASA propaganda, religious art, as you call it. And it's just, it's a shame because, we had a great collection of it on YouTube, and I wish there was like one place where there was just a huge treasure trove of just enough that somebody could just sit down for a few hours and go down the rabbit hole like we used to back in the day. It's just sad that no longer exists in one spot.
Right. The shameless book burning has to stop. And I think we're the answer to it. What we're doing, networking, streaming on internet, streaming radio, multiple platforms, we're too big to censor. I mean, we're too spread out, like asymmetrical warfare. They may outnumber us, but hey, I want to get your take on something really quick here, though, because we're talking about religious art.
Sure.
So Stanley Kubrick's Space Odyssey 2001 eerily foreshadowed the attacks of September 11th in a number of ways. And one of the ways was the spacecraft landing on the dual-wheeled space station, which looks like a plane flying into the Twin Towers. That's been the comparison made. So if you look at the plane going into the towers on 9/11,
Oh, wow. I see it, yeah. Because when you look at it from the profile here, the wheels look like two rectangles.
Exactly. So you're looking at the plane flying into the building, and we're correlating that with Stanley Kubrick, who also in that movie has the monolith, where you have the monolith building. I mean, there's so many layers to it, but I'm just comparing these two first, because now I want to extend it. So you have the correlation between the Twin Towers and the space station, Space Odyssey 2001, September 11th. And now look at the space station again. And I've been pointing this out for some time, that I think that the solar panels, which they're replacing right now, look exactly like the Twin Towers. And so I think that Stanley Kubrick may have engineered the Space 9/11 to come. That's my theory.
I think you could be right. I don't know how they even pretend like they could keep that thing up in the sky and people just believe it. It makes zero sense to me. Orbits, I think, are fictitious, at least in how they're described to us. Like, does that even have thrusters on it or anything? Do they say it shoots out air or something, like some of their excuses for other objects up there?
Well, they say that it has...
Like, how do they...
Well, it has the momentum controlled gyros, like 4 of these gyroscopes that keep it level. And then it's supposedly skipping off of the Earth's, quote, residual atmosphere. And when it goes too low, they have little boosters that boost it back up. And they say that its continued motion is reinforced every time they get a rocket that refuels it, because when it bumps it, it's like it taps it and it's good for another few weeks. That's what they say, and I think it's absurd.
Yeah, I think that's absurd too. And looking at this thing from the side, it looks like an H also. And I see that encoded all over the ISS. I don't know if you can pull back up the ISS photo, but I just see H's all over this thing. Like if you look at the different arrangements of the solar panels. And so I just see this number 88, since H is the 8th letter, and H also kind of looks like an 8. I just see 88 all over the ISS. So I don't know if that's just me. There's the Hillary Clinton. Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay. You're seeing the correlation, and even the towers on September. If you actually look at the Twin Towers, there's a band in the middle where you could make an H, and there's actually a building that was made, I believe it was in Korea, where they actually had 2 towers that were joined in the middle by clouds to make an H. But yeah, Hillary Clinton's logo looks like the Twin Towers with the plane going through them. That's a very important and repeated symbol. And yeah, you're right. You see it with the space station. You see it with Stanley Kubrick's space station. We see it with the Twin Towers. And yes, there's definitely the encoding here, the encrypted numerology, the 88, whatever that means.
And wasn't 2001 Space Odyssey, didn't that come out the same year they started construction, 33 years before they blew up the buildings?
Precisely. 33 years before they blew up the buildings. 9/11 became the emergency number. They started the construction on the towers. Absolutely. And something else, too, is, the 1988 to 2001, which is basically a 33-year period here, that's the period that seems to be pointed out as when this event happens, this Space 9/11. And I've been talking about this ever since those plane parts fell in Colorado, in a way very reminiscent of the Donnie Darko movie, which that movie was completely tied up with the 9/11 story with its release. And it was released on 1/19, had to do with, of course, this character who seems to be hinting at Trump, Donnie Triumph. And of course, the main theme, I think, in this movie, though, ultimately is Corona and stuff falling from the sky. And I kind of think that's where they're at, because one of the repeated themes in that movie was the end of the world. So if the world ends, according to the Metascript, it would be this year, whatever that means.
Yeah, I really liked that movie. I don't even know why. There's nothing really. I mean, I guess the music was decent and it was some interesting artistic work, but there were like, what the plot in that movie leaves a lot to be desired. It doesn't really. I mean, I don't know why I liked that movie so much, but I really did back when I saw it. I think they spent a lot of time trying to make that a likable movie, and it's kind of a cult classic at this point, kind of like 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's like they kind of like the Joker. I think they want everybody to see these movies and have some sort of psychological impact on people.
Exactly, because there are far too many things in that Donnie Darko movie that reference this year, that reference Corona, even Donald Trump. The QAnon stuff is hinted at. The transition of money into digital currency is hinted at pretty strongly. And that's just scratching the surface here. And I do think it's the case that many of these movies are planted this way for maximum impact later when they make it real. So here we have these stories of plane parts falling. There's a new movie out called Don't Look Up with Leonardo DiCaprio. There's a movie called Debris about space debris, which, by the way, is debris from an alien craft. So they're contact tracing anybody who's come in contact with these craft parts. And then this plane crash or these parts falling in Colorado, it referenced the Donnie Darko movie in several not so subtle ways with the symbolism. So I kind of think the story's been told to us already. Yeah, it's definitely been hinted at. And I just remember that one scene where Donnie is at some I don't know what it would be, some conference or something at his school, some speaking event. And there's the Patrick Swayze character. I think that's the actor. And he yells and he tells him, you're the effing Antichrist, which I didn't, it doesn't seem like it really makes sense in the movie. And was that you telling me, wasn't there something about like child abuse or something in that movie as well? Yeah, that was the big reveal. The big reveal was that individual, the motivational speaker that Donnie Darko interrupted, he was I guess he had some kind of a massive stash of child material at his house, and he was part of a child trafficking ring. So Donnie Darko actually was a hero by burning the guy's house down in one of his sleepwalking trances. And so this seems to indicate the whole Pizzagate narrative and Trump lighting a fire under this deep state and their human trafficking operations. That's how it's been interpreted. And if that's true, if the deep state narrative is true, it would make even more sense. Or it could just be part of the story that they're putting out there. It depends on how real this stuff is with the deep state idea. And I don't have any evidence for any of that being real. One last question. Do we know why they call him Darko? Is that his actual last name in the movie? Like, what's up with the Donnie Darko part? No, I don't know the answer to that, but that's an interesting question. We'll have to look, because I've seen some people in the chat sections just correlate it to Dark Winter, and the O referencing the Corona, as in, because the Corona is constantly referenced in that movie in The Crown, rather in The Eclipse. So Corona, Eclipses, yep. So Donnie Dark, and then the Corona, Dark Winter, of course, being something that was heavily, again, another instance, Dark Winter is from a Tom Clancy book and a bioterror exercise, and this was something that was performed, drilled right before 9/11. So here we have another 9/11 reference, Dark Winter, timed for right now, and the author of that book, Tom Clancy, also wrote the book Sum of All Fears that predicted 9/11 in 1991. And that book was actually in the space station on 9/11, and an astronaut up there was reading it at the time, and he supposedly saw 9/11 happen from space. I mean, these stories are so integrated, it's got to be fake, right? It's just way too perfect. It's got to be. Oh, it's totally fake. And I remember, just a little factoid, Trump was born when there was a blood moon in Egypt, apparently. And I think a blood moon has to do with some sort of a total lunar eclipse. So that could be another meaning for, Trump and Darko.
But I've also heard, I don't know what this even means, but I've heard speculation that Trump is the Moonchild. I heard you mention something about Moonchild the other day, and I guess relation to Crowley. I have to do some more research there. But yeah, it's like we have all these different strings, and it's hard. There's obviously something that they're encoding, and it'd be nice to fully crack it. But I'm definitely not there yet. So I got to keep tuning into your show. And thanks for taking my call, man.
Awesome. Yeah, and I think we're at the cutting edge of it. So yeah, appreciate your call and call back anytime. All right, everyone, that was Tim Truth. Phones are open. And that's what we're doing here. I'm analyzing the Metascript as it's being televised, as it's been televised, both the news media and what they show us in the films. The stuff that's conspicuously put out there for public consumption, even if it's just really bad art, but it's like for some reason they put all their money and propaganda into getting us to see these particular films. And then looking back at them, it makes a lot more sense. In fact, there's a scene in Space Odyssey 2001 that I'm going to bring up here because it relates to Corona. It relates to shutting the world down as a cover story by using a virus. So that's actually one of the storylines in Space Odyssey 2001. Again, a movie which predicts 9/11 in several, or foreshadows, you could say. Let me bring this up really quick here. I mentioned this in the last call with the first caller. The Weeknd's Blinding Lights becomes the first song ever to stay in the Billboard Top 10 for an entire year. Now, again, this song was used for the dancing nurses in the hospitals, and the video featured a ghosted Las Vegas before the lockdowns, and he claimed he was portraying the Joker during the video. All of this very layered and significant. And here it says here, it has been 9 years and 11 months since The Weeknd released his debut mixtape. Back then, we didn't know his name. Again, shadowy, made for the world stage character. Totally made up and fake, if you ask me. Really quick here, there was a story going around about the pipe bombs on January the 5th that were placed near the DNC and RNC. 2 pipe bombs. I actually found the FBI Washington field office's Twitter feed, and they show us the footage of the person putting the bombs down, and it's conspicuously stuck at 7:40 and 33 seconds. And the video is several minutes. I think that's kind of conspicuous. We often see 33s around a lot of these psyops where, well, it's, in other words, something that's planned. Last caller brought up 9/11, and it's true that the towers were 33 years old when they fell. We have a whole lot of material to go over because yesterday we were shut down, but we're back on. And while I was switching from Streamlabs to just regular boring OBS, I added some additional channels. So just a heads up, wherever you are, all the chats are pretty much integrated, but we're on 3 different YouTube channels. Twitch, Facebook, DLive. We're on the Infinite Plane Radio, and then we're also at the darkmatter.radio. We're on Periscope, Float, Picarto, and DLive. There's 42 people watching on DLive. By the way, when Elon Musk registered the PayPal domain, it was on 4/2. I think it was, let me check the year, but everything about that individual is connected with 4/2 and that ridiculous book, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Has someone come up with the name of the TV show that featured the space station falling? Came out in 2019, based on an Ellen Moore. If anybody can pull that up, it was in the Discord server, but it would take me a few hours to scroll up that high. I know someone out there is going to find it, but I have it here in my notes, so we'll get back to it. My point with this Stanley Kubrick thing, we've been talking about this for some time, and we often point out, and many have pointed out, that predictive programming is so widely noted these days. But many people point out Simpsons, 9/11, many references to 9/11 in other films, some of them pretty blatant. TV shows that were on at the time, things that were preparing us to accept it. Well, it looks to the the individual composed this article on Chartword that there was a pattern. And I agree with this website and his assessment. And the pattern here is that every Stanley Kubrick movie has a conspicuous reference to the events of September the 11th. You have Major Kong, the pilot in the low-flying plane in Doctor Strangelove, which is reminiscent of the attack on the Pentagon. We have the 2001 Space Odyssey that I referenced with the last caller to the Twin Towers. And then you have these scenes, and again, we'll get into this here, with the monolith. There's a monolith in downtown Manhattan. There's a monolith right there, but it's called the Millennium Hotel at the 9/11 site, and it was designed to resemble this monolith. So this is beyond coincidence. But here's the other one. So in The Shining, you have Danny on his tricycle, and he is steering his tricycle towards the twins, and of course they're ghosts. They're not really there. And these twins represent the Twin Towers. And if you look at the way that they're butchered, and it's really horrible to look at these hacked bodies, but they're hit right in the midsection, the way that the towers were also whacked. And what's more, Danny is then afterward, he's in a room throwing darts, reinforcing the projectile connection. Then he's in a room where the identical twins are right in the middle, but to the right, there's a Bell phone booth, which bears a resemblance to the adjacent Bell telephone tower right next to the Twin Towers. So it's like, okay, it looks like they're props imitating in advance something to come. And last time I played this, and I should play this again, there's this very bizarre little sequence when George Bush was reading the story to children before he was told about the planes being hit. The towers being hit. So right before 9/11 kicks off, George Bush is in this room, and these children are chanting with their teacher. It's some kind of a English lesson, and it's like, kite, plane, must hit steel. And they chant it for a minute, and Bush just looks crazy. He's drooling. His eyes have gone full-on reptoid. And then the children duck. I'm just going to play a clip.
What word? Steel. Yes, steel. Read these words the fast way. Get ready.
Play.
Yes, play. Get ready.
Must.
Yes, must. Let's read these words the fast way without making a mistake. Get ready.
Kite.
Yes, kite. Get ready.
Kit.
Yes, kit. Get ready.
Steel.
Yes, steel. Get ready.
Plane.
Yes, plane. Get ready.
Must.
Yes, must.
And then they duck. Now, this happened right before 8:46 or whatever, when the first tower hit. And again, plane, kite, must hit steel. These are bizarre things to be chanting at a morning like this. But again, this is no different than Stanley Kubrick and all these other movies that are telegraphing something. And then you also have to look at the $20 bill in this context. Let me go and check your comments. Uncool Ben says the teacher sounds like a drill sergeant. Yep, agreed. KKK Cool says this is effed up. Yes, it really is if you think about it. We're looking at, like I said before, a hyper-monopolized, centralized, controlled media. And their messaging is right there in the open, but people are blind to it. As Stanley Kubrick titled his movie, which was released on the 30th anniversary of Apollo 11, that we have our eyes wide shut. All right, let us continue down the list. I want to bring this up really quick. Kyle Rittenhouse has received, well, let me bring this up. There were a couple of people who stood up to defend the guy. And I happen to think Kyle Rittenhouse is a fake made-for-TV character based off Chris Kyle, who also rushed to another town to shoot looters. And that was during Katrina. Anyway, I don't buy this story. But it turns out there's a fight now because Free Kyle USA and Lynn Wood were raising all kinds of money. And They splintered off to do their own things, and Kyle has no money. Free Kyle USA says, do we have the right to get $2 million in donations for Kyle back? What does Lynn Wood have to say about keeping Kyle Rittenhouse in jail for 87 days and for wasting $400,000 fighting extradition? How much has Kyle received? 0. Good to know there. I'm not surprised. None of these characters are trustworthy, and they're all extremely shady to me. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. We were talking about the NASA Mars expedition fraud, where clearly somebody in Adobe Photoshop was turning a blue sky red because it turned the blue logo the exact same shade of red. And I wanted to bring this up. Whatever happened to the Kung flu, where it would creep up behind people and kick them on the backs of their heads? These clips are circulating again. If you haven't seen them, you have to revisit Wuhan. Look at the original footage from when the virus broke out and how people were falling on the ground, dying on the sidewalks. How come that hasn't happened? I was walking down the sidewalk the other day and I saw a mask just sitting there. And I start looking around. I'm like, should I call 911 if someone lost their mask? They're immunocompromised. They might just fall and die somewhere. Not that you can do anything. I think the procedure now for resuscitating somebody is throwing a towel over their face and calling an ambulance, not getting within 6 feet. You got to render first aid while minding your social distance. Commenter here says there's no continuous footage of an atomic device falling from the sky and exploding. Good to know. I was looking at pictures of Ground Zero from some of these various tests at the Trinity site. Doesn't look like anything really even happened. Personally, I'm not afraid of nukes. And I see people on the InfoWars site in the chat talking about how China and Russia are going to drop nukes on us. And it's like, if it's not one thing, it's another. They're not, they're afraid of, it's just, is there a point where we can just not be afraid of things that don't exist? And I think the answer is no. Apparently, Las Vegas is now sending robots around to do surveillance.
At the Liberty Village apartments near Cheyenne and Nellis. Westy has been hard at work since October of 2020. He monitors any suspicious activity, prompts security, and even dispenses advice and after-hours phone numbers. Liberty Village Apartments says that there is one other bot like this in California, but
Nightscope. Bots going around. I'm waiting for the robot dogs. But this is the best they can do. It looks like a minimum wage worker in a cheap homemade robot costume. This is not really impressive. But I just bring this up because Boston Dynamics puts out these videos of these killer Terminator robots doing flips, running, jumping, rolling, fighting. And people think those things are real. And it's like, no. This is the best they can do. Basically, it looks really no different than a vacuum cleaner, one of those automated vacuum cleaners. They can't do this Terminator stuff yet, but people believe it because they see it on video. And now I understand why they believe, well, everything. I find the Mars footage to be lackluster in the cameras. That's what gets me. Who filmed it? Who was able to fly and keep track along with the thing from the ground to 10,000 feet and then back down? Meteor traveling 42,000 miles per hour rattles New England. I have to bring this up because they're always encoding it with 42. Anything having to do with the sky falling. I want to remind you, this is the 42nd year since the Mir station fell. I don't know if this was Apophis 4291. I think it's, Apophis 42999. That's the one that's going to kill us in a few years. It passed last week. It says the meteor traveled 33 miles from Mount Mansfield State Forest before burning up over Beach Hill. It was likely a fragment of an asteroid. And they have pictures of it. Like all of a sudden we're seeing space junk and asteroids. I don't think it's a coincidence that all of a sudden there are movies out, like I said, Debris, Don't Look Up, with Leonardo DiCaprio, plane parts falling. Like there's an agenda here. Listen to this. This is from Live Science. And again, I said this stuff, people believe in invisible things. This stuff is, it's superstition. People are superstitious. And listen to how they describe it. This is from Live Science. A demon asteroid the size of the Eiffel Tower to zoom past Earth on Friday. Last time it was the size of Trump Tower, right before election. Asteroid the size of Trump Tower is going to hit the White House if you don't vote for Biden. It says that this asteroid is going to return in 2029, but this is the one. The space rock dubbed Apophis, an ancient Egyptian demon, was first spotted in 2004. And you wouldn't even call Apophis a demon. If you're talking about it in the context of it being ancient, the word demon didn't have the modern connotations anyway. Apophis was a god of chaos or something. But it's not just that they name it after this god of chaos. I'm talking about, again, it's the constant use of the number 42. Anytime they're telling us that something's going to kill us all. So in this case, the call number or the serial number for Apophis is 99942. So on May 1st, it's May Day, 2019, it says, huge asteroid Apophis will fly by Earth on Friday the 13th. Let's go ahead and take a little trip here down memory lane for just a moment, just so you can see where I'm coming from. Because this is kind of a big deal. Actually, this is actually a very big deal. This is beyond coincidence. So in 2019, you had these blackouts in New York. And these just happened. Again, 2019, I think they said it put 42,000 people in the dark, and they hit from 42nd Street on. And this is, again, blackout New York City 2019. A major power outage hit Manhattan, hitting Rockefeller Center, Times Square, Upper West Side, subways, and Broadway theaters. 42,000 were out of power. So 42,000 out of power. 42nd Street on, right? Now it happened on 7/13, which is July the 13th, which happens to be 113 days from 11/3, just pointing that out. These patterns repeat, which is how I know this. Okay, so now this blackout was noted as being significant because exactly to the day, 42 years before, this was in 1977, you had blackouts in the same area. New York City blackout, 1977, July 13th. What caused it? A lightning strike at a substation, tripping two circuit breakers. So you have exactly 42 years apart. New York City's big blackout of 77 happened 42 years ago. I'm bringing this up because 42 years ago, the Mir space station fell. And I found other patterns here. There are many, many patterns here that connect this stuff. But the blackout, things falling from the sky, that's the consistent thing we see with this particular number. And you also see it consistently used with the black and white racial dialectic the media plays off of with these protest groups versus the police, which is also especially relevant now because we're talking about this, in context, the George Floyd, Derek Chauvin drama. The Derek Chauvin trial, but they call it the George Floyd trial. I'm going through some comments here. Stranger says, I'm in New England, I felt no rattle. Well, you probably weren't on the crisis actor payroll. I mean, that's all it is. It's all eyewitnesses. It's like they'll say, someone on Twitter reported. Go ahead and call right back. Put another quarter in the machine. Commenter says, I uploaded my first video to BitChute. It has 47,000 views and 128 subbed. What's the video? Post a link. I'm curious. What kind of video picked up 47,000 views? Go Fire, Go Light 369 says, I feel asteroids are strictly for fear manufacturing. Yeah, I happen to think that asteroids are there to give us the idea that just beyond what we know is an area that's just too dangerous to traverse. Same thing with icebergs. Oh, you wouldn't want to just set sail to the open seas, uncharted waters. You'll get iceberged. That's why it's significant that the iceberg Leonardo DiCaprio movie is being retold with this Don't Look Up Leonardo DiCaprio. Hey, what's up, caller?
Hey, what's going on, IPS? This is where it's at. What's going on, man?
Going over all of this incredible predictive programming about the coming calamity. What do you think about this so far? This Stanley Kubrick as a metascriptor idea.
Well, he could be one of the master directors. Like, somebody has to be directing what's going on the stage, right? It's feasible.
Hey, really quick, someone corrected me. It's Skylab fell 42 years ago. Mir fell in 2001. But there again, you have your 2001 space station falling. There's another 9/11 connection, Space Odyssey, it's that same year, and the 42. So not a coincidence that Tom Cruise has done 42 movies, and he's about to go to the space station, which again.
Well, he's gonna be cruising to the ISS. It's funny the play on words, you know, with these names and all that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Tom Cruise. I happen to think it's Tom Cruise, like Penelope Cruz is in Cross, because he's the Jesus Christ of Scientology. That's my theory.
Hey, it's a good call out. Like, I had something I wanted to talk to you about for a couple of weeks about The Matrix and the lady who said that she was the original writer of it. But this video, have you seen the video where they were calling out Russian vids and PK?
No, actually.
About being actors?
No, I'd like to see it. What was actually in that video, and what did they reveal?
Well, they revealed that they were, basically the same thing that other people said about them and all that, about them being actors and agents, misinformation type of things. But the funny thing about it is, bro, you have to hear the person who posted the video that called him out. He sounds like you, bro. He sounds like you. Go ahead.
I mean, I could be having one of those somnambulistic Donnie Darko sleepwalking trances where I'm walking to my microphone at night, uploading something. I don't know, but I don't remember anything like that.
I'm gonna send it to you, or I think I tried to post it in the chat, but I think I don't have a blue wrench, so I think somebody probably pulled it off. I'm not sure. I'll send it to you. But I just thought it was so funny, the whole thing, though, because they were all in one panel or debate or something like that. And I'm not sure if this person called in, but like I think Russian Vids was really taken aback, and PK, like, really, he had a fit. But about this lady in the Matrix and stuff like that, I believe that there are some really creative people who are really writing all these movies and these acts of fiction, or a group of people. Like, I don't believe Stephen King and Tom Clancy, they just sit in front of a computer just writing all these books. I think that there are teams of people that are putting these things together. But the lady, I think that she really kind of broke the mold when she did what she did going public with all this. And I was just wondering, like, what are your thoughts about, like, what the Matrix the directors, the brothers/sisters and all that, and what they said about it? Because to me, I'm looking at that movie, it's all about transhumanism. It's not about us, we're living in a matrix under a veil of media deception or anything like that. I think it's actually about the transition from humans to becoming something else.
Okay, that's an interesting point there. Sophia Stewart, I reached out to her. That's her name. Mother
Yeah.
of The Matrix. And yeah, she claims that she's the mind behind The Matrix and The Terminator, and she sued those directors. I reached
Yeah.
out to her and we exchanged a few emails. I didn't get too far because she just didn't trust me. She wanted to see a picture of me and didn't trust me based on how I look, whatever that means. But I'll try again for sure.
Yeah, because like, dude, like she's like I did a little research about her, and she was at USC when like some really famous football players, I believe OJ was over there, Marcus Allen, and all these people in LA at that time, they were all in like one circle of friends. And she wrote a book, I think, called Matrix 4, and she uses the name Matrix and stuff like that to publish stuff. And I don't know how whatever happened to her case, but I think that this lady, because she says basically that the Matrix and the Terminator is one long story that are combined. And I don't know, like I think that she's has some credibility to it, but I don't believe like this red pill, blue pill thing and stuff like that. I just think it's just transhumanism, because look at what happened with the directors and the writers. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if they're dudes or chicks or whatever, you know. And I think that they just like got one off on everybody in this truth movement about red pills and all that, and it's just another division tactic, I think.
You may be onto something with that. I mean, I read the books that were supposedly the basis for The Matrix, Neuromancer and the Sprawl trilogy by William Gibson, which are great books, but he doesn't use the term Matrix, and I could see a few scenes, but I think it's kind of it's sort of ambiguous, and you could say that it was drawn from a number of influences, but she told me in the email exchange that she had actually sent manuscripts around for reviews, and she thinks that her content was basically pirated, which is believable.
Yeah, but the funny thing about it is, though, is like I'm saying, like a lot of people are like looking about the way that music is being released and stuff like that, and I'm thinking that it's the same thing, because the money from these royalties, that the money that's being generated, and it's crazy amount of money, by the way, that's generated by these artists and the streaming services and stuff like that. Like, look at, all right, I'm gonna put it like this. A lot of the records, like the Weeknd song that, been on the charts for like years or whatever, I bet you that he doesn't make that much money. He doesn't make any money off of it. It's the people that create it and stuff like that. I just think that there's a different level, even to the point where the artists that we're looking at and the songs and the people that are making this money, that's what everybody's sleeping on, is like who's getting the money if these people are not really who they're saying. I don't know, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just overanalyzing it, but I do see that, especially when the one artist, the one caller who mentioned the music and back the subliminal messages and things like that. I've been around a lot of artists who sold millions of records, and they don't have any money at all. And I don't know, but I have one other question. That's something I wanted to throw out there. Did you see the video about the White House replica that Tyler Perry has in Atlanta?
I had to check because I've been seeing some videos that are really interesting, have these really strong cases that the whole Biden administration thus far has been shot on a movie set somewhere, which sounds absurd on the face of it. However, if the fantasies of QAnoners is correct, then the reason why the White House is on lockdown is because it's empty, it's not being used, and this whole thing's a charade. I think it's absurd, but I don't know. What do you make of all this stuff coming out?
I think that, to tell you the truth, I think that the 2024 is going to be the year of the auto hoaxer. I think that cartoon about the guy who barged into the TV station and said that the President Kennedy faked his assassination and all that, I think that they're going to really try to push it. I think that the anomalies in the system right now are going to be the people who are die-hard photo hoaxers. I think that's a real bad thing that's like we're headed to like really being persecuted. Like if you're not buying into all these things now, like we really can't opt out. We've been saying that for a couple of years. We can't opt out of this system. And I think that they're gonna really push the envelope with us because like even if all these jobs right now, most of them, the big corporations, they don't really care what the mandates are. They're going to make you wear a mask or something like that regardless right now. It just seems like...
Wouldn't surprise me. They'll say it's a liability thing. Customers are offended by faces, naked faces. This is a cultural victory, I think, for the fascists to get us all to adopt They might as well just make us wear, Antifa face wraps because it's just a uniform at this point.
And this is the last one. I always forget when I do reach out to you. You're familiar with the old school Outer Limits?
Oh, yes. Yes. Outer Limits, Twilight Zone, X-Files, Fringe. I think we're kind of in that lineage here looking in the same kind of areas, but it's just gone into decentralized research. But it used to be just these weird shows. But yeah. Outer Limits. Which one?
There was a specific episode. I think it was something with Dragon. And don't laugh at the scenario because I was watching it like a couple months ago and I was like, why is nobody talking about this episode? It's about, I believe it's China. And basically they replace, they try to replace a presidential candidate. And they use masks, it's not even a regular mask. It's like clay or something like that. It's really something, but it really reminded me of Joe Biden when I was watching this old series in black and white. And they literally came up with this theory, or this idea for the show that, they were like making these clay masks or whatever, and they were replacing. Basically, China was trying to replace the president and all that.
Okay, wait. This is getting too weird because just before you brought this up, someone tweeted me an image of Biden taking off his mask after wearing it all day. And okay, and the thing is, the mask that he was wearing, apparently he was wearing it so tight that the straps left marks on his face, which led them to say, well, why would you wear a mask so tight over your face that it left marks? And it looked like his face was made out of silly putty. So tens of thousands of people are retweeting this thing. It's like, is this guy wearing a mask is what they're asking.
Dude, you could go I know you have a army of meme masters. Like, go look at that episode, bro. You'll make a correlation. I didn't know anything about this story because for like the last 4 years, like I think I probably watched like an hour of news. You know what I mean? And and if you do want to check out that video, because I'm gonna let you go. If you want to check that out, it's on Mag's BitChute, and you just have to scroll down. But I did post it in the chat a couple times.
Cool. I found it. It's actually a Twilight Zone classic called The Masks. It might be this. Oh no, that's a different one. I found a Twilight Zone one called The Masks, which is pretty funny. I'll look into this one later, but yes, because this has been a deep secret, of the intelligence services, is hyper-realistic masks and the technology to literally replace people.
Yeah, but I think that we're off of it. I think it's the silly putty type of technology. We're on the right track, but we're following the wrong breadcrumbs. That makes sense. I don't think those masks, I think it's something that's different, more technology. I think that the silly putty is going to be more accurate, you know what I'm saying? And you can create a mold that's going to be more realistic than a mask. You know what I'm saying? Like custom mask, you're going to need a mold. And I think that's going to be like the putty. But when they're like ripping it off, it wasn't like Tom Cruise and Mission Impossible ripping a mask. They were like really like pulling at the flesh. You know what I mean? And just pulling the silly putty, the clay.
Oh, easy. Like you could glue like silly putty or any kind of a putty. Like last night I was suggesting as a joke that we could sell a prosthetic anterior deltoid that you just gorilla glue on your shoulder to block the vax if you're an anti-vaxxer. And it's like, yeah, you could just glue it with an adhesive. It moves with your face. It adds thickness. It gives you a brow if you didn't have a brow. So no doubt that it's not about masks. It's about facial augmentation, and it's non-surgical.
Yeah. And there's one other little thing that just popped into my head. I think not John Kennedy's father, I think he was quoted somewhere saying that they wanted to give him the presidency, but he wanted one of his sons to be the president. And that statement made me think about Biden, because I think they're both were Catholic. You know what I'm saying? The Biden crime family, the Kennedy crime syndicate, whatever, and stuff like that. I just thought that that was something that we can really look into, that type of connection.
Yeah, there's a pattern there for sure. And it was so weird, definitely, when I heard when Biden said it should have been Beau as president, because when was it ever even discussed that Beau was going to be president? And it just seemed like one of these obvious insider jokes here, where it's like, this is probably Beau in a mask, if anything. That's my current theory.
I mean, like, I don't know what's going on with Biden. Even with CPAC, and it looked like Trump Mania, WrestleMania in Orlando, they're saying that Air Force One was in Orlando. And I saw the video, and I have seen, like, I did see Biden get off a plane, but it looked like a little bootleg little plane compared to the plane that Trump was flying. But that, according to sources in Orlando, Air Force One, the big one that Trump had, he still got that plane, which is odd to me. Apparently.
Okay, see, this is, again, more of this continuing story that supports the QAnon narrative, that the Biden administration is some kind of placeholder so the world doesn't collapse while they rewrite history. And I've been told that the March 4th was a false flag date to bait any patriots as a last resort, but that the real date that Trump takes over is March 20th. And some have even said that his name's going to be on your stimulus check.
I have no idea. Like I've gotten to the point where I'm just like, you know what? I have to get back to trying to make money and stuff like that. At least I know where I'm at to a certain degree. Like, I'm living in a system where we're all basically, and it's not saying a self-deprecating way, but we're all basically slaves. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, or whatever, and stuff like that. And all the gatekeepers and everybody else is just trying to get in where they fit in and stuff like that. But the majority of us, we're just trying to survive, and it's a fucked up shit scenario in my eyes, that I'm like gonna start working again and having a mask on for 8 hours. That's crazy. That's torture to me.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely a victory, like I said, for the fascists, who can now regulate our wardrobes. And now you're basically a nudist if your face isn't covered. And when it's mandatory, it's one thing. But when they take away the mandates, you're going to see who still like, there are people in Texas who are scared because they think, well, if the mandate's gone, we're all going to die. Well, it's like, if you're that scared, why were you leaving your house in the first place?
I mean, like, the whole corona, like, I'm going to start calling it the corona virus, because, like, they're laughing at everybody, because before it was just the women over there that had to wear the hijab. Everybody's masked up right now. They're propping up Islam and communism because those are the best systems to keep everybody in line until they take this shit to the real technocracy and they start moving to transhumanism. I'm telling you, come 2024, everybody that's, on this patriot thing, right wing thing, everybody that's doubting everything that the scientists and the media is saying, we're all going to be lumped up as the new domestic terrorists. They're going to ramp it up. They're going to ramp it up in the next few years. Watch. I'm telling you, somebody's going to shoot up a newspaper, or, it's going to start happening regularly, and the media is going to be the new victim. I'm telling you.
I think you're right about that. They already tried to play that card at the Capitol riot. The QAnon radicals, which is the new Quran radicals, and now instead of Islamic terrorists, it's homegrown white Al Qaeda, vanilla ISIS. And you're right, they've totally created the infrastructure and all the architecture they need to basically get rid of anybody who's spreading memes that actually threaten their system. And that's what's happening.
And the funny thing is, a lot of the memes that we're following, they're coming from meme farms that's ran by some of the same people that are putting together these little squads of agents that are on BitChute and YouTube. I believe that it's all coming because all these things are coming coordinated. I don't know who's directing this thing, but it's all coming coordinated because it seems like the memes come out as soon as the story happens. There's memes coming out. And I'm going to give you one more, and I thought this was so funny. Meg Markle and Harry Potter, whatever his name is, it looks like Oprah had a monitor on, and she looked like she was masked up for real. Like, Oprah looks bad right now. I don't know what's going on with Oprah, but it looks like she had a ankle monitor on. Somebody on BitChute posted the video, and it looked like she either had a beeper or something in her boot or something like that. And it doesn't seem like it would be something for a sound man or anything. It wouldn't be smart to put, the little module.
Yeah, I'm looking here, and that has actually made mainstream news from The Independent. They said that Oprah is targeted by QAnon conspiracy theory about wearing an ankle monitor. And I'm looking at the boot that the Oprah is wearing, and there is something in her boot. What else could it be?
It can't be sound because it wouldn't, like, her outfit. You could tuck that part of it, the module, the receiver or whatever. You could put that somewhere else on her person and put it in the boot. And then if that's really a live video and you put in the boot and stuff like that, what if the mic goes out? It just doesn't make sense. I don't know what was in the boot, but it was not something it's obvious that something was there. It's crazy. Right. I think that these people are just doing all this stuff to give Q more, more fodder. Because look, even Vice did that documentary. I couldn't watch 10 minutes of it because it looked like they were just actors, fakes, and plants. I wanted to call the one so-called patriot a firm because he was obviously a plant. He didn't even seem like a right-wing person. He just seems to be like an Antifa who's just dressed up. I don't know, but yeah, that Vice documentary on it, like, they're really, that cute thing is really gonna put a lot of people, in a position where they're gonna be harassed.
Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. Like, how the FBI is behind all these radical terrorists that they end up catching later? Well, clearly the agencies are behind the QAnon radicals. They're the ones agitating so that when they have one of their own play act and pretend to be a terrorist or an insurrectionist, they can blame you because you helped spread those videos and memes, this radicalization.
Hey, and I'm going to let you go because I know that there's going to be some good calls and good stuff. But V is for Vendetta. V is also for Vice. V is also for The Verge. V is also for Project Veritas. There's something about these media outlets right now that people are looking at, like, whistleblower this and all that. It's all staged, and the people that give weight to any of that, that makes me think you're an agent, because right now it's like Project Veritas, The Verge, which is left wing. All of them talk about climate change. You go in that whole staff and you go to their Twitter and you look at them, they're all talking about the same thing. They're all SJWs and things like that. And there is no right wing and left wing and independent media. It's all the media, and it's all the police, it's all the government. It's all of it.
Yeah, I agree with you about that. There are scenarios here where we're given like whistleblowers, people who are going to uncover things, like Mike Cernovich, for example. When you look into it and you're like, well, if this guy was really a whistleblower, how come he doesn't notice any of these obvious psyops that would really get people to question the integrity of these media agencies?
That's why he is a whistleblower. anybody that comes out and hits the, you know, the world stage and only makes a splash for a day is somebody that is, you know, he wasn't supposed to be on the sound stage. Point blank, period. And I said that to say this. Snowden and everybody else, Aaron Brockovich, anybody else that's a whistleblower, they were already controlled opposition. There are other people who you don't think that they're when Project Veritas was messing with Planned Parenthood. You know what I'm saying? You don't think that there are other people who were talking about that stuff, but they got no weight, they got no attention. They've been talking about that stuff, and they've been ignored by the independent media and the mainstream media. The only people that get propped up into as a whistleblower is somebody that's controlled. They want to control the narrative, and everybody else who is in that situation, you don't have a voice because everybody thinks that these whistleblowers are real, and they're all fucking agents. Part of my language, bro, but that's what they are.
Yeah, what you're describing is what we would call a limited hangout operation, where they do have someone who appears to be a whistleblower who leaks some information that, you know, it makes them appear to be credible, but they're actually there just to see who actually notices this stuff so they can find out who knows too much and they can control what they know. And then they can also taint the information. So absolutely.
And they can pull on your heartstrings too and stuff like that. And the main thing about that, you know, the thing about Planned Parenthood, because there have been people that have been talking about that, no arrest or nothing ever comes from none of this stuff. Because all the people that's supposed to be prosecuting them, they're not here to protect us. They're here to protect the elites and these corporations. This legal system that we live in under is flawed. It's a worldwide system. Name one country that doesn't have police, don't have mayors, governors, that has a different political system and a different society, and I will move there. Every country is with it. If they say police on the back of their shirt and stuff like that, they're part of a new world agenda. It's not even new world. It's a one world government, for real. You get divorced in one country and you know, they'll find about it, you know, they'll know about it. It's worldwide. It's all the same rules. You know, you go to jail, you go to prison and stuff like that. There might be a little variations. It's all the same shit. Part of my language.
Right. And I think with the one world religion, the one world consolidated view, that I think that this has been the work in progress, and they finally achieved it with COVID. I think COVID was the uniting threat that bound us all together. You know, I thought it was going to be a staged alien invasion or nuke, but no, it was this invisible threat that really put the noose around everybody, and nobody opted out of it. And that's what made me realize that, you know, you don't have any representation above. They're not at all.
None at all. And the COVID thing, and like I said, it's gonna get worse with the social scores and all this and all that, and that's when they're gonna really lock us down. I think if the internet was around in 1919 for the Spanish flu, the world would have changed then. It's the internet, which is, they've been doing these same psyops. The biggest thing about it is the World Wide Web. I believe that it's the World Wide Web, the UN, and 9/11 is like my pyramid, the top of my pyramid, and then, you know, inside it is Corona. That's it. That's what's running the world right now. It's so, you know, the scope of it, you know, you can watch the news anywhere right now. I watch news a couple of times a week, like from like Australia or Philippines or whatever, and even in languages I don't understand, I watch that stuff more than the American stuff, and I don't need closed caption. They're all saying the same stuff. You feel me? They're all saying the same thing across the world. So I don't know, like anybody that's trying to sell me on this new world order is coming, you're an agent. For real. Like there's nothing else that I can say about it.
The way I've been describing it, it's not even a new world order. It's the old one, and it's getting an updated, basically they're renovating it. They're revamping it for the modern context. And the modern godless atheists function better if you give them a God that they can diagnose, that they can see with science. So they just kind of replace it all with, of course, a globe and the virus. And it's worked. It's totally worked. To me, this is just ancient, and it's a cyclic thing, and we're just going through another cycle here. And I do think that the auto hoaxers are problematic.
Oh, yeah.
We're very problematic to the powers that be.
Because it's not something that's based on hate speech or anything like that. Like people at the end of the day, like when they're trying to create a society where basically 1984 for real, you know, it wasn't science fiction or anything like that. It was a training film. You feel me? On what's coming. And like I said, that media, not the media, but Corona, and you throw in the UN and 9/11 and stuff like that. Even going back to World War II. Look, I haven't seen any footage of it. I don't want to say the wrong thing right now, but I haven't seen any compelling footage to make me think that anything that I've been learned about it, you know what I'm saying, is accurate. I just feel that there's the people who are at the top of that pyramid, they really just look at us like we're meat, we're slaves, we're cattle, we're sheep, you know, and that's all they want. So where one goes, one, you know, what do they say? Where one goes,
where we go one, we go all, which is true. They used to say, if all of your friends jump off a bridge, are you? And the answer used to be, of course not, I think for myself. But now it's no, where we go one, we go all. We're all wearing the mask. We're all lining up for the vax. We're all going to kneel. Yeah, it's ridiculous that they've made that some sort of an anthem.
Because look, if the religions weren't real, the organized, and I'm not trying to shit on the concept of God or a higher power, but like if the religions were really, the organized churches were real about this and stuff like that, they should have all been protesting and stuff like that from the minute the church doors were closed. But this is really going to let a whole generation of people know that these pastors are the same as pimps, politicians, and these broadcasters. They're all the same. The minute the churches closed those doors, they should have been talking about, you know, things in Revelations and, you know, about the mark of the beast and all that. And I'm like, where are all these preachers now? Where they at? It's right here. But they're not saying
good points
about it.
Good points. Where are they now? And to me, the fact is the scientists have replaced them. And some people still go to their traditional priesthood, but no, they actually obey the higher authority. And that's why I thought it was so powerful last year to see people kneeling, because they think they're kneeling for George Floyd, which is a very bizarre thing to do for a guy who got killed by somebody kneeling on his neck. But the kneeling itself, I thought, was really just part of the zeitgeist, where they're showing that, no, mankind, we're all kneeling. We've all been brought to our knees by this thing.
I mean, it's going to be funny. And I'm going to say this, and I don't like plagiarizing people, but I don't care what religion you are. Don't kneel for no George Floyd. Don't kneel for nobody. Like, it's really a humiliating, I believe that it's part of a humiliation ritual. Like when I saw like crowds and crowds and crowds of white people, I'm like, these are some of the most well-paid crisis actors. Because I'm like, there's no way. Like, I don't know. And the whole kneeling thing, it's so weird because, like, even I've been kind of fascinated with John Madden, the video game, lately. And I've just realized, like, how many, you know, the players kneel in the game. You can make them kneel. They can put the fist up. It's like, IPS, like, it's just to the point where I'm just trying to live and survive and stuff like that. It's not going to be any organized movement. I don't ever see the people rising up. You know what I mean?
Right. I'm in favor of what I call inactivism. The instant you become an activist on the world stage, you're a target. You can be rounded up and branded, charged, labeled, whatever. And I'm more about this philosophical deconstruction of the metascript and the hyper-mediated false worldview. So I see what we're doing here is we're really the vanguard of a philosophical movement, this auto-hoaxing thing, and it's going to continue because it's not based on a belief, some absurd belief or something.
It is. It's awesome, though, because, like, 2 3 years ago, we would have been talking about Tiger Woods thing was a hoax. We hardly even talk about these type of issues no more because everybody's like, oh, that shit's fake as hell. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. But people like Tiger Woods is an example of it. His dad was a lieutenant colonel. And one of the first time Tiger Woods was in the media live, it was on a show called Trans World Sports. And that was the show that the Venus and Serena Williams came out of. And I'm not going to try to do a transvestigation about Tiger Woods, but I will say this, though. It seems like a lot of these people are coming from families of PSYOP officers. And I think it's something about that rank, lieutenant colonel. When they get that rank, I think you're a full, because Morrison's dad, you know how many people from the 60s and in the counterculture revolutions and stuff like that in the 60s, how many of them, their parents were lieutenant colonels, how many of them were in the military? Everybody in California, it seems like their dad, you know, all the hippies, all their dads from one area, all of them were military intelligence officers.
Very important point there. This is very consistent. We've talked a lot about Jim Morrison's dad and his connection, and a lot of other things too. You see as well, other commonalities with a lot of these PSYOP actors is connections to the film industry. You know, like Elliot Rodger, the shooter at Palo Alto. His dad was an assistant director at the Hunger Games. His grandfather did war photography in Auschwitz. So,
wow.
Yeah, this stuff runs in the families. I think it's very, very cult. It's like a cult that runs the world, if you ask me.
Yeah, it is. It's like, don't laugh. It's just one other thing I stumbled across on that darn bitchy shoot on the bitch shoot. Like, and I know that you're not a doctor or anything like that. Why do we have nipples?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't been on BitChute lately, but I'm going to go check out the Tiger Woods might be a woman video. But no, why do men have?
I don't know, but the video I watched was saying that basically that the people who are worshiping the Baphomet, they believe that we all came from one. Men and women were one. Somehow we were separated or whatever and stuff like that. And they're like, well, at the end of the video, basically, why do men have nipples? What function does it serve? And stuff like that. I was just like, oh, wow, whoa.
Now, okay, that's not, I mean, that idea of this New Age cult believing fundamentally that man and woman were separated and need to be united, that's all part of the alchemy. This idea, the idea of the balancing of these opposites. And the Baphomet, which if people have seen it, it's a man combined with a beast combined with an angel, and it's a man and a woman. And right on his on his lap he has the staff of Mercury, which means the hermaphrodite. But anyway, someone pointed out to me the other day that Event 201 or Space Odyssey 2001, that these all reference to becoming one, which is this great alchemical work that you're talking about.
Yeah, because and another thing too, like we're really starting to get to the point where we're getting used to the idea of not owning anything. Like a couple of months ago, maybe like 6 months ago, I bought a game on the Xbox thing or whatever, and then I go on it and they just removed the game. You know what I'm saying? From the servers or whatever and stuff like that. I don't have the physical copy now, even if you have the physical copy. And I said all this to say this. It's just kind of reminding me of the way people live when they're depicted in space, living in space. They don't really own anything. They don't have any personal things. I'm starting to feel like that because you can't just go buy a new album anymore or anything like that. You're streaming stuff. It's like we're literally like giving up ownership of physical things. And it sounds petty, but I don't know why it's important to me. You know what I mean? If I buy something, I want to know that I own it. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yes, this is intriguing because right now, one of the big trending stories are these non-fungible tokens, NFTs, which is basically you have a work of art and then you have it tokenized, put on the blockchain. So now you can actually sell your meme to somebody on the blockchain, and it's basically like it's on a public ledger. So you actually own it more completely and solidly than you would if you own the actual physical piece that could be duplicated or copied, but you don't own it tangibly. So digital art at extra, I mean, these prices are so high. It's like people are spending ridiculous amounts of money on something that you can just store on your phone. And that's an interesting shift. And I think it's part of this broader paradigm of disabusing of the idea that we need money. I mean, how coincidental is it now that they're trying to get people off of cash?
Bro, like, look, this blockchain thing is bad. Just the name. If you from the block, if you from the street, blockchain, this thing is gonna lock down the block. It's the same way Robin Hood was just robbing the hood. And there's something else. I forgot to bring this up to you too. Robin Hood had, I believe they have a subsidiary or something called Robin Hood Snacks. And I believe that they do a lot of business with the same people that they're trading the stocks from and all that. Like they supply a lot of cafeterias at corporate companies, their snacks and all that. It's Robin Hood Snacks. I think it's the same company. The logo is very similar.
Wouldn't surprise me. Speaking of similar logos, I was walking to the grocery store, and in the hair aisle, there's this stuff called Gorilla Moco, and it looks exactly like Gorilla Glue. So I totally understand how that lady sprayed her head with Gorilla Glue, because it looks exactly like this other hair stuff.
Oh, man, you have to go check out Mag. He broke her down to the bone. For real. That's
yes,
a big time hoax.
He did. Yeah, Mag Truth actually did. He broke that down. He found that she was working, she got some kind of a, I don't know, it looks like she's either affiliated with some agency, but I think the whole thing's staged. Even Zachary Hubbard found some anomalies with it, like the number of the day of the year corresponding to something. I have to go dig, but yeah, there's a lot there to suggest that Gorilla Glue Girl is some kind of bizarre PR stunt. Not quite sure what for yet.
It's a psyop, man. I don't know. Like, it happened during Black History Month. Then you have the name Gorilla, which has been kind of used in hate speech circles and stuff like that for different races and stuff like that. To me, it was, you know, like every February you have these weird type of stories and stuff like that. But like is it me or the psyops getting that bad, or is it easier for us to see it? Or are they trying to like leave little clues and stuff like that for the people who are observant to like draw us out and things like that? Because like some of these psyops are like it's like an obvious hoax, because any video that goes viral, it goes viral because somebody at big tech, Facebook or Twitter or whatever, somebody presses a button and sends the video out everywhere. So
yeah, that's a great point there. The idea that something is viral, that it's out of control, that might have been the case a few years ago, where you have when YouTube was new, you could come up with a video that would catch attention and it would spread and it would go viral. I've had videos that would have 10 million hits, and it would just be some ridiculous clip from like the Power Rangers and a dumb song over it. And then you put a misleading thumbnail just to see what you could do. But now, no, you can't go viral unless you're part of the big media machine.
Yep. You're right about that. But bro, I'm smoking. I don't want to be leading the youth.
All right, cool. Hey,
astray or whatever. I'm gonna let you go, but I appreciate the time though. But yeah, check out that video though, bro. That voice though, it tripped me out though. I was like, yes. But yeah, all right, homie, I appreciate it.
Yes.
And I'm gonna keep listening.
All right, yeah, and I'll look for that video where somebody who sounds suspiciously like me was doxing and, I don't know, haranguing PK and Russian vids. Doesn't sound like me. It doesn't sound like the 2020 me, the 2021 me. I think that COVID changed me for the better. I didn't catch it. But what I mean is, last year, I reassessed a lot of things. And so, no, I'm not really caught up in petty YouTube politics. I don't care what people say or do. I'm just glad that they're doing it, because right now books are being burned by the tens of thousands every day, and voices are being silenced, and nobody cares. They cared when it was the Republicans who were trying to hype up Trump getting censored. They only care when it's an election year. All right, let me go through some comments. Hoaxahana says they could have used any other name for going viral. Yes, viral, toxic misinformation, bad virality. All of these things were put there before COVID. So they already correlated dangerous super spreaders of misinformation with threats to our safety and national security long before COVID. And now misinformation about COVID makes you doubly dangerous. Stranger says, justice for Waynell Sexton. You know, Waynell Sexton is one of the most underrated crisis actresses of recent memory. If you don't know who she is, she was a victim over in Vegas. She was an aggrieved mother at Orlando. She was an aggrieved mother at Borderline. She was the second grade teacher of George Floyd. And I believe she's been identified a fifth time protesting. It might have been Milo Yiannopoulos or something. Stranger says they care about Dr. Seuss's book burnings, but not our history. Exactly. And that's just plain hypocrisy on their part anyway, this Dr. Seuss thing, who, by the way, I think his books made $33 million last year. Dead authors, dead rappers, they're doing great. Someone sent me something else because, again, we're always noticing these patterns. Does anybody care to guess how big the Loch Ness Monster was? The Loch Ness Monster, if you look into the reports, they believe it was about 33 feet long. Just sounds like a big fishtail. I have a clip here. Thailand's prime minister sanitizing the front row of reporters. So he's in front of the reporters, spraying them, I guess, with hand sanitizer. But, you know, this very much reminds me of church. You know, when I was a kid, where the priest walks down the aisle flinging holy water on you. And it's literally the same thing. The holy water is to keep the sin down. It gets the sin off you. And he doesn't want to catch your sin because he's holy. He doesn't want to be tempted. And we're a bunch of lowly sinners who haven't been elevated. So they fling the holy water on you to purify you. And so here you have Thailand's prime minister sanitizing the reporters. It is such a scam. Okay, let me go through some comments. Plenty more things I found here as well. There's a list of suspects now as to who's playing Joe Biden. Right now, I'm going with Joe Biden. Someone thinks it's Jim Carrey because he played him on SNL, the very unfunny SNL. Lion Brian Williams. Lion Brian Williams. Could he be playing the role? I don't know. I look at the skull first. There's enough room in a Jim Carrey. This character, I don't know this actor's name. If anybody can identify the actor on the screen, some believe that this might actually be the person portraying the senile and really just lost Joe Biden. Okay, this is Ryan Reynolds. Thank you. Okay, so has anybody seen Ryan Reynolds and Joe Biden in the same place at the same time? Okay, so he was in Deadpool, Safe House, and Van Wilder. He's a Canadian. Okay, so anyway, just looking at him, I can't tell you, although, you know, clearly, yes, he's probably, it's possible. A little bit of silly putty and Gorilla Glue. Anything's possible. This is from Twilight Zone. Imagine, if you will, a world where so-called independent TV is actually the mouthpiece of the corporations and is only there to lie and control the dumbed down populace. Like, not hard to imagine. That's literally the case. And by dumbed down, it's not that people aren't smart. It's that they've been rendered visually illiterate to what's right in front of their faces. And they don't know if that's a real video of a robot Terminator or if it's a cartoon. They don't know if that's a real Mars lander or if it's a cartoon. Okay, I got some information here that's pretty interesting, and this ties into everything we've been talking about and adds to it. So we've been talking about Stanley Kubrick as being a metascriptor of the 20th century. And when we get into this George Floyd topic, well, there is plenty about the George Floyd event that connects to the September 11th attacks, as strange as that may sound. We'll start with this. 8:46 a.m., 9/11 starts. George Floyd kneeled on for 8:46. The sun set on 5/25/2020 at 8:46. Twin Towers, Twin Cities, we enter into Gemini. He was changing a $20 bill, is a counterfeit bill. Back of the $20 bill has 9/11 on it. Derek Chauvin, the name Derek, derived likely from or made famous by Thomas Derek, hangman of 3,000. So here you have the state's hangman, Derek Chauvin, and the other side is represented by the Proud Boys, the Western Chauvinists. So you have Derek the hangman chauvinist, 846. So I'm suggesting that this PSYOP was basically Derek Chauvin, 9/11 to America. It was another 9/11. Now, here's where it ties into everything else we've talked about. Kubrick has referenced 9/11, foreshadowed in all of his films, quite literally. Even Full Metal Jacket, but we're not getting into that right now. But here's something extremely pertinent. A couple of things. One, there are so many correlations between the years 1968 and the year 2020. In 1968, Space Odyssey 2001 comes out. 2020, we have these monoliths landing all over the place. And we were talking about this because it's so well correlated with this, well, metascript concept. Well, here we have something else. And this is a video called 2001 Floyd is the Capstone. And the capstone is the eclipse. And so this is connecting in the big picture this theme of the end of the world and the corona, the eclipse, and 9/11 or 9/11 scale event. Well, let me go ahead and just play through the video and we'll parse it. But it starts off with a scene where the apes are gathered around the monolith. And I think the connotation here is that they evolve, that this sparks the next stage in man's evolution. But the view that Kubrick provides is looking up at the monolith. So when you look up, where the eye in the triangle would be, because you're looking at a trapezoid. When you're looking up at the truncated monolith, it actually creates a trapezoid. So to complete the trapezoid with a triangle would be a simple matter of just extending those two lines. So what Kubrick did in the scene is, when the monkeys are looking up the monolith at the eclipse, at that precise moment, it happens to create a very geometrically perfect and symmetrical triangle, and that would, of course, be the corona. And in that scene, the sun and the moon, the eclipse, creates a very pronounced corona. Now, of course, the corona, the crown, coronavirus, this is what we're pretty much connecting to the year 2020 and this film, 1968. Now, this is the scene where it's admitted that a virus is being used as a cover story. Again, this is from 2001, A Space Odyssey.
Thank you, Dr. Halverson. Hi, everybody. Nice to be back with you. Now, I know
I'm going to speed it up a little bit.
held by some of you.
So he's laughing nervously, and this is, of course, 2001 Space Odyssey, and he's briefing them on the nature of the pandemic.
Regarding the need for complete security in this matter. More specifically, your opposition to the cover story. Created to give the impression there's an epidemic at the base.
There's a cover story created to give the impression there's an epidemic at the base. So he's talking about how long are they going to be able to prolong the impression that there's a pandemic. And of course, this is a cover story for something else.
Dr. Floyd, have you any idea how much longer this cover story will have to be maintained?
I don't know, Bill. I suppose it'll be maintained as long as deemed necessary by the council.
Now, his name's Dr. Floyd, and he's the one talking about this cover story. So I'm going to fast forward, and I'll skip through the video. So Floyd is here, and the room, this is the scene that follows the monolith scene. And, of course, Stanley Kubrick, when he, as we noted earlier with The Shining and the position of the twins and the phone booth, his alignments are very purposeful. And so now you have Floyd, Mr. Floyd, at the front of the room at the podium, correspondingly in the position to where the Corona was before. So you have Corona and Floyd. Again, this is just in the visuals and in the alignments of the scene, which is important. Like I was talking about earlier, when you're looking at the scene that looks to be forecasting 9/11, when the spacecraft arrives at the space station comprised of the two rotating wheels. Okay, again, here's a correlation again between Corona and Floyd. Now, the next part of it is that when Floyd was first introduced to us, when we first saw pictures of Floyd, if you search for George Floyd, the very first images that you saw, he was in front of a poster that had what looked to be viruses on it, and it had a Corona bottle. It was the very first pictures we saw. Not a coincidence, the way the story was unveiled. Of course, then, I referenced this a moment ago, the videos showing you the Utah monolith. The Utah monolith, again, 2020. Pointing out that George Floyd was number 88 when he played ball, which is pertinent to the bigger metascript as we'll get to. And again, finally, this is an article just suggesting that all these events, the George Floyd event, that Corona, symbolically, they're all very much linked with September 11th and with, of course, the common component here being this one director, this Kubrick. And as you can see, often behind many of these murals with George Floyd, you have what appears to be like an eclipse. It's like a dark halo. Okay, I'm going through some comments to see if I've come across anything, if we've missed anything. This is where it's at. TV says, Floyd ain't playing no ball, no states, no game film. Totally scripted. Easily could be. Could be. I haven't seen his stats either. There's quite a lot about this story that's worth digging into, especially because it's more or less new. But let's go ahead and move on a little bit more because I brought up how he was number 88. Now here's another video. This is a same uploader, and I'll put a link below. It's Finis Temporis. But in this one, he's going through the movie Donnie Darko, as I had talked about earlier, and he's showing all the eclipse symbolism throughout the movie and how it's always correlated with time travel. And then he goes through several other movies where it's the same thing. Well, one of the scenes in Donnie Darko is he's talking to his teacher about time travel after he reads a book about it. And he references the movie Back to the Future. Well, Back to the Future, of course, is about a time travel machine, a car, that has to travel 88 miles per hour in order to travel time. So the 88 figures prominently in the Donnie Darko movie. It takes place in 88. And 88 also corresponds, and this is very relevant because we're talking about this reset and things, this Phoenix burning down, building back better. 1988 was when The Economist cover came out with the Phoenix on it, sitting atop paper currency from around the world, burning up the currency, with what looks to be a Bitcoin in its mouth. The 33rd anniversary of that cover which just happened to mark the date that Bitcoin reached $33,000. And Satoshi was supposedly at that point the 33rd richest man in the world. Satoshi, a fictional character who was introduced to the world stage when he was 33. Stranger says, for the first time today, I saw the media reference 3/11 as the official start of the pandemic. Usually they dance around the wording. Yes, with 9/11, you couldn't avoid it. With 9/11, it was constantly used, that phrase, 9/11, as a meme. 3/11 is the date this thing started. And all of the predictive programming points at 3/11, just like predictive programming pointed at 9/11. Only when it comes to the 3/11 thing, they didn't get in front of it. It wasn't made a big deal. Now, I brought this up the other day just because I want to point out how closely these things are connected. Here's an example. Neo, his date of birth, 3/11. So I look at this as possibly, the start of the new age was Corona, 3/11. His passport expired 9/11, 2001. So here are these two events, these two dates, 9/11, 3/11. And we're talking about a reset. Well, it makes perfect sense. You burn it down, 9/11. You build back better. I think these are correlated in many movies beyond this. In fact, there's far more predictive programming for the coronavirus, I think, than 9/11. And it actually goes back before. There are examples in movies and TV shows of Donald Trump and his eventual role on the world stage before he was ever even talking about becoming president. This is where it's at. TV says the guy who started that website, thispersondoesnotexist.com, one of my favorite websites. If you need some nightmare fuel, go to thispersondoesnotexist.com. He got big when he was 33. You know who else was 33 conspicuously? The Viking who did the White House siege, or the Capitol siege. I mean, what's his name? Jacob, is it Chandler? Is it JC? I know his initials. Well, yeah, he's 33 years old. At first they said his name was Jake and Jelly. That turned out not to be true. All right, let me go through some more of these notes. I had posted a few other things here I wanted to go through. So yes, Kubrick probably had a role in 9/11 as far as the scripting, according to this theory. And I think we can pretty much draw from that, again, that he is or has more than likely telegraphed what's to come with regards to the space station. And whatever it is, I don't think we have long to wait. And we've been pretty spot on, I just have to say. We've been spot on with a lot of our predictions. And many of the patterns that we notice, we continue to unravel stuff with these patterns. And it just gets deeper and deeper. For example, the plane parts from the Boeing 777 that fell from the sky. Well, we actually have footage from it. One person caught some footage. Morgan G. Plane flying surprisingly well on its return. My video is taken at 1:13 p.m. over City Park West. So 1:13. So the Donnie Darko movie, the plane blows up in the sky or whatever. Well, 1:13 is very significant here for a couple of reasons. One, you could say it's 311 reversed. But the other, the Challenger explosion in the sky, 1 minute, 13 seconds, or 73 seconds into it. Very consistent with the symbolism. And again, this incident on February the 20th with the plane falling in Colorado, or the plane parts falling, that was mirrored in a few other places. And not only was it mirrored in a few other places, but these movies like Debris and Don't Look Up just conveniently happened to be released right at this time. Like, what are the odds? Okay, I'm going through some notes here. Yes, I did find the picture of Oprah Winfrey. It looks like she's got some tracking device on her ankle. So for those of you who don't know, the running theory is the deep state's being defeated, Trump's still in control, everything on TV with the White House is a movie, and all these celebrities are going to be executed live on TV once Trump's done with a bunch of archaic paperwork from 1871. Phones are still open if anybody has anything else to add to this. Let me just remark on these patterns really quick. I was talking about Derek and his Derek Chauvin, because this trial is going on right now. So again, we're looking at characters that I think are designed to be repulsive. They're designed to, these are made for TV bad guys, villains. So Derek Chauvin, if you look at his face, especially the later picture of him, I mean, how many pictures? He's like a model. This looks like an actor's reel. Like he can play a villain. How many pictures do we have of him? But the last picture of him, I thought his face looked a little asymmetrical and a little weird. And it kind of reminded me at my first glance, because I'm just studying iconography, patterns, like the pattern between the Twin Towers and the Stanley Kubrick version of the space station. I'm just looking at patterns, and this one just kind of stood out to me. I'm looking at Derek Chauvin's face, and I'm like, why does he remind me of Oswald? And I hadn't really looked too much at Oswald except when I was, briefly interested in this topic. But I mean, now I'm more interested in it than ever. In fact, Stanley Kubrick's movie, Dr. Strangelove, that has a reference to the Pentagon attack, was going to be screened on 11/23/63. 11/22/63, excuse me, on the date of the assassination. So here's Harvey Oswald, and I'm just looking at him. So this is meant to be like kind of a face that I think it's meant to antagonize and anger people. Like, who is this guy? He looks like he's sneering. Now, let me show you why I draw that correlation here. So we talked about how 846 represents kneeling on George's neck. Sunset 846. So on 9/11/2020, Derek Chauvin had a hearing. So there's another 9/11 connection. Like, they literally had Derek Chauvin, look at this, September 11th, 2020, 8:05 a.m. So again, why would they have this guy on 9/11? Do you see what I mean? How it's like a purposeful, intentional act of antagonism. They're trying to antagonize everybody. So he looks like Harvey Oswald, who did what? He killed a 46-year-old president, JFK. George Floyd was 46. And do you know what time in the morning Derek Chauvin was released? And my contention here is that this is well scripted. We're talking about Derek Chauvin when he was actually let out. And this was back in, let me get the exact date, 11:23 a.m. was my point. So 11:22 a.m. Lee Harvey Oswald shot JFK 11:22. Chauvin was released at 11:22. Somebody paid $1 million for this guy. Hennepin County Sheriff's Office said he was released on $1 million bond at 11:22 a.m. So the 11:22 positively correlates Derek Chauvin with Lee Harvey Oswald, another killer of a 46-year-old. Same ritual, too. It's a ritualistic killing of the Sun King. That's the underlying ritual. Same pattern. That's why the sun set at 8:46 that date. That's why that was significant, because the sun setting is the sun dying, the Sun King dying. It's all a ritual. And you can see the pattern here. But 9/11, 11/22, nope, not a coincidence. Another thing that's not a coincidence, J. Aaron Danielson, the Proud Boy prayer patriot that was shot in the chest in Portland by the Antifa assassin, who said it was the first shot of the Civil War, that shooting happened at 8:46. You can look this up. Danielson, who went also by the name Jay, was shot at 8:46 at 3rd Avenue in Southwest Elder. 8:46, again, Twin Towers. 8:46 a.m. is when the first tower was hit. And you may not believe this, but, well, I don't want to get down that rabbit trail too far. But I think I've come up with a few other things that relate to this, but we'll just save that for later. I'm going through some comments here. Connor G says, has anyone looked at Craig Wright as Satoshi, as he makes a lot off it? Interesting. No, I haven't. Why don't you put a link there? You know, I had someone call, who was it? It was it D. Calico? Someone had said to me that they believe that Bill Gates is Satoshi. And someone else had said, if you only, I think it was, is it Mike Pena? He's like, if you only knew who, let's see if I find this individual who said this. He said, if you only knew who owned or who started Bitcoin or who Satoshi was, you would drop it. I don't believe that, but I just kind of think it's an interesting thing that so many people have guesses on who it is. Okay, one more thing. Look at this. BBC predicted 9/11 in 1965 and 1968. This was brought to my attention by Zachary Hubbard and Geometria Effect Sports. So the BBC had a documentary called Connections about a power outage in New York and a plane that was trying to land. And it was going to have some trouble landing because the power had gone out. The plane was Flight 911. It had 911 all over this thing. Following that, 1978, there was a show called The War Game, which had something about, it was like a recent mock NATO battle. They were going door to door, just replete with 9/11 predictive programming. And I think we all know about 9/11 having so many instances where the media has foreknowledge of what's about to happen and they don't even know it. Calling out buildings as having been demolished that haven't fallen yet. But it shouldn't be a surprise that you can find references to 9/11 in the mid-60s. This is where it's at. TV says the Black Eye Club and the Ankle Monitor. Yeah, both of these things seem to correlate with these same groups of celebrities that all seem to have been pretty much pointed out as part of the deep state conspiracy. Okay, I found it for puzzle. She Was Killed by Space Junk is the name of it. It's the third episode of the HBO superhero drama miniseries Watchmen. Now here's the kicker. So She Was Killed by Space Junk was written in 1986 by Ellen Moore. 1986. The date that the episode aired was November the 3rd, 2019. So there's another 11-3. Remember I said 113, like the plane was seen at 113, Challenger, 73 seconds, 1 minute, 13 seconds. Here we go. November the 3rd, 2019, the episode airs where somebody is killed by a piece of space junk. And this episode is 33 years old because it was written in 1986. And one more thing before we go here. Look at the iPhone 10. The iPhone 10, which you could actually call it the iPhone X, and then you just say it phonetically. iPhoenix. Well, look at the release date for the iPhoenix. The iPhoenix was released on 11/3, November the 3rd. Again, another positive correlation with this idea of a phoenix or something burning and the 113. And I think it was November the 3rd, 2018. But anyway, it's so consistent. And what's more, again, we're talking about things falling from the sky. She was killed by space junk. Subtract 100. This is insane if you get down to it, but it sounds insane. Subtract 113 days from November the 3rd, and you get this same exact date, July 13th, the date of the blackouts that occurred exactly 42 years apart in New York City. We find many of these parallel events, like the two 33-year-olds that burned themselves on the ellipse, 1986 and 2019. bookending 33 years of Burning Man festivals in Las Vegas, rather in Nevada, Black Rock. Then you have the Black Monday market crash, 1987, which happens again, Black Monday market crash 33 years later, March 16th, 2020. And this is a strange one. So March 16th, 2020, Black Monday market crash. Very, very similar to the previous one 33 years ago. The market crash went down. Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 2,997 points. So I'm like, wait, 2,997, that's very close to 3,000, as in 9/11. So I immediately thought, that's got to be a reference to 9/11. Well, strangely enough, I really don't know how many people died on 9/11, but there are so many memorials you can find where it's 2,997 flags as of 2020. So I don't know how they're adding to the body count, but as of 2020, the number of dead ascribed to the 9/11 events correlates to the Dow Jones Industrial falling Black Monday, 3/16/2020. And it goes one step deeper here, just showing you how integrated everything actually is. Here we go. Look, Dow Jones drops nearly 3,000 points as coronavirus collapse. Drops 2,997. Biggest drop ever. Now again, this is where everything integrates into the entertainment. So there's a TV show called, and this is on, I haven't actually seen it, but it's called Black Monday. And it just got into its second season on 3/16/2020. Black Monday, a TV series. It's a dark comedy. Okay, so season 1 of Black Monday is about the 1987 market crash. That's what season 1 is about. Season 2 actually started on 3/16, the second Black Monday market crash. I mean, it's a dark comedy, sure. It's a period dark comedy. Very, very strange coincidence. In fact, I believe here, it says here, Black Monday is described as taking the audience back to 1987, the worst stock market crash in Wall Street history. And I believe one of the actresses from this TV show had something to say about the eerie coincidence, of the second season, which is kind of a, funny thing that they're like, well, that they would notice, well, this is, how would you not notice? Like, well, this is exactly like our TV show. I mean, I don't imagine all these actors and actresses and that they're all part of it, even the directors. There's no telling how many of them are just simply stooges. Anyway, it's going to be in its third season coming up soon. But this is just another example I wanted to point out of how what's happening in the news corresponds with what's happening in the entertainment. And it corresponds with what's happening in the zeitgeist as told to us through all these movies, through the comics, through the graphic novels, through the music. All these various narratives, they get the same story to us through this hypermediation that comes from everywhere. All right, I have a couple of voicemails. Let me go ahead and play these. So go ahead and hold your calls for just a moment.
Hey, Tim, I just wanted to comment on this guy, Mark Gold, that you interviewed. Really good interview you did there, by the way. Handled that very well. He made a comment about, all the great minds can repeat everything that they say. And a few sentences later, he says, all flat earthers do is repeat what they say. And to me, you've just discredited yourself in pretty much everything that you stand for, because it's okay for one, but not the other. You can't come up with a reason why anybody would lie, but accepts the fact that everything that's presented to him is the truth. So that's a confused individual right there. And I thought you conducted that interview very well, exposing a lot of how people get sucked in and trapped into just falling for, institutional conformity. Thanks.
All right, excellent. Appreciate it. That's from A Plain Truth. And again, he's talking about the conversation I had with Mark Gold. And GoFundMe pulled his account, by the way. But he came on the program. He thought we were going to argue. He thought there was going to be some kind of a debate about the shape of the world. But I'm like, no, let's just get your plane ticket, your Virgin Galactic ticket to suborbital. I don't know how high they're going. It's a suborbital flight, so hopefully high enough to see the curve or the not curve. Hopefully you go high enough to, end this whole debate. But anyway, it kind of showed us though how most people who have never considered the question assume they have the right answers, and they just don't have the tools to actually consider they might be wrong. And he's also a big fan of Star Trek. He's a DJ who dresses up as Spock. So you wouldn't expect him to really go with the flat earthers. Okay, I have another voicemail here. This is, looks like Dilbert.
Hey, what up? I'm new to this whole flat earth thing. And I just want to say, man, I love your podcast. And I think this is one of the best out there by far of all podcasts. I'm not licking your boots or anything. But quickly, so I've been somewhat, I guess you could say, awake for about almost 20 years now. But the whole flat earth thing has kind of taken me by storm because it makes a lot of things make sense, like global warming. They figured out that they're trapped on Earth forever. So they want to hog all the resources, which makes their global warming strategy make more sense to me.
Okay, interesting. And he's probably right about that. The Agenda 2030, all these environmentalist power grabs are actually about, power grabs, I think, more than saving the whales. Okay, I have another one here. Looks like another from AJ.
Okay, Tim. I couldn't get through that whole interview. I left you a message just a minute ago about him kind of debunking his own mindset. However, a guy that comes on and just say, why this, why that, why this, why that, and says, I've only looked at memes and I can't take anybody seriously, can't get an answer, is because all he wants to do is say why, and he can't wrap his head around the answer. So that's not somebody who wants to know anything or who cares to find out the truth. That's somebody who wants to be just validated that their own belief is correct. And that's not anybody you really want to debate with or talk to, because they're not going anywhere. Their mind is made up. They worship their space gods, and it's just they're unreasonable and irrational people, and saying that there's no science behind the other because they simply don't want to believe it. So I couldn't finish the interview.
I had a lot of people say the same thing. They couldn't finish it. They had enough. And he's right. That's what I meant. The individual didn't have the tools to actually argue. And we constantly run across this. There are people who swear by the globe, but they don't know what projection. It's like, well, what projection do you swear by? You're going to debate that you have the ultimate truth, your model. I don't have a model, but you have yours and it's perfect. Well, is it the Gauss-Peters projection? Is it Mercator? Which one does Google Earth use? Is the solar system flat? They don't have answers to any of these things. Very few do, except the professional anti-flat earthers who never talk about the CGI glitches on the space station. They only talk about observations on the ground. And they're always moving the goalpost. I can see wind turbines 85 miles away. I can see a mountain peak behind that 105 miles away. And behind that mountain peak near sunset, I can see clouds that are well over 120 miles away, I imagine. And these clouds are level to the ground that I stand on. And I'm wondering, if something's 100 some miles away, boats go over the horizon after a few miles, right? They go over the hump. So how come the clouds 100 plus miles away aren't arcing over? Because that would imply then that the boats that go over the horizon, that the people on the boat, that the clouds are angling up away from them because they're not correspondingly curving with the ocean. You see what I mean? So I think I can see too far, and I have a problem with that. And the formula they give me, 8 inches per mile squared, they say you can't use that anymore. No, it was good enough for Carl Sagan, but no, we have a more complex one that assumes a sphere, and we want you to use our assumption and calculate with the radius of this assumed sphere in all of your observations. So I'm like, well, that's a nice way to move the goalpost. How come you just can't explain to me why these wind turbines that are only 262 feet high are still visible to me at such a distance? And we're not even talking about a major difference in elevation from where I am and where they are. And moreover, I can see them through my binoculars, and they're not leaning away. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but if a boat is going over the horizon, the instant it's going over, it's technically leaning away. So these turbines, which are much further than boats that go over the damn hump, are completely vertical. That doesn't make sense either. Flat clouds. I'm a flat clouder. I'm not a flat earther. Now, I do have questions about the flatness of clouds, if anybody can, again, correct me on that. But the absurdity of it is that the people who believe in the globe, just everything about it, they just assume it's all settled science. That's where they're wrong. When you assume settled science, it's the same problem as people who assume that their book is the ultimate truth from the Creator. Well, how many different models of God's vision do we have? How many different Bibles? How many different holy books do we have? Now, there's something else too lately. There's been the here we go. I'm just going to pull a picture of it. The Fata Morgana, the floating on air. So you have these boats that appear to be floating on air, and I think this is very misleading for a couple of reasons. And funnily enough, there's actually a glober, a guy who hates flat Earth, who's really mad about people who are conflating a superior mirage with what he believes is just low resolution photos. And here's why it matters. So if you're looking at a distant boat and it appears to be floating above the ocean, they're telling us it's because the light is bending and it's because the cool air is on bottom, and so it's bringing something over the curve back into our view. And so it gives them an opportunity to say, oh, this is over the curve. So it's more, curved magic, curved light, ball science. But other pictures suggest that no, you're not actually looking at boats that are the result of a superior illusion. You're actually it's the water beneath them is just the fact that the boat's further away. It's further out. It's not over a hump. This guy is a believer in the ball Earth. He's just not understanding why the media keeps misrepresenting these things as examples of the ball Earth and the curve of it being demonstrated with this superior mirage. No, that's not what's happening. Lloyd Miller says upright things should slant away from each other right and left. Yes. Take an orange and put a couple toothpicks in it, a couple inches apart. They lean away from each other. And so when you're looking at objects at a distance, of course it's going to be relatively, imperceptible because of the scale. But if you're going to be the one who's going to argue that boats go over the horizon, then you have to be the one to explain why when the thing goes over the horizon, the mast doesn't tilt. Oh, by the way, there was a calculation done by a mathematician, and this is an idea that was started by Lewis Carroll, Alice in Wonderland. Alice falls down the rabbit hole, experiences zero G, goes to the place where all the laws of physics are reversed and everything's crazy. Just basically space. He conceptualized space travel before anybody. And he said that if you were to drill a tunnel through the antipodes of the Earth, like connect these different continents, just like with the orange, if you put the toothpick all the way through the orange, now let's say that's the Earth. How long would it take for you to fall through the Earth from one end to the other? According to a mathematician who did the work to calculate what it would take as far as how fast you'd have to go to accelerate for half the distance and then decelerate. They said it's 42 minutes for a ball with 25,000 mile circumference. So 42 again, interestingly enough, is brought up again in the context of free falling through a tunnel through the earth. And that really is the first, I think, concept of space travel, Lewis Carroll. And I don't think it's a coincidence whatsoever. Especially when you look into how all the space agencies are very much invested into digging tunnels under the ground. You know, ask yourself that. Why is Elon Musk's Boring Company and Virgin Galactic, why are they so invested into deep, deep underground? I happen to think that deep space might just be a cover story for, well, underground. Underground architecture. I mean, what's more likely? Everything that we're told that's above, like the space station, we've been talking about that all day. Well, have any of you seen the time lapse? You know, the time lapse start to finish of where this incredible structure was put together? Overthought says the magnetic poles reversed 42,000 years ago. Yeah, that number is always being correlated with catastrophes. It says here the reversal of the Earth's magnetic field took place 42,000 years ago. On February 2nd, there was a rocket that Elon Musk had crashed, which we knew it was going to crash. I actually called it because it happened to correspond to the pagan holiday of Imbolc. So I figured, yeah, there's going to be some kind of a burning obelisk today. Well, it turns out that the rocket that was sent up there that day, it had the